Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 441. You tried to trick me. 3. Are you saying that you can see fire above the desert right now? Choi Han responded instead of Cal to Tasha, who asked after somewhat realizing what was going on. Yes, we see a fire that is covering the desert. Any time now. Choi Han stopped for a moment before continuing. This large fire looks like it would pass the desert, the Dubori territory, and even cover Yungin City any time now. Something is weird. Choi Han looked toward Cal. Cal handed the video communication device to Choi Han before giving Rayan an order. Flight magic, please. I need to see what is going on outside. Cal quickly moved toward the window at the end of the hallway. Click. The window was opened wide, and Cal immediately jumped out the window. Choi Han followed behind him. Ooh, Choi Han and Cal's bodies did not fall to the ground. They floated up instead. I really am great and mighty. The two people who were floating up with Rayon's flight magic could properly see the entire Yungin city now. Weaving, weaving, the alarm ringing through the city pierced Cal's ears. What a mess. The entire city was in chaos, as Choi Han mentioned. People were busy running around with chaos in their eyes. What the hell is going on? Is it an earthquake? Boom! The ground shook once more. Ah, all my fruits spilled. Grab the display stand. The merchants were busy holding onto their goods, while the people who were running stopped and curled their bodies forward as they looked around. The desert. There's a large fire covering the land of death. Is that fire the reason for the ground shaking? Is that fire going to reach our city too? Cal quickly took a robe out and covered himself from head to toe before heading down. He landed in a spot with fewer people as he looked around. The Golden Top's whip was in his hand. Boom, once the ground shook again. Go look into it. Okay, just wait, it'll be back soon. Rumbling, chaos, destruction. We'll find out. And you must go meet with World Tree Nim. Baby Fire Elemental also waiting for you. Two wind elementals left Cal's side. Cal Nim. Cal, who turned his gaze after hearing Choi Han's voice, saw Choi Han with his hand on the ground and eyes closed. He soon opened his eyes and looked toward Cal. The rumbling is coming from the west. The west. That was where the land of Death Desert was located. Young Master Nim, it really is fine here. They could see the image Tasha was showing them through the video communication device in Choi Han's hand at that moment. It was the sight of a calm desert. The sand was red because it was daytime, but forget a fire. There was nothing out of the ordinary. It's not the desert. If it was not the desert but the fire was coming from the west, then there was only one explanation. It's the Dubori territory. The White Star must be doing something there. Human. There's an urgent call from Crown Prince Valentino. Crown Prince Valentino, whom they had just said goodbye to, was calling them. Tasha, don't act rashly but stealthily go to the Dubori territory and see what's going on. The Dubori territory. Yes, be careful. Don't go near if it looks dangerous. It's possible. Cal stopped for a moment before continuing. It's possible that the White Star may be in the Dubori territory. I understand. The call with Tasha ended, and Cal moved to an alley with even fewer people and looked into the video communication device in a shaded area. The video communication device now had Crown Prince Valentino's stiff face on it. Young Master Cal. His eyes were full of anger. I cannot contact the Dubori Lord. Something had happened in the Dubori territory and not the desert as he had expected. It looks like that White Star bastard has done something to the Dubori territory. In that case, I cannot keep my promise anymore. Are you planning on sending the Knights Brigade and the mages to the Dubori territory? Yes, I plan on moving with them as well. I understand. I will send our forces to the land of death for now as well. I understand. The call ended quickly. Cal Nim. I can't understand what these bastards are thinking. Cal looked at Choi Han as he continued to speak. Why? Why is the White Star dragging the Karo Kingdom into this? The picture in his head was the White Star, Cal, and their respective factions fighting in the land of death. However, the White Star went against Cal's expectations and made the Karo Kingdom make a move. Why is he expanding the playing field? An unknown sense of ominous feeling overwhelmed Cal. The White Star was not someone who would make a move for no reason, so why was he doing this? He was actually on the smarter side. Human. The rumbling has stopped. The rumbling had stopped while Cal was thinking. They could no longer feel the rumblings that were coming from the west. However, they could still see the fire in the distance that was the size of a tall mountain. Cal had an odd sense of déjà vu as he looked at the fire. It was at that moment. Human, that fire reminds me of the fire in the jungle. Ah, yes, it does seem like that fire. It was shooting up in a similar shape to the fire that had covered Section 1 of the jungle. All fires might look similar, but for some odd reason, it gave off a similar feeling to that fire. It feels like that fire from the jungle has moved over to the desert. Exactly. The wind elementals returned while Cal's gaze was focused on the distant fire. Cal, big news. I learned something big. One elemental quickly continued to speak in an excited voice. I met this neighborhood's fire elemental while I was moving around. It gave me some news. That fire fake. Scam. Oh, come on. You can't tell him the information I found out. I was also there. Anyway, that fire fake. What? Calnim, did you think of something? Your expression does not look good. That fire is fake. Excuse me. Cal looked at Choi Han's face, which was as chaotic as his own, as he focused on the wind elemental's voices. The fire elemental said that isn't a real fire. It's fake. It doesn't feel any presence of fire coming from it. It was even laughing at the humans who were running away in shock. That elemental's personality was quite odd. Right, agreed, odd, necessary to determine fake fire's true identity. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Let's move right away. Are we going to Tashnim? No. Then where are we going? Dubori, the Dubori territory. I think we need to go there. We need to go see what the White Star is doing. He had a bad feeling about this. Cal felt that they would make a big mistake if they did not determine the true identity of that fire right now. Uwuong, the light covering Cal, Choi Han, and Rayon flashed in the shaded alley before they were surrounded by the teleportation magic circle. Cal looked at the light surrounding him as he organized his thoughts. First, we will go to the Dubori territory and figure out what is going. However, he could not finish his thoughts. The moment they were surrounded in a bright light and were about to teleport. Ah, Cal suddenly felt as if he could not breathe. What the hell? His body felt as if he had rammed into a large wall. The bright light twisted in an instant, and Cal felt as if his world was flipping over. Ah! Cal covered his eyes and fell to the ground. He heard Choi Han groan next to him. Cal looked down at his body. Forget a wall, his outfit looked fine as if nothing had happened, but he could see his body slightly shaking. Chhhhhhh, the light from the teleportation magic circle instantly disappeared. Ah! Cal urgently reached his hands out after hearing a child's groan. Rayan. Rayan was no longer invisible, and his floating body started to fall. Cal quickly grabbed Rayan but staggered from the weight. Are you okay? Thankfully, Choi Han grabbed both Cal and Rayan so that nobody fell. Cal observed Rayan's body without being able to respond to Choi Han's question. His small yet chubby front paws were shaking, and the black mana surrounding Rayan was rumbling like sand falling through someone's hands. His inner eyelids were also shaking as if he had received a shock. Rayan. Human. Rayan slowly opened his eyes and started to speak after hearing Cal's voice. I can't teleport to the Dubori territory. Rayan urgently continued to speak with his round eyes once his paws and mana stopped shaking. I set the coordinates and tried to teleport, but the mana from that side came back twisted. The mana was twisted. That's right. Rayan quickly moved out of Cal's arms and looked down at his paws as he continued to speak. My magic was accurate, and the coordinates were correct. My mana is normal too. But on that side, the mana coming from the Dubori territory was not normal. That is why we couldn't teleport, and it failed as if we were stopped by a wall. Cal recalled feeling like he had slammed into a wall. What the hell is going on in the Dubori territory? He couldn't teleport there. Human. I experienced something like this when I was 4 years old. What? 4 years old? 2 years ago, that's right. Remember the time when the mana disturbance tools were used in Huis, the Roan Kingdom's capital? Ah, Cal let out a gasp. That was the first time he used the indestructible shield. Cal's group had used the mana disturbance tools to prevent the magic bombs in the plaza from exploding. In that case, Cal shared his thoughts out loud. Rayan, does that mean the Dubori territory is in a state of mana disturbance right now? That's right. It is a much stronger mana disturbance than the tools I experienced when I was 4 years old. That is why the mana is twisted and the teleportation was blocked. Rayan quickly rambled as if he was agitated. Cal Nim, this a serious situation? Choi Han hesitated before continuing to speak. Isn't the Dubori territory like rats in a jar right now? They needed to teleport to the nearby areas if they could not teleport into the Dubori territory. This meant that it was also significantly more difficult for Crown Prince Valentino to lead the Knights Brigade and the mages into the Dubori territory. They had no idea what the White Star would do during that time. These were the bastards who had no problem throwing their own soldiers into the dead mana pool. The Dubori territory's residents were in danger. Cal started to frown. Should I not have led the White Star into the land of death? The Dubori territory would not be in such a situation had he not done that. Cal recalled a similar moment in his past. It was a time when something he did had caused the situation to worsen. Yes, he was thinking about that time. Cal's mind started to become complicated. Calnim. Cal heard a voice capture his attention at that moment. It was a calm but cold voice, just like how it wasn't a mistake to anticipate that a Grade 1 monster would appear. It wasn't a mistake for Kim Rock-soo to anticipate a Grade 1 monster would appear and lead his teammates over there. This situation isn't your fault either. Cal looked toward Choi Han. He felt as if he could see Choi Young-soo and team leader Lee Soo-hyuk standing behind Choi Han. Most importantly, we have not even started to fight yet. I don't think it is necessary at all to imagine potential negative results before we even fight. Cal could calmly organize his thoughts after hearing these words Choi Han delivered with a smile. Choi Han looked at Cal's expression that was the same as usual as he continued to speak. Calnim, if that side is in a state of mana disturbance. Ah, something flashed through Cal's mind at that moment. He started to speak and finished Choi Han's sentence for him. That side can't use magic either. The dead mana used in black magic is still mana, so they should not be able to use it if the area is under mana disturbance. That's right. Human. They might be able to use black mana during mana disturbance. But if they use dead mana incorrectly when the entire Dubori territory is under mana disturbance, there is a high chance of the disturbed mana and dead mana clashing against each other and harming the black mages. Rayan then added on, either Gramps or I need to be there for this level of disturbance. Ah, Rosalind too. Calnim, they can't use black magic. That means that the black mages cannot use black magic to control the golems either. Cal quickly organized a situation in his mind. Rayan, we will move as close to the Dubori territory as possible. Pick the closest coordinates other than the land of death. I got it. Human. Uwang, the teleportation magic circle quickly started to glow. A bright light soon covered the three individuals. Human. There is no mana disturbance outside the Dubori territory as expected. Rayan listened to Rayan's voice as he opened his eyes. This is the mountain right outside the Dubori territory. You can look down at the territory and the land of death from here. Cal looked down from the dark area inside the shade of a large boulder located on top of this rough boulder mountain without many trees. The west. He could see the Dubori territory and the desert with the large fire behind it. The desert was still burning as he expected. Human, doesn't it look odd inside the territory? Calnim, the people in the territory look the same as always. Cal could see the peaceful situation inside the Dubori territory with people working and laughing as usual. The Dubori territory was not as large as the Henitus territory, so Cal was able to easily see what was going on in the small territory that only consisted of a small city with the Lord's castle and a small area around it. A sense of déjà vu overwhelmed Cal again. It's chaos outside, but why are the Dubori territory and the desert calm? It was at that moment. Beep, beep, the video communication device in Choi Han's hand was ringing again. It was Dark Elf Tasha. Tasha. Young Masternim, I am transferring you to the Mayornim. The Mayor, Dark Elf Mayor Obante. Cal looked down at the person who appeared on the video communication device. Young Master Calnim, it has been a while. The Dark Elf with a long white beard looked at Cal before getting to the point. The humans who survived with dead mana in the Western continent became necromancers or black mages. However, there are a couple of different occupations for people in the Eastern continent who managed to survive being poisoned with dead mana. At first, Cal wondered what the hell he was talking about. However, the Dark Elf who had lived for over 500 years had years of experience and knowledge, contacting him because he knew exactly what Cal needed. Calnim, do you know about the illusionists? Illusionists. They are the ones with rare abilities similar to the shamans of the Eastern continent. They are able to show illusions or fake things to the living. They use their powers similar to how shamans use their powers. Obante continued to speak as if he was almost certain. If it was not made with magic, then I suspect that this fake fire is an illusion they created. Didn't the white star come from the east? Choi Han and Rayan could see Cal smiling at that moment. Rayan, contact Gashan, the shaman Gashan, the leader of the tiger tribe and someone who controlled crows. Tell him to come to the desert right away. He needed him. Furthermore, Cal gave another order to his allies who were watching this situation with him. Find the illusionist. ASAP. The golden top's whip shined under the sunlight. A breeze brushed past Cal and headed to the Dubori territory. Chapter 442. Even if you breathe quietly, one brown hair fluttered in the wind. A country farmhouse on the outskirts of the Dubori territory. It was near the desert, but plants still grew decently here. However, there were also barren areas that people didn't touch. A strand of wind was passing through one of those areas. The owner of the fluttering brown hair reached his hand to lower his ivory-colored hood. It covered his brown hair. Human, the mana disturbance is getting worse the closer we get. Cal bit down on his lips. Calnim. Choi Han, who had light beige-colored hair, was running with him. We are increasing our speed. Swoo-whoosh, the sound of the wind coming out of Cal's hand, surrounded Cal, and Choi Han, whose hairs were dyed with magic, as well as the invisible Rayan, and increased their speed. Human. I see the central small city over there. Cal looked toward the small city with the Lord's castle. It was the location with the entrance to the land of death. The mana disturbance is getting worse the closer we get to it. That meant that that was where the White Star, or whatever the White Star did, was located. That's also where that illusionist, or whatever, is as well. He was holding on to the golden top's whip, but had not heard anything yet. Cal was rational but slightly rushed as he headed down the mountain and toward the Dubori territory. Swoosh, that sense of urgency raised the speed of the wind surrounding the two humans and one dragon. Now about 600 meters. They were about 600 meters away from the wall surrounding the small city. They would soon be able to jump over the wall. We will jump over the wall as effectively as possible. Cal gave the order to Rayan and Choi Han before starting to observe the soldiers on top of the wall. The citizens on our way here, as well as the soldiers over there, they all seem fine. They were too relaxed to be acting, and the soldiers seemed to be their usual relaxed and lethargic selves who wanted to slack off if possible. There was no sense of urgency nor anxiety coming from them. And surprisingly, Cal's gaze headed far to the west. We can't see the fire as soon as we entered the boundaries of the territory. The fire surrounding the land of death was not visible anymore. Is all of this just an illusion? The illusionist. He didn't know who the illusionist was, but if this was all the work of the illusionist, then that person was extremely strong. Cal was getting a headache because of this new enemy, but continued to press forward. Now about 500 meters, they would soon arrive at the central location of this incident. It was at that moment. Cal stopped moving. Rayan, he heard a child's groan in the air. Cal's eyes urgently moved toward the empty air. He saw a spot that was warping. Crackle, crackle. A spot in the air was warping similar to the ripples created by a rock that had landed in a lake, and Rayan's body appeared and disappeared back and forth. What's wrong? Cal became anxious seeing Rayan like this, while Choi Han reached out and hugged Rayan before they quickly moved to a blind spot where the soldiers on the walls would not be able to see them. Cal was following behind Choi Han when Choi Han reached one hand toward him. Hey, why are your hands shaking? Choi Han's hand in front of him was shaking. One moment, please. Choi Han asked Cal for a moment before laying Rayan down on a soft patch of grass. Crackle, crackle. Rayan's body was still glitching, making Choi Han gently speak to Rayan. Remove your invisibility magic. I don't want to. The great and mighty Rayan Muru cannot lose. He was stuttering a bit, but Rayan sounded better than Cal expected. Rayan curled his body and channeled more black mana. Pat. Someone placed their hand on Rayan's back. Rayan, cancel the spell. Fine, human. Cal's hand and his stern voice made Rayan grumble as he cancelled the spell. The crackling noise disappeared, and Rayan appeared in front of them while pouting. Cal noticed that Rayan's front paws were still shaking. Is it because of the mana disturbance? Cal asked about Rayan's condition, and Choi Han responded, "Please look at my hand." Choi Han's hand was still shaking. "I mainly use aura, but I am able to feel a decent amount of mana after reaching this stage." Cal Nim, you and the civilians who don't use mana or aura might not notice anything right now, but squeeze. Choi Han clenched and then unclenched his fists. The shaking instantly disappeared. The mana in the air is extremely chaotic right now. It is to the point that the shaking of the mana can be felt by a swordsman like me. His gaze headed toward Rayan. I'm sure it is terrible for Rayan and others who use magic. The soldiers on the walls, the residents of the territory, and Cal were fine because they could not feel mana. Cal looked toward Rayan as well, while Rayan stretched his wings open and confidently shouted, No. The great and mighty Rayan Murrus front paws do not shake because of mana disturbance like this. It'd be one thing if he wasn't stuttering, but this young dragon was not good at lying to Cal. He turned his gaze toward the city walls. It looks like that mana disturbance is getting especially bad starting from about 500 meters away from the city walls. That is correct. I believe the mana would be even more chaotic once we enter past the city walls. Cal and Choi Han looked at each other before they both looked toward Rayan at the same time. Rayan urgently shouted as soon as he met their gazes, "I'm going in with you. I am great and mighty. I am going to do it too." He then shrugged his shoulders and timidly added on after seeing Choi Han and Cal's gazes, "I understand. The not great and mighty Rayan Muru will be waiting outside. I alone will be here unable to do anything. I am not great and mighty." Choi Han felt bad about this, but they could not enter into the city with Rayan, who could not maintain his invisibility and would continue to struggle because of the mana disturbance. It probably feels like he's extremely carsick. Choi Han was able to estimate the pain Rayan was feeling while using magic right now. Anyway, this is bad. The fact that they could not enter with Rayan would make things quite difficult for Cal's group. They would not be able to avoid the enemy's gazes by being invisible, nor would they be able to teleport away if they ended up in danger. But it's not like we can just not go in there. Cal's voice reached the still mumbling Rayan's ears as Choi Han's mind started to get complicated. To lose to this stupid mana disturbance. I am not great and mighty. Even Gramps or Rosalind cannot overcome this level of mana disturbance. This is not possible. This is closer to mana chaos than mana disturbance. For I, the great and might Rayan Muru, to be unable to do anything. This is shocking. What do you mean you can't do anything? Rayan's head quickly jerked toward Cal. Cal stood in front of the no longer invisible Rayan and looked at his hair and Choi Han's hair. Rayan's magic was not completely undone. The dye magic was being maintained. The dye magic is still working. Of course, I am great and mighty. I can maintain at least one type of magic. Is that so? Human, why are you laughing like that again? Cal did not answer Rayan's question and nudged Choi Han's shoulder. Let's climb over the wall. We have a lot of things to do. The person with the lowered ivory hood looked around in a shaded part of the alley. Cal Nim, quiet. Cal shushed Choi Han before recording everything outside with a sharp gaze. The Lord's castle is over there. They had not noticed anything out of the ordinary during their trip to this alley from the city walls. Everything was the same as the Dubori territory he visited last time. However, yes, that does seem to be the Lord's castle. But we did not see any knights or mages on our way here. They had seen some Dubori soldiers, but had not seen any of the Dubori knights. What do you think? I think the Lord's castle is the center of the mana disturbance. Choi Han and Cal were hiding in the shadows of the alley as they focused their gazes on the Dubori Lord's castle. The greed of the Dubori Lord, who was famous for being so cruel that the residents would rather escape to the desert, was probably the reason the Lord's castle was quite large and decorated with luxurious sculptures for a territory this size. Cal Nim, something is weird. We didn't see anyone on the way here, but at the Lord's castle entrance and the desert entrance I know. Cal's gaze headed toward the west. There were more soldiers than usual at the desert entrance. It was the same for the Lord's castle entrance as well. They still did not see any knights, but they saw soldiers who seemed to be trained better than the Dubori territory's soldiers. Who could these soldiers be? The answer was easy to guess. It looks like the White Star's subordinates are disguised as soldiers. That's right. Cal agreed with Choi Han's deduction and raised his head. The group of soldiers who were standing at the desert entrance started to head toward the street in front of where Cal and Choi Han were hiding. They're coming. Tap. Cal and Choi Han's location changed instantly. Cal, whose physical strength was significantly lacking compared to Choi Han and those soldiers, hid in the shadows as if he was crumpling his body since he had no stealth abilities. Damn it, he had to hide in such an embarrassing fashion every time the soldiers passed by since he didn't have Rayon to cast invisibility. Choi Han had his hand on his scabbard and lowered his breathing as he observed the soldiers. Approximately 10 soldiers were slowly getting closer. Some of them stopped walking. What the? Ha! The soldiers all looked toward one spot. Their gazes moved toward an alley they were passing. They saw something black. One of the soldiers tightened their grip around their spear. Caw, 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 caw. Where did these crows suddenly come from? I was shocked because I saw something black. A few crows who suddenly appeared in the clear sky circled the soldiers' heads. One or two landed on the stone wall at the edge of the alley, while the other few started to fly in different directions. A soldier who watched one of the crows on the wall clean itself snorted before releasing his grip on his spear. I guess there's some rotten food in that alley. Must be. There's probably a dead animal or something. Last time it was eagles, now it is crows. But aren't crows better than eagles? That is true. Ahem hem, everybody focus. The chatting soldiers shut up and stood up straight after hearing the veteran start to speak. There will be a luxurious feast today for the esteemed guests of the Lord Nim. It'll be chaotic until night time, so everybody needs to focus. Yes, sir. Yes, Captain. The 10 soldiers quickly headed toward the Lord's castle. Caw, caw. The crow on the wall cawed as it watched them before one of the crows that flew away returned and descended into the alley. In a shaded part of the alley, the crow landed on the crouching person's shoulder. Calnim. A familiar voice instead of a caw came out of the crow's mouth. Cal started to smile, and his gaze headed toward the crow on his shoulder. I met with Rayan Nim. Gashan, it's been a while. The tiger shaman Gashan's crows had flown into the territory and finally reached Cal. I heard about the illusionist. A breeze brushed past Cal's cheek as he was listening to the imposing old man's voice. Cal tightly grabbed the golden top's whip. Based on what I saw through the crows, it is indeed an illusion. How do we break the illusion? Cal asked as he stood up. Cal and Choi Han made eye contact. They had heard the soldiers' discussion just now. There will be a luxurious feast today for the esteemed guests of the Lord Nim. Choi Han started to speak. Those esteemed guests are probably the people we are looking for. They then heard Gashan's voice. The method to break an illusion. First, you must find the illusionist. Kalnim, shamans and illusionists use similar methods. We do not use mana, shaman. The people called the mages of the eastern continent were different than mages. Caw, caw. Cal could see crows slowly descending throughout the Dubori territory. The crow on his shoulder continued to speak. Unlike mages, shamans directly use the power of nature. We need a medium to do that. Shamans like Gashan used ingredients from nature as mediums to use the powers of nature. Usually we use things like staffs or talismans. Mysterious items from nature are the best. Are you saying that illusionists are the same? Hee hee. He could hear Gashan's laughter. Cal couldn't help but imagine the large, white-haired old man laughing viciously. Calnim, please find the illusionist and that bastard's medium. At that moment, Cal, I saw something weird inside the Lord's castle. Request to check the Lord's castle's basement. Numerous pits discovered. Oh, come on. I was about to tell him. He heard the wind elemental's voices. Gashan also continued to speak. And destroy them once you find them. Both the illusionist and the medium. Caw. The whispers of the elementals continued as the crows cawed. Anyway, there were a ton of rats inside the pits. They seem to be creating paths under this territory. Those pits are connected to paths throughout this small city's underground. The White Star's forces suspected to be inside the Lord's castle must break in and destroy. Chaos, destruction, speed battle. Gashan resumed speaking again. Cal was recording both information at once. That illusionist probably has an animal he controls like I do, so please always be aware of your surroundings. You never know where the enemy's ears may be. Cal started to speak. Choi Han underground. Choi Han's sword quickly stabbed down. Slash. The ground they were standing on was overturned. Squeak, squeak. Choi Han grabbed a rat from the overturned ground. The rat was not injured, but it fainted the moment it made eye contact with Choi Han. One wind elemental continued to speak as that happened. There was a person standing in one of the pits in the Lord's castle's basement. He was controlling the rats. That should be the illusionist. Cal started to speak. They already found us. They know about Choi Han and me. Cal's stiff gaze headed toward the Lord's castle at that moment. The basement underneath the Dubori Lord's castle that had been used as a prison was a mess with pits all around. A person at the center of one of the pits opened his eyes and started to speak. They found me. Really? It doesn't matter. The white star touched his mask as he spoke to the illusionist. Either way, only Choi Han and Cal Henitus came into the territory. They don't even seem to have the young dragon with them. Yes, sir. It is as we expected. I confirmed Choi Han's face as well, so it should be easy to cast an illusion on him. The white star looked at the rat that was peeking out of the pit. He thought about Cal and Choi Han as he started to speak. They are rats in jars this time. The white star had a satisfied smile on his face as things were going as he wished for the first time in a long while. Cal was silently smiling at that same moment. Chapter 443. Even if you breathe quietly, too. The crow observed the fainted rat in Choi Han's hand. The crow on Cal's shoulder approached the rat and thoroughly observed it. The illusionist seems to control rats. Choi Han put the fainted rat down and picked his sword up again after hearing the certainty in Gashan's voice. Slash, slash. The ground underneath the entire alley was flipped over. Choi Han frowned every time he stabbed his sword into the ground. Once the sword stabbed a certain length into the ground, there's a path. He felt a small underground path that small animals such as rats would be able to cross. Choi Han quickly flipped the ground over. He then raised his senses to become as sensitive as possible. Squeak, squeak, he then heard a quiet noise. Choi Han turned his head. Somewhere in the dark alley, a shaded spot in the corner of the wall that even Choi Han, who was hiding there, had ignored. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Choi Han made eye contact with a rat that started to run away. He looked around at the ground, the alley, on top of the wall, and then across the Dubori territory. We're on top of the White Star's palm. He had no idea where else those small rats might be hiding. He had no way of knowing where they might be hiding and observing them. Since when? Since when were we being observed? Choi Han got goosebumps on his back. Had they been observed by those rats as soon as they entered the Dubori territory? Or were they being observed long before they even arrived at the territory? The rumbling we felt in Yungen when we were meeting with Crown Prince Valentino. Was that rumbling from the west we felt the illusionists doing as well? Choi Han had known the White Star was strong this whole time, but for some odd reason, he had not been afraid of the White Star. He felt as if the White Star was an enemy they could defeat at any moment. Why did I have such thoughts? The White Star and his subordinates were not people they could look down upon. The White Star had clashed with Choi Han and the others many times, but it had been as if he had been hiding himself every time. The situation in the Margaru was something he did by making the Empire's people move. But now, the White Star was revealing himself without hiding at all in the Karo Kingdom's Dubori territory. It felt as if the White Star's power, influence, and abilities were coming out of hiding and surrounding Choi Han. Shoot! Choi Han finally started to feel a sense of danger. I didn't think I'd only realize I was stuck in a spider web until after I was already stuck. Since they entered this small city with the Lord's castle, no, since they entered the Dubori territory or even the Karo kingdom, they had been caught in the White Star's web and had been moving on top of his palm. Caw, caw. Choi Han realized he could not hear anybody speaking through the crow's cawing. Even Kalnim is quiet. He felt the weight of this dangerous situation even more after seeing that both Gashan and, more importantly, Cal were quiet. His gaze headed toward his silent liege. Kalnim. Choi Han could see the silently smiling Cal. His smiling gaze met Choi Han's eyes. Choi Han then realized why he had not been scared of the White Star until now. Every time he was about to be shocked because of the White Star's strength, there was someone who was always smiling as if it was nothing. Choi Han, there's none left around us now, right? Choi Han closed his eyes after hearing Cal's question. His sensitive swordsman's senses were activated again, and he soon opened his eyes. There are no living creatures other than us here. The illusionist's rats were nowhere to be found. Is that so? Cal then crouched down on the ground that Choi Han had overturned earlier. Cal put his hand inside the now soft dirt. Caw, caw. A few crows surrounded Cal and Choi Han. Choi Han's eyes opened wide as this small area outside the White Star's gaze was created. The Western continent's common language was being written on the ground. Choi Han, Gashan, they won't be able to see this. There were no rats nearby. That meant that they would not be able to read these words. SHH. Cal quickly erased the words he had just written. He then started to write something else in the ground. Go call your friends over right away. Friends. The crow looked toward Cal in confusion, but Cal shook his head. Choi Han also looked confused, but Cal kept on writing. Go call your friends over right away. And then, tell your friends in the desert about our situation. Choi Han started to move his hand. Cal Nim, who are you talking to? Who was Cal giving this order to? Cal looked at him and started to speak. The White Star used his head very well. SHHHHH. The words on the ground were covered up once again. He created the fire with an illusion and made us rush here in shock. He separated Rayan and I with the mana disturbance and hid his ears throughout the city. Choi Han and his location, as well as Gashan's existence. They were all revealed to the White Star. However, Cal had something the White Star did not know about. Cal tightened his grip around the Golden Top's whip. Okay, we'll be back soon. Well, leave one punk with you. I think it'll be better to leave this one by your side. Chaos, destruction, I stay here. A breeze brushed past Cal and rose into the air. Choi Han, you heard the soldiers earlier, right? The two of them made eye contact. Yes, Kalnim, I heard them. The soldiers had said the following. There will be a luxurious feast today for the esteemed guests of the Lord Nim. What are you planning on doing? He heard Gashan's voice through the crow. First, Cal closed his mouth. He looked toward Choi Han. Cal started to write on the ground again as Choi Han was about to question his gaze. Gashan, an illusionist this strong, can probably bewitch people easily, right? Cal confirmed the crow, nodding its head before starting to write more things. The crow read what Cal was writing before leaving Cal's shoulder and flying up. Caw, caw. All of the crows left Cal's side at once. SHHHH. Choi Han covered Cal's words with dirt in order to get rid of the evidence. Cal then motioned toward a direction with his head, and the two people stealthily started to move. They were heading toward the Lord's castle, where the luxurious feast was to take place. The Dubori territory. This was known as a terrible territory that nobody would visit because it had the land of death, one of the forbidden regions next to it. I never expected a day like this. A knight wearing a fancy suit instead of his armor raised his wine glass into the air. Clang. The glass clinked against a different glass in the air, making a clear noise. I agree. It's nice to not have to stand guard for the first time in a long while. We also get to wear these new suits. His subordinate knight was smiling while looking at his suit. He continued to touch this new suit of his. There was a gold-plated badge with the Dubori crest on his outfit. Exactly. I don't know where the Lord found such talented people to bring over. The knight agreed with his subordinate and took a sip of the wine. His eyes then peeked toward the center of the hall. He saw the people standing next to the useless and greedy lord who had no thoughts about taking care of the territory. Today was the day they were celebrating these people the Lord had brought over a few days ago. Ka, for such a dazzling feast to happen in the Dubori territory. It was a celebration that the knights, mages, and the territory's administrators all got to enjoy. There were beautiful chandeliers, expensive wine, and food that was both beautiful to look at and delicious to eat. He, who knew we would get to enjoy such luxuries after guarding the entrance to the land of death day after day. His subordinate nodded in agreement. These two were people who guarded the city walls heading into the land of death. The Lord Nim seems extremely giving by calling everyone here to celebrate like this. The man who was listening to his subordinate knight let out a sigh. The Lord's giving. ... It's not the Lord Nim, but those new individuals who are very giving. The knight's eyes were filled with greed as he looked toward the three people standing next to the Lord. These three had paid for this feast and had brought over the new soldiers and mages to protect the territory. Why did such people come to the Dubori territory? I can't understand what they saw in the Lord to want to serve him. Something is weird. Screech, the knight covered his ear after hearing a sharp screech. Ah, sir, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. The knight shook his head. The Dubori badge on his suit glowed red for a moment before returning to normal. His eyes clouded over for a moment before returning to normal as well. Sir, are you really okay? Of course. Shouldn't we enjoy ourselves when such a grand welcome feast is taking part in our territory? Ka. The questioning thoughts about the three individuals had disappeared from the laughing knight's mind. He picked up his wine glass. Plop. There were small rocks inside his wine glass. The knight frowned and looked up. He could see the banquet hall's old ceiling that was covered by the beautiful chandelier. Tesk, they should replace the ceiling or something. There are things falling down. I will get you a new one. The subordinate tactfully replaced the wine glass, and the atmosphere became merry again. That scared me. The person hiding in the old ceiling curled his shoulders. The other person, who had created a small hole in the ceiling to look inside, turned his head and flinched. Do it properly. The curled-up Cal was looking at Choi Han with a vicious glare. Choi Han, who had made the hole, erased his aura from his fingertip with an awkward smile. Cal shook his head side to side as he mouthed silently. A small candle was flickering in the darkness. Choi Han, there are no rats, right? Choi Han nodded his head. Yes, Calnim, there are no rats in the ceiling. Ha! Cal finally let out a sigh before stretching his legs out and sitting down. These rats. Cal was a mess. He looked completely dirty, as he was covered in dust and dirt. Who knew it would be this hard to move around while avoiding rats? It had been difficult for Cal to infiltrate the Lord's castle while dodging the rats throughout the Dubori territory. Rayan, he truly is great and mighty. Rayan's invisibility would have allowed them to fly through the air or walk in freely. Cal frowned as he recalled how he had to roll around in the dirt as the new employee Kim rocked Sue for the first time in a long while. He started to frown even more while looking at Choi Han. Why, how? Choi Han was clean. Cal finally felt the difference between his physical abilities and this strong swordsman. Tap, tap. Choi Han tapped his shoulder and pointed toward the holes in the ceiling. There were two holes, and Cal held back his sigh as he laid on the ground again. He then looked through one of the holes. Ha! He almost scoffed in disbelief. A fancy feast. He could see people enjoying themselves. Cal thought about the different rooms in the castle he passed by before getting here. The video communication room, the magic research room, the military strategy room, and the teleportation magic circle. They were all empty. Only black mages were walking through the castle. No wonder they can't receive Crown Prince Valentino's calls and are so happy. All forms of communication had been cut while the area was surrounded in mana disturbance, which probably meant that Crown Prince Valentino gave up on magic and was probably rushing over here with the Knights Brigade. Okay, everybody raise your glasses. Cal could see the Territory Lord raise his glass through the small hole. The Dubori Lord was sharing his happy sentiments. Today is a great day for our Dubori and the Dubori Territory. Look over here. These are the people who will help the Dubori territory develop to the next level. The Lord pointed to three individuals. Egu. Cal sighed. The White Star, the Bear King, the familiar white mask, and the feeble-looking Bear King were smiling while wearing fancy suits. Cal's gaze turned sharp. Is that person the illusionist? A woman with short green hair was smiling while standing between the Bear King and the White Star. It's not here. Cal started to frown. There's no staff, talisman, or anything. Unlike Shaman Gashan, she did not have a staff. The woman who he assumed was the illusionist only had a wine glass in her hand. Did she leave the medium in the basement? Cal had not yet visited the basement that the wind elementals had mentioned. Not only was it being heavily guarded, it would be complicated if the rats saw them. Cal, who was biting down on his lips, saw the Lord pointing to the White Star. Well then, Sir Barrow, why don't you say a few words before we drink? Barrow. Cal thought about the first dragon slayer Nellen Barrow. Cal thought it was funny that the White Star who threw away the dragon slayer position to follow the path of the ancient White Star was using that last name. Then I will say a few words. The White Star stepped forward. He raised his glass and looked around the hall. His gaze slowly looked around before stopping somewhere. He then started to speak. Lord Nim, it looks like a rat has arrived. What? What do you mean? Two strands of light shot out from Bear King Seiroo's hands before the Lord could finish responding in shock. Bang! Bang! The light arrows pierced through a spot in the ceiling where the chandelier was hanging and exploded. What the hell? The people covered their heads at the sudden situation and started to run from the ceiling that was hit by the light arrow. Screech, boom. One of the chandeliers fell to the ground. Huff, huff, I'm alive. Everybody thankfully managed to escape and was busy calming themselves. It was at that moment. There are two rats. There were two people descending onto the chandelier as the woman with short green hair giddily spoke. It was a man with brown hair and a man with light beige hair. Ha ha ha! The White Star laughed and took a step toward the chandelier. Cal Henitus, you look like a mess. Cal's stiff face that was covered in dirt faced the White Star. Cal opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally opening it and starting to speak. How were you able to locate me so easily? Smirk. The corners of the White Star's lips under the mask happily went up while someone else answered Cal's question for him. Seru started to speak giddily. There are always a ton of rats in the ceiling no matter where you go. But why were there no rats in this ceiling? He looked as if he was about to roll on the floor in laughter as he pointed toward Choi Han and Cal. We left it empty for the two of you to hide there. Keek kaha. Seru's loud laughter filled the hall. The White Star took another step toward Cal and Choi Han. Clang! Choi Han took out his sword. The White Star looked at Choi Han for a moment before looking back toward Cal and starting to speak. How does it feel to have been running around on top of my palm? I didn't think you would hide in the empty ceiling as we expected. It was at that moment. It's because I knew. Smirk. The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. The stiff expression had instantly disappeared. I hid in the ceiling because I knew you bastards intentionally left the ceiling empty. Did you think I wouldn't even know that? What? The golden top's whip was in his hand. We're here. We brought all of our friends who live in the desert. Chaos, destruction, now begin. Cal could see the White Star's expression start to stiffen. You hid there in purpose. Correct. The moment he heard that confident response, barang, 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 they heard loud explosions around them. What the hell? Where are these explosions coming from? The people in the hall looked toward the direction of the explosions. Outside the banquet hall window, they all looked west. Cal turned his head as well. You're here. He heard the wind elementals' voices. We brought the dark elves contracted to our friends as well. We did good, right? The west. There was a large fire and gusts of wind around the city walls with the gate toward the land of death. Chapter 444. Even if you breathe quietly. 3. It's an attack. The Dubori territory lord's eyes reflected the red fire. The fire that shot up past the city walls looked like a large snake that could attack the city at any moment. Cal made eye contact with the White Star at that moment. The White Star's lips twisted up as he laughed. Ha! Cal's pupils shook for a moment. The White Star's expression turned calm, as if the anxiety he showed earlier was all just an act. Cal's mind quickly started to move after confirming this. He heard an angry voice at that moment. You dare! The Lord slowly started to walk toward a west-facing window. The moment his hand touched the window, slam! The window opened as the Lord shouted in anger. They dare to attack my territory. What the hell are those? He could see the fire and the nearby whirlwinds, but he did not see anybody who was launching the attack. What is that fire? It's a curse. It's a disaster brought forth from the land of death. The residents of the small city who had returned home after a long day ran out of their houses to scream about the fire or hide deep in their houses while shaking in fear. One old man couldn't move his eyes away from the fire. It's the grudges of those who ran away and died. Their anger finally came to destroy this rotten territory. Death, death is coming. The angry gazes of the people responding to the old man's words turned toward the Lord's castle. However, their anger did not reach the Lord in the Lord's castle. My land, you are aiming for my stuff. The Lord's eyes showed no fear toward the fire. The badge with the territory crest hanging on his new suit glowed red. Sir Barrow, his body quickly rushed toward the White Star. Immediately, bring the bastard who caused that fire to me immediately. Lordnim, but the Lord could see the awkward expression from the shape of the man's lips underneath the white mask. That made the Lord turn his gaze elsewhere. Knights, immediately arrest those two rat-like bastards who snuck into the hall. Throw them in the underground prison. The Lord was pointing to Cal and Choi Han, who were standing on the chandelier. You dare to disturb the feast of the owner of this Dubori territory. Tap, tap, tap. The hall doors opened, and the servants handed the swords they had taken earlier back to the knights. These two bastards are definitely with those enemies outside. Clang, clang. The knights immediately drew their swords and surrounded Cal and Choi Han. Choi Han turned toward Cal and noticed that Cal was slowly looking around the entire hall. Choi Han's eyes clouded over. SHHH. Cal undid the top button of his shirt. The Lord approached the white star with an angry and confident expression as he did that. I knew it. Sir Barrow, you were right. There really were people aiming for our territory. That is correct. Lord Nim, those people are the ones who snuck in trying to take the Dubori territory. The white star pointed his finger at Cal. Oh, I did. Cal looked toward the white star in shock, but the white star didn't show any reaction. Cal became nervous after seeing this reaction. There's definitely something else. That's why he can be so calm. Cal's mind became even more complicated. He heard the Lord's voice at that moment. Sir Seru, use your holy light arrow to burn those bastards alive. Yes, sir, I will gladly follow the Lord Nim's will. We will punish these evil bastards. Yes, yes, you are correct. Bear King Seru snickered as he threw a light arrow toward Cal and Choi Han. He seemed as if he would die from laughter at Cal's shocked gaze. The now extremely confident lord shouted toward Cal and Choi Han in a mocking tone. Put out that fire immediately if you bastards want to live. But I don't want to. The surrounding knights and everyone in the hall closed their mouths in shock at that moment. Their gazes headed toward the brown-haired man standing on the chandelier. What did you just say? He responded to the Lord's question again. But I don't want to, is what I said. Why, you damn arrogant bastard. Put that fire out, Emir, I don't want to. Cal shrugged his shoulders and glared at the Lord in a profane way that could not compare to how he had looked at Crown Prince Albaru at any point so far. Why should I? What? You dare talk back, swoosh? Cal reached his hand out, and wind came out of his hand and surrounded the Lord. Ah! His body shot up into the air. His new suit was turning into a mess. The Lord reached his hand out to the white star in fear as if he had never been confident at all. Down, put me down. Sir Barrow, help me down. The white star looked toward the Lord once before turning his gaze to Cal. I believe that fire is not magic. Cal had no issue nodding his head and agreeing to the white star who was pointing to the fire and whirlwinds outside the city walls. Correct. It's my friend's powers. To be more specific, it was the wind elementals next to Cal who had shared Cal's message to the elementals in the desert. Wow, he said we are his friends. Hee hee. It feels good hearing it straight from him. Hee hee, chaos, destruction, and the friendship that grows between them. Honestly speaking, there isn't much we did. The Dark Elves did most of it. The elementals who had heard the message informed their contracted Dark Elves, making them charge into the territory like this. Oh my, you truly are talented. How do you land such an unexpected hit like this? The White Star shook his head as if he had a headache. Sir Barrow, what are you doing? Get me down this instant, now. The corner of the White Star's lips went up after hearing the Lord's shout. He pointed toward the Lord as he continued to speak to Cal. But will your relationship with the Caro Kingdom be okay if you touch the Lord? This guy has quite the backing. Well, I do know you have a pretty good relationship with Crown Prince Valentino. The White Star was looking at the Lord as if he was looking at trash. This was someone who only cared about himself and his belongings. This Lord's cousin is someone even Crown Prince Valentino cannot touch. He is someone who controls the Caro Kingdom's politics, so who would dare to help you? I think even Crown Prince Valentino would turn a blind eye to this. So what? What? Cal did not hide his rude gaze. Who cares if this lord had strong backing? My backing is Albaru Crossman. No matter how strong a Caro Kingdom's noble might be, would he be as strong as the future king of the Roan Kingdom that was now the strongest kingdom after the fall of the Margaru Empire? And most importantly, Cal shrugged his shoulders and added on, it's fine. I'm sure Crown Prince Valentino will trust me. No, it's more like hell, do as I say. Smirk, the corners of Cal's lips started to rise. Swoosh wind covered Cal's whole body at that moment. The knights and mages could not easily approach him. Shoot, we can't approach them like this. Still surround them. They won't be able to escape. Cal didn't get distracted by the knights' urgent shouts, nor the administrators who were shocked by the wind and hiding in the corners of the hall as he focused only on the White Star. Furthermore, are you saying I did something? I haven't done anything to the territory. What? The White Star's eyebrows slightly rose to resemble mountains. Did that fire touch the territory? Did it attack it? I haven't done anything. Cal smiled as he looked toward the White Star and Seru. The Bear King scoffed at him. The fire will soon reach the territory. The results will be that you invaded the city. We are people who protected the Lord and the territory, and we have the position you bastards always had this time. As I expected. Heh. Cal laughed as he continued to speak. I guess you didn't plant rats in Youngin City. What? I'm glad you didn't hear about it. Cal could not help but laugh. He was curious how far the White Star had the illusionist plant her rats. However, he was able to resolve his curiosity with the last statement. Youngin City. They would not be able to bring up the Lord like this if the illusionist had rats in Youngin. This Lord's backing was strong. It was still just his backing. The White Star, who was looking at Cal, took a step forward as he started to speak. You bastard, what did you— It was at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. They heard drums beating outside. The noise was coming from the east. Someone in the hall shouted as the White Star and Seru looked toward an east-facing window. Why are the kingdom's drums? What? Seru's pupils started to shake. So fast. This was the noise of the drums that announced that an important individual of the kingdom had arrived. A person deployed by the kingdom had arrived much earlier than Seru had expected. They should have taken at least another day or two, according to their normal speed. Why else would they have installed those mana disturbance tools? It was so that the kingdom would take longer to find out about the Dubori territory's situation, giving them time to frame Cal and Choi Han. But they had not managed to do anything yet. That means— His gaze immediately turned toward Cal. That bastard must have done something. Cal's smile grew bigger after seeing Seru's reaction. The illusionist did not have any rats in Youngin. This was because neither the White Star nor Seru realized Cal met with Valentino. This now changed things. If the enemy was trying to broaden the battlefield, Cal just had to do the same. I did it at a timing you bastards didn't expect. The Lord's backing. Would that be stronger than the Crown Prince, who was personally heading over right now earlier than expected? If you bastards pulled Choi Han and me into this, I will pull the royal family in. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the drum started to get closer. Cal heard a whisper in his ear at that moment. We found it. There are many weird pillars at the border of the Dubori territory. The other wind elementals told us. There are weird gold pillars at the Dubori border, equidistant from each other, and glowing red. Those must be responsible for the illusions. They're the reason it looks like the desert is on fire. There are tens of large pillars, but most are hidden underground with only a portion showing outside, making it hard to see. The bait used to make Cal rush to the Dubori territory was an illusion created by these numerous pillars. Cal thought about something at that moment. I guess the rumblings we felt in Youngin were from those pillars being stabbed into the ground. Apparently it was hard to find those pillars because they are all covered by vines. They needed to look very closely. Wouldn't the ground shake if tens of large pillars were stabbed deep into the ground at the same time? Am I wrong? Would such a rumbling not happen with just that? Boom, boom. The drums continued to beat. The drums that were getting closer reached the eastern city walls, and the hands of the soldiers on guard started to shake. Why is the Royal Knights Brigade here? The soldier could see the Caro Kingdom's royal flag fluttering in the wind. The Royal Knights Brigade crest was shining on the armor of the knight, holding the royal flag. Open the gate immediately. This is an order from His Highness, the Crown Prince. Caro Kingdom's Crown Prince Valentino was at the center of the knights, sitting on a horse and looking at the city walls. His eyes looked angry. The fire in the desert was fake. Valentino's eyes turned to the side. Young Master Cal is captured inside. That is correct. Your Highness. Valentino turned away from the tattooed old man wearing an odd outfit and looked toward the city gate. Screech, boom. The closed gate opened and the Royal Knights Brigade entered. The sound of horses' hooves were headed toward the Lord's castle. The old man who was on a horse next to Valentino raised his head. Caw, caw, caw. The sun had gone down at some point, and it was night now. The crows hid their bodies in the darkness as they headed toward the Dubori Lord's castle. The old man, Tiger Shaman Gashan, started to speak. Catch all the rats. Caw, caw, caw. The tens, no, hundreds of crows all started to hunt for rats. Gashan's gaze headed toward the west. Barang. He could see the fire that shot up after an explosion. The city walls heading toward the land of death. The fire burning wildly outside those walls cut through the air like a red snake and flew toward the Lord's castle. Run away. The fire, that fire snake is attacking the territory. The residents who had been debating whether to run started to quickly run in shock. The fire looked scary as it cut through the dark night. However, some of them stopped running and expressed their shocks as they looked up. Those black people are T, the person leading that fire is. There was a black person in front of the fire snake who was surrounded by wind and seemed to be leading the snake. They had not noticed right away because it was dark, but the people with great vision were able to see the person moving past them. Elf, it's a dark elf. A dark elf was leading the fire snake. They could also see more dark elves running behind the fire snake. They then realized that the fire snake was heading for the Lord's castle. No buildings were destroyed as the fire snake and the dark elves cut through the sky. They were just charging ferociously toward the Lord's castle. The people in the Lord's castle could see the fire snake as well. They heard the crown's drums again as well. Oh my, it looks like you got us. The White Star looked toward Cal. He saw Cal's smiling face. Sir Barrow. The White Star waved his hand after hearing the Lord's desperate plea. Bang, there was a small explosion, and the wind that came out of the White Star's hand instantly gobbled up Cal's wind. Ah! Boom! The Lord fell to the ground and was busy checking his body for injuries. The White Star stared at him for a moment before starting to speak. Get started. Cal clenched his fists at that moment. There must be a reason the White Star was so relaxed. That was why Cal couldn't help but be nervous even though he already pulled the Crown Prince into this. Calnim. Choi Han approached Cal and pointed his sword toward the White Star. Clang. He heard the sound of swords falling at that moment. That was the beginning. What the hell? Every knight inside the hall dropped their swords and weapons. The weapons rolled on the ground. However, they did not care. They were not the only ones. Must capture them. Will capture. Will capture. The territory administrators, mages, and even the lord started to move with blank expressions like the knights. Calnim. What is this? Knights, mages, administrators, territory lord, servants, they all quickly charged toward Cal and Choi Han trying to capture them. Cal heard the illusionist's voice at that moment. Red smoke was surrounding the green-haired woman. That person is the person who planned this terrible deed. That person was referring to Cal. Next to him is the poor soul who was bewitched by that evil man's glib tongue. Choi Han was the poor soul. Good people of Dubori. Save the poor soul from the evildoer. There were a lot of people since all Dubori knights, mages, administrators, and servants were gathered together. They all started to head toward Choi Han. We must save him. We will save him, save him. We must. Cal saw even a young servant reaching his hand out toward Choi Han alongside the knights and mages. There was also a weak old man approaching Choi Han saying he needed to be saved. Everybody looked ready to grab Choi Han. Cal could see the awkward expression on Choi Han's face. Cal, shall we make a bet? He heard the laughing White Star's voice at that moment. The White Star created a wind wall to surround the hall at the same time. Boom. Boom north, south, east, west. All windows and doors were blocked by the large wind wall. The White Star continued to speak to Cal, who was staring at him once Cal and Choi Han were trapped. A good person like you probably knows good Choi Han's thoughts well. Okay then, do you think Choi Han can avoid the hands of the weak children, the old men, and the others who are trying to grab him? Cal started to frown. They are all innocent. They've all just been tricked by me. No, they've been tricked by my amazing illusions. The illusionist laughed as she continued to speak. Those people won't faint. Fainting has no impact on the illusion status. They will keep trying to save Choi Han even if they get hurt or lose an arm or a leg. So Mr. Cal and Mr. Choi Han, what will you do? Cal could see Choi Han's anxious gaze heading toward him. They could hear the entertained illusionist's voice. Will you hurt them and push them aside? Or will you be a good boy and be captured, Mr. Choi Han? The White Star added on. Choi Han is one of my goals this time. Shouldn't I at least grab him? So, what will you do? Cal Henitus, the man who tries to even save the enemy soldiers. Cal started to frown. He could see Choi Han's sword that could not leave the scabbard because he didn't want to attack the servants and administrators. Chapter 445. Even if you breathe quietly, 4. Choi Han looked into Cal's frowning face and started to think about Rayan. If Rayan was here, Rayan could teleport him with magic or float him into the air. There is still Calnim's sound of the wind, but Cal could make Choi Han float with his sound of the wind as well. However, the White Star had created a thick wind wall around the hall in order to make it difficult for Cal and Choi Han to escape. The people in the hall will charge at us as we break through the White Star's wind wall. Then there were bound to be people who got injured. They were already recklessly charging at him. We must save him. Push. Choi Han shoved a knight holding his clothes away. However, he only shoved the knight's hand, making the knight who was not injured only stagger. Boom! The knight fell backward. However, nobody paid any attention. I will save him. In fact, a young child who seemed to be a servant tried relentlessly to grab Choi Han's clothes. Choi Han gently pushed the hand away. These people would definitely charge at him as they tried to break through the wind wall. They can't even feint. Choi Han slowly started to frown. The White Star seemed to have realized this as Choi Han noticed the White Star smiling while looking at him. What's wrong? Do you not see any way out? I guess it's hard to teleport away because there's nobody here who can use magic. Where might the young dragon be? This was why he separated Rayan from us. Choi Han realized the White Star was teasing him when he knew the situation and turned away. Red smoke surrounded the illusionist who was creating symbols with her hands. Why do I not see a medium? He did not see a staff like Gashan's, nor a talisman. Her hands were empty, but he was certain that she must have the medium somewhere on her body. The illusionist noticed Choi Han's gaze and started to speak. What are you looking for so hard? Just stand still and let us catch you. Just get caught. That's the small consideration I am giving you. Why should I stand still? You can't let your heart get hurt. Don't you sirs cherish each and every life? How hurt would their families be if that child or any of those civilians died? The voice that was changing back and forth between respectful and disrespectful echoed in Choi Han's ears like an instrument. The pain in their hearts will become your pain, won't it? Isn't that right, good little Mr. Choi Han? Uwang Choi Han noticed Bear King Seru's light arrows pointed toward him. I'll start to kill these people one by one if you resist. These people are not on our side. They're just poor people who we tricked. Seru sneered toward Choi Han. His gaze was full of certainty that Choi Han would not be able to do anything. That's how Cal Henitus's group has acted this whole time. They preferred to save one extra person, even if it meant that they would let the enemy leader escape. How stupid was that? Click. Choi Han put his sword back into the scabbard. Both of his hands were empty. As I expected. They truly were these types of people. That was why they would not be able to stop Seru or the White Star. They were foolish and didn't know that sacrifices were required for the greater good. Seru could not help but laugh as he looked at Choi Han, who had his head down, and Cal, who had a blank expression. He felt as if all the frustration in his mind was washing away. It was at that moment. Tang! A small item floated in the air before falling to the ground. Tang! Tang! Something else fell and rolled on the ground. Two badges shining in gold light became covered by the dirt on the floor. Ooh-woong, ooh-woong. The red light was stealthily roaming around the badge. Seru noticed Choi Han slowly raise his head. He was smiling. I'm a good person. Choi Han moved both hands again. Reeb, reeb. He reached his hand toward the clothes of the people sticking to him. Now, Seru charged toward Choi Han the moment the illusionist shouted. Choi Han opened his clenched fists. Tang, tang. Gold badges fell to the floor. These were the badges with the territory's crest that were on everyone's new suits or new servant uniforms. Choi Han violently pulled those badges away. He pulled the badges away from the people sticking to him and the ones grabbing onto his legs. Reeb. A person charging toward him stopped moving as if he was a puppet that lost its strings. Did you think I wouldn't even notice that? He pulled the badge off the young servant's clothes as well. You think I'm a good person? What nonsense. You bastard. Seru instantly arrived in front of the laughing Choi Han. The corners of Choi Han's lips twisted up as he looked toward Seru. Why are you personally charging toward me instead of shooting the light arrow when you said you were going to kill them? There was a badge on top of Choi Han's palm. Looks like they aren't listening to your orders without these badges. Shut up. Seru's fist that was covered in light headed for Choi Han's heart. Barang. The people around Seru and Choi Han were pushed back along with the explosive noise. The people who were still caught in the illusion continued to charge toward Choi Han. Choi Han was at the center holding onto Seru's fist with one hand. Seazel. His palm started to burn. Why, you? Seru tried to pull his fist out, but it was not easy. In fact, Choi Han's hand pulled Seru's fist toward him. He then lifted the badge that was stealthily releasing a red smoke in front of Seru's face. You can't shoot the light arrow because you can't destroy these badges. You're using these to cast the illusion to control these people. Am I right, you bastard? Seru's other hand that was covered in light pushed Choi Han's palm away. Tang, tang. The badge rolled on the ground again. Ah! Sarah's body was then pushed back. He looked toward Choi Han, who was pushing him back. Choi Han was already quickly removing the badges from the other people's clothes. Stop him. Seru bit down on his lips and turned toward the white star after hearing the illusionist's urgent shout. He then flinched. Cal Henitus, who was fighting against the white star. Seru made eye contact with Cal. Cal slowly started to speak. I thought you had hidden something big. What did you say? Cal looked toward the white star and the illusionist before Seru could respond. Is this it? He approached the white star. He watched Choi Han remove the badges for a moment before he started to frown again and looked toward the white star. Did you think I wouldn't notice that they were under an illusion? Ha! He was frowning in disbelief. You noticed the illusion. The illusionist looked toward Cal in shock, but Cal was only looking at the white star. You said the following when I first fell into the banquet hall. Cal Henitus, you look like a mess, is what you said. Cal had noticed something the moment he said that. I don't mean to boast about my own name, but I'm kind of famous. The ordinary citizens of the Caro Kingdom might not know of him, but even the knights, administrators, mages, and the lord of a corner territory like this were bound to hear about things going on throughout the kingdom. This was especially true for the territory lord or the main administrator who would have heard the name and seen a picture of the person who had played a pivotal role in saving their kingdom. But they didn't know about him. The fact that nobody here recognized my name meant that they were not normal. It felt weird saying this himself, but I'm a hero in the Caro Kingdom. There was no way that this bastard of a territory lord who had a famous cousin in the central politics of the kingdom would not know Cal's name. And here I was thinking something big was going to happen. The moment the White Star and Cal looked only at each other. Is this it? Cal then disappeared from in front of the White Star. Swoosh, the sound of the wind echoed inside the room. The illusionist felt someone grabbing the back of her neck. Her face was forced to turn. Cal, who had almost teleported behind her, was smiling. Remove the illusions unless you want to die. Got it. The illusionist's eyes were shaking. I'm not as good of a person as you think I am. Do you really think I am a saint or a hero? It was best if they could prevent people from getting hurt or dying, but Cal did not want to save other people's lives by sacrificing the lives of his people. That was why he knew he was selfish and cruel. He was saying this because he knew that was the case. Get rid of the illusions now. Swoosh, a violent gust of wind formed on Cal's other palm. He looked toward Seru and the white star as he spoke to the illusionist. Unless you wish to die, I'm not someone who threatens others. I'm someone who only speaks the truth. The illusionist's eyes were shaking. She was more sensitive to people's emotions than most after making people see illusions for so long. That was why she was able to tell that Cal was being honest. Her mouth slowly opened again. Are all of you, throw your badges away. The people running toward Choi Han stopped walking. They then pulled the badges off their clothes. Tang, tang. The golden badges fell to the ground one by one. The people surrounding Choi Han slowly fell to the ground and fainted once the badges fell to the ground. Choi Han let out a sigh of relief. However, Choi Han's pupils soon started to shake. What the hell? The numerous golden badges on the ground. The badges that fell from the people surrounding Choi Han seemed to be creating a circle with Choi Han in the center. Ooh, red smoke instantly started to rise from the badges. Cal moved his wind. Bang! The illusionist's hands that were creating symbols stopped moving with a small explosion. The illusionist smiled brightly toward Cal. What's the point of grabbing my head? My hands were still moving. I already finished the signing. What? Cal immediately started to speak after seeing the red smoke start to rise. Choi Han dodge. However, Choi Han could not move. He didn't know why, but he was frozen stiff and could not move at all. Cal heard Choi Han's shaking voice at that moment. Why? Why did the darkness suddenly? One chandelier had fallen, but the banquet hall was still bright. It was very bright. Cal's face was crumpled in a frown as he jerked the illusionist's neck. What the hell did you do? Cal was able to look into the illusionist's eyes for the first time. He then realized his mistake. The illusionist was different than the White Star's other subordinates Cal had met before. Cal could see the eyes of a wild beast that had yet to give up. She leisurely whispered in Cal's ear, Mr. Cal, you need to be on equal grounds if you want to make a deal with me. I created that equal grounds for you. He could see Choi Han, who didn't know what to do as he slowly became surrounded by the red smoke. Swoosh, Cal tried to send his gust of wind toward the red smoke. Ah, Choi Han might get seriously injured if you attack. However, he could not act rashly after hearing the illusionist's comment. She looked toward Cal and joyfully continued to speak. Okay, I'll threaten you as well. Let go of my neck if you don't want to see Choi Han cut his own neck. Got it. He heard the White Star's voice as well. You asked if it was just this. Of course not. The White Star, who was slowly observing Cal's stiff expression, started to speak with a more satisfied expression. He had thoroughly prepared after being defeated multiple times. You think I only prepared the fake? Boom, boom, the ground started to shake. This rumbling was similar to the rumbling Cal felt while he was in Youngin City. No, it was stronger. It felt as if the ground was splitting. What the hell? Why am I here? Ah, where is this place? The rumbling made some people wake up in confusion. The people looked around trying to locate the source of the rumbling and managed to find it. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. The White Star's wind wall slowly disappeared. Then they saw the fire snake that was heading over the walls of the Lord's castle. But the fire snake soon stopped moving as well. The people were not looking at the fire snake either. My goodness, boom. The ground shook as a large pillar of fire appeared on the west side of the Dubori territory. The pillar of fire that was shooting through the ground did not seem like regular fire. Magma. The moment someone said the word that best described it. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling continued before large pillars of fire appeared in all four directions. Cal watched the White Star open a western window and head toward the terrace. The White Star raised his hand with an expression that seemed to say he didn't care about Cal or Choi Han. Cal's gaze was focused on those hands. Crackle, the fire sword, was burning brighter than ever in the White Star's hand. Dot, 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 it's different. This was different than the fire sword Cal had seen in the past. He could feel that the sword in front of him right now was significantly stronger than in the past. This was probably the true fire sword. Cal Henitus, you should know about the Sword of Disasters after fighting against Siram, right? The fake dragon slayer's half-powered Sword of Disasters. How strong had it been? Cal and Rayan had struggled during the Henitus territory battle to defend against that sword. Rayan's shield had been broken, and Cal had to push to his limits to block it. I added fire to that sword. Isn't fire a symbol of disaster? The White Star, who was the final dragon slayer, had added his fire attribute ancient power into the Sword of Disasters. The fire the ancient White Star had possessed was a disaster. Fire was one of the easiest things for people to fear. I will bring forth a true fiery disaster. His sword pointed past the Dubori territory and into the land of death. The land of death. The only place among the Western continent's forbidden regions that was said to be created by human hands. The desert that became known as the Land of Death after the death of the final necromancer, and the Dubori territory that was located next to that desert. The White Star leisurely spoke as if he was dealing with a passing breeze. I will create a new reason for this land to be called a forbidden region. He would bring death to this land through a fiery disaster this time. So what will you do? Cal Henitus, your young dragon is not by your side. You cannot escape. The White Star was full of anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing how this man would react when he was left to fight alone, when he was at his limits. He thoroughly observed Cal's blank expression. Cal's mind was loud at that moment. That damn bastard we need to beat with a stick. It won't be enough to curse that bastard until the moment he is gone from this world. We need to curse him to death. Ah, ah, ah. It was a clear voice that was swearing so coarsely. I'm going to kill that bastard. It was the voice of the sky eating water. Chapter 446. Even if you breathe quietly, 5. That bastard who does shoot like this with people need to get shooted on at least once. Ow. I was watching because I thought we could smack him in the back properly this time. Cal wanted to focus on what the White Star was saying, however. His mind was like the middle of a busy marketplace right now. Is that bastard looking down on our Cal? Huh. Why the hell would you put a good and pitiful kid like Choi Han under an illusion? Ha, ha. Hey, White Star bastard, respond to my questions. Excuse me, Miss Sky eating water. How can the White Star respond to you? Cal, go. Save him from that bastard who is worse than a rotten pile of mud. Ow, I need to XXX and XX that bastard up. Calm down. Super Rock. Would you be calm in a situation like this? It's an illusion, an illusion. That terrible thing returned to the world again. How can there be such a XX like XXX situation? Ego, she's no joke. Cal's mind blanked out at the sky eating water's speech that was getting worse. She always controlled herself decently, so why is it so bad this time? The only difference than before was the existence of the illusionist. Had the sky eating water fought against an illusionist in the past? Cal felt his mind going blank as he listened to her swearing that was getting worse and raised his head. He made eye contact with the white star who pointed the fire sword toward him and started to speak. What's wrong? You can't think of a way out. Is your mind in a chaotic mess? Yes, my mind is complicated and quite loud right now. It won't be easy for even you this time. No, my mind isn't a complicated mess because of you. Not easy, my ass. A fire like that is nothing. A natural disaster. I can bring forth all sorts of natural disasters if Cal is willing to faint 3 times. If Cal's willing to be unconscious for about 3 months, I can cause a real natural disaster if he's willing to be unconscious for a season. Wait, why do I have to faint 3 times? Why do I have to be unconscious for 3 months? Who knows what the white star would do during that time? Cal had a headache. Let go of my neck. Cal reached his hand out the moment he heard the illusionist's voice. Bang! The fire rammed into the silver shield. Shhhhhhhhh. Cal's body was pushed back. The illusionist's neck was already out of Cal's hand. Cal felt his palms that cast the shield tingle. Crackle. The fire coming out of the White Star's fire sword was easily destroying Cal's silver shield. It's different than before, isn't it? The White Star was relaxed. The illusionist and Seoru moved next to him. An odd sensation filled Cal's mind. Had he ever faced the White Star and his subordinates on his own before? The Sword of Disasters now also has fire. Your shield alone is not enough to defeat this fire sword. You'll probably need to use multiple powers too. He was right. Cal needed to use multiple powers as the White Star mentioned. You'll need to use at least 3 ancient powers to get rid of the Pillar of Fire and fight against Seru and me. Then you'll probably faint very quickly. Cal let out a gasp-like scoff, and the White Star nodded his head as if he understood. It's because you have no friends to help you this time. That was correct as well. Rayan, Choi Han, and the others were all not able to help Cal right now. Cal needed to use more ancient powers than normal, but there was nobody to protect him once he fainted. I found it very odd that you faint so easily even though you have all 5 attributes of ancient powers. Your body should be in balance. I found the answer after debating it for a while. The White Star had thought about a lot of things prior to coming to the Karo Kingdom this time. It was important to get the final Earth attribute power, but he was someone with the patience to wait 10 years. Your plate is weak. No matter how much your plate has grown because you created a balance of attributes, your plate itself is too weak that it breaks so easily. His physique itself was okay, but Cal Henitus's complexion was getting paler as time went on. The White Star, who noticed that, had made up his mind about 2 things. One of them was to capture Choi Han. The second of my goals was to destroy your plate. The other was to destroy Cal Henitus when he was left alone. The others seemed to rely on you, but it looked like you were the one who would die without them, especially in the middle of the battlefield. The White Star started to laugh, and Cal had to admit this was true. It looks like I looked down on you too much this time. The White Star was thinking 1 step ahead this time. That rotten bastard is saying his goal was Choi Han and Cal, and not the final Earth attribute power, right? It seems that way. The Super Rock warned Cal. Run away. The White Star said the same thing. Try to run away. You'll be able to at least meet up with the Dark Elves if you leave through the window. The pillars of fire shooting up from the north, south, east, and west. He could see the anxious Dark Elves between the pillars of fire. Things would be much easier for Cal if he met up with them. However, he could not escape. Boom, boom, boom. Cal turned his head after feeling the banquet hall shake again. He could see a dome filled with red smoke. Choi Han was inside this red dome. Boom, boom. He could feel Choi Han stomping his feet inside. His flailing was turned into rumbling for the people inside the hall. As expected, you cannot run away. The White Star smiled before pointing the tip of his sword toward the red smoke dome. Lately, I felt that you were many steps ahead of me. Then I figured out that Choi Han knew that language. It was at that moment. Boom! A rumbling stronger than before came bursting out of the red dome. Cal could see the illusionist start to sign with her hands again. Shhhhhhh. The red smoke intertwined to turn into chains. Tens of chains charged into the dome. Tie him up. She was probably telling it to tie Choi Han up. The illusionist touched the back of her neck as she smiled toward Choi Han. Mr. Cal, Mr. Choi Han will go out if you try any funny business. Cal could not move rashly after seeing the chains cover the dome, even after hearing her sneer-filled teasing. The White Star continued to look at Cal. Just stay there unable to do anything. Cal's limit was being unable to move because of one subordinate. The White Star, who had waited for 10 years, had to make Cal fight even more at his limit, until the point he had no choice but to break his plate. He couldn't let Cal die, as there was something Cal needed to do in his place. Swoosh! The wind wall appeared under the White Star's foot like stepping stones. The White Star kicked off the terrace railing and walked out of the Lord's castle. FCK. The White Star scoffed at Cal's swearing as he looked down from the sky outside the Lord's castle. He could see the dark elves who were nervous while looking at him, as well as the residents of the territory who were running away from the pillars of fire. It looks like hell. It was the site of a disaster, as he mentioned. People were running away in fear without anything on them. That must be the one card Cal Henitus played. The White Star could see Crown Prince Valentino and the Knights Brigade staring at him. They could not approach the Lord's castle and were anxious as they looked around at the pillars of fire and the residents. The Crown Prince would have been quite a hand to play, but it looks like the worst hand to play at this moment. It would not be weird for Crown Prince Valentino and the Knights Brigade to die at any moment after being caught in the White Star's trap. The White Star looked back toward Cal, who was inside the terrace. He could see the bloodshot gaze glaring at him. Yes, glare at me like that until you can't hold it in any more and attack me. Attack me if he wants to save the residents, the Caro Kingdom's Crown Prince, the Knights Brigade, and the Dark Elves. Use your ancient powers until you destroy your plate. The White Star's sword pointed to the sky. He could feel the fire surrounding him. He could feel the pillars of fire that were flowing like magma. The White Star felt the power of the fire in all four directions surrounding the Dubori territory and started to speak. Come to me. The escaping residents plopped down on the ground at that moment. The fire. It's a disaster. The ground underneath the four pillars started to crack. 4 rivers were created as the ground cracked. There was fire or magma or whatever this was flowing inside those rivers. Actually, it was not flowing. That red liquid was destroying the ground and ferociously creating its own path. It then quickly headed toward the White Star. Come out. Hurry up and come out. Material things aren't the issue right now. But our house. Bang. A house in the path of the red liquid turned into nothing. The people escaping could only drop to the ground with pale expressions. That person is the White Star. Crown Prince Valentino couldn't say anything. He felt suffocated. It was not because he was near the hot fire. It was because the White Star did not feel human. No, he didn't seem to be from this world. The things he was doing felt like a sight you would read about in mythologies. Your Highness, Miss Dark Elf. A familiar Dark Elf approached him. Tasha, who was familiar with the Crown Prince after seeing him a few times, stood in front of him. Are you here to deliver a message from young Master Cal? No, Your Highness. Valentino bit down on his lips after seeing her shake her head. True, what could even young Master Cal do in this situation? Tasha looked next to Valentino at that moment. I came to hear young Master Calnim's message. You came to hear it. Valentino looked next to him as well. Shaman Gashan was looking at the Lord's castle. Caw. Valentino recalled how he continued to hear the crows through this chaotic moment. No, he did not simply hear them. The cawing had slowly increased as time progressed. Valentino raised his head. In the dark night sky, where the burning pillars of fire had not reached yet, Gashan started to speak. The eyes of a crow that was looking inside the Lord's castle's terrace with a rat in its mouth sparkled. Those eyes were looking at Cal's lips. Wait. Bear King Seru approached Cal with light surrounding his body. Wait for what? Are you talking to our liege right now? Kekek, you think hell wait because you asked him to wait. He scoffed at Cal, who was looking at the spot outside the terrace where the White Star had been with a blank expression. Wait. Why do you keep talking to yourself? Are you trying to think of something while making it look like you're trying to talk? It won't matter. It was at that moment. What did you show him? Cal's gaze headed toward the illusionist. Boom, boom, boom. Choi Han was still flailing inside the dome. However, the flailing was slowly dying down. Who knows? The illusionist approached the dome covered in red chains and caressed it. I just recreated his most painful and desperate moment, something that would make him want to die. The illusionist gently caressed the red chains. Bang, bang. She could feel the flailing inside the red dome. How pitiful, how painful must the illusion inside here be? Who cares if he is a sword master? Humans are bound to fall before despair. She smiled brightly after seeing Cal's frown. I have some negative feelings toward you, Mr. Cal. Why? I was going to put out the fire in the jungle while pretending to be a shaman. Then I was going to control the jungle and make it mine. That was my first plan to conquer the Western continent. The illusionist's smile brightened the more Cal started to frown. Cal started to speak at that moment. It was something the wind elementals told him earlier in the day. The Bear King called the illusionist by the name Elisne. That's right. But doesn't that name sound familiar? That was the case. He had heard this name before. Actually, he had seen this name before. It looked different, but he had definitely seen it before. Conquer it, huh? Is that why the monarch of the Molden Kingdom is here? Oh, you know who I am. One of the strong kingdoms of the Eastern continent. Young monarch Elisne, the first who rose to the highest position in the Molden Kingdom, in her 30s looked toward Cal as if he was a cute little boy. Well, you're going to die today anyway. I'll let it go that you know about my identity. Plop. Callan did another button at that moment. The Mercenaries Guild's directory quickly flew by inside his head. He opened his mouth to speak. Just wait. Did you say something? The illusionist, who was scoffing at Cal, moved her hands away from the chains and started to make signs toward Cal. Should I toy with you using illusions as well? Hurry up and use your ancient powers. What's wrong with your face? The illusionist saw Searu start to frown at that moment. Weaving, weaving, the alarms surrounding the Lord's castle suddenly started to sound. The illusionist's eyes opened wide. This alarm would only go off for one reason. The mana disturbance tools. The alarms would sound if something happened to the mana disturbance tools. The dye magic was removed, and Cal's hair turned red again at that moment. Rayan cast a different spell around Cal instead. He could hear Rayan's voice. Human, I came with Goldie Gramps. An extremely angry Rayan was shouting in his mind. Rayan had gone to the Forest of Darkness, and then the Eastern Continent after bringing Gashan over. Gramps is nagging that I am great and mighty, but can't even deal with something like this. Human, please tell Gramps that I am great and mighty later. However, he also sounded excited. Just wait. The great and mighty Rayan Muro will soon be inside the Dobori territory. Heh. Wee-ang. Cal was listening to the alarm while standing tall. He could see the illusionist's frowning face. The corners of Cal's lips crept up as he looked. Why do you have such an expression on your face? This alarm sounds like the alarm for a mana disturbance tool, however. Cal could not finish his sentence. Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter echoed inside the hall. The laughter that mixed with the alarms sounded too much like a shriek at the same time. Cal gaze headed toward a spot in the hall. Choi Han. The laughter was coming from the dome covered in red chains. Noise that sounded more like shouting than laughing was coming out of the dome. Choi Han faced a day in the past once the darkness suddenly enveloped him. Rustle, rustle. He lowered his head while walking. He could see the hands of a young person, even though the hands had some calluses on it. He could also see a school uniform. He could see his breath when he breathed out. Is it an illusion? Choi Han looked at the sight he had seen on the day he first fell into the forest of darkness. He put his hand inside his uniform pocket. He had ended up in this place with nothing but his school uniform. However, the uniform had pockets. He quickly took out the thin wallet he felt inside it. This was originally something he had lost on the first day while cluelessly wandering around. Choi Han realized it at that moment. It is an illusion. He looked at his family picture inside the wallet. This was an illusion. Choi Han was sure of it. How? It was because the faces on the family picture were not clearly visible. Illusions could not overcome forgotten memories. Choi Han, who remembered the first day he fell into the forest of darkness, but did not remember his family members' faces, started to frown. Damn it. The young boy's eyes looked old. Chapter 447. He's human one. Choi Han felt no emotions about returning to the day he fell into this world and the forest of darkness. It is an illusion, but it feels real. The feeling of the leaves rustling and crunching under his feet, the breeze brushing past his cheek, and the scent of the forest mixed inside the breeze. Everything felt real. The scent of the forest. Although it sounds beautiful, a fishy and rotten scent was mixed inside that scent of the forest. It was the scent of the forest of darkness that was a mix of the fresh scent of a forest and the cruel and vicious creatures inside it. The breeze blowing through this place, where weak creatures and monsters could die at any moment, had the fishy scent of blood within it. Choi Han had not known what these scents were when he first arrived, but the now older Choi Han knew the identity of these scents too well. He had seen a countless number of deaths. That was why he was feeling nothing right now. Choi Han lowered his head and continued to look at the family picture inside his wallet. This. However, the blurry faces of his family members stabbed at him as it reminded him of his forgotten past. This is a bit painful. He was sad about all the time that had passed rather than the illusion itself. He could calmly talk about it, but he could not hide the feelings. I did get much older. Choi Han realized that he had aged quite a bit as he became nostalgic about the past. But I'm relieved. Choi Han was thinking that relieved was the best word to describe his feelings right now. He was relieved because he had seen the older versions of his family through Choi Young-soo's memories. There were none of his direct family members, and he had only seen older versions of some of his cousins, but he was thankful for that. Choi Han's hand holding the wallet grew weak. I told you to carry a wallet. He didn't remember her face, but he remembered his mom's voice. His dad had given him some allowance as he quickly grabbed the wallet after hearing her comment. I remember that. Choi Han carefully put the family picture back in the wallet and safely put the wallet in his pocket. He then started to walk. I need to quickly get out of this illusion. It was obvious how bad it would be for Cal, who was left alone while he was in this illusion. Of course, the situation could be different if Raeyoung quickly made it over. Still, Choi Han now had Kim Rok-soo, no, Cal, as his family. He had considered Cal to be like family for a while, but Cal became his true family after seeing through Choi Young-soo's memories. Oh, come on. Kim Rok-soo, why do we share the same birthday too? I'm quite annoyed that we were born on the same day, so shut up. Wow, I'm hurt. Kim Rok-soo, you're so cold. Shut up. Choi Young-soo and Kim Rok-soo had the same birthday. Hey, Rok-soo, don't call me in such a disgusting way. Ah, it's such a pity the more I think about it. I could have taken you as a dancing if you were born later than me. Talk to the wall if you're going to continue with this nonsense. Wow, team leader him. Listen to the way Kim Rok-soo is talking to his one fellow employee. He's so cold. Cold my ass. Choi Young-soo had considered Kim Rok-soo to be his brother. He considered Kim Rok-soo both as his dancing and his hyang. After seeing all those memories, Choi Han felt similarly to Choi Young-soo that Kim Rok-soo was his real nephew and sibling. I am different than Choi Young-soo. He had not just seen Choi Young-soo's memories, but had even experienced them firsthand. But Choi Han did not mistake Choi Young-soo as himself. However, he still took the things he should take. One of those things was Choi Young-soo's abilities. Rustle. Choi Han turned his head after hearing a quiet noise. It came from the trees inside the forest. Choi Han noticed the gaze of the enemy hidden inside the shadows of the trees. The old me couldn't do it. His past self was in such panic walking around the forest in confusion that he had not seen that gaze and ended up as the wild animal's prey. I ran and ran some more. He kept running to escape that wild animal. He didn't care that his uniform pants ripped after being snagged by a tree branch as he ran without stopping. He had not even realized how hard it was to breathe or that his face was covered in sweat. He just kept running. He had then fallen. He fell, rolled on the ground, got back up, and continued running without realizing that the wallet he had carelessly shoved back in his pocket had fallen out. The memories of the past the moment those memories filled Choi Han's mind. Ah, Choi Han's sight changed. His surroundings had instantly changed. Ra. The memories he had just recalled started to replay itself. Choi Han, who had fallen while running, could see the wild animal leisurely approaching him. The monster had slowly approached him as if it was savoring the final moments of its pitiful prey. Choi Han blankly stared at that scene. The Choi Han of the past had cried at this moment. Su-woo-woob. Ah, he didn't have the courage to get back up and keep running away. Dad, Mom. The fall had been painful, and he was too scared of this monster approaching him. Even though he had trained in ancient martial arts and developed his strength since he was young, This moment had been too scary for a young kid like Choi Han. He wanted to drop everything. However, the Choi Han of the past could not drop everything. He needed to get back up. The moment he needed to get back up replayed itself in front of the current Choi Han. Crack. Choi Han's wallet had been stomped by the wild animal's large paw. The past Choi Han had recalled his family picture and the faces of each family member at that moment. That had riled him up. I need to survive. I need to survive no matter what. That thought made Choi Han grab a nearby rock and throw it at the wild animal, and thankfully it had landed on the wild animal's eye. Choi Han was able to keep running away thanks to that. Choi Han had tried to find his wallet again after a few days, but the wallet that was stomped by the wild animal was gone for good. Choi Han could see the wallet under the wild animal's foot again. No. He knew it was an illusion. No, maybe because he knew it was an illusion, Choi Han picked up the rock and threw it toward the wild animal. That rock hit the wild animal's eye as he remembered. Roo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The wild animal shook its head and could not open one eye anymore. Choi Han got up after seeing the animal's reaction. He then quickly started to run. He was running forward unlike in the past. He was not running away from the wild animal, but running toward it. His wallet was not something that should be stomped on like this. He would save it this time. Choi Han did not want to go through his memories as he had accepted his lost years for what they were. He let out a gasp. He stepped forward. However, his foot would not move. He was just walking in place. He tried to move his foot forward with everything he had, but his feet only moved in place. I guess I can't change the past even in an illusion. Boom. Boom. He could not approach the wild animal no matter how hard he tried. Choi Han slowly started to frown. However, his feet did not follow his will. The wallet was crushed and crushed again each time the monster moved while covering its eye. The picture inside would crumple and rip as well. Dad, Mom. His past self's cries echoed in Choi Han's ears. His gaze was focused only on the wallet. The forest surrounding him slowly turned darker. It was at that moment. Chhhhhhhh. His feet that were continuing to try to approach the wild animal were caught in red chains. The red chains stealthily but quickly tied Choi Han's legs. They then pulled Choi Han back. His body was slowly moving away from the wild animal as the young Choi Han of his memories had run away from it. Damn it. Choi Han kicked his leg and tried to remove the chains. However, it was useless. He used his hands to pull on the chains next. However, Choi Han's hands were soon caught by more red chains that came out of the darkness. Choi Han saw red chains cover his legs, hands, arms, shoulders, and stomach. He slowly moved away from the wild animal as he had done in the past and watched as the world slowly became darker. This darkness gave him a similar feeling to the night he faced after barely managing to escape from the wild animal on his first day inside the forest of darkness. It was the night he barely survived as he shivered in fear that something else might appear and kill him. It was the night he cried while thinking about his family picture. It was the night he continued to say the names of his family members as he could not sleep. That night-like darkness was waiting for Choi Han after moving away from the wild animal and the crushed wallet. Choi Han started to laugh. Ha. He could not handle this situation without laughing. He had long forgotten how to cry when he was scared. He couldn't let monsters approach him while he was crying in fear. He had kept his mouth shut, and if he bit down on his lips too hard that it started to bleed, he quickly wiped it off and cleaned his hand in the sand. He couldn't let the scent of his blood draw monsters over either. However, he had not been able to laugh in the past. He couldn't let his laughter draw monsters over. Ha. Choi Han continued to laugh. He moved a hand covered in chains. Choi Han's shaking hand slowly grabbed what he wanted to grab, the red chains. He tightly grabbed the thing coming out of the darkness and dragging him into it. He then walked into the darkness. Clang, clang. Choi Han grabbed the red chains with both hands and pulled himself toward the darkness. The darkness made him recall many things. Most were miserable moments he had to spend alone. Choi Han stoically walked through that darkness. Once it was dark enough that he could not see his arms and legs anymore. He laughed. Dawn arrived after this moment. Night always passes. It was so dark that he could not see the red chains anymore. However, the chains were still in Choi Han's hands. Those hands turned into a fist and punched into the darkness. Barang, bang, barang. Choi Han punched at the darkness over and over. His hand started to hurt. He could smell blood within the darkness. It was probably his blood as his hands got cut. Bang, barang. However, he did not stop. He needed to end this darkness. Boom, boom, crarag. Choi Han finally smiled from inside the darkness. I found it. He had found the way to end the darkness. He took a large swing. Barang. Choi Han finally saw the darkness start to crumble. The red dome was breaking. Choi Han reached his hand toward the area past the broken dome. He let go of the red chains. His bloody hands reached forward. How did you? The shocked illusionist's voice reached Choi Han's ears. However, his hand didn't stop and managed to grab it. Ah! The illusionist saw Choi Han's hand that grabbed her arm. The hand that had lost its regular color because it was covered in blood was grabbing so tightly that the illusionist's arm was going numb. She moved her gaze from her arm and looked toward Choi Han. She then gasped. She saw two extremely deep black eyes. His eyes were too deep and looked to be drying up for someone who was still just a teenager. The illusionist's eyes were shaking after looking into Choi Han's eyes. Those black eyes saw his family member smiling in relief behind the illusionist at that moment. Are you okay? Choi Han nodded his head at Cal's question with a smile. He was fine. He was fine now. No, he was good. He was very good now. Chapter 448. He's human too. Cal's eyes headed toward Choi Han's bloody hand that was grabbing the illusionist's arm. He heard Choi Han's voice at that moment. I will take care of it. Cal looked at Choi Han once before turning around. He then quickly started to walk toward the terrace. Did you just say you will take care of me? He heard the illusionist's voice before hearing a louder noise. Barang! It was the sound of the red dome being destroyed, and then, boom! Cal looked toward the wall with the terrace window. There were large cracks on the wall. Ah! The illusionist had been slammed into the wall. Vicious punk. He was certain Choi Han had thrown her. However, Cal did not turn around to check on Choi Han. Tap. His foot stepped on the terrace railing. Weaving, weaving. The alarm continued to echo throughout the castle, and Cal heard something cutting through the wind behind him. You think I'll let you go so easily? He heard Bear King Sarah's shout. That made Cal realize that the things cutting through the wind behind him were Sarah's light arrows. What do you want me to do about it? Cal did not stop. There was no need to stop. Barang! The light arrows exploded after crashing into a violently shining black aura. Seru turned toward the owner of the black aura who had destroyed the light arrows. Drip, drip, blood dripped from the person's hand to the ground. Choi Han, the person with the bleeding hands, observed Seru with a stoic gaze. We should finish our battle from last time. Choi Han had fought against Seru at the Margoru's northern alchemist's tower. Seru's hands became covered in light as he recalled that moment. It was so that he could fight at any moment. However, his opponent had no thoughts about fighting him. But there's something I need to take care of first. Choi Han quickly started to move after saying that. Shoot! Seru quickly started to move, but Choi Han was faster than him. His black aura headed toward the illusionist, who was surrounded by red smoke and was signing with her hands. Ah! The illusionist stopped signing and rolled on the ground. Barang! The black aura stabbed into where she had been standing and destroyed the area. The illusionist's eyes opened wide after looking at that spot for a moment. Where is he? Where is Choi Han? She could not see the Choi Han. Ah! She then felt someone grabbing her neck from behind. The fishy scent of blood filled her nose as well. She heard a stoic voice coming from behind her. I found it. Choi Han grabbed the illusionist's arm. He had told Cal that he would take care of it. He needed to take care of this situation. That meant that stopping this illusionist came first. His eyes saw a chain bracelet. It was a gold bracelet. Choi Han started to smile. He had seen it correctly when he had grabbed her arm earlier. No. Sarah's light spear shot toward Choi Han. The illusionist twisted her body away from Choi Han and used her other hand to aim for Choi Han's vitals. She was moving like a well-trained martial artist. Did you think I only knew how to create illusions? That's none of my business. The hand that had been grabbing the illusionist's neck grabbed something else. Blood splattered over the gold chain bracelet. Crack! Choi Han's hand cracked the gold chain bracelet. Ah! The illusionist instantly started to cough up blood and her body curled forward. However, Choi Han had to move back in order to dodge the spear. Ellie, Seru quickly supported her, and Choi Han raised his head. He could see Cal flying up from the terrace. Crows. There were hundreds of black birds following him. Choi Han started to move immediately. He knew what he needed to do. That was the same for Cal. He started to speak as he jumped off the terrace railing and into the air. Gather the residents in one area. Caw caw. The crows that had been following Cal like a black curtain started to disperse. Gashan started to speak at the same time. Calnim has given his orders. He says to gather the residents in one area. I understand. Tasha surrounded her body with wind and took the dark elves with her as she headed for the escaping residents without any hesitation. Crown Prince Valentino motioned for the knights to follow them before asking Gashan a question with a concerned expression. Shouldn't they run away from the fire? What do you plan on doing about tea, that red fire, those red rivers? Did young Master Cal say anything else? He could see the fire approaching them from the four pillars to the north, south, east, and west. Valentino felt fear while looking at the red liquid that was flowing like a river. He wanted someone to take care of this for him, and the only person he could think about who could make that happen was Cal. However, the escaping residents had no such thoughts on their minds. They had no such thoughts at all. Would their lord who taxed them at such high rates save them? They would be lucky if he didn't run away first. They needed to find their own ways to survive. The only way to survive for these residents was to run away. They needed to run away from that river-like fire, that disaster. Caw, caw. It was at that moment they heard the crows cawing. Ha! A child who was running away while holding her mom's hand raised his head. Crows were flying above them. Mom, mom. The child's mom was about to raise her head as well before she stopped moving. A dark elf had appeared in a corner of the alley. He saw the stopped family and pointed in a direction. Go that way. The crows will lead you there. The woman who felt chaos after hearing this sudden statement subconsciously asked. This was the only thing that could come out of her mouth right now. Can we live if we go there? That direction, can we trust that it is safe? She could not say that latter part. However, the dark elf smiled as if he understood her feelings and responded, Yes, you'll live. The woman felt her child pulling at her clothes at the same time. Mom, mom, look at that. We're having an important conversation. Right, the woman who was trying to quiet her child opened her eyes wide after seeing where the child was pointing. There was someone in the air holding a burning fire sword. She could tell that this was the person responsible for this situation because the fire sword looked similar to the pillars of fire. There was someone else floating in front of that person. They were both too high to see clearly, but she could still clearly see the color of the powers in both people's hands. Water. That blue thing looked like water. Hurry over to that direction. His Highness, Crown Prince Valentino, is over there as well. The woman lifted her child after hearing the dark elf's voice. It should be safe if someone that important, if the Crown Prince was over there. She could also feel it. Hurry over. He is on our side. The person whose hand was covered in blue was on their side. Her intuition about such things was quite sharp as she didn't own much. The woman carried her child and started to run toward the direction the dark elf had pointed toward. There was no reason for her to get lost. Caw, caw. A crow acted as her guide. Crows were spread out throughout the city, guiding everyone to one location. It looks like you somehow handled things and came out. The white star, who had been talking while looking down, then looked forward. Based on the alarms, it looks like you're trying to destroy the mana disturbance tools as well. Cal, I guess people on your side are slowly heading over. Cal shrugged his shoulders and pointed the spear in his hand toward the white star. Why do you have so much to say today? I'm getting tired of it. Ha! The white star laughed at Cal's grumbling voice. He then pointed his fire sword toward Cal and continued to speak. But isn't this the first time we are facing each other alone? Why don't we chat some more? I don't want to. Cal ignored him. He wants to talk now. He wants to talk when there are rivers of fire trying to destroy the Dubori territory from the north, south, east, and west. Cal didn't have the time nor luxury to do that. Rayan and Eruhaben had not destroyed the mana disturbance tools yet. He needed to face the White Star alone. However, Cal had no choice but to listen to the White Star's words. Did you know about this? There was one power that the ancient White Star had that I was trying not to take. What? The bastard who wanted to be the ancient White Star didn't want one of his powers. Cal turned toward the White Star, who smiled after understanding the question inside Cal's gaze. It was the water ancient power. You've seen my water ancient power, right? He had seen it. The White Star's water attribute ancient power was like a wall that was mainly used as a shield. To be honest with you, I do not need any defensive powers. I needed a weapon that could attack. The fire sword pointed toward Cal, a spear made of water, the sky-eating water that was still cursing in Cal's mind. That was why I headed to the lake where the water of judgment was supposed to be. Cal's hand that was holding the spear flinched. Wait, the water of judgment is me. As the sky-eating water mentioned, the water of judgment was the name that a god had given to the sky-eating water. That power was said to be quite strong. It was said to be a strong spear that was loved by a god and could judge anything. Cal could see the greed inside the white star's eyes. That spear is the water of judgment, isn't it? You took what was supposed to be mine, but now you're also trying to take my earth attribute ancient power. That greed slowly turned into anger. The white star had never shown such anger toward Cal before. The white star continued to speak to Cal. Come at me. Cal bit down on his lips and grabbed the spear with both hands. The water spear slowly extended, and the water at the tip of the spear started to violently twirl. Swoosh! Wind surrounded Cal's body even more. The white star continued to smile as if he knew what Cal was thinking. Your posture when holding the spear is terrible. You should probably learn some martial arts. Strong fire rose from the white star, who got into position as well. You think water should be able to defeat fire, right? But my fire is a fire that has become one with natural disasters. You cannot defeat it with water alone. Who said I was only using one of my powers? The white star's morale dipped a bit after hearing Cal's comment. What? Cal sounded as if he was sighing as he responded to the white star's question. Did you think I was just standing here with a single spear as I listened to you? Cal shook his head from side to side. The white star heard an unfamiliar noise at that moment. Boom! It was far from a large shaking, but it was definitely the sound of the ground shaking. Boom, boom, north, south, east, and west. The noise was coming from all directions. Crack. A quiet sound came out of the ground at that moment. The ground was slowly starting to crack. The ground was cracking from inside up to the surface. A crack appeared in front of the red wave that was furiously charging forward while gobbling everything in its way. Cal heard a voice in his mind. I think you are going to faint. Shut up and hurry up and dig properly, you damn super rock. The scary giant cobblestone and the sky-eating water's conversation filled Cal's mind. Boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly. Did you perhaps use the earth attribute ancient power? The white star, who was mumbling in shock, could see Cal's twisted smile. Perhaps my ass. That perhaps is right, you damn bastard. Crack, crack. There was a hole in the ground that was created from those quiet noises. Then as a small strand of water slowly entered into the hole, bearing, 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 people heard a loud noise that sounded loud enough to wake the night. They could see strands of water shooting up from the north, south, east, and west. Cal glared at the white star. He said he wanted to create a natural disaster. Disaster my ass. Chapter 449. He's human 3. Water that was supposed to flow from top to bottom was flowing in reverse. The white star rationally knew that the water was unable to put out his fire. However, his natural instincts were making him move. That water is dangerous. His body was moving forward on its own. Barang! You weak-ass bastard. A blue spear crashed into his fire sword and blocked his way. The white star then saw the bastard smiling and running away. Did you only realize that now? Cal said that as he quickly descended. He heard the super rock's voice in his mind. Shouldn't you use the power of the crown? The Dragon Slayer crown had helped Cal fight against the White Star last time. However, Cal shook his head at the Super Rock's question as he descended. The blue water continued to shoot up into the air opposite his downward moving movement. Those water pillars soon became large enough for people to see. Blue and transparent water. The pillars of water that should normally not be visible in this dark night were sparkling and revealing their presence. This was ironically because of the light from the pillars of fire that were here first. Huff, huff, huff. The woman who had been running non-stop with her child in her arms finally managed to see the spot people were gathering. His Highness, the knights are also there. The crown prince and the knights were in the plaza as the dark elf had mentioned. Wouldn't her chances of survival go up if she was next to them? The woman then saw people pointing to something in shock. Bang! She then heard a loud noise coming from a distance. The woman who had been busy running while thinking only about survival could now hear everything again. Mommy, behind you. The woman slowly turned around after hearing the child in her arms pointing behind her and shouting. And then she saw it. Water, Pillars of water as tall as the pillars of fire were shooting up into the sky. The people who had been running away from the rivers of fire ferociously approaching from the north, south, east, and west had all stopped to stare at those pillars of water as well. Unlike this odd liquid fire that they could not tell if it was magma or not, the pillars of water resembled water that they could see anywhere. However, these pillars of water were mesmerizing for the Dubori territory's residents. Mommy, I've never seen so much water before. Wow. Just like the child's innocent admiration, water was not something abundant in the Dubori territory, which had a desert next to it, even if they had more than enough to survive on. People who had only seen water in small, thread-like rivers, wells dug deep underground, and rain watched water in the shape of large pillars blocking those rivers of fire. Sizzle, sizzle, they could hear things starting to burn. White smoke started to rise to the sky. I had stopped. The red liquid that had been gobbling up everything in its way was slowly starting to disappear without advancing anymore. More vapor started to rise as the water and fire continued to touch each other. It almost felt as if there was white fog slowly surrounding the area around the river of fire. Anyway, it is going out. We're safe. Keep running. We're like ripe persimmons if those pillars of water get destroyed. The red liquid that had been flowing forward like a river, or maybe even a tsunami, was slowly disappearing. How the White Star, who knew better than anybody else that this disaster had stopped, looked toward the still present pillars of water in shock. This was no regular fire. It was a special fire fused with disasters to have the characteristics of magma, but it turned into vapor as soon as it touched that water. The White Star's gaze headed toward Cal, who was descending. Cal was observing the White Star as well. Different, the sky-eating water's clear voice filled Cal's mind. I am different than the water of judgment. Her voice only reached Cal's mind, but she was talking to the White Star who was looking down toward Cal. The me that I chose for myself is more real than the me that someone else created. That power in the past was something that had none of my own will. This power with my will is much stronger. The name, Water of Judgment, that was given by a god was effectively many shackles for her. As she threw away those shackles and decided to live her life as the retrogressive water, she had become stronger than in the past. I need to gobble up the sky as well. She needed to become much stronger to gobble up something that could not be touched. She needed to become more violent as well. Boom, boom, boom. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. This was a signal from the sky eating water. She was telling him to hurry up and start as the preparations were finished. He opened his mouth to speak. You thought this was it, didn't you? The White Star tried to read Cal's lips, but Cal didn't give him the time. Swoosh! Cal, who was heading toward the center of the plaza while surrounded by wind, reached both hands forward. Ah! The eyes of the people who had been looking at the pillars of water opened wide. Ooh-wang. The pillars of water started to turn with the water inside these pillars furiously starting to turn as well. The White Star had an ominous feeling about this. BZZZ, BZZZZ. A strong whirlwind of power was giving the White Star the chills. Cal Henitus. The White Star's body quickly descended toward Cal. Fire was shooting out of his fire sword. The fire turned into the shape of a red crescent moon-shaped boomerang as it flew toward Cal. Barang. However, the red crescent moon was blocked by black aura. Sizzle. The black aura was gobbled up by the red crescent moon and instantly disappeared. However, the White Star's fire did not manage to reach Cal. The White Star could see Choi Han standing on top of the tallest building nearby with his sword pointed at him. It was Choi Han's aura that had blocked the fire. That bastard! Cal started to speak as the White Star started to frown. Boom! As a rumbling that shook his whole body came from his heart and gave him the signal. Eat it up. Sharar. The people in the plaza raised their heads. 4 strands of wind flew out from Cal and moved toward the north, south, west, and west. People who turned their heads following those strands of wind then saw it. Spears, arrows, the ends of the spinning pillars of water turned sharp. 4 spears pointed their firm arrow-like points toward the red pillars. Cal let the wind carry his voice. Fire. I've been waiting for this. The sky-eating water responded, and the large water spears shot toward the pillars of fire. The people nearby blankly watched this sight. Their ears were ringing because of the large spear's movements. Caw-caw. Those people snapped back to focus and stepped back thanks to crows biting and pulling at them. Their speed slowly increased as they ran away from the pillars. However, they continued to turn their heads to watch the fire and water clash against each other. Bang! Loud explosions could be heard as the water and fire clashed. The ground started to shake as well. Sizzling sounds came from all directions. It seemed as if the world was flipping over. This is not possible. You can block a disaster. The descending white star's pupils were shaking in disbelief. See, Isel, the magma-like fire was slowly being destroyed by the ferociously slamming water. Bang, bang, bang. The water continued to slam into the pillars of fire, even as the tips of their spears broke down. They gnawed away at them. Then they gobbled them up. The furiously spinning water gobbled up the fire before turning into vapor and flying up into the sky. Crown Prince Valentino got goosebumps all over his body as he watched. The fire did not end up burning everything, and the large water did not turn into a tsunami and destroy the nearby crops either. They both dispersed into the air as if they had never existed from the start. His head quickly looked up. Young Master Cal. Young Master Cal was descending from the sky. He was heading to the center of the plaza near Crown Prince Valentino. Valentino walked over toward Cal like a man who lost his mind. The goosebumps had not disappeared either. Cal Henitus, Cal Henitus. How many times had he heard that name from almost everywhere these past few years? He had also personally seen this man's amazing display of power at the Caro Kingdom's battle as well. However, he was not shocked this time. Is he human? Was this man human? Could you call someone who could so freely use the powers of nature human? Shock and gratitude, as well as fear and unfamiliarity, filled Valentino's mind. Both the White Star and Cal Henitus had similar powers. This one fact was sounding the alarm in Valentino's mind. However, he naturally walked over to Cal. He wanted to see the person who made this amazing thing happen. Valentino reached his hand out toward Cal the moment Cal landed on the ground. He wanted to at least pat him on the shoulder. Young Master Cal. However, his hand stopped in the air. Cough. Cal's body started to fall forward. Valentino saw something that was dark red and like the fire falling to the ground. The dark red blood coming out of Cal's mouth quickly wet his clothes and the ground. Young Master Nim, are you okay? Gashan, who had approached at some point, supported Cal up. Valentino could see Cal's hands as he leaned on Gashan. They were slightly shaking. It was not just his hands. His entire body was slightly shaking. His pale complexion could not be covered even by the blood flowing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, Valentino let out a gasp. He's human. Cal Henitus was also human. Why did Cal Henitus have to cough up blood and be in so much pain? Valentino looked around. He could see people looking shocked and concerned for Cal. He then saw the plaza where the residents of the territory had gathered. Valentino realized it after observing each and every person's gaze and expression. Cal Henitus is different than that man known as the White Star. He heard Gashan's voice at that moment. Young Master Nim, aren't you overdoing it? Valentino urgently turned his head to look at Cal. His gaze soon headed up into the air. Barang! He saw a shining black light clashing against fire. The aura coming out of Choi Han's sword was fighting against the White Star's fire sword. To be more specific, Choi Han's black aura did not fear getting broken as it continued to prevent the White Star from coming down. Valentino could feel that the White Star's gaze was focused on the plaza even without being able to see him. That red sword was aiming for the people in the plaza. He realized it right away. The White Star then saw some silver threads slowly coming out of Cal's hands. Shield. It was the power Valentino was familiar with, the same power that had made Cal famous. He realized that Cal was trying to create a shield. He was doing it to protect the people here. Valentino started to clench his fists. He opened his eyes wide and firmly clenched his fists. The silver threads that slowly came out as Cal coughed up blood and continued to shake started to become clearer. Young Master Nim. Gashan's concerned voice echoed through the plaza. Cal, who was listening to that voice, started to frown. Damn it. He had used too much of the sky-eating water. It had been too much. He had also used the earth attribute ancient power as well. Furthermore, he had been using the sound of the wind almost all day. Although he had not used all 5 attributes, his body was shaking because he had used too much of the water. Should I have used the crown, he would have been fine if he had done so. Let's stop. He heard the Super Rock's voice. However, Cal could not stop Choi Han can't last long. Furthermore, he had told the people to gather at the plaza. Yes, you already decided to use your powers since that moment. The corners of Cal's lips slowly went up and formed a sorrow smile, as if responding to the super rock's sorrowful voice. A beautiful silver light appeared in front of the people who had their heads up at that moment. Chapter 450. He's human. 4. Cal's hands that were reaching toward the sky weakly fell down. His slumping hands were still slightly shaking. Cal did not think about making his hands stop shaking. A silver light. He could see the large and half-transparent dome covering the entire plaza. The silver light was shining brightly. Young Master Nim. Gashan quietly shouted to him with an emotional voice. Rayan Nim must have arrived. Cal did not cast his shield. He didn't need to do so. Human, he heard Rayan's voice that was filled with urgency. Cal lifted his head up. Rayan's silver shield looked quite sturdy. This should be enough to resist multiple aftershocks of the White Star and Choi Han's attacks. So smart. Cal sighed at the fact that Rayan cast a silver shield and not a black shield. He was a kid, but he was a smart kid, like a certain someone. I guess he is the Dragon Lord's child. He also got a young noble's level of education by being with Iruhe Nim since he was young. He's no joke the more that I think about it. Cal heard some footsteps coming toward him as his expression turned serious. He turned his head toward the direction of the footsteps, only to see Crown Prince Valentino looking at him with an extremely odd expression. Was he smiling, crying, or angry? He opened and closed his mouth a few times without saying anything with that confusing expression. Young Master Cal, is that silver light you're doing as well? Cal had to think after hearing this question that took Valentino so long to ask. This silver dome that was like his silver shield was actually Rayan's shield, but he could not tell Valentino that Rayan had cast it. He could not reveal the existence of a dragon so easily. There are no mages nearby either. Mages would instantly realize that this silver dome was a magic shield. But unfortunately, there were no mages with Valentino, because of the mana disturbance tools. Should I say that it is a hidden ally mage helping out since the mages from the Lord's castle may end up coming here? Yes, let's do that. Cal organized his thoughts and opened his mouth to speak. He was about to say that it was a great and mighty mage ally helping out. However, Valentino was a bit faster. Yes, you don't need to say anything. I already understand enough of your thoughts. My thoughts? What do you know about my thoughts? Cal looked toward Valentino in shock, but the crown prince, who seemed to be thinking about something, shook his head before turning away from Cal and walking toward a nearby knight. What the? Cal's mumblings did not reach Valentino. Instead, Cal felt his trouser cuff starting to get wet. What do you mean? What the, you stupid human? Human, you are an idiot. He couldn't see them, but Cal could draw out the front paws grabbing his leg. The sniffling noise echoed in his mind. It was definitely Rayan. Cal finally realized something. I don't hear the mana disturbance tool's alarm anymore. The wee-eyeing noise that had sharply and loudly echoed through the entire territory could no longer be heard. That symbolized just one thing. Did they find and destroy the mana disturbance tools? As Cal wondered where Iruhe, who should have come with Rayan, could be. Destroy everything. Beat it to a pulp. Obliterate it. As Cal tried to ignore Rayan's shouts as usual, bang, he heard a loud explosion. Cal's head automatically turned toward the source of the explosion. Damn. Cal could not gasp out loud. Gold mana was shining like the moon. At the center of that radiant gold light was a beautiful gold-haired man who made even the whales look ugly. Cal heard a resident's mumblings reached ear that moment. The Lord's castle's roof is the roof is broken. That explosion had just come from the Lord's castle. The triangular roof of the tallest tower within the Lord's castle had turned into dust and was slowly disappearing. He had cleanly destroyed only the top floor and the roof. Maybe that was why, but there was no debris either. Cal thought he could see the people running out of the Lord's castle in fear after hearing the loud noise. As expected of Gramps, human, the mana disturbance tools were in there. Gramps said he would destroy them all. These vicious and fierce dragons. Cal could not help but smile even with a pale expression. The corners of his lips that were dyed dark red from blood slowly started to rise. Ah, I feel relaxed. Cal's mind was quite at peace. Human, we can use magic now. Just sit here and wait. I'll be back after destroying things. Rayan's rambling voice made him feel so at peace. It was amazing. You unlucky bastard. Why does a smart bastard like you always bleed after slamming in with your bare body? Tusk. Cal could hear the ancient dragon click his tongue and nag at him, but even that made Cal feel at peace. Young Master Nim, that sir is. Cal nodded his head at Gashan's bright voice and calmly responded, Yes, he's on our side. Gashan was not the only one listening to that statement. The Crown Prince and the nearby residents all felt relieved after hearing his voice. The Crown Prince could not ask the bloody Cal a question and asked Gashan instead, Who is that person? He is a Majnim on our side. Valentino was a smart person as well. His expression instantly brightened. Mage, does that mean the mana disturbance tools have been destroyed? Yes, sir. He immediately headed toward the knights after hearing Gashan's response. The knight captain urgently rushed toward Valentino's side. They could now use magic. That meant that there were many things Valentino could do now. The individual who had been waiting for this moment more than anybody else let go of Cal's pants and shot up into the sky. Barang, barang. Choi Han was jumping across roofs, having trouble holding the White Star back. The White Star was angry, but could not launch any strong attacks toward Choi Han. Choi Han was a precious individual. You can't attack properly. Choi Han, who realized this, started to slowly test the White Star's patience. The White Star snorted at him. I didn't know you had such a personality. The White Star dodged Choi Han and sent his fire toward the silver dome. The fire that started from his sword flicked down like a whip. Choi Han jumped in between the two. Did you think there was anything you knew properly? Ha! The White Star sneered at Choi Han, who continued to talk endlessly during their fight and swung the fire whip. Barang. Then there was an explosion. Ah, ah. Both the White Star and Choi Han groaned. Choi Han, who had charged toward the fire whip, with just his word groaned because of the hard head that slammed into his back. See, Easel, the White Star's fire was blocked by a different water wall. Choi Han, what's wrong with your hands? Are you okay? You don't need to worry anymore. The great and mighty Rayan Muru has brought Goldie Gramps, who is just slightly smarter than me. Choi Han's back hurt where Rayan head-butted him, but there was a smile on his face. Rayan's head is so hard. He couldn't help but smile at the fact that he was having such a useless thought during battle. However, the thing that was making his smile even bigger was the sight in front of him. He could see the White Star start to frown. He could also see the gold rope that was making him unable to move. You dare! The angry White Star tried to move his arms. However, his arms could not move properly as if they were chained down. His gaze followed the gold whip tying his arms down and saw ancient dragon Iruhaben. Damn prey like you dare to. I guess you're calling me prey since you were a dragon slayer at one point. How were you able to get through the mana disturbance to destroy the mana disturbance tools? Iruhaben laughed at the White Star's question. The answer was simple. Using magic in an area where mana was chaotic and not normal could damage the user because of the clashing of regular mana and the chaotic mana. That was why only spells that did not require much mana had to be used. Of course, mages under the high-grade level could not even try to use those kinds of magic when the mana disturbance state was as bad as it was here, and even high-grade mages would feel sick and feel like throwing up. Who knows? Iruhaben strengthened his gold whip as he responded, I don't want to tell you. What? The White Star then saw the whip tying him down start to twist. The White Star immediately swung the fire sword toward Iruhaben after feeling the whip trying to rip away at his arms. Egu, I should dodge a dragon slayer's sword. Iruhaben chuckled as he dodged the White Star's sword. Are you making fun of me right now? Iruhaben smiled at the White Star's reaction and shrugged his shoulders. No. Choi Han heard Rayon's voice in his mind at that moment. That's not true, that's right. He's making fun of him. Our Gramps is doing a great job. He's the best. Oh, Choi Han. I'm going to soon learn how to destroy mana disturbance from Gramps and my M.Mo anyway. I'm going to learn it. Just wait. Tell the human I'm going to learn it soon, and that Rayan Muru will be able to get it done. Also, Choi Han's shoulders flinched for a moment. He was not the only one. The moment the White Star's sword slammed into the chuckling Iruhaben's gold shield. Bang! His body flinched. The ancient dragon under the gold shield laughed out loud after seeing this reaction. What's wrong? Didn't you expect this much after the mana disturbance tools were destroyed? Rayan was talking in Choi Han's mind as well. Also, Good Mary is here. What? Choi Han finally realized where the flow of power that made him nervous had come from. His gaze headed toward the west, the desert that turned black during the night time. He could see something creating a path on the empty desert and walking toward them. Ha! The people inside the plaza could see it as well. It was something that was as black as the now black sand. Dragon. There was a large dragon above the sand. Bone dragon. A dragon made with numerous monster bones. The necromancer in a black robe was standing on the head of the dragon made of black bones. Tap, tap. The people who were dazed by that sight turned after hearing footsteps. There were people jumping on top of the houses in the city. They were the dark elves. Cal took out the golden top's whip. Are you okay? We were worried. Are you hurt? Let's really go see the world tree nymph next time. Let's go ask her for some medicinal herbs that are good for the body. Chaos. Destruction. I am sad. You should not go chaotic or destroy yourself. I will do it. He opened his mouth to speak. Deliver my message. Yes, yes, of course. To the dark elves, right? We'll deliver whatever you wish. Happiness, peace, love. Gashan and Cal made eye contact at that moment. The crows were looking at the plaza. Cal started to speak again. The plan would continue. They had to stick with the original plan even more after being hit like this in order to protect the Dubori territory and prevent it from being destroyed anymore. So everyone, run. Tiger Gashan carried Cal on his back and started to run. They were headed toward the land of death. Chapter 451, Right Arm 1, The Dark Elves all headed or the land of death. Ha! The watching residents' eyes opened wide. It was because the people who were telling them to come here were leaving and going elsewhere. It was even more shocking because Gashan and Cal were at the center of that group. They're running away without these people. Cal Henitus is leaving people behind. The White Star's eyes slightly frowned as he watched. Even with this young dragon's shield, it was obvious that the forces protecting the residents and knights would decrease if Cal escaped. The residents started to become scared as they felt the same way. Who's going to protect us? Why is he throwing us aside? It was at that moment. One of the dark elves who had followed Gashan, who had Cal on his back, hesitated as he looked at the plaza and started to speak. Is it okay to leave them there like this? We haven't captured the black mages in the Lord's castle or taken care of the rest of the enemies. Another person approached them and responded once he asked the question. We did everything we could. Tash and him. Dark elf Tasha looked at the plaza and the Lord's castle with a cold gaze before speaking to the dark elf warrior. How much must we do for them? The dark elf warrior was at a loss for words. He also felt that Tasha was very cold. It was different seeing someone who took the lead in everything for the underground city and the Roan kingdom act like this. Tasha continued to speak to that warrior. There's no need for us to take care of things the Caro Kingdom citizens can do on their own. Excuse me. What did she mean by things the Caro Kingdom citizens could do on their own? Tasha was about to respond to that question. However, Cal responded first. No matter how strong the White Star is, he cannot win against numbers and justification. What do you mean by that? It means that there's no need for us to do everything. We can leave it for someone who would do a better job. The Caro Kingdom is not such a weak place. The dark elf warrior flinched after hearing noises that then started to come from multiple directions. Boom, boom, boom. The drum noises were coming from all directions except the south. They were all headed for the Dubori territory. The nearby territory's Knights Brigade, the Royal Knights Brigade, and soldiers were surrounding the territory like a tsunami and marching forward. Cal listened to the beating of the drums and recalled how Crown Prince Valentino had nodded his head when they made eye contact before Cal had run away. Crown Prince Valentino ignored the issues in the Dubori territory. He had ignored the issue of the residents running away because of the extreme taxes, because he was worried about his position being shaken. However, he personally showed up when the territory was in danger. It was very humane, and he at least had the minimum level of a sense of responsibility. Ha! Ha! The residents curled up after hearing the drums and could not hide their anxiety once the silver shield disappeared. The knight captain raised his voice at that moment. Everybody calm down. Pad. Pot. Bright lights started to appear around the plaza at that moment. The knight captain's voice cut through the plaza as people became even more shocked because of those knights. The royal mages have arrived. High-grade mages had teleported and appeared at the set coordinates. The captain approached the crown prince and bowed. Your Highness, we will create some magic circles. Everyone will soon arrive. Quickly create them. Cast a shield over the plaza as well. Yes, Your Highness. The mana disturbance tools that were in the Dubori territory were now destroyed. Mages started to teleport over or run over with acceleration magic. Crown Prince Valentino clenched his fists. This is the Caro Kingdom. That's why we need to protect it ourselves. The residents could see the knights surrounding the plaza with their swords out, as well as the mages who were creating and combining shields that were smaller and weaker than the strong shield from earlier. The drums slowly got closer, and they could hear the soldiers' shouts as well. The residents' bodies that were curled up in fear slowly started to open. Bang! Another explosion came from the Lord's castle at that moment. Shoot! Get them! Bear King Seru gave an order to the black mages. However, they could not properly cast their spells. Bang! Bang! Fire cast by a fire elemental and a water elemental's water wall were blocking their path. Some of the dark elves popped out of there and started to escape. They were the ones who had not left with Tasha earlier. They were still taking care of Cal's orders to help the residents escape to the plaza. Ah, Lord Nim, please wake up. The Lord, who was covered in dust, was being supported by a knight who was trying his best to escape from the Lord's castle. The knights, mages, servants, and administrators all urgently rushed out of the door that the elementals destroyed for them. Seru started to frown as he watched. Damn it, Ellie. Why do you keep calling me? I can't cast any illusions right now because my bracelet is destroyed. The illusionist raged as she frowned while looking at her broken bracelet. FCK. Seru grabbed his hair as he watched. We were going to control the Lord with illusions and make the Caro Kingdom be on our side. It was difficult to cast any illusions because the illusionist's medium was destroyed. Furthermore, the Caro Kingdom's central forces and the nearby territory's soldiers had arrived earlier than they expected. Who expected the Crown Prince to get here so quickly? No, to personally come here. His gaze then headed to the gold-haired man in the air. It's because of this damn dragon bastard. Seru had thought that Choi Han, who had left the illusionist and rushed out of the banquet hall, had headed over to the mana disturbance tools. That was why he had urgently headed to the top of the Lord's castle, only to meet Iruhaben there. It's been a while. The dragon had attacked the mana disturbance tools, the castle's roof, and Seru as he said that. That was why Seru was delayed in noticing the dark elves using their contracted elementals to protect the territory lord in multiple layers of barriers. You take care of things here. I don't care if you make a new medium or what. Hey, he ignored illusionist Elisne's shout and shot up to the air. He looked toward the dark elves and Cal. Hey, Elisne flinched while shouting toward Seru. Caw, caw, she could hear the cawing crows. Something fell by her side at that moment. These damn, plop, plop. The crows were dropping the rats they hunted around the illusionist. These fainted rats that had been her eyes and ears piled up around her. The illusionist made eye contact with one of the crows at that moment. The crow opened its beak. That was a good hunt. The tips of Elisne's fingers were shaking in anger after hearing the imposing old man's voice. You're just a run-of-the-mill shaman. The crow cawed as if to sneer at her and moved away. It said one last thing as it moved. I was told to tell you to wait to see true despair instead of just an illusion. The laughing old man's voice disappeared as the crow flew away. Elisne, who had been angry, realized something weird. Weren't they running away? Weren't that crow's owner, the Dark Elves, and Cal Henitus, their leader, currently running away? She could see them heading west past the city walls and away from the Lord's castle. But showing them despair, her mind quickly came to a conclusion. They're not running away. She quickly looked around and approached a black mage before grabbing him by the collar and giving him an order. Cast flight magic on me now. Either that, or contact Seru or the White Star immediately. She needed to let them know. She needed to tell them that those bastards were not running away. Tasha was asking Cal a question at that moment. How far do we have to run? Cal grabbed Gashan's shoulders, and Gashan stopped walking. Tasha stopped as well and asked again. Her gaze headed up to the sky for a moment. The other dark elves who went to the Lord's castle will finish their tasks and reunite with us soon. But why are we the only ones running away? She could see Cal start to smile. Of course, only we are running away. Other than Gashan, only the dark elves would have heard the message from their elementals. There were many people who had not heard Cal say, run. Cal stoically responded to Tasha, who found it weird that they were the only ones running away and looked forward. They were now on top of the western city wall. Cal opened his mouth to speak once he got there. Human, why are you and the dark elves running away? I did what you told me to do before I went to the eastern continent. The woman in a black robe who had flown toward the territory and the escaping party was now floating above the city wall, looking down at Cal, who was on Gashan's back. Mary, the black robe slightly moved as she bowed. Give me a ride. The dragon lowered its head. Cal walked onto the black bones. He held Mary's hand and stood up straight. He then gave an order to the dark elves. You guys go and prepare. Follow our original plan. There were multiple things in the desert to tie the white star down in the land of death. The people of the underground city were able to create large traps throughout the desert because it was a discarded land that nobody traveled across. I will make the white star escape to the land of death during that time. Tasha laughed and moved past Cal and Mary. Sure. I guess our job is to run right now. We will go to play our part. I will go with them as well. I will leave a crow behind with you. Gashan followed behind Tasha as well. Cal finally looked forward. He slowly organized the thoughts in his mind. The illusionist couldn't cast illusions because her medium was destroyed, while the Karo Kingdom's mages and knights should be able to protect the residents. Choi Han, Rayan, and the others were all free. Let's fight, he heard the sky-eating water's voice. Now we can fight without any hindrances. Black threads started to come out of Mary's hands. Screech, screech. The black bone wings became covered in Mary's black mana. Shall we go? Yes. The black-bone dragon flew up. Cal looked at her and casually commented, Did you become stronger? Of course. I absorbed a lot of dead mana. The dead mana storage facilities around the Margaru Empire's north, south, east, and west alchemists' towers. Mary, who had absorbed the most dead mana from those places, had taken what the White Star wanted to take for herself. Then first block that. I understand. The dragon quickly flew through the air. It then crashed. Ah, this bastard. Mary's black threads that covered the bone dragon's wing bones had created large wings. The dragon flapped its wings and destroyed Seru's light arrows with its front paws. Cal suddenly recalled what he said to Choi Han earlier. It was during the celebration in the Roan Kingdom. He had said the following while explaining the plan to Choi Han on the terrace. Didn't I say that I was going to cut the White Star's right arm off? He mumbled to himself as he recalled that memory. I guess I can destroy 3 different right arms. Cal looked down toward the pale Seru from on top of the dragon as he started to speak. You too, right? The pale and feeble Seru. He turned even paler every time he used his ancient power. Your plate is weak like mine, right? You bastard. Seru flinched before shouting in rage as he created tens of spinning light orbs. Mary stepped forward. Based on our attributes, I should be the one to fight. Cal happily handed the stage over to her. He then turned around and opened his mouth to speak. And then, as he made eye contact with the White Star, I'll destroy your plate before you destroy mine. Choi Han, the invisible Rayan, and Aruhaben all quickly charged toward the White Star as if they had been waiting for Cal to say that. Ha! The White Star scoffed in disbelief before increasing the strength of the fire on his sword. Choi Han made eye contact with him and smiled as Cal shouted, I will do the same thing you did to me. That bastard is alone right now. Don't give him any openings to use his ancient powers. Rayan's magic that had been covered by the night sky struck down from above everything. What is this? A tightly interlocked net started to fall toward the White Star. This trap was full of the young dragon's anger. The net that was spread as wide as the night sky started to bind the White Star. Chapter 452. Right arm 2, right arm 2. The White Star pointed his sword toward the sky. The fire of disaster looked ready to touch the black net falling toward him. Bearing, however, that red fire was blocked by the shining black aura again. Ah! The White Star could see Choi Han, who groaned as he was flung away. He could see a golden whip flying past Choi Han as well. Did you think I would fall for this again? The White Star created a water wall. Chhhh, the water wall blocked the black net. His body moved forward at the same time. The White Star easily dodged the golden whip that was approaching him like the snake. His body quickly approached Iruhaben. Choi Han tried to respond to that quick movement, but a transparent wall got in his way. Ah, this wind. The White Star's wind wall was blocking Choi Han's path to the White Star. The White Star used that opening to dodge Iruhaben's whip and move even closer. Don't touch my Gramps. He ignored the young dragon's urgent shout. You're all just damn prey. He was not afraid of any dragons when there was no dragon lord. Look at the current situation. The world is so chaotic and so many dragons have died, but they all just mind their own businesses and live their lives. That's the kind of creatures these dragons are, yet they are pretending to be family. He found the young dragon and the ancient dragon in front of him to be stupid. He continued to dodge the whip and finally reached a point where he could touch Eruhaben if he reached his hand out. His hand holding the sword made an arc. Fire burned following the arc and headed toward the dragon. I was waiting for you. The corners of the ancient dragon's lips went up at that moment. Eruhaben released the golden whip with no hesitation. This gold light was not his attribute, powder or dust. These tiny particles that could not easily be seen was his attribute. It was a power that could not be seen when covered by something luxurious. The ancient dragon could see the white star who had walked into the tiny powder particles he had spread out in the area. He ordered his mana. Explode. Explode, little particles. Each and one of you may be weak, but your combined strength as you surround him is not weak at all. The first particle exploded. No sound was made. However, an uncountable number of particles then started to explode as well. The white star started to frown. FCK, barang, barang, bang, barang. He could not see in front of him. Small explosions happened every time he tried to move his hand. He could not move as his 2 legs, 2 arms, and his body were all surrounded by the exploding dust particles. This dragon bastard, he dares to. The water wall blocking the net disappeared. Eruhaben started to speak. Move back. Water burst out of the exploding particles as soon as he moved. Chhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh became clear. Ha ha ha, the White Star looked down at his sleeves. His suit that wasn't his style, but he wore as he was going to a celebration, had turned into a mess from the small explosions. I guess you're looking down on me. The Castle of Light. What was giving these bastards who had hidden inside the Dragon Lord's castle because they were afraid of him the confidence to come at him now? Boom, boom, boom. He heard the drums. Are those drums making you bastards confident? Do you think you can defeat me? Because a few of the kingdom's soldiers are coming. He could see the ancient dragon charging toward him again. He could also feel Choi Han, who had crossed the wind wall, charging from behind him as well. He lifted his head. Wang, the fire shot up to the sky. He split the fire into both of his hands. There was a strong gust of wind inside the fire. This wind was similar to a typhoon, another natural disaster. I knew I wouldn't be satisfied with this. The sky started to cry. Black clouds gathered in the sky following the White Star's will. The black clouds slowly started to cover the stars, the moon, and everything else in darkness. Your goal is to destroy my plate. He charged forward toward Iruhaben like an arrow. I won't let you. Choi Han launched his black aura like an arrow from behind the White Star. The White Star waved one hand. The fire with the store inside opened its jaws and gobbled up the aura. Bang! Then there was a large explosion. Choi Han had to step back. The fire soared, and a hand covered in gold dust clashed at that moment. Another loud explosion echoed in Choi Han's ears. See, Yezel. The gold light slowly started to disappear as it touched the fire. The White Star looked at Aruhaben as he opened his mouth to speak. Do you hear the cries of the sky? The ancient dragon's hands started to shake. The White Star pushed with even more strength. The Dragon Slayer's Sword of Disasters. This was an extremely dangerous power for dragons. Just a little more. The White Star stabbed his sword a little farther in. This fire would soon destroy the ancient dragon's gold mana and rip apart his two hands. The White Star saw the ancient dragon's stiff expression at that moment. Who knows? The ancient dragon stoically observed the White Star and continued to speak. It's too loud with someone yapping on. I can't hear anything else. What? Yapping? The White Star realized something at that moment and raised his head. He had gotten rid of the water wall. Then that thing that was being blocked should have fallen down. However, the black net did not come to bind the White Star. The beautiful night sky sparkled in the White Star's eyes. Era. He then heard someone let out a desperate scream. Iruhaben started to smile. It looks like someone else is screaming. Hmm. The White Star looked over Iruhaben's shoulder to see someone caught by the black net. He looked like a fish. The person who was screaming as he was caught in 1, 2, 3 numerous layers of the net was Bear King Seiro. Crackle, crackle. It was not just a black net. There was a faint current flowing through the net. Seru's clothes burned every time it touched the net, and the current shocked Seru's skin. The white star started to frown. Unnecessary. Why did you unnecessarily try to help? Iruhaben smiled and covered the white star's angry eyes. All right then, shouldn't we continue our fight? Gold dust covered the ancient dragon and rose like a storm. Seru continued to feel pain from the currents of the tightening net and could not even see properly because of the net. He did not see that the black-boned dragon was approaching him. Damn it, that was so sudden. Seru's light-covered hand tried to rip the black net. Seazel. The net made of mana ripped with a burning sound, but there were so many layers that it would take him a while to get out. He heard a calm voice in his ear at that moment. You should use more of your ancient power. Do you really think you can get out of the net with just that? The shadows of the dragon's wings had covered him. Seru raised his head. He could see Cal's cold gaze looking down at him. You bastard. Fine, I'll get out of this net. He drew out the ancient power inside his body. A bright light surrounded him. It was not just a simple light. Human, my net is burning. That was so hard for me to make. The burning light instantly started to burn the net away. Seru looked as if the real sun had appeared in the world. Kehe, I just need to last a little longer. He heard here the sky rumbling. The white star would soon use that power. He just needed to resist until then. He tried to shoot up into the sky with the light surrounding him. He tried to run. FCK, however, something got in his way. It was hard to make, but I just need to make it again. I am great and mighty, you stupid bear. This net is, again. Cough. Blood spurted out of Sarah's mouth. His plate was slightly shaking every time he used his power. He could see Cal's smiling face. It seemed to be saying that he was aiming for this. Saru bit down on his lips. Do you think I will lose? I will resist. I will escape. Saru recalled his younger days when he was very weak and poor. He then released light once more. The light started to gobble up the net again. Cough. However, his body flinched after coughing once more. It was at that moment. It really has to be an incompatible power. Seru heard a robotic voice above him. He raised his head. He could see the necromancer swinging a bone sword covered in dead mana. The light coming off Seru's body brightened the necromancer's hideous face. It also brightened the black bone stabbing down toward him. I can't lose like this. Seru tried to move his light-covered hand up. Please don't do that. See, Ezel. He heard some burning noises. Seru could see the bone dragon's front paws that were holding his arms. The black bones started to melt. However, it was enough to hold Seru down. Mary was a necromancer who uses bones. She used to only fight in the back until she learned some martial arts from Tasha. She then created a bone sword and continuously added her dead mana into it. This was a dead mana-infused sword that only a necromancer could use. It also had her desire to step up and fight inside it. This sword was made of dead mana, something of the darkness attribute that was incompatible with light. That sword stabbed into Seru. Arara. His piercing scream was even louder than the rumbling in the sky. I made a mistake. I really should learn sword arts from Choi Han. Cal calmly responded to Mary's statement. It's fine. He smiled while looking at the person who pushed Mary away. We still managed to cut off his right arm. You bastard, because I've been going easy on you, the white star was growling in anger. Standing behind him was Seru, who no longer had a right arm coughing up blood while his body was shaking. Cal's smile became even bigger. Now that we cut off the first right arm, shouldn't we cut off the second? A water spear appeared in Cal's hand. The spear started to become dyed in a dark blue color as thick as the abyss. Swoosh, Cal charged toward the white star the moment wind surrounded his body. He was heading toward the white star, who was trying to protect Seru, who was on his side. It wasn't that Cal had not used this strategy of taking people hostage, or taking care of the White Star's people one by one to make him a loner, because he didn't know about this strategy. However, now that the enemy did it first, Cal would only feel better after returning it with at least double the pain. Rayan had been in pain because of the mana disturbance. He couldn't tell whether Choi Han was laughing or crying. People were shaking in fear without being able to sleep at night. This bastard, who does he think he is to pull this kind of crap? Who cares if he is the White Star? Ha ha ha. You dare to come at me with that body. The White Star sneered at Cal, who was charging toward him. Not only did Cal look terrible because of his pale complexion and dry blood, but his hand that was holding the spear was shaking as well. However, Cal still charged forward. He focused his gaze on the white star who was sneering at him. Then, behind Seru, who was hiding behind the white star, he saw Choi Han raise his sword. This was the stance Choi Young-soo used to take when he called his yang into his sword. Choi Han's black yang was aiming for the white star's back. That sword was different than normal. The yang rising from the black aura seemed to be infused with a natural disaster. It was only half of the power, but it definitely seemed to be the power of a violent natural disaster. Chapter 453. Right arm 3. Choi Han carefully moved away from the others as well as the enemies. He then moved behind Seru while hiding his presence as much as possible. It was impossible for him to completely hide his presence as he did not have excellent stealth techniques like Ran. However, the others were helping him. Cal, Mary, Rayan, and Iruhaben. They were revealing their powers and presences as much as possible, allowing Choi Han to hide his presence among theirs. Choi Han could see Seru's back. He slowly raised his sword over his shoulder and pointed the tip of the sword forward as if he was holding a spear. Ha! Choi Young-soo, you're going home again. I said let's go for a drink. Ha ha! I'm sorry, Sunbinim. I have something to do. It'll be my treat once I finish this. Nah, that's okay. How can I mooch off someone making less than me? Just come next time when you're free. Ah, bring that punk Kim Rock-soo with you. That punk always disappears right after work. Where the hell does he go? Yes, sir, I understand. Then I'll be heading out now. He recalled one of Choi Young-soo's memories. After struggling at work with Kim Rock-soo when he first entered the company, he headed home right away after finishing work for a while, after he got used to the work. There were colleagues who wanted him to join them after work because he was a friendly guy, but he always declined and headed to his own place. Only Kim Rock-soo and the team leader knew the reason he had to go straight home. Honestly speaking, his home wasn't much. The company that was located in Seoul was located around the central border of the destroyed area and the still somewhat intact area, and Choi Young-soo's house was around there as well. His house was a small one-bedroom in a building that was barely maintaining its shape as a villa. The building looked old like the buildings in a movie about the apocalypse he wanted before the world changed. But the people living inside were happy. Oh, Young-soo, are you on your way home? Yes, work ended early today, haha. Good, good. Come get some radish kimchi later. Thank you, your radish kimchi is the best, Grandma. Egu, my radish kimchi is nothing special. I should give you more things, since we get to live peacefully thanks to you. The grandmother looked very happy as she thanked him. Choi Young-soo could not help but smile back. He looked around before going into the villa. The people here seemed to be more relaxed, with his company being nearby. That was how the world slowly recovered its vitality and started to have hope for the future. The people walking around this villa all seemed happy, and the sky was bright. Choi Young-soo looked for a bit before heading toward his one-bedroom place with refreshed and light steps. He washed and cleaned for a bit before sitting down at his desk. Choi Han clearly remembered what was on top of Choi Young-soo's desk. Choi Young-soo picked up the pen. Who else would do this if I don't do it? Am I right? Who knows whom he was talking to, but he continued to write in the notebook in front of him. He was writing down the ancient martial arts and sword arts that the Choi household had trained for generations. There were already a lot of written pages. There were some scribbles, memos, and a lot of pictures. Choi Han remembered Choi Young-soo's emotions as he wrote in the notebook. Choi Young-soo wanted to leave it for the world. No, it wanted it to continue. Although I am the only one left, even though he was now alone, even though his family and cousins had all left first, we still need to leave behind a record of what we did. The things the Choi household had done. They had researched Korea's ancient martial arts and sword arts and trained day and night to introduce them back into the world. Choi Young-soo wanted to continue that. Choi Young-soo, who was left alone, was still bright and energetic. However, despair, sorrow, and loneliness lingered underneath those emotions. He was working hard to record his household's martial arts research that he remembered. Choi Han had watched all of it, and thanks to Choi Young-soo, he was able to tell what the Choi household was trying to leave behind and continue. He recalled that memory as he made the same resolution that Choi Young-soo had made. If I continue it, that means that my family and cousins are not gone from this world. As long as I continue what they were doing, they'll be alive in this world and by my side. The moment that mindset became engraved in Choi Yung-soo's heart like a tattoo, he had created his white mirror, his emotions, thoughts, and efforts. Choi Han thoroughly understood them all. After understanding Choi Yung-soo, a phrase the first dragon slayer, Nellen Barrow or Choi Yung-gun had left in his memoir resurfaced in Choi Han's mind. I put my heart into my power. It had seemed to be a random sentence in the middle of an important story. However, that phrase was extremely powerful. It felt even more powerful when he thought about abandoning your life and the sword of disasters. The first time he read Choi Yung-gun's memoir, he had wondered what this ancestor of his was trying to do. He had been angry at how his ancestor had found sacrifices to be normal. Of course, he still did not understand that, but he felt that he could understand a bit of what his ancestor was thinking. Uwuwang, a natural disaster started to gather inside Choi Han's sword. This was the ancient power Choi Yung-gun had created by channeling most of his life force. The White Star who had inherited that power had created this half-sword of disaster for the fake dragon slayer, Siram. Even though Choi Yung-gun had not been the one to create this half-power, Choi Han realized Choi Yung-gun's thoughts. He tried to understand why he created this natural disaster, this power to destroy the world. Now he understood at least a bit of it. He was someone who had lost everyone other than his close friend, the dragon. He was someone who died without ever leaving behind any children of his own. However, he still continued the name of the Dragon Slayer. Choi Han added Choi Yung-soo's young into the disaster that was gathering in his sword. And finally, he added his black aura into it. The yang that had become violent because of the natural disaster slowly turned black. The moment the black yang that finally appeared at the tip of his sword opened its jaws toward the enemy. Shoot! Seru's body started to shake as the White Star felt a strong power behind him. Why are you so shocked? Cal was sneering at the White Star's stiff expression as he stood there with the blue spear in his hand, but the White Star could not respond to Cal this time. Head down, he grabbed Seirus back. What are you doing? He then threw the shocked Seiru to the ground. Swoosh, the wind wall surrounded Seiru before quickly carrying him over to where illusionist Elisne and the others were standing. The White Star then turned around and shot up to the air with his wind. Shhhhhhh, the blue spear flew past where he had just been standing. The White Star would normally sneer at Cal, who had such strong powers, but failed to hit him because his spear throwing was terrible. But he didn't have time for that right now. The White Star made eye contact with Choi Han. Ruyumble, the sky was crying. It felt as if thunderbolts would start striking down at any moment. However, in a spot where wind was quietly gathering, unlike those loud rumbling, the White Star's gaze headed toward Choi Han's sword, the black yang that was pointed at him. My power. He felt the power of the sword of disasters inside that yang. The half-powered sword of disasters he had given to the fake dragon slayer Sarum, whom he created to replace his fate in order to maintain the balance of the world clearly existed inside that yang. No, this isn't my power. However, it was not the power that he had created. It was different. It was not half-powered. He could feel something inside this black yang. The feelings I had when I received the sword of disasters, deep in his memories to a distant time. It was the time when he had finally taken his place as the Dragon Slayer. He had received the crown and the powers from the previous Dragon Slayer at that time. The moment he activated the Sword of Disasters, which was one of those powers, he was elated at the strong power, but angry that he could not reveal it to the world. However, he still could not forget the thrill he felt when he first faced that amazing power. But why could he feel that power coming from this sword master? It is mine, but also not mine. There were other things in addition to the power of disaster. Choi Han took a step toward the White Star instead of responding to that statement. The disaster inside his sword was the first to move along with that step. This is ours. The yang raised its body once he took another step. Choi Yung-gun had thrown away the rest of his life to prepare for the potential that another White Star might appear in the world. Choi Yung-soo had wanted to protect the world with the yang that was created from a collection of things his family had left behind. Choi Han did not have as grand of a goal as the two of them. The black yang flashed once Choi Han's aura was added. I want to be happy like I am now. Choi Han took a third step. His sword pointed toward the sky. He then looked at his friends at that moment. Iruhaben's gold mana, Rayan's black mana, and Mary's black bone dragon. They were waiting for Choi Han, and Choi Han responded to them. The sword in the black yang that was pointed toward the sky slowly slashed down toward the white star. Ruor, the body of the black yang that was full of strength, twisted as it quickly shot toward the white star. Go! Rayan and Mary's powers also shot toward the white star once Iruhaben shouted. North, south, east, and west. Strong powers attacked the white star from all four directions. The white star's gaze was still focused on Choi Han even at that moment. Someone who looked similar to the first dragon slayer and knew how to read that text. The bastard who was able to turn the sword of disasters into a brand new power. In addition, someone whose time was twisted like his own. Smirk. That bastard was smirking at him. He was also mouthing something. He couldn't hear what that voice was saying, but he was able to read the lips. Even though thunderbolts can't protect you, he's not a good person. This bastard is different than Cal. The residents of the territory down on the ground would all die if the white star struck down with his thunderbolts right now. This bastard was laughing even while knowing that was the case. The white star stretched his hand toward the sky. Barang, a loud explosion covered the sky. People could see a large thunderbolt strike down to the ground. The thunderbolt was striking down on one single person. The thunderbolt was still connected to the black sky. It seemed as if that person had become the thunderbolt himself. Ruor, the black-boned dragon, charged toward that thunderbolt. The dragon's wings ripped apart and the bones exploded. A tsunami of gold and black light mixed together and attacked from above the dragon. The white thunderbolts mixed with the gold light and black light to create a strong gust of wind. And finally, something that was clearly a dragon but looked different than any dragon he had seen before opened its jaws and crunched down on him. Baba-baba-barang. All sorts of lights mixed together and clashed. The black yang continued to slowly gobble up those lights even through the explosions. The explosions continued. It seemed as if the stars were exploding. Choi Han looked toward the feast of lights. He could see the white star who covered his body with his thunderbolt. He was using that thunderbolt to protect his body while destroying the attacks one by one. Ha! Another dragon. People saw another black yang at that moment. That second black yang charged toward the thunderbolt as well. The person who created that yang weakly lowered his sword as he mumbled to himself. One more time. Cough. Blood started to drip out from Choi Han's mouth. He could feel his plate starting to shake. This seemed to be the reaction to using a lot of one's ancient power. My plate is strong. That is why it is only at this level. There was a bit of burden on his body because he used a lot of it for his first time. He was bleeding, but it wasn't difficult. It was just the side effect of combining three people's powers, the things they had left behind, together. That was why he realized Cal's pain. What kind of pain must a person with a weak plate feel? Choi Han looked toward the white star. Do you really think you can touch my body? The white star glared at Choi Han's black yang in anger. One more time. Iruhaben and Rayan channeled their mana again and shot a large spear toward the white star. The white star scoffed at the two dragons. I'll take everything you got. The white star sneered with a crazed smile on his face. Rayan and Iruhaben's mana struck his thunderbolt again. Keep it up. I know, Gramps. I will persist. Rayan's two front paws were shaking. Iruhaben's back was starting to get wet. The people below watched the lights combine again, as well as the black yang that attacked those combined lights. As his sight became covered by a bright gold light and a dark black light. Ha ha ha. No matter how many times you try, no matter how many new powers you come up with, you cannot defeat me. The white star destroyed the two dragons' powers, even without being able to see them clearly. He then scoffed at the black yang approaching him. The first black yang had already been destroyed by the thunderbolt. The second black yang opened its jaws and charged forward the same way. The white star sneered and received the attack. Come at me, keep attacking. I will guess, however, he could not finish his sentence. Inside the open black yang's mouth, a very small power that had been hidden by the large powers was inside the yang's mouth. It was so faint and only as thick as a needle. When the white star started to frown, inside the open black yang's mouth was a thin blue spear. The black yang charged into the thunderbolt with the blue spear. Crackle, crackle. That tiny power dug into the thunderbolt. It created a tiny gap and continued to push forward. This spear that was so small that even the white star did not notice had a strong water power that had been condensed over and over. The power that had been hiding inside the black yang slowly started to reveal its true appearance as it aimed for a single location. The spear created a single dart. That dart then created a line until the blue spear finally created a path to the white star's body. Shoot! The white star tried to block the spear. Gold and black mana wrapped around the white star's thunderbolt-covered legs at that moment. The black yang used its body to wrap around the white star's upper body. See, Izzle. See, Izzle. The gold and black manas and the black yang held onto the white star's limbs as best as they could even as they became destroyed. No. The blue spear that had created the path was heading for the white star's heart. The white star then noticed Cal, who was leaning on Choi Han. Cal's cold eyes that were glaring at the white star, even as he coughed up blood, seemed to desire the white star's death. Bararara. A loud explosion occurred. People could see the black clouds covering the sky slowly disperse. They then realized that dawn had arrived. Now that the clouds were gone, the black sky turned dark blue as it slowly headed toward morning. The explosion had ended and, plop, something was falling from the sky. How disappointing. Cal had an emotionless stare as he stared at the white star who managed to destroy the two dragons and Choi Han's powers and block the blue spear that was aiming for his heart. The white star's left arm had been ripped by the blue spear and fell to the ground. Chapter 454, Right Arm 4. Nobody dared to open their mouths. The early morning sky appeared once the black clouds that had created the thunderbolts had dispersed. Everybody could clearly see each other again. Cough. Cal coughed up blood once more, and Choi Han supported him as he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" However, Choi Han heard something else instead of a response to his question. How disappointing. I could have hit properly if I had just a little more power. Cal's gaze was focused on the white star, who was breathing heavily with a pale expression. Choi Han could feel that Cal was significantly disappointed that they could not take care of the white star. He then recalled what Rayan told him earlier. Choi Han. The human said that he was going to destroy the white star. He said that the goal is to make him croak, but if that's not possible, he's going to significantly injure him. The goal was to kill him or leave a serious injury, but they ended up only being able to cut off his left arm. Choi Han looked down at his hands. The tips of his hands that were supporting Cal were shaking. We couldn't kill the white star even with all these people. He started to frown. Two dragons, a sword master, a necromancer, and Cal. This strong collection of people continued to attack, but only managed to cut off one arm. Just how much did they need to do to defeat the white star? It was at that moment. Heh! He noticed Cal was laughing. Cal was still staring at the white star, but quietly mumbling in between breaths. We just need to do a little more. Choi Han gasped. He had not been able to even approach the white star when they first met him in the past. He couldn't even launch a proper attack before he was slammed into the Marguru Palace's roof. However, he was now able to hold the white star down and fight him. He had gained enough power to shock the white star. He had grown stronger. It really was true that there was no end to getting stronger, as he was able to get strong enough to hold the white star back for a moment. Rayan had grown stronger to be able to hold the white star down for a moment as well. Iruhabenim and Kalnim used too much of their powers before this fight. Cal had used a lot of ancient powers prior to this fight against the White Star because of the Lord's castle and the fires surrounding the city. It was almost as if he only had one arm when he fought against the White Star. Iruhaben had used some of his strength to destroy the mana disturbance tools. There's also something for Mary to do. Choi Han's eyes sparkled after having that thought. Neither Mary nor Iruhaben had used their full strengths. They had limited themselves. Choi Han's eyes that moved toward Cal were full of anticipation because he knew the reason they didn't go all out. The White Star started to speak at that moment. It's been a while. I haven't lost a body part in a long time. He blankly stared at the spot where his left arm was missing as if it was not even painful. He had a look of disbelief on his face. He lifted his head. It is already morning. Cal Henitus, what do you plan on doing now? Shall we fight some more? Who knows? Cal smirked. Hey, White Star. Shouldn't you at least wipe the blood off your mouth before asking that question? Is that so? Blood was dripping from the corners of the smiling White Star's lips. His body was not normal right now. He had used even more ancient powers than Cal had used. His body that was unbalanced because he did not have the Earth attribute ancient power, yet constantly bothered the White Star's insides. Furthermore, the shock from losing his arm was putting his insides in serious pain. What should we do now? He mumbled to himself as he looked around. He couldn't see the invisible dragon, but the others looked like shoot. However, the White Star's mind was calmer than ever. The Dark Elves went to the desert. He suspected that the final Earth attribute ancient power was in the desert. The Rhone Kingdom was also a possibility, but as long as Choi Han, who could fully read Nellen Barrow's memoir that was written in a special language, was here, he needed to find the Earth attribute ancient power in this desert. Whether it was here or not, whether it was a trap or not, the White Star, who did not have much information, had to at least find the Earth attribute ancient power now that he didn't manage to destroy Cal's plate or capture Choi Han, as he originally planned. The fact that the Dark Elves went to the desert means that Cal Henitus has a trap there too. How funny. The White Star could only laugh as he thought about how could only move on top of Cal's palm. Should I just die? It would be better to just die and start fresh, since he had already lost an arm. He was scared of the pain of death, no matter how many times he experienced it, but at least he had the certainty that his life would not end with his death. However, there was an issue. It was possible to tie the other ancient powers to his soul and keep them with his reincarnation, but are you debating whether to die or not? Cal looked toward the cracking white mask as he asked. Yes, I am debating it. Just die. The White Star started to smile even more after hearing Cal's blunt response. Cal continued to speak as if he knew what was on the White Star's mind. I'll find the Earth attribute ancient power during that time and hide it somewhere Yow'll never find. Then maybe you'll have to live for another 0 years. Would it be easy because you've already done it once? Cal could see extremely angry eyes looking back at him. However, the owner of those eyes smiled as he responded. You think my 0 years are funny? Cal chuckled instead of responding. That action only angered the White Star even more. However, he could see everything happening as he floated in the sky. A large military was moving in from multiple directions in waves. Numerous soldiers were charging over from all over the Caro Kingdom after receiving the Crown Prince's urgent orders. An endless number of soldiers, whose morale was recharged thanks to winning the battle earlier in the year, would soon fill the Dubori territory. Our side is a mess. Seru and the others were all messes right now. Most importantly, shouldn't you get some rest? The White Star needed to rest, as Cal mentioned. He would be omnipotent once he got this final Earth attribute ancient power. He couldn't die again when it was right in front of his face. You're the one who looks like you need to rest. The White Star responded to Cal. Cal nodded his head. Drip, drip. He then looked toward the White Star's left shoulder that was dripping blood and responded. Yes, we need to rest. I need to rest temporarily while you need to rest for all eternity. You damn bastard. The White Star started to frown. He then swung his right arm and dodged. A black arrow flew past where he had just been standing. The invisible Rayon's two front paws were shaking as he sent tens of arrows toward the White Star. Mary snapped her fingers. Snap. The monster bones that the dark elves had hidden around the Lord's castles started to rise in response. There were many flying monster corpses as well. I am going. That was the signal for the flying monster corpses to fly up into the air and cover the sky along with the arrows. The arrows and bones slowly tightened the encirclement and surrounded the White Star. Fire! Rayan shouted, and the arrows all started to fly toward the White Star. These stupid arrows. The White Star created a water wall again with a pale expression. There were people flying up into the air as if trying to help him as well. My liege. Hey, I'm here too. It was Elisne and the black mages who had used flight magic. Seru was on one of the black mages' backs as he sent a light arrow flying toward Mary. The person who had been watching all of this quietly whispered at that moment, Let's go. Choi Han immediately put Cal on his back as soon as he heard the order. The White Star's eyes opened wide as he noticed that sight through the rain of black arrows. Get them. Choi Han and Cal headed for the desert without paying any attention to that shout. The White Star tried to get them, but the flying monster skeletons that were charging at him like fireflies were blocking his way. He could easily destroy them. Whether it was one at a time or multiple at once, he just needed to destroy them. However, that would take time to accomplish. Nonetheless, the White Star continued to chase after Cal and Choi Han. Hey, put me down in the desert. Bear King Seru noticed the situation earlier than the White Star and withdrew his light arrows before descending toward the desert. It was at that moment. FCK. The White Star, who stomped on a skeleton that was on the ground before landing in the desert, started to frown. Weaving, weaving. The video communication device in his pocket was going off. His gaze made the black mages behind him look toward the video communication device as well. A black mage was shaking in fear as the White Star and Searu, who got off the other black mage's back, looked toward him. It is urgent news from the eastern continent. No, the black mage was actually shaking from the contents of the message. There are intruders in ARM's first secret base's first boundary. Each of ARM's secret bases had 3 boundaries to notice any intruders. The first boundary of the first secret base had been breached. Who? Who are the intruders? Searu started to frown. He glared at the desert. He was staring in the direction Cal Henitus disappeared. Cal Henitus, is it that bastard's doing? I'm sure it was the no, sir. Assassins. What? The black mage continued to speak. A message was still coming through the video communication device. He could feel the desperation in the other party's voice. Apparently, there are assassins and mercenaries. The assassins seem to be from the eastern continent's underworld households of the past. They are using their techniques. The intruders were using the assassin techniques used by the old assassin households that had been destroyed by ARM in the past. There is supposedly a highest grade mage as well. Ah, that person is. The black mage quickly received the next message. That person is Glenn, the Mercenaries Guild's highest grade mage. He was a pretty famous mage. He was famous for his abilities as well as for being the Mercenary King's close friend. Searu started to speak. If Glenn is there, the black mage shouted as if to finish his sentence. The person leading the intruders is said to be Mercenary King Bud. The White Star turned his head and looked back after hearing that message. He could see Mary and Aruhaben landing on the Dubori territory's city walls. The invisible dragon should be there as well. He could not see Rayan nor the expression on the hooded Mary's face. However, he could see the smiling ancient dragon. He had a gaze that seemed to be asking, "What are you going to do about it?" The White Star started to frown. Iruhaben cast a gold shield around the city walls before landing on the desert and asking the White Star a question. How does it feel to be surrounded on all sides? Clack, clack. Skeletons clacked as they surrounded the White Star and his subordinates. Archers who were pointing their bows, mages who were preparing spells, and soldiers who were loading catapults appeared on the city walls as well. The White Star closed his eyes. Choi Han was running across the sand at that moment. Chhhhhhhh, chhhhhhhh. Cal, who was on the running Choi Han's back, had to calmly close his eyes and start to think. What will you do? Cal was planning on cutting off 3 of the White Star's right arms. Sarah's right arm, one of the White Star's arms. And now, Arm was being attacked. What would the White Star be thinking about right now? Would he go to protect Arm in his current condition? Or would he go to look for the Earth attribute ancient power? Human. Are we going to the eastern continent now? Rayan was still launching black arrows, as if he remained on the city walls, but he was actually with Cal. What we do will change based on the White Star's action. Beep, beep. The video communication device's alarm started to go off. Rayan took out the video communication device. Young Master Nim, he could hear Ran's benign voice. May I go hunting? The mercenary king had started to move to attack Arm, but the true attack had yet to start. Rayan started to shout. Human, Gramps said. The White Star headed toward the desert. Gramps and Good Mary are chasing after him. Gramps said Good Mary sent the Dark Elves a signal. Cal started to speak. Ran, is the dragon half-blood next to you? Yes, young Master Nim. See you in 5 minutes. Cal then started to speak to Choi Han and Rayan. We will head near Arm's first secret base. The first of Arm's 2 secret bases. That was the location of the old Marlin residence. Chapter 455. Returned, 1, Patriarch Nim. Did that punk Cal say that hell be heading over? Ran, who was looking at the video communication device that just ended, turned his gaze after hearing the voice. He saw mercenary King Budiles, who was holding a long, thin sword, unlike his usual self. Ran casually stared at the blood dripping down the thin blade before starting to speak. 5 minutes later, he didn't say anything else before looking forward. Bud did not show any complaints about this demeanor. He also looked toward where Ran was looking. The Marlin family residence. Although it was now being used as Arm's secret base, this place used to belong to the eastern continent's greatest underworld household in the past. Bud had been shocked when he had learned about it, for it to be in the Malden mountain range. The eastern continent's Malden kingdom had grown significantly since about 10 or so years ago. They were located at the center of the eastern continent and used commerce as a means to grow the kingdom, using their location effectively to become the center of the eastern continent's economy and material distribution. There was a unique trait about the Malden kingdom that managed to become the center of distribution and commerce even without an ocean around their kingdom. A wide plain with just as wide and well-paved roads. Merchants had no choice but to use these wide roads with no mountains to hinder them, especially after lodging and commercial districts were created as well. The Malden Kingdom does have a mountain range in the northeast region. The mountain range was not very long, but it was very tall and dangerous that it ranked number 1 in climbing difficulty on the entire eastern continent. The Marlan family residence existed in a valley deep inside that dangerous mountain range. It's actually more of a fortress than a residence. He could see buildings built inside the dry valley and the cliffs on both sides. Mercenary King Nim, we have successfully crossed the first boundary and should arrive at the second boundary soon. Bud raised his sword again after hearing the report. His gaze turned to one side as he started to speak. We can see Arm's base after breaking past the first boundary, as you mentioned. Bud's close friend Glenn Pofe and the Mercenaries Guild's mages had destroyed the illusion spell at the first boundary. The assassins of the different households who had survived the destruction of their households but had been scattered throughout the eastern continent until now were gathered here destroying the first boundary and the traps inside. Bud then saw someone covered in a robe sitting weakly on the ground. The robed individual started to speak. The second boundary will be as I mentioned as well. He sounded weak, as if he was a candle that was starting to go out. A bright light flashed around them at that moment. The light soon disappeared, and the person who appeared started to speak. It looks like we need to hurry. It was Cal. The person on the floor raised his head. Cal could see the dragon Half-Blood's eyes looking at him underneath the robe. Cal had a lot of things to say to this bastard. However, he didn't have the time to leisurely chat, as the situation at the Caro Kingdom's Dubori territory had taken longer than he had expected. Young Master Nim. He turned his head toward Ran, who was calling for him. The usual benign smile was not on his face. His stiff face was full of anger. He also saw Beakrax, who was standing behind Ran with his head down while holding his greatsword. There was only one thing for Cal to tell them. Why do you both have such expressions on your faces when you are returning home for the first time in a long while? Beakrax raised his head and looked toward Cal. Cal, who received both the father and son's gazes, pointed forward. The Marlan family residence that had been covered by illusion magic. He continued to speak to the original owners of this place. Come back soon. Beakrax pulled his greatsword out of the ground. He then walked up next to his father, Ran. He then heard Cal's voice again. Have a housewarming party once things are cleaned up. I'll come over to play. Beakrax could see the slowly appearing smile on his father's face. It was the first smile he saw after the cold and stoic expressions his father had on his face for the last few days. The final Marlan patriarch moved his empty hand forward as he responded, I look forward to your housewarming gift. Tap. Ran started to head toward Arm's secret base with quiet footsteps. He heard Cal's brusque voice behind him. Sure, I have a lot of money. Ran had no choice but to laugh. Ha, he could not handle this situation without laughing. He had such a cute young master in him. Beakrax. Yes, father. That was why Ran could not carelessly do this. He couldn't disappoint this cute young master nim of his. I'll bring a housewarming gift, too. I'm even willing to take money out of my piggy bank if it is for a housewarming for Grandpa Ran and nice Beakrax. I'm not only saying this because I'm excited about a housewarming party. Of course, I want to go to my first housewarming party. Wouldn't the housewarming party have to be grand for our even cuter dragon nim? He gave an order to his son. Send the signal. Ran's gaze headed toward the second boundary. There was a small wall in that location. He could also see the numerous archers and mages on top of the wall. Fire the arrows if they get any closer. Hurry up and activate the magic circles. Prepare everything we have. Ran calmly watched them yapping away on top of the walls. That kind of team makeup did not make sense for the Marlan family. It was only like this because it was Arm's secret base. P.I. Beakrax's flute let out a sharp noise. One of the mercenaries who were in the front of the group, heading toward the wall at the second boundary, shouted at that moment, "Gather around." The people who were randomly charging forward gathered together in one location. They then started to move toward the wall. I should go as well. Mercenary King Bud, who had been watching, stepped forward. Ooh. His long and thin blade became covered in a blue aura. Sure, come back soon. Bud left the waving cowl behind and quickly ran forward. This is not just an issue for the Marlin household. This was a war for Bud and the Mercenaries Guild. A war between the Mercenaries Guild and Arm. Winning this war would allow the Mercenaries Guild to defeat Arm, which had become a power player on the Eastern continent, by suppressing other organizations. That would mean that the Mercenaries Guild would show off its strength to the entire Eastern continent again. His hand that was not holding the sword started to move. Click. Bud took the glasses off his face. He then gave the order that was most fitting for mercenaries. Destroy everything. Swoosh wind surrounded the area around him. He could see the enemies as he quickly moved forward. They looked toward the strongest individual standing on the castle wall. His ancient power was telling him that this was the strongest person. Bud jerked his body back and swung his arm. Kill them all. The thin sword covered in blue aura was flung like a spear. Everything had happened almost instantly. Ah! The sword pierced through the neck of the swordsman who had been issuing orders on the wall. That was the signal. Ah! Destroy everything. Climb up the walls. Kill anybody you can get your hands on. The mercenaries were shouting as they charged toward the walls. Shoot the arrows. Start the magic attacks. The enemies on top of the walls started to launch their attacks in response. Ah, hey, an arrow hit my arm. You stupid idiot. You can't even dodge an arrow. Move, I'll climb up. Kahaha, shoot those fireballs properly if you're going to use them. They're so easy to dodge. Kahaha, you stupid bastards. The mercenaries in the front did not lose any morale because of these attacks. They continued to move forward whether they dodged the attacks or were hit by a spell or arrows. They didn't seem to have any fear. These crazy bastards. One of the archers shooting arrows looked terrified. One of the mercenaries made eye contact with that archer. The mercenary who had been climbing the ladder in front of the pack smiled while looking at the archer, whose morale was significantly down. Are you scared? Kahaha. The Mercenaries Guild had not intruded without any sort of plan. This was war. The Mercenaries Guild had considered this to be a war and gathered the best veterans they had. Veterans in the Mercenaries Guild were not strong individuals. They were the ones who survived the longest during wars and battles. They were people who were able to turn situations where they would get significantly injured to minor injuries. They were the experienced mercenaries that the mercenaries who considered their bodies to be their wealth considered to be the best. These were the people taking the lead right now as they climbed the wall. The Eastern continent had never had a large war. However, there were always minor wars going on, and the people who survived through those wars had learned how to avoid the strong individuals in order to survive. Ah, we can't let it go on like this. Assistant leader Nim. Now that the leader had died an instant death thanks to Bud's sword, the assistant leader had to make a decision about these crazy mercenaries that kept charging forward. Start. Yes, sir. He gave the order and the person standing next to him blew the flute. Screech, screech, an odd noise came out of the flute, making the mercenaries flinch for a moment. They then had to raise their heads. You, up there, shoot. We didn't expect an attack from there. The mercenaries in the front started to frown. They looked toward the man-made buildings located throughout the two cliffs on the sides. Arrows, rocks, fire arrows, and other attacks launched toward the mercenaries from those buildings. Retreat. You can't dodge those rocks. They look as big as boulders. Crazy bastards. The ladder is broken. Voices could be heard throughout the battlefield. The assistant leader who was on top of the wall clenched his fists as he shouted, Perfect. Keep this up. Tell them to launch the spells too. Yes, sir. There were mages in the buildings along the cliffs as well. They would be extremely effective if they added onto this attack right now. The assistant leader started to smile. It was at that moment. Assistant leader Nim. One of his subordinates pointed to the cliff. Someone fell from the cliff while screaming at the top of their lungs. It was one of the mages. The assistant leader's gaze headed toward one of the buildings on top of the cliff where the mage fell. It was a man-made building created inside a part of the cliff. Someone else's body appeared outside the same large window. Ah, someone was holding that person up by the neck. That hand was the only thing preventing this person from falling off the cliff. The person holding this person up stoically started to speak as he looked out the window. Throw them all. Another mage fell down once Ran opened his hand. Beatcrax's flute could be heard at the same time. P-I-P-I. That noise started a chain of people screaming across the buildings on the cliff. A bunch of people fell off the cliff. The assistant leader's eyes opened wide. The assassins were mixed in with the mercenaries guild just moments ago. He could still see assassins mixed in with the mercenaries guild's members as well. However, the assassin way was to always have more people hiding without revealing themselves. Furthermore, these assassins had stealthily snuck in using the path that true owners of these buildings informed them about. The assistant leader started to frown. How could something like this, all right? You've been breached, so just shut up now. When did you get here? The sword of the person who climbed above the wall stabbed into the assistant leader's heart. The person who was using his sword like a spear left the sword stabbed in there before picking up the sword that had killed Arm's leader. Bud, the owner of the sword, then turned toward the mercenaries behind him. 1, 2. Bud raised his head once the mercenaries filled the wall, and Ran looked down at him as he started to speak. That's the last of them. A noise that shook the whole valley soon started to ring. Weaving. Weaving. The second boundary was breached, and only the third boundary remained. Arm's secret base started to gather everything they had at the third boundary. The third boundary was the main gate into Arm's secret base. It was the main gate into the Marlin family residence in the past. Block them. We must protect the third boundary. Ah. The main gate opened, and numerous troops charged toward the second boundary line. Ran, who was watching them, started to speak. I leave it to you. Then, in a spot under the cliff where that voice could not be heard, in the spot heading past the second boundary to the third boundary. Nuna, this is the right place. Two small kittens crossed through a dog hole on the wall and peeked their heads out. The silver kitten, who was covered in dust, looked at the enemies pouring out and started to speak. Looks like we can get started. Ooh, the red kitten responded, and fog quickly started to spread out starting from the silver kitten on. Hung's poison was mixed into the fog as well. What is this fog? Hey, what's Roa? The dragon half-blood had said the following while planning this operation. Will put the weakest people in the front. I'm certain they will come charging out once the second boundary is destroyed to prevent us from getting to the third boundary. The people in front of that group would be the weak individuals. I leave it to you. On's eyes sharply sparkled after recalling what Ran had said to her. The weakest people in the front were easily affected by the quickly spreading poisonous fog. Hey, the formation will be destroyed if you fall. The pouring soldiers. The weakest people in the front were slowly falling down as they became paralyzed by the poison. None of them were severely wounded, but it was enough to temporarily paralyze their legs or parts of their body. People continued to pour out behind them. The formation was destroyed and they now had issues moving. We can't see properly because of the fog. FCK. Their sight was hindered by the fog. This was the perfect example of chaos. Chapter 456. Returned to and was taking in the situation with her eyes. Nuna, hold on. Unquieted her brother Hung before amplifying the flow of the fog that only she could see. Don't push me. It's a mess up here with everybody fallen over. My legs. The amplified fog continued to spread out with the poison inside it, forcing screams to appear from multiple locations. On could not see everything that was going on in this wide area. However, she was trying to notice as much of the people's movements as possible using her fog. You too returned to the eastern continent for now. On recalled what Cal had told her brother and her. I will make the Fog Cat tribe pay the price for their actions. That is my will, and I will do that no matter what. The Fog Cat tribe. On thought about her tribe that she had escaped from with her brother. They were denied status because they were mutants, and the tribe had secluded them so that they could not hang out with anyone or learn anything. They had to learn the things they should have learned as members of the Fog Cat tribe by stealthily sneaking glances at other cats who were learning. She had felt all sorts of emotions after hearing Cal saying that he would make the Fog Cat tribe pay the price. She had felt anger, joy, as well as fear. She had then heard what Cal said next. I will give you two a chance to decide. Do you two want to see the Fog Cat tribe pay the price with me? Cal was giving the siblings a chance to decide for themselves. Talk to each other and think hard about what you want to do. By the way, it would not be a pretty sight for young children like the two of you. He then told them to let him know once they made their decision. On had kept her mouth shut until now and had not discussed anything related to it with her brother Hang. Hang seemed to want to bring the topic up multiple times, but On had thought that there was something she needed to do before that. I need to become stronger. Her eyes that were observing the fog sparkled. I can't return there while being the same as last time. The last time when they faced the Fog Cat tribe at the Castle of Light. On did not want to return to her hometown. Actually, hell was probably a better term for it, while being the same as before. Her eyes looking at the fog that was being filled with screams became deeper, and her fur stood up straight as she continued to think, and her determination became stronger. Nuna, plop. She felt something warm on her side at that moment. On turned her head to see Hung snickering at her. I'm going to do it with you. On could feel Hung's weak poison adding onto her fog. They were using the weakest of Hung's poisons today. The poison followed the fog as it continued to spread. Hung had a bright but determined look as he continued to speak to his sister, On who was looking at his smiling face. He said that it wasn't something to do alone, and said to do it together. That was something else Cal had said when telling On and Hung to decide. And if it is too difficult to decide between the two of you, feel free to ask me. Choi Han, Iruhe Benim, Ran, really, anybody. We will all think it out with you guys. I'm sure anybody other than me will be happy if you ask them for help. Hung smiled even brighter on purpose after seeing the grim expression on his sister's face. Hung had hidden behind On while shaking in fear when they met the Fog Cat tribe at the Castle of Light. He hid while everybody else fought. Even Rayan, who was younger than him, had fought hard. Hung had joined the fight later, but he could not forget about how he had leaned on his sister in fear to start. I'm always hiding behind Nuna. That was why he had a secret conversation about this with Rayan, their youngest bro. That's okay. It's okay to be like that. There are times I'm like that too. This is what the human told me. Rayan had continued in a very majestic tone. He said that it was fine if we hide or run because we are young. He said that it is okay for even a great and mighty dragon like me to do that because I am young. He said everything is fine as long as we don't do bad things. Really, that's right. We can fight together later. Use the video communication device and gather everybody together like the human does if you're scared. Then use our numbers advantage. We have more people on our side. Hung couldn't completely agree with Rayan's comments, but it did make him feel better. It was because his sister On was not the only one he had by his side anymore. He had subconsciously hidden behind his sister at the Castle of Light because he was scared, and his mind had turned chaotic after seeing the other cats. But he now had many reliable adults by his side as well. The weak human said it's fine to do that because all three of us are still young. He said it was okay to do that even when we became adults as well. Rayan can accept that so easily. Hung smiled as brightly as possible toward his sister, On who could not accept that. He then stuck his body even closer to his sister. He wanted to be by her side, now instead of hiding behind her. Hung could finally see his sister relax her eyes and start to smile. Hung was thinking that it would be great if everybody could smile like this. He was 9 years old in human years. The little kitten pushed his body right next to his sister. He then looked forward and started to speak. Nuna, it's Grandpa Ran. Hung could see Ran and Beecrox walking through the fog. Hung started to smile while looking at their backs. Nuna already knew. The fog was already moving aside so that Ran and Beecrox would not touch the poison long before Hung had said anything. Hung was proud of On, who was stronger than him, as he observed Ran and Beecrox's backs that seemed to be running forward without any hesitation because they trusted On. The fog won't go away. The people who could not even see 1 meter in front of their eyes because of the fog didn't have the luxury to think about this narrow path that was created for Ran and Beecrox. It was like hell with shrieks and screams all around them. This sight was enough to give anybody who was looking from afar the chills. I didn't expect those punks to be this strong. Cal stoically continued to look at the battlefield even after hearing that comment. He couldn't see things clearly because of the fog, but the fact that mercenary King Bud was busy giving orders to the mercenaries at the starting point of the fog must mean that things weren't bad, and there's no reason for it to be bad. He knew Ran and Beecrox must have walked forward by now, and that meant there was nothing to worry about. He heard the person next to him speak again. I guess you really aren't going to let them off this time. Cal turned his head to see the dragon half-blood's pale face under his hood. His condition seemed to have worsened in the short time they didn't see each other. However, his eyes were calm. Actually, there was a faint trace of vitality in them as well. Cal responded, "Why would I go easy on them? Who was he to go easy on arm?" Cal was thinking that he was not in a situation to go easy on anyone. This battle would not end until one side was destroyed. Most importantly, this isn't my battle. It isn't for me to meddle. Don't you agree? Cal turned his head toward Choi Han, who was quietly standing behind him, and Choi Han looked at the building on the cliffs where Beecrox had just jumped down from before responding. I agree with you. Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's response before looking forward again. He had decided to leave everything to Ran this time. That was the right thing to do. Why? It's his house. Ran and Beecrox were returning to the place they were born and raised for the first time in almost 20 years. Cal decided to quietly watch their return. His gaze slowly followed the fog that had continued to spread until it was almost touching the third boundary. The people running inside that fog were only looking forward as well. Beecrox looked at his father's back. Ah! Blood splattered and fell to the ground along with the scream. Blood dripped from Ran's dagger. His father didn't even give a second glance at the blood as he moved forward. It was the same as that time. It was the same as the day they had to run. His father had only looked forward as he ran that day without paying attention to anything around him. He didn't see the family flags burning and ripping behind him. He didn't see the buildings burning and crumbling, even with the cold corpses of their family members surrounding them. His father had only run forward. Beecrox, who had followed behind him, knew too well the reason for his father's actions. He needed to save me. Ran needed to at least save Beecrox after promising his dying wife. That was why his father had run forward without looking around. Beecrox focused on his father's back as he ran forward without looking around once again. Unlike last time, he could now see over his father's shoulders even while running behind him. But for some odd reason, he could not take his eyes off his father's back that had gotten much smaller than last time. His father, who had been the patriarch of the Marlan household, had done all sorts of jobs at the Western continent and even ended up becoming a servant. However, the young Beecrox knew that his father went outside every night and followed him one day to see him cleaning his dagger. Naturally, Beecrox had been noticed by his father. Even now, Beecrox was not strong enough to hide his presence from his father. His father had said the following once they had made eye contact. Go in and sleep. You'll be just as tired tomorrow as you were today. Beecrox had been suffering quite a bit doing all sorts of tasks in the kitchen as he had just started learning about working in the kitchen. Each and every day had been tiring and difficult. However, he had an odd feeling that the tired that his father mentioned was not talking about working in the Henitus household. He thought that he could finally understand what his father was talking about when he mentioned being tired. I'm not tired at all today. Beecrox had not been able to sleep properly the past few days, but he was not tired at all. His body was heavy, but his heart was beating wilder than ever before. The battlefield was chaotic because of the poisonous fog. There were not many people who could catch the two people stealthily running forward through that fog. There are not many strong individuals. He could not feel any strong individuals as the dragon half-blood mentioned. The secret base at the former Marlan residence has more mid-level administrators and low-level staff than any highest-level individuals, as it is a place that stealthily gathers information about the continent and shared commissions. The corners of Beecrox's lips twisted up. He had not felt anything when he had heard the dragon half-blood say, the former Marlan residence. However, he now found those words to be annoying as he was returning to the Marlan residence. The former Marlan residence. He couldn't let that happen. Beecrox could hear his father's voice as well. It almost sounded like a sigh. Finally, Beecrox looked forward after hearing his father's subconscious comment. They had followed the path through the fog and had arrived at the gate. The sturdy wooden door that should have had the Marlan crest on it now had a white star on it instead. Ran, who had only looked forward as he ran, felt suffocated as he looked at that door. Could he go back? He had thought countless times about getting revenge, but for some odd reason, he had never thought that he could return to this place. He had never even dreamt of it. However, he was back. He would be at the Marlan family residence in just a few more steps. This was the place Ran was born. This was the place he lived in with his father, mother, grandmother, grandfather, cousins, uncles, and aunts, as well as many friends. This was where he lived with his wife and where his son was born. Ran's expression slowly stiffened. He moved one foot to keep moving. It was at that moment. Tatap. Ran saw someone running past him. It was his son. It's the enemies. The enemies have made it here. Cast the spells. No, we can't see where our allies are because of the fog. We can't aim the arrows either. Damn it. No, just block that one guy charging toward the door. The enemies on top of the wall could not hide their shock as Beecrox ran toward the main gate. Ron stopped and watched it happen. He felt as if that was what he should do. Ho! He then laughed. Beecrox took out his greatsword. He swung his sword toward the thing blocking his way. Bang! Ron watched the white star on the door being destroyed by his son's sword with a loud explosion. There was now a hole at the center of the large main gate. Beecrox pushed the gate to the side with his sword. Screech Ron could see the enemies approaching with shock and urgency on their faces once the gate opened. However, he looked at his son's face first. Beecrox had a stiff smile on his face as he pointed past the gate. Father, we're back home. Yes. Ron looked at the roof of the central building that had been on fire in the past but seemed to be fine. We're back. Finally. I'm finally back home. We are back at our house. We are back to a place I thought I could never return. Ron, whose hair had half turned white in the past 15 years, stood there with the corners of his lips faintly shaking. He looked toward the enemies running toward them as he spoke to his son. Let's go into our house. Yes, father, Ron and Beecrox. The two of them entered into Arm's secret base, no, into their lost home. Chapter 457. Returned 3, however, nobody was welcoming Beecrox and Ron, who returned home after a long time. In fact, enemies were charging at them from the main gate. This is nice. Beecrox commented before swinging his greatsword horizontally. Ah! One of Arm's swordsmen, who had been charging forward, flew sideways after losing the power battle against the greatsword. But that was just the beginning. Mages, knights, soldiers, and archers, all sorts of people charged at the two of them. We should have killed all those Marlen bastards. How dare these rats confidently charge in like this? A few people who had betrayed their respective underworld households to join Arm in the past were shouting at Beecrox. How funny. That was all Beecrox had to say before he started to move forward. He knew where he needed to go, and he was happy to swing his sword to get there. You please just follow me. Ron was about to say something, but Beecrox brushed it aside and swung the greatsword diagonally. Bang! A magic fireball exploded after touching the wind pressure created by the greatsword. Beecrox immediately stabbed the sword forward and took another step. Ah! Beecrox's sword pierced through someone else's side. Beecrox pulled the sword out with a stoic expression and kicked to the side with his right leg. Ah! A soldier fell down without realizing what happened. I will take the lead. That was the only thought on Beecrox's mind as he swung his sword. Ran watched his son and quietly followed behind him. He's definitely gotten stronger. Ever since Choi Han arrived at the residence, his son Beecrox's sword skills had slowly increased, even if it wasn't easily noticeable, and he was slowly becoming more like his wife. The way he uses his sword and his actions were both becoming like her. Although he looks exactly like me, he felt as if he would start to laugh. It was rare for him to want to laugh like this on the battlefield, but today felt as if it would be one of those rare days. His wife had always been by his side whenever he laughed like this on the battlefield. The two of them had started to date and got married at an older age compared to most people. Honestly speaking, it took a long time for them to get married after they started dating. They had done a lot of jobs together as those times together built up. She was the first person Ron had allowed by his side, other than when he was learning dagger arts and stealth techniques from the elders in the family. Well, it was probably more accurate to say he held her back at his side rather than allowed her to be there. I told you he'll take the lead. Stop rushing out so much. Oh, come on, stop being so frustrating. She really enjoyed taking the lead in battle. Ron recalled some of the conversations he had with her. No, listen to me. Think about being in the front and smacking the faces of the enemies with a greatsword. Do you know how that feels? Do I need to know that? I prefer stabbing people in the neck from behind instead. Egu, I shouldn't have even asked. Ron still clearly remembered how the woman who shook her head while saying that she couldn't understand assassins had swung her greatsword. He's similar. Their son reminded him so much of her. Of course, his style was not exactly the same as hers. Beacrux had been with Choi Han, Gashan, and other strong warriors and picked things up from watching their battles. However, the roots had started from his wife. Ran, who ended up following behind his son, started to climb up the stairs toward the top of the wall with the main gate. One step, two steps. He could slowly see the view inside the valley as he went up step by step. The enemies started to charge at them even more fiercely as that happened. "You damn assassin bastard who ran away." Ran's hand moved after hearing a voice behind him. "Ah, Pook." Ran turned his head back after coldly staring at an enemy falling down the stairs with a dagger in his neck. He heard a loud noise at that moment. Barang. Ah. He could also see a person groaning as they fell off the wall. Clang. The sword in that person's hand broke into two and fell to the ground. Ran looked at that sword for a moment before looking at the stairs in front of him. He was not far from the end. Beacrux, who was already on top of the wall, was looking at him. "Father, please come up." There were minor injuries all over Beacrux's body, but it was hard to tell because he was covered in other people's blood. Tap. Ron took one step. Tap, tap. His movements slowly became faster as he quickly climbed up the few remaining stairs. "Ha!" A gasp-like laugh came out of his mouth. A perilous mountain range. This deep valley and the cliffs that seemed to have been artificially cut out. He could see the sight that made him nostalgic about the past. "Father." Ran looked toward Beacrux, who was taking out a rolled-up piece of cloth from his pocket. He took the cloth from Beacrux and unraveled it. The cloth had the Marlin crest on it. "Did you draw it?" "Yes. Looks like you need to improve your art skills." This punk who was good at cooking and needlework was a terrible artist. However, he still did better than expected with this crest. The Marlin household. They could not openly reveal their crest during missions as they were part of the underworld. However, they had at least put their crest in this valley. This was their territory, and it was a sign telling uninvited guests to stay out. "It'll be a bit different now." The meaning of this crest would slightly change from now on. Ran walked to where Arm's flag was hanging and ripped that flag with his dagger. Plop. Arm's flag fell, and Ran tied the Marlin crest his son had drawn in its place. P.I. Beacrux blew the flute at that moment. The fog instantly disappeared. Mercenary King Bardiles, who was standing at the second boundary, shouted as soon as he noticed the change. Charge. Mages, swordsmen, and hunters. Mercenaries with all different types of occupations shouted as they charged toward the third boundary. The assassins who survived from those destroyed households and participated in this battle walked down from the buildings in the cliffs and disappeared into the battlefield. Ran turned around after seeing their allies charging forward. He could see the central building. That should be where the important individuals in this secret base should be located. Even if there were no highest-grade individuals here, they needed to take back that building. He turned his head. "Lead the way." He left the front for his son. "I will take care of the back." He was going to prevent the enemies from chasing them from the back. "Yes, sir. Let's hurry over." Beacrux took the lead and started to head for the central building. Ran followed behind him. Without any highest-grade strong individuals, there were not many in this secret base who could stop them. Finally, they were on the top floor of the central building. Ran looked at his liege at this place that used to be the Marlan Patriarch's room in the past and started to speak. "Young Master Nim, there is a teleportation magic circle leading to another secret base." Cal stepped onto the teleportation magic circle. Choi Han, Beacrux, the mercenary king, the dragon half-blood, and the children averaging 9 years old were with him. "I will take care of things here before heading over." Cal nodded his head at Ran, who was smiling benignly again. "Sure. But Ran, isn't your house too nice? It's even bigger than our Henitus estate." Ran smiled, and Cal let the teleportation magic circle take him away. He started to think about Arm's second secret base as it turned dark. Human, but why did the White Star put a secret base over there? The Eastern Continent's 3 restricted areas. The Wind Island where Cal got the Top's whip. The Castle of Light where Lord Sherritt's castle was located. And finally, the northern part of the Eastern Continent. A black hole located near the start of the glacier region. People in the past claimed that falling into that hole would take you to the world of death, the demon world, leading to them avoiding this hole that was the size of a decent city. This was the reason no cities or villages existed around it. Honestly speaking, there was no reason for anybody to live by a giant sinkhole. This was because this sinkhole existed between the glacier region and the mountain range that protected the rest of the eastern continent from the cold. There was nobody who would create a village past the mountain range and near this hole. However, people still gave this place a name, the final restricted area, the gate to the demon world. Arm's second secret base was located between the gate to the demon world and the mountain range. Pad. A bright light surrounded Cal, and he had appeared outside Arm's secret base once he opened his eyes. The distinction between the three boundaries was incomplete here, as the dragon half-blood had mentioned. Cal saw Arm's second secret base slowly become clearer as the bright light disappeared. Ha, 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 he started to laugh. He was not laughing because he was happy. He was laughing in disbelief. Human, this place feels familiar. It was very cold even with temperature magic because it was near the glacier region. Although this was his first time here, Cal was very familiar with the layout of the second secret base. Calnim, this place Choi Han could not finish his sentence as he was at a loss for words as well. He eventually managed to get it out. This place is similar to the Dragon Slayer village. No, it is almost an exact replica. The village underground, the green village surrounded by cliffs, the stone building with Choi Yung-gun's memoir at the center. Everything was replicating itself in front of them. Cal scoffed while looking at this secret base that was said to house the strongest of Arm's forces. Isn't this the same as the legend of the village created by the first Dragon Slayer? The first Dragon Slayer had lived away from the rest of the world with a collection of the strongest individuals. It was unbelievable and laughable that the bastard who wanted to be the White Star instead of the Dragon Slayer had created such a place. Why? It was extremely obvious that he created this secret base because he longed for the Dragon Slayer village but could not return there. It was laughable that a bastard who had no problem sacrificing or harming people, a bastard who wanted to rule over everything, would have such emotions to create this village. It also made him angry. It annoyed him. Egu, how entertaining. Cal could see the person walking out once the village gate opened. How dare you crawl over to this place? The person provoking them was the Lion King. The person who had been at this place looked toward Cal and Choi Han in disbelief. My liege did tell me that Arm's base was being attacked, but the people who should be at the desert are here. He shook his head in disbelief. However, the smile slowly disappeared from his face. It was because that meant that they were tricked by Cal. More enemies slowly started to appear behind him. Calnim, they are strong. As Choi Han mentioned, each of them was strong enough to be a captain of a mercenary squad. That might be the reason the Lion King looked so relaxed. I should catch you bastards before the liege gets here. Ooh, dark aura started to gather around his body. I'll throw you bastards into the gate to the demon world. Kehehe. The Lion King could see Cal's mouth slowly starting to open. Hey, it's your turn. Hm. Lion King Dorf could see a person behind Cal with his hood down low, stepping forward. He felt an unknown sense of wariness and suddenly got chills on his back. It was the type of feeling he got when a big danger was headed his way. SHHHHH. The hood was removed. He could now see the face of the person underneath the hood. You were alive. The Lion King's face looked astonished, while the dragon half-blood who took his hood off quietly closed his eyes. His hair was dyed red, but his face was still thin and looked annoyed. He could feel it every day. He could feel death approaching. The pain throughout his body was getting worse. He had to be careful every time he took a breath. An unbearable pain that made it feel as if he would die would strike him if he breathed incorrectly. However, if the end was near, he wanted to choose his end, similarly to how he had chosen to live 6 months more with the first decision he was given in his life. He pulled out the light attribute that faintly remained in his body. The light was very weak, and his body was human now, but it was still there. I'm prepared. He told Cal who was behind him, and Cal gave the order. Get started. 2 people responded to him. Sure. I got it, human. The dragon half-blood and Rayon started to channel their powers. Chapter 458. Returned 4. Lion King Dorf had a shocked expression as he scoffed at the dragon half-blood who was letting out a faint light. Ho ho, I wasn't even paying any attention because a weak bastard was joining in, but... He looked toward the dragon half-blood in disbelief before it turned into a pitying gaze. You've become weaker than a regular human. How did you end up this way, sir? Dorf's tone changed to a respectful tone. Ooh, Wang. Dark aura was still gathering around him, but Dorf didn't care as he started to take step after step toward the dragon half-blood. Really, how did you end up this week, sir? For our liege's son to be like this. This makes me very sad. The liege's son. People behind Dorf started to whisper while Beecrox on, and Hung flinched as they looked toward the dragon half-blood. Human, isn't the dragon half-blood not the White Star's son? The Lion King is speaking nonsense. Cal heard the dragon half-blood's voice as Rayon commented in his mind. I'm his son. The dragon half-blood's annoyed face instantly started to frown. There was a much deeper emotion than anger on his face. Of course. Are you not his son? The dragon half-blood looked toward the relaxed Dorf with contempt. Not only was he not really the White Star's son, it was also funny seeing the person who treated him the least like a human being saying such things. It was not to the level of not treating him like a human being. Dorf had always looked at him with scorn and pretended that he did not exist. Lion King Dorf and Bear King Seru. These two people were people the White Star approved of, and they always looked down on the failure that was the dragon half-blood. So it was unbelievable that Dorf was calling him the White Star's son and being respectful with him. Are you crazy? The dragon half-blood looked toward Dorf and asked as the smile disappeared from Dorf's face, and he responded in a cold voice. I'm sure it is our liege's son who has gone crazy. He dares to betray his father who created him and charged into this place with that feeble body of his. Am I not right, sir? Crunch, crunch. Dorf started to frown as he continued to walk across the dry ground in the falling snow. You choose to become enemies with the person who blessed you with your strength. You're the crazy one, you bastard. The dragon half-blood started to frown even more. Blessed. It was true that he became strong thanks to the White Star. It was also true that he created him. The White Star was the one who had turned him into this monster, into this chimera. However, that was not a blessing. He had to turn into a monster after enduring pain and loneliness. He ended up as an evil being who was closer to a demon than a dragon. Of course, he didn't plan on blaming the White Star for everything. He was the bad person for killing so many people and deserved punishment as well. He started to laugh. He then raised his hand. His skinny hand was shaking. Oolong light gathered in his hand. Ha! What do you plan on doing with that puny amount of power? The dragon half-blood stopped smiling and started to speak as Dorf mocked him. Did you think I would not realize that you were stalling for time while talking to me? What? Dorf's face stiffened a bit, and the small amount of light that gathered in the dragon half-blood's hand started to move. Oolong, the small light broke into even smaller pieces as they dispersed in different directions. However, they were so small that the lights looked as if they would disappear if they even touched Dorf's fist. What the hell are you doing? Dorf looked toward the strands of light in confusion before his face stiffened completely. No way. The thin and weak strands of light shot out and entered the village that was being used as a secret base. Dorf shouted to his subordinates behind him. Block it. Don't let it get past the barrier. Arm's second secret base that looked like a calm and secluded village. Although it was difficult to determine the first through third boundaries here, there was a transparent wall that detected intruders and prevented unapproved powers from entering inside the wall. Cal looked at the anxious Dorf and recalled what the dragon half-blood had told him. That transparent wall is similar to a shield. The White Star, someone I don't really know, and Beckrock worked together to create it about 10 years ago. The dragon half-blood had continued on with certainty. That wall is not something even your young dragon or even the ancient dragon can easily destroy. It would take them a long time, even if they managed to eventually destroy it. It would be difficult for your ancient powers as well. You'll probably have to cough up a lot of blood. You look quite happy for someone saying that. It's because there is a way. The dragon half-blood knew the weakness of the defensive wall. That wall blocks all powers except the powers of people registered to the village. That makes it easy for people who live at the secret base village to come and go. What do you think? Do you see what I'm getting at? Cal did slowly start to see a way to get past the wall after hearing what the dragon half-blood had to say. What the dragon half-blood said next made the answer perfectly clear. The dragon half-blood had said through the video communication device with a pale expression on his face. My power should still be registered in the village. There should have been no reason for them to erase my record, since they think I'm dead. The thin and weak strands of light touched the transparent wall. Hurry, block them. Dorf ordered his subordinate mages to hurry up and prevent the dragon half-blood's power from piercing through the wall, however. My apologies, sir. Bekraknim is not here, so the needle-thin strands of light moved past the wall as the anxious mages stuttered in response. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. The wall allowed these strands of light into the village. It considered anybody who was recorded to be on their side. No, swoosh. Dorf's darkness rushed like a storm and instantly flew toward the defensive wall. It was so he could erase the tiny openings that were created as the strands of light passed by. However, there was someone who had finished his preparations before that dark storm could reach the wall. It's my turn. Numerous black spears quickly followed behind the strands of light. The spears made of magic instantly caught onto the tails of the strands of light, and the wall that had created gaps to allow the strands of light inside had to face the numerous black spears that charged in through those gaps as well. No, Dorf shouted in desperation while Cal started to smile. The name of the plan to take down Arm's second secret base was simple, fast, and accurate. The White Star and his subordinates would have heard about their attack on the first secret base, so their goal for the second secret base was to attack it as quickly and accurately as possible. That was why they didn't need a lot of people. Why? They were going to hit and run. Human, I'm going to do it now. Sure, do it. Cal responded to Rayon's excited voice, then heard a large explosion. Booba-ba-boom, the wall tried to reject the black spears and prevent them from invading. However, numerous black spears twisted their bodies and pushed through the gaps created by the strands of light. Screech, boo-boo-boom, many different noises filled the area. The numerous black spears accelerated and started to spin as they pierced through the wall. It was difficult for the wall to close the gaps that had already been pierced. You mentioned that you guys defeated Beckrock. Since the White Star won't be there either, the dragons by your side should be able to use the gaps created by my power. It had been as the dragon Half-Blood mentioned. Cast shields. Sir, we will attack the black spears. The people inside the village, the people outside the village. About half of the people at the secret base tried to stop these black spears. However, these numerous black spears that looked like multiple large tree trunks gathered together quickly started to rotate and pierced through the wall before that could happen. And then, white cracks started to appear on the transparent wall. It's done. The black spears destroyed the wall as Rayon shouted in Cal's mind. Barang, barang, barang. Numerous explosions rang by Cal's ear and made him stumble. You can't fall. Hung and on each grabbed one of Cal's legs as if to support him up. Bang, barang. The explosions continued and the ground started to shake. FCK, Dorf started to frown. This broken chimera bastard. He glared at the dragon Half-Blood with a heinous expression. The numerous thin strands of light. Those things made it past the wall and started to fly in different directions. Those directions were all the locations that were important inside this secret base. The strands of light headed toward the food storage, document storage, advisors' meeting room, etc. And the black spears following behind them naturally started to attack those places as well. Are you okay? We still managed to block it. Some of the facilities were able to act quickly and block the black spears. However, the strong individuals who stepped up to defend against the black spears either coughed up blood or were seriously injured. Dorf's pupils started to shake. Did he get stronger in that short amount of time? These black spears definitely belonged to the young dragon and not the ancient dragon. His power seemed to be stronger than when they last met at the Marguru Empire. Furthermore, he seemed to be more than just slightly talented, as he was able to accurately control this large amount of power. He really must be the Lord's child. Dorf, who had heard about Lord Sherritt and the black dragon from the White Star, glared at the dragon Half-Blood as if he could not forgive him. You pretty much handed everything to them. Are you happy you turned the village into this mess? The dragon Half-Blood responded with a stoic expression. Yes, I am happy. Ha! Dorf then started to charge toward the dragon Half-Blood. He felt as if his anger could only be resolved if he killed this half-dead weakling right now. What kind of place was this village? It was a home for the wandering lion tribe that had no place to stay. Of course, they would soon get their own kingdom, but they still cherished this village that gave them a home. It was important to them. You monster-like bastard, I will kill you. The dragon Half-Blood reached both arms out with an emotionless expression toward the charging Dorf. Light started to surround his two hands again. The light that was even weaker than before looked ready to go out at any moment. However, the dragon half-blood did not wish to run away from Dorf. He had already come thinking that this would be where he died. That was why he thought that he would be more at peace if he died, while fending off Dorf, who was angry at the fact that he fell for his plan. Dorf scoffed in disbelief at the dragon half-blood who was trying to fight him. Kekek, how funny. You want to fight me? Kahaha. Did you want to help him because that dragon shares your blood? What? The dragon half-blood's two hands flinched. The light that was gathering started to shake. Confusion was visible on his face. That dragon shares my blood. What is he talking about? Dorf had a look of disgust on his face as he threw a black spear that was different than Rayan's toward the dragon half-blood. Why are you feigning ignorance when you dared to betray your father who created you to help your dancing? Do you not know what a blessing is because you are a monster? Dancing, I have a dancing. The dragon half-blood's pupils started to shake. He did not have a dancing, however, there was something that came to mind. There was something he did a few years ago, the first and only thing he ever did against the White Star's orders. It was something that he had stealthily asked someone heading over to the Western continent to do, because he thought the White Star was less likely to find out about it as they were on the Eastern continent. Ridicka. Yes, he had asked that bastard to help him out. They called him the blood-crazed mage, but the dragon half-blood had thought he was trustworthy. That bastard had been loyal to him. The bastard who was crazy about the color red considered him to almost be a god because he had the heart of a red dragon. Perhaps. The dragon half-blood started to think about something. Kahaha, did you give up already? The black spear that Dorf had thrown was now in front of his face, while Dorf approached and shouted out loud while swinging the large sword in his hand toward the dragon half-blood. A spear and sword. Two different weapons were attacking the dragon half-blood. However, this was the first time the dragon half-blood could not focus on the battlefield. He blankly stared at the sword and spear flying toward him. Bararang. A large explosion occurred. The dragon half-blood's body was pushed back. Tap. However, there was someone who caught him. Cal Henitus. The dragon half-blood did not get hurt. He had just been pushed back because of the shock. There was a silver shield in front of him that was blocking the black spear and the sword. Cal tightly clenched the dragon half-blood's shoulder as he started to speak. Why are you blanking out like that? I'll tell you later. He made the chaotic dragon half-blood stand up straight. Human, the dragon half-blood has a younger sibling. Are they around here? Let's help find him. I feel a bit sorry for this guy. He works too hard to do the dishes. Cal had a bitter smile on his face at Rayon's ramblings as he moved the dragon half-blood behind his back. I didn't expect it to blow up like this first. The dragon half-blood did not know about how they had met Lord Sherritt. It was because there was nobody around Cal who would tell the dragon half-blood or any other such secret information without Cal's permission. Nobody would also talk about how Sherritt's castle was in the Forest of Darkness, because he had said it was a secret, as they needed to avoid the White Star's gaze. I purposely made sure the dragon half-blood didn't hear about it too. Cal had not asked the dragon half-blood about Lord Sherritt and her children, the red egg and black egg, because he wanted to properly ask in person. It was not something to discuss through a video communication device. I also wanted to hear it first while away from Rayan. It could be information that would shock Rayan. He wanted to hear that story first. He heard the dragon half-blood's voice behind him. What the hell is going on? The dragon half-blood looked at Cal, who turned around after hearing his voice. The eyes that were quietly observing him slowly started to speak. I'll tell you everything. So, survive for now. The dragon half-blood's mouth that was dropped in shock slowly started to close. However, his pupils were still shaking. The dragon half-blood's eyes reflected the stoic face in front of him. You can't die right now. You must live. Those words dug deep into the dragon half-blood's ears. Chapter 459, Returned 5. Why do I need to live? The dragon half-blood wanted to ask Cal but could not do so. Barang, barang. The black spears were still destroying places inside the secret base. This chaotic situation did not provide any time to ask such questions. Furthermore, he could not have any other thoughts while looking at those black spears. His mind turned into a complicated mess. Destroy that egg. The White Star's order from the past stabbed at his ears like needles. The moment the dragon half-blood was born as a chimera, the White Star had pointed to the black egg and mumbled in a half-laughing way, "Destroy it, and you can eat it if you want." That would be quite an entertaining sight, too. The extremely deep underground cave with no light whatsoever. There was a black egg next to the dragon half-blood who was chained up in this cave and desperately waited for the white star to return each time with the hope that he could receive the white star's approval. One day, the white star noticed the gently placed black egg in one side of the cave and chuckled. "You still haven't destroyed it. I was clear with my orders. I want you to personally destroy that egg." "Got it." The dragon half-blood had nodded his head and said that he would one day destroy the egg. Once he could leave the cave and see the world according to the White Star's orders, he used a small opening he found to give an order to the mage Radika. "I just need to throw that egg away." "Yes, go to the western continent and throw it away there. However, you must not destroy it. You absolutely must not destroy it. Just throw it away in a cave in a clean forest with a good breeze or something. Also, put an illusion spell there so that nothing can enter that cave. Set some traps as well. Also, he hesitated before adding in, "Let me know the location of it in the future if I ask you for it." The dragon half-blood recalled how Radika had looked at him with an odd expression at that time. This was the first time Radika had asked a question about the dragon half-blood's orders. "Isn't that hiding it instead of throwing it away? Are you telling me to protect it? Protect it?" The dragon half-blood had laughed at that word. Who was he to protect anything? And what was that black egg for him to protect it? The black egg was like an ornament he had placed in a corner of the cave. Why would he place any type of meaning to it? If he threw it away, it would hatch on its own if he threw it away in a mountain cave that was high in mana. It was the Lord's child and a dragon, so it would grow on its own. It would be able to find its own way to survive if Radika placed illusion spells outside the cave so that enemies could not harm it either. He couldn't have such a chance because he was not thrown away. However, in return for being thrown away, that black egg would earn that opportunity. In that case, wouldn't they be in similar situations? Radika, do not interpret my words however you feel. Got it. The dragon half-blood had spoken as if he was scolding Radika, who continued to look at the black egg with an odd expression before nodding his head. "I understand, sir. This is a secret between the two of us." "Got it." "Yes, sir, I understand." The word secret made Radika's eyes glow and give off an odd sense of madness, but the dragon half-blood had not noticed it. As someone who had not experienced the world at that time, the dragon half-blood could only trust Radika, who was loyal to him. Many years had passed since then, and he had forgotten about it. It was because Radika was dead. Of course, he had asked about the black egg when he had made a short visit to the western continent a few months before Radika died, when he said he was going to take the mermaids to fight against the whale tribe. "You clearly remember the location, right? You threw it away properly." "Of course. I check in every so often to make sure that it is still properly thrown away." Radika had responded that he had thrown the egg away properly and that it was still in the cave. That was why the dragon half-blood had given him a temperature management magic device. "Are you giving it because you think it might be hot inside the cave? What nonsense. Just put that in the cave as well." Radika did not say anything else to the dragon half-blood's response before leaving with the temperature management magic device. The dragon half-blood had forgotten about the black egg after hearing that Radika was dead. I had forgotten about it. He then recalled something he said when he first met Cal Henitus. "I smell a lord." He had said that Cal Henitus was giving off the smell of the dragon lord. He did not mean much when he had said that. After Lord Sherritt's death, there were some dragons who were born with the potential to become the next dragon lord. He had even killed one of those dragons. That was why he had thought that smell of a lord was the same type. "I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. I am 6 years old this year. Is washing dishes fun, dragon half-blood? I'm not talking to you because I pity you. I'm only talking to you because I am bored." He had thought that the young dragon named Rayan Muru was just another one of those dragons with the potential to become the Dragon Lord. That was why he had tried to kill him. He had believed that he could not be accepted by the White Star and had to live without a name because he was not a complete dragon. That was why he had found that black dragon to be annoying. How could such? What a rotten situation the dragon half-blood stumbled, snap out of it. Cal supported him once more. He looked over Cal's shoulder to see Choi Han charging toward Dorf. He could also see On and Hung using their poisonous fog to paralyze the enemies outside the wall. On, Hang, and Rayan. These young children had come to chat with the dragon half-blood who was washing dishes without thinking about much. They started to chat with him as if they had forgotten about how he had attacked them and tried to kill them. Beecrox is the best at doing dishes. Deputy Butler Hands is good at it too. The dragon half-blood had wondered what the two young cats were talking about. However, he was in continuous pain such that he did not pay any attention to the children and just quietly continued to do the dishes. But dragon half-blood, you're good at it too. The young black dragon had then fluttered his wings and smiled at the dragon half-blood. This is driving me crazy. The dragon half-blood felt as if his head would explode. The gorge of death. He had tried to send tens, no, hundreds of light arrows toward the unconscious black dragon in Cal Henitus's arms at that battle. The dragon half-blood suddenly heard a voice in his heart at that moment. What about it? You should kill him because he is the enemy, because he is a dragon. The dragon half-blood bit down on his lips after hearing the voice from his heart. Yes, he should kill him because he was the enemy. He repeated that to himself in his mind. However, he started to think about the black egg again. He had thrown that black egg away. He definitely did, he really did. So, what is going on? He could not understand his mind that felt like it was going to explode. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating wildly. He had come here thinking he was going to die, and everybody else was still frantically fighting. But the dragon half-blood felt as if he was alone, as if the spot he was standing in was separated from the rest of the people. It was at that moment. Bang! The dragon half-blood covered his ears after hearing a loud explosion. His weak body was affected by loud noises now as well. Are you trying to go until the end? He could hear Dorf shouting. The dragon half-blood raised his head. He could see Dorf's angry eyes on the other side of the shield. That was when the dragon half-blood realized that the second secret base was on fire. Heh, human, I'm throwing another one. A magic bomb that appeared in the air was thrown toward the secret base. Bang! The defensive wall shook along with the loud noise. The people inside the wall were busy putting the fires out on the buildings that were destroyed by the black spears while trying to dodge the magic bombs at the same time. Human, how many can I throw? As many as you want. Cal stoically responded, and Rayan responded with excitement. Heh! Then I'm going to throw all of the magic bombs Goldie Gramps gave me. I will not let them off this time. Sure, keep throwing them. Cal was responding to Rayan's comments, but the person looking at him thought that Cal was talking to him. Dorf glared at Cal from the other side of the shield. You want to keep throwing those things? What's wrong? I can't do that. Cal shrugged his shoulders while looking at Dorf. The white star seemed to be spreading around what seemed like magma, so what's wrong with bombs? They're about the same, aren't they? Smirk. Cal started to smirk and Dorf's skinny fist started to pound on the shield. You dare to mock this king? Bang, barang, bang. He continued to slam on the shield. However, the shield did not break. The dragon half-blood who was observing from behind, Cal noticed the reason for that. The silver shield. There was a thick silver shield in front of this silver shield that was fainter than usual. It must belong to Rayan Murrow. He made eye contact with Cal at that moment. Cal peeked toward Dorf before quietly whispering to the dragon half-blood. My body is not normal right now. It is difficult to use ancient powers. He had come here after fighting a while against the White Star. He did recover a bit while Ran and Beecrox recovered their house, but he was still at the brink of fainting. It looks like you are about to faint soon. Are you desperate to sacrifice yourself? For reference, it was the sky eating water and not the scary giant cobblestone that asked this question. Don't overdo it. Stop using your shield. It's hard for the glutton too. Do you want to faint again? The sky-eating water was warning Cal so much about fainting that he could not use his ancient powers properly. Cal heard the dragon half-blood's voice as he started to frown. Did the black dragon save me? He was speaking, not to anybody else, but to himself. Shoot. Cal started to frown. Based on the dragon half-blood's actions, he had a good idea about the answers to the questions he was planning on asking him. If my suspicions are correct, the dragon half-blood, he could not die right now. Ha! Cal let out a sigh. Bang! Did you just sigh? Dorf responded to that sigh. The black orb he threw slammed on the shield. However, Choi Han soon appeared in front of Dorf and swung his sword toward him. Calnim, I'm sorry for his being so loud. Choi Han innocently apologized before attacking Dorf again. Damn it, you persistent bastard. Dorf bit down on his lips. He found it difficult to fight Choi Han. He had no idea how this human must have lived in order for the attribute in his aura to be similar to his darkness attribute. This was the reason his power of darkness did not work properly on Choi Han. Furthermore, Choi Han kept attacking him and breaking his flow whenever he tried to properly use the darkness elemental's powers. Choi Han calmly asked him a question at that moment. Why are you not using your strength properly? It feels like you are saving it for something. What? You're not giving me any time to use my full strength. Dorf, who was shouting in anger, could see Choi Han tilting his head in confusion. What nonsense are you spewing now? You're saving your strength on purpose. Dorf's frowning face slowly turned stoic. Oh, you were aware of it. Dorf then started to smile, as if he had never been angry as Choi Han fixed his grip on his sword. The Lion King is saving his strength for some odd reason. The person who had cast the black wall to bother so many people was not doing that right now. Furthermore, he was not using his berserk transformation either. Kekek. He started to laugh as he responded. They're here. Chohan quickly turned his body to the right. Parrot, he saw a bright light along with people teleporting over. Choi Han could see someone with red hair at the center of the light. It was the White Star. He could also see Seoru and the illusionist. Ha! I was thoroughly tricked. The White Star must have had to deal with some things before he came here, as he looked like a mess. He was covered in red sand as he stood there with a thunderbolt in his hand. It was obvious that they had rushed here. He started to smile toward Cal with bloodshot eyes. How many times are you planning on smacking my back? He glared at Cal and raised his hand that was holding the thunderbolt. Choi Han started to run toward Cal at that moment. Keek, are you going to save your liege? He could hear Dorf laughter. However, that laugh was quickly broken. Rayan, Cal shouted, and Cal's group was soon covered in a bright light. They were teleporting. Choi Han was the last of the group to be covered in light as Cal waved at the White Star who was throwing the thunderbolt. Bye-bye. You haven't found it in the desert yet, right? Cal had no plans on being dragged around by the White Star. He smiled and said goodbye to the White Star. Then I'll finish the search for you in the desert. I'll find that power you are looking for. Pat. The teleportation activated, and Cal ignored the voice of the White Star that he could faintly hear. There was nothing the White Star could do about this. He closed his eyes as his body started to teleport. Once he opened his eyes, although he said he was going to the desert, Cal was actually in a secret room in the basement of an antique building. Young Master Nim, you're here. Long time no see, Marquis Taylor Nim. Taylor Stan. The patriarch of the Rhone Kingdom's Northwest Region's Marquis household welcomed Cal. As he mentioned, Cal had come to find the Earth attribute ancient power that the White Star was looking for. It just happened to be in the Rhone Kingdom's Northwest region. Chapter 460. It's what I want. 1. I will lead you to your room first. Thank you very much. Taylor smiled at Cal's thank you before quickly leading them to another room. They did not see anyone in the hallway as they left the underground room and moved to their room. Screech. The door opened, and a place that was set up like a meeting room appeared in front of them. It's over here. Thank you very much. It's nothing, young Master Nim. I will see you later. Yes. Taylor stealthily walked away as he had done while guiding them here. Come in. Cal entered the room as if all of this was normal and everyone other than Choi Han, and the invisible Rayan followed behind him with suspicion on their faces. Click. Beacrox closed the door to isolate them from the outside and started to speak. Why are we not in the desert? He asked before seeing the usual expression on the now visible Rayan's face and Choi Han's calm expression, making him nod his head with a bitter expression. Choi Han seems to know something as well. I guess there's a reason. I don't really know either. Is that so? Beacrox sat next to Choi Han at the table before speaking toward Cal, who was at the head of the table. Young Master Nim, I know you suspected that the final Earth attribute power would be in the Rhone Kingdom's Northwest region. The dragon half-blood, who was the only one here to hear this information for the first time, flinched. His mind was still a chaotic mess, but he realized that he was hearing some dangerous and secretive information and cautiously started to speak. Is this okay for me to hear? Beacrox, who received that gaze, bluntly responded. Why wouldn't it be okay? That's right. It is as Beacrox mentioned. Cal agreed with it as well, and the dragon half-blood looked toward Cal with an even more confused expression. However, his gaze then headed toward the children, averaging 9 years old, sitting around Cal. To be more specific, his gaze moved toward Rayan. He was fluttering his wings and tapping Cal's arm with his tail as if he was happy and he was smiling. The dragon half-blood's gaze could not move away from that smile. Egu. Cal sighed internally while watching this. The answer seemed obvious even without asking about it, however. Cal could not just keep standing there observing the dragon half-blood. Young Master Nim, are we here at the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region, and not the desert, because you located the Earth attribute ancient power? He turned toward Beecrox, who had asked the question. Beecrox, who had asked in a pressing tone, thought they were wasting precious time. We don't know when the White Star will return to the desert. He might have immediately returned there for all we know. That would mean it was likely for the White Star to notice Cal's absence and turn his attention toward the Rhone Kingdom's northwest region. You see, Cal started to speak at that moment. He looked toward his friends sitting around the table. In addition to the children averaging 9 years old and the dragon half-blood, Beecrox, Choi Han, and mercenary King Bud Illies were there. Yes, yes, you what? Bud looked toward Cal with an entertained expression. Choi Han, who was the only one other than Rayan who knew that Cal would come here, chose to be silent. Is the Earth attribute ancient power located in the Stan territory? However, Choi Han did not know everything either. He had no way of knowing whether Cal had found the Earth attribute ancient power or not. He just waited for Cal to open his mouth, which happened soon enough. Does anybody clearly remember the Hennitus County's crest? Bud looked toward Cal with a shocked expression. The Hennitus County's crest was the golden turtle. He knew that much, but he didn't know the detailed crest on their county flag. Who the hell would remember something like that? However, Bud was mistaken about this. Calnim, I remember it. Human, I remember it. I will make a crest like that in the future too. I know it. I know it because Hans taught it to me. Choi Han and the children, averaging 9 years old, answered as if it was an easy question. Young Master Nim, of course. I can draw something like that. Beecrox sounded annoyed to even answer such an obvious question. Well, I can describe most of it even if I can't draw it out. Even the dragon half-blood cautiously nodded his head. This made Bud at a loss for words. What the? Am I the weird one? Cal continued to speak as Bud stood there unable to share his thoughts. Yes. As you all know, the Hennitus County's crest is young Master Nim. Beecrox raised his hand and cut Cal off. Bud was waiting for Beecrox, who stopped Cal, who had gone off topic from talking about the Earth attribute ancient power to the Hennitus crest, to keep talking. The person who had asked the question earlier to get the discussion started had been Beecrox. What is it? Cal responded to Beecrox with a stoic expression, and Beecrox answered with a serious expression. It is not the Hennitus County anymore. It is the Hennitus Duchy now. Please use the proper term, especially in front of the children. Bud was at a loss for words. He wanted to ask if that was the reason Beecrox had cut Cal off, but the look of pride on Beecrox's face made Bud keep quiet. I should just stay quiet. Bud chose silence, and Cal looked toward Beecrox in shock before continuing to speak. Anyway, the Hennitus Duchy's symbol is the golden turtle, and it was used as the family crest. I will show it to you. I remember everything because I am great and mighty. Rayan used magic to create the Hennitus crest at the center of the table. A golden turtle was at the center of it, as Cal mentioned. That's right. That is how it looked. Bud nodded his head at the crest he had seen a few times. He heard a whisper at that moment. It was Cal. What is the golden turtle carrying? There was something on the golden turtle's shell. Human, I know the answer. It's a boulder. It's a stone mountain. Rayan answered with excitement, and Hung chimed in as well. Deputy Butler Hans told me. He said it was a stone mountain on top of the golden turtle. He said that the mountain was made of marble. That's right. You really are smart. You're smart too, youngest bro. Bud nodded his head after hearing the children's comments. The Hennitus County's crest was a golden turtle with a marble mountain on top of it. The territory is famous for its marble. That was the reason it became so wealthy. It was normal for the territory crest to have their symbol along with the item their territory was famous for. But why does that matter? Bud didn't know why Cal would bring that up right now. It was at that moment. Ah, so. Choi Han quietly gasped. Bud wanted to ask what's wrong with him. After seeing Choi Han nodding his head, however, Choi Han could not pay any attention to that right now. Cal Nim was definitely looking at the file about the Northwest region's nobles at that time. It was the day when the celebration had happened after the Hennitus household was promoted to a duke's household. Choi Han had gone to find Cal in the corner terrace, where Cal was reading some documents. Those documents were full of information about the Northwest region's nobles. Cal was looking at information on Marquis Stan's household, as well as all nobles in the Northwest region, in addition to a map of the Northwest region. Choi Han, did you figure it out? Choi Han, who turned to see Cal, who was smiling so much that his eyes were in the shape of a crescent moon, nodded his head, and Cal immediately continued to speak. My Earth attribute, ancient power, can be said to be a type of stone-based power. Even its name was the scary giant cobblestone. Cal continued to speak, just as Bud was about to frown at Cal changing topics again. There are only two noble families in the Roan Kingdom with boulder or stone in their crest. Bud found this to be odd. Are there really only two households? Only two noble households in this land of boulders has some kind of stone in their crest. As Cal mentioned, the Roan Kingdom had been called the Land of Boulder since a long time ago. Furthermore, other than the royal family, no organizations are using any kind of stone even now. Merchant guilds, associations, none of them have used any type of stone in their crest. Do you think this is a coincidence? Cal took a small piece of paper out of his pocket as he asked. There was a crest drawn on this piece of paper that seemed to have been ripped out of a book. A snake. Beacrock saw a red snake on the paper. Ho! Bud lightly slapped his knees with his palms. He could see the red snake as well. It was another family's family crest. That red snake was wrapped around a stone mountain as it glared at someone with its jaw opened. This red snake symbolized only one family in the entire Roan Kingdom. Even Bud, who had been paying attention to the Roan Kingdom, knew this crest, because he had been paying attention to this household that was one of the strongest households of the Roan Kingdom. Bud said that household's name as he looked toward Cal. The Stan March. Yes, only the Stan household and the Henitus household use a boulder in their crests. Was this a coincidence? That was the thought passing through Bud's mind. But you see, Cal wasn't done just yet. The Roan Kingdom is very unique. It has a large territory, but only the marble in the east and the granite in the west are famous. The group all focused on the Stan household's crest. Unlike the Henitus crest, this red snake was wrapped around a thicker and darker boulder. This probably represented granite. Is there anywhere else where the quality of the boulders is so clearly different? I also found out one other thing. His quiet voice sounded extremely loud as everybody focused on Cal. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked, and Cal immediately got up and opened the door. Young Master Nim, here is the item you requested. Thank you, Marquis Nim. Not at all. Something like this is nothing for you, young Master Cal Nim. Then I will be on my way as you are in the middle of a meeting. Taylor Stan quickly left after noticing the serious atmosphere in the room. Cal said that he would come to greet him later and walked Taylor out. He then returned to the table and opened up the item in his hand. CHHHHHHHH. It was a map, the Northwest region. This map clearly showed the Northwest region with the Stan March at the center. This was the second most thorough map in the Stan territory other than the one used by their troops. Tap. Cal pointed to a spot with his finger. A stone mountain filled with granite is in the Stan March. It was a rough mountain that was not comparable to the 10-Finger Mountains where Cal had visited and met the elves. It was made of granite and famous for the beautiful scenery. However, people rarely visited that place now because of the rough terrain, a scary legend, and rumors about how it was dangerous. That scenery is said to look like a red snake wrapped around a stone mountain. Cal started to smile. And there is also a legend that says that a red snake gobbles up anybody who tries to conquer the mountain. His relaxed smile reached the others. What do you think? Are you getting a feel for it now? They definitely were. As he mentioned, they all had a certain thought come to mind. Calnim, are we going to this mountain? Choi Han asked for everyone, and Cal answered without any hesitation. We definitely need to check out the places that have the highest chances of having what we are looking for. Screech. Choi Han got up, and the others followed as well. Cal, who was already standing, made eye contact with the others and looked ready to head to the marked mountain at any moment. However, before that, Cal shook his head. He started to speak in a serious tone to the others who were confused. We need to eat first. Cal, who was hungry after not eating for a long time, looked toward the children averaging 9 years old before looking toward Beacrox. We can't starve the children. Ah, I suppose that is true, young Master Nim. Beacrox shook his head and headed toward the door without saying anything else. Where are you going? He turned the doorknob and responded to Bud's question. To make some food. He then headed out toward the Stan household's kitchen without any hesitation. His footsteps quickened after thinking about how dirty On and Hong had gotten any food in half a day, as well as how hungry Rayan might be. Beecrox did not seem to care about how shocked the Stan household's chefs would be at this outsider's visit. The others, who were blankly staring at his quick movement, then heard Cal's order. Everybody head out for a bit. Human, do I need to go out too? Yes, everybody out. Ah, except you. Cal motioned for the dragon half-blood to sit before pointing to the door for the others. He saw the Stan household's butler, who had a shocked expression on his face after probably seeing Beecrox. Ask that butler to show you where to rest. Hey, what do you mean a place to rest? Aren't we in a hurry? Cal ignored the grumbling Bud and closed the door behind the others without any hesitation. Human, see you later. Rayan, who turned invisible after seeing the butler, said goodbye, leaving only Cal and the dragon half-blood inside the meeting room. Screech. Cal sat down on the chair across from the dragon half-blood and started to speak. As Bud mentioned, we are in a bit of a hurry right now, so I'll give you 30 minutes. The dragon half-blood subconsciously clenched his fists. His back was sweating. Cal didn't care as he asked the dragon half-blood a question in a stoic voice. Do you know about the red egg? The dragon half-blood's pupils started to shake. Chapter 461. It's what I want, too, Cal observed the dragon half-blood's shaking eyes with a stoic expression. I have no reason. He had no reason to sympathize with the dragon half-blood's emotions, who didn't have stories in their lives. Cal had not forgotten the crazed anger in the dragon half-blood's eyes as he aimed for Rayan, who was unconscious as he was going through his first growth phase. Forget, that was a word that Kim Rock-soo did not use many times in his life. However, it was a word that the dragon half-blood was familiar with. His shaking mouth slowly opened to speak. My memories are not complete. The dragon half-blood recalled his first memory. It was the memory of a dark cave. Of course, his eyes quickly became accustomed to the darkness as he did not have regular human eyes. My first memory is about a dark cave. The dragon half-blood clenched his shaking hands together. Inside that darkness where he couldn't even see himself. I was in pain at the time. It was different than the severe pain he felt right now, but he had continuously felt pain back then. It was because I was in the process of becoming a chimera. A dragon was being mixed into a human's body. The dragon half-blood's body was being restructured at that time. I was turning into a monster that was neither a human nor a dragon. He didn't remember how painful it had been. Through that pain, the dragon half-blood had only waited for the man in the white mask who visited him the most. The torch that the man brought with him had been his only source of light. It was also his only source of heat. The white star would come and quietly look at me for a while before leaving. Now that I think about it, he probably came to observe me. He wanted to see if the creature that he had created was growing properly. The dragon half-blood had not known who the man in the white mask was back then. He was in so much pain that he didn't have time to wonder about the man's identity, nor even his own identity. He was very young at the time. The pain alone was enough to fill the child's mind. One day, a terrible pain filled my body. That was the last step. That was the last step for him to turn into a complete chimera. I recalled something as I suffered through that pain. The dragon half-blood opened and closed his mouth a few times before continuing to speak. That memory was not a memory I had as a dragon half-blood, but one of my memories as a human. It was not his first memory as the dragon half-blood. It was a memory from when he was still human. It was just a single memory. He had recalled a specific incident. I had coincidentally run into the White Star 900 years ago. I presume it was during his second or third reincarnation. Cal, who was quietly listening, twitched his eyebrow. If it is as the dragon half-blood described, then it was his life that was right after his life as the last dragon slayer, or the life after that. Based on the time frame, it needed to be around there for the dragon half-blood, who has lived for 900 years, to have met the White Star, who has reincarnated for 10 years. Cal had his hands interlocked as he looked toward the dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood continued to speak while still holding his shaking hands together. At that time, the White Star visited the village that I lived in as a human. He gave a lot of food to the children and played with us. The dragon half-blood's eyes lowered. However, he was probably looking for children like me who had the body he needed to create monsters like me. Experiments that won't die even if he channeled a dragon's power into us. The dragon, half-blood, bit down on his lips, and the village that the human me lived in was very poor. It was a slum outside the city. He gave me a lot of food and told me a lot of exciting stories at that time. His heart was roaring as he continued to recall these memories. And then, the dragon half-blood's mouth stopped shaking. A dull voice came out of his mouth. And then, my real parents sold me off to the White Star. He could still remember how his parents had pushed him toward the White Star after receiving a gold coin from him with 2 hands, the final stage before he became a complete chimera. The only memory that popped up during that terrible pain was the memory of that incident. How terrible must that have been? How terrible must that have been that he only remembered that incident? Friends from when he was young, faces of his siblings. He didn't remember any of that. That incident was the only memory he had during his life as a human. I remember it very, very clearly. He knew that he was being sold off at that time. However, he feigned ignorance and tried to grab onto his father and mother's sleeves. Unfortunately, the thing that ended up in his hand was the White Star's stiff hand. That was how he left the village holding the White Star's hand and headed toward the forest. The dragon half-blood had looked back at the village for a while before resigning himself to his fate and asking the White Star a question. Are you my father? Are you my father from now on? He had heard about how children who were sold off like this usually ended up being sold again as slaves or died. That was why he was hoping that would not be it. I'm not sure. The White Star was speaking gently to him, even though he had purchased him with money. However, it was only his voice that was gentle. Think about it however you like. The child who had turned into a complete monster after coming out of the swamp of memory had looked at the White Star smiling in front of him as he started to think. Father, this person is my father. No, he had to become my father. He said to think about it however he liked, so the dragon half-blood decided that he would treat the White Star as his new father. But I couldn't treat him as my father in the end. I couldn't be accepted as his son. It was because he could not become a complete dragon. He was a half-dragon whose limit was going through the second growth phase. He was a chimera, a monster. Once the pain disappeared after the final stage, I realized that I had become a dragon half-blood. I had become a chimera. The White Star said the following to me at that time. The voice stopped shaking, but Cal could see the pupils that started to shake again. The owner of those eyes continued to speak in a hoarse voice. He repeated what the White Star had told him word for word. I shoved a red dragon's heart into your heart. Cal closed his eyes the moment he heard those words. The dragon half-blood continued to speak. He also said the following. Your heart has the blood of the last dragon lord, so you will definitely become a great dragon, become a dragon and succeed me. I believe you will be able to do both. Cal held back a sigh. The red dragon's heart, and the last dragon lord's blood. These two were enough to give him the answers. All of his questions had been answered. This bastard has Rayon's sibling's blood. Cal started to feel a headache coming. His temples were hurting. The White Star had destroyed the red egg and killed Rayon's sibling dragon in order to use his heart as an ingredient to give birth to the dragon half-blood. I ate a few more dragon hearts after that. Ha! Cal ended up sighing as he brushed his face with both hands. It didn't seem right to share his frustrations with the dragon half-blood. It's not like this bastard was the one who killed Rayon's sibling. In the end, there was only one thing Cal could say. White Star, you motherfucking bastard. No matter how many times he thought about it, it would be too easy to let that bastard die a peaceful death. He needed to make sure the White Star died a painful death. Cal's face filled with anger as he motioned toward the dragon half-blood with his head. Tell me more. It was as if he was telling him to keep talking if there was anything else to say. The dragon half-blood continued. After I went through my first growth phase, I could only leave the cave when the White Star gave me an order. The White Star took me with him because I was able to tell which dragons were strong enough to become dragon lords or would end up becoming strong enough in the future. That was why the White Star had taken the dragon half-blood around with him and killed the strong dragons himself or ordered the dragon half-blood to kill them. Cal raised his hand and cut him off. Not that. I don't want to hear about your life. Tell me what you know about the black egg. The dragon half-blood finally realized why Cal Henitus was calmly chatting with him. The reason he was chatting like this with someone like him who tried to kill him, his friends, and his people was because of the young dragon. He felt envious of the young dragon, but continued to speak with a different mindset than before. Boom, boom, boom. His heart started to beat wildly and shake as he started to think about the young dragon. There was a punk named Radika who was my subordinate. You should know about him as well. He was the middle-grade arm member you first fought against. The dragon half-blood started to tell Cal everything he knew about the black egg. He started with how he had stealthily given Radika the orders to throw it away, as well as how Radika told him that he had thrown it away in a cave. He also told him how he had no idea of knowing where the egg was after Radika's death. Ha! Cal let out a sigh-like laugh after hearing everything. He started to speak toward the dragon half-blood with a look of disbelief. You left it with Radika? Yes. Cal looked toward the dragon half-blood, who looked intimidated as he nodded his head and started to think. How can things end up like this? He could finally understand how Rayan was moved from the eastern continent to the western continent and ended up being sold to the Stan household. Cal started to oddly frown. His emotions were a mess right now. He looked toward the dragon half-blood with a stoic expression and started to speak. You told Radika to throw it away in a clear forest with a nice breeze in the western continent. Yes. You told him to cast an illusion spell at the entrance. Yes. And you asked him every so often if he threw it away properly. You asked him if it was still in that cave. Yes. I needed to confirm that he threw it away properly. Oh, Cal looked at the dragon half-blood in disbelief. Is that throwing it away? That's hiding it to protect it. Egu. Cal's headache became worse. Was this dragon half-blood bastard such a silly fool? However, he could understand why the dragon half-blood, who said he despised dragons, would treat the black egg that way. Egu, my head. Cal grabbed his forehead with one hand as he started to speak. You are a pretty smart bastard. I'm sure by now you know that Radika lied to you. I know. The dragon half-blood bit down on his lips. It had been about 2 years since Radika died. He had said that the egg had not hatched yet, but this black dragon was 6 years old already. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. I am 6 years old. If that was true, then that meant that he had been tricked by Radika. The dragon half-blood heard Cal's calm voice in his ear at that moment. Radika sold an egg to the Stan March. It was a black egg. The egg soon hatched, and it was chained in an underground cave for 4 years, living a life of torture while being whipped and starved. The dragon half-blood suddenly thought about the term rearing animals. He too had been reared like an animal by the White Star. Cal was speaking as he thought about that, and he didn't learn anything he should have learned as a dragon. There were mana-restricting chains around his neck. He had never even used magic properly. The dragon half-blood opened and closed his mouth a few times before finally deciding to ask. Are you talking about your dragon? That dragon who was so innocent, happy, and seemed to have grown up full of love had lived such a life. He grew up chained, imprisoned, and tortured like that. Cal shook his head as he looked into the dragon half-blood's shaking eyes. Why is he my dragon? Is he an item? He is Rayan Muru, Rayan Muru. Cal sighed before casually adding on. He is Rayan Muru, the younger sibling to the red dragon that is stuffed into your heart. The dragon half-blood lowered his head. So frustrating. Cal started to frown even more after seeing his shrunk and crumpled appearance. What should he do about this? Should he tell Rayan? More importantly, should he tell Sherrit? Tap, tap, tap. Cal's finger that was tapping on the armrest stopped moving. The dragon half-blood who had his head down soon heard Cal's voice. Will you meet the red dragon's mom? She's Rayan's mother. Ha! Cal could see the dragon half-blood's blank expression that looked like a broken clock. He jerked his head up and blankly asked, making him look extremely stupid. Egu, my poor life. Cal pressed on his temples and started to speak. First of all, how much longer do you think you have to live? That. The dragon half-blood who had been fidgeting ever since he mentioned Lord Sherrit seemed very stupid right now. That, I don't really know. The dragon half-blood really didn't know how much longer he had to live. The pain throughout his body was so terrible that it wouldn't be weird if he died at any moment. But I can hold on. The dragon half-blood looked toward Cal and answered. He didn't realize it, but he was looking at Cal with a desperate expression. Cal understood the dragon half-blood's emotions that were behind that desperate expression and the quiet yet urgent voice. I'm sure he wants to meet her. He probably wants to meet Lord Sherritt. This was someone who had only been thrown away by people whom he had considered parents in the past. Of course, he didn't want to feel sympathy for this bastard. He had done a lot of terrible things in the past. That was why Cal did not think about how to keep this bastard alive. However, he said something else instead. Stay alive. Persist. Hold on for as long as possible. You can't die right now. Cal got up after saying that. The Earth attribute ancient power. You'll have a chat with Rayan and Rayan's mom once I get that power. Keep your mouth shut until then. You know why, right? The dragon half-blood understood why Cal was telling him to keep his mouth shut. It was for the young dragon. He opened his mouth and confidently responded, I know. This is a very important time for you guys, and I don't want to harm you in any way. Good, don't do anything to harm us. I don't like you, so don't cause us any more harm. Do I sound cold? The dragon half-blood sighed at Cal's comment. No, it does not sound cold at all. How could he find someone who was saying he didn't like him, but also telling him to persist to be cold? If this was the White Star, forget having such a calm discussion. He would kill Rayan and Rayan's mom in front of him before killing him in a cruel manner while saying that it was the price of his sins. He looked toward Cal Henitus and started to speak. You really seem like a good person. Cal instantly started to frown. He thinks I'm a good person. What nonsense. Are you out of your mind? Is it time for you to die? You think I'm a good person? What total nonsense. Do you think I'll try to find a way to keep you alive if you say something like that? Cal was laughing as if telling him not to have such thoughts and that such things would never happen. He could then see the dragon half-blood who was faintly smiling. I have no plans to live any longer. Just a little longer. I plan on holding on for just a little longer. Cal was at a loss for words seeing the dragon half-blood respond like this. However, the dragon half-blood didn't care as he quietly started to laugh. For some odd reason, he couldn't help but laugh. His heart felt at peace. He also felt sorrow. Why after all this time? No, why now of all times? All sorts of thoughts filled his mind. The past, the present, and the future. All three things mixed in his mind to cause him sorrow. He continued to hear Cal's cold voice as he had that thought. Don't laugh weirdly like that. You will follow us for now. Got it? Sure. The dragon half-blood wanted to do that as well. He wanted to follow Cal. He needed to do that to see him. Cal headed toward the door as he continued to speak. We are heading to the mountain right after we eat. Get ready. Egu, you are going to that mountain. No, I can't do that. I can't guide you there. An old man waved his hands in front of Cal, trying to dissuade him. You'll be bewitched if you go to that mountain, bewitched. You'll be bewitched by a ghost and fall off the cliff. You'll die. Do you know how many skeletons there are under that cliff? Egu, you'll be in big trouble if you go to that mountain. The old man was honest with this feeble-looking merchant. Mr. Bob, a feeble person like you going there will instantly be bewitched and die. I'm saying this because I'm concerned. Egu, but why do you look so feeble like you can't even finish a bowl of soup? Merchant Bob, no. Cal started to frown. Chapter 462. It's what I want. 3. Cal had teleported with the others to arrive here. This was the stone mountain they had seen on the map called Nake Mountain. Cal recalled the conversation he had with Taylor before coming here. What business do you have there? Taylor Stan, who had learned about their destination as he watched them leave, sounded concerned. Taylor had tricked the White Star using keywords such as the land of death and treasure. But he couldn't understand why Taylor, who didn't know about the Earth attribute ancient power, would sound concerned. Is there something fishy I don't know about? Or is there some sort of problem? Cal cautiously asked Taylor. Is there a reason I shouldn't go there? He needed to talk things out with Taylor in order to make sure that there were no problems as he would be moving around the Stan territory. No, there's no reason you cannot go there, young Masternim. There's nowhere in the Stan territory that you cannot go. However, Taylor hesitated for a moment before quietly asking with an awkward smile on his face. You know about the legend of Nake Mountain, right? Are you talking about the story of the snake? Even I do not know if that legend is true or not. But you see, this is a bit. Taylor continued to speak with an awkward expression, as if it was difficult to say. We have people go missing at that mountain every year. And you cannot teleport on that mountain. Excuse me, you can't teleport. Yes, you can't grab the coordinates of that location. A mage would need to gather the coordinates with magic to go from point A to Nake Mountain. However, Nake Mountain was a place where they could not use magic to grab the coordinates. Furthermore, it is covered in fog, so you'll need to go with an experienced hunter. Taylor left for a moment before returning with a list of famous hunters around Nake Mountain and cautiously started to speak again. I don't know why exactly you are going there, but I'm sure it is to protect the Western continent from that villain. Taylor, who grabbed both of Cal's hands, looked toward Cal with respect and admiration. Please return safely. Cal awkwardly smiled at Taylor's comment that was full of both respect and concern before the conversation ended as they left. And now, Cal, who had teleported to the village closest to Nake Mountain, felt awkward as he listened to the old man who was said to be the most experienced and wisest hunter. Anyway, I'm acting like this because you all look so young. Mr. Barb, I don't know what it's for, but don't go to that cursed mountain. Senior, is there nothing that can be done? Hunter Bob wanted to help this young merchant named Barb, whose name was similar to his. Agu. I, Bob, want to help you, Mr. Barb, especially since we have such similar names. It's just that this is a dangerous time right now. He pointed behind his house. His house that was at the farthest part of the village was right outside the fog-covered Nake Mountain. Half of the people who go into that damn mountain end up dying. Mercenary King Bud, who had been quiet, started to speak. But sir, doesn't that mean the other half lived? That's because they went when the fog was not there, you naive young man. Bud, who had instantly ended up as a naive young man, touched his hair and kept his mouth shut. He seemed a bit upset, but Hunter Bob, Merchant Barb, and the others around them didn't seem to care at all. Pat, pat. Hey, Bud, why do you look so sad? Are you upset? I'm curious. The silver kitten just patted Bud's leg with her front paws while the invisible Rayans chatted in Bud's mind. Choi Han approached the hunter as Bud's shoulders slumped. Senior. Hunter Bob flinched as Choi Han approached him. He felt the same way he felt when he faced a large wild animal while he was out hunting. He couldn't help but look at the eyes of the young man that seemed very experienced. Choi Han calmly asked for Bob's help. If it is difficult to guide us, please at least tell us the things we should be wary about. We must go into that mountain right away. We need to hurry. No, oh this. Bob scratched his head. It was at that moment. Merchant Barb, who had been quiet respectfully, started to speak. Please, sir, we will pay you handsomely for it. Agu, it's not that. I'm not acting like this because of the money, 10 million gallons. That is how much we will pay you for your help. The others looked toward Merchant Barb, Cal, with shocked expressions after hearing the extremely high amount. Cal didn't care as he looked toward the hunter with a respectful gaze. Hunter Bob didn't shake after hearing the large amount and just stared at Cal with his gaze that had stiffened with time. Sigh. He then sighed as he walked into his house. Hey, it's obvious he's not acting like this because of the money. Bud poked Cal's side and scolded him. It was at that moment. You must listen to whatever I say if you want to live. The hunter returned wearing leather armor along with his bow and arrows. The hunter, who had quickly finished his preparations to climb Nake Mountain, made Bud look at him in disbelief, but Cal bowed his head and responded respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. Now then, where do we need to go? The top of the mountain. Cal answered the hunter's question about their destination. The place that the snake is said to come out. Nake Mountain. This mountain was known for a red snake that gobbled up any intruders. That snake appeared the most when the fog covered the entire mountain and instantly led people to their death. Why, you crazy? I'm not an old man who is crazy for money. The hunter subconsciously raised his voice. You're going to look for the snake. Do you wish to be bewitched? Yes, sir, that is correct. Really, you don't want to go under the cliff, the top of the cliff, please. Ho, if you hear the voice of a lost loved one through the fog, it is said that you would find a beautiful snake covered in red scales if you follow that voice. If you follow that snake as if you've been bewitched, you'll end up stepping off the cliff without realizing it. Then you would fall to your death. Are you telling me to take you to that cliff? Yes, sir, Senior Bob. Agu, who cares if we are Bob and Barb? Why the hell do you need to go to that cliff? All of you are so young. He was patting his chest as if it was disappointing. It could not be helped. Have you seen the faces of the people who fell off the cliff and died? No. Have you heard the things they said? I've seen them, I have. Do you know how they died? Just thinking about it was terrible. Hunter Bob, who knew Nake Mountain well, had taken the families of the dead to the bottom of the cliff many times. There were times they found the bodies too late, and they were already rotting or only the bones remained. But there were a few times they found the bodies quickly. Bob had received a big shock after looking at the corpses during one of those times. They were all laughing. They were all laughing even though they died. Bob had not gone around that cliff ever since looking at that expression. Senior, I'm not asking you to take us all the way to the edge of the cliff. Please just guide us to the area around the cliff. We will take care of it from there. You want me to just watch people die. I can't do that no matter how much you pay em. We are going to kill the snake. Hunter Bob stopped talking after hearing Cal's comment. Kill what? That snake. That ghost. How? Cal, who saw Bob's gaze, put his hand on the shoulder of the person next to him. Choi Han took out his sword after receiving the signal. He channeled a small amount of his black aura onto his sword. Bob's eyes opened wide. He knew about sword masters and auras, even though he lived in this small village under the mountains his whole life. The corners of the old man's mouth slowly started to rise after looking at the aura for a long time. Heh. He closed the door to his house with that short laugh. He then looked toward Cal. I don't need the money. I would be making a profit if I can help you hunt the biggest prey of my life. The old hunter started to walk toward the dangerous fog-covered mountain. Please follow behind me in a single line. We need to quickly get there before night time, so we are going to use a narrow shortcut. Cal followed behind him. I am behind you. The invisible Rayon followed behind Cal, followed by Beacrox, who was holding on and hung, then the dragon Half-Blood, and then the mercenary king. Are you okay? Bud asked the sweating dragon Half-Blood with an odd expression, as he didn't know how to treat this guy. The dragon Half-Blood quietly waved his hand and followed behind Beacrox. Choi Han was at the end of the group. The hunter took out a bag and handed it to Cal before shouting loud enough for everyone to hear. Please use the earplugs inside the bag to cover your ears if you don't want to be bewitched. Magic supposedly doesn't work to prevent that noise. Cal looked inside the bag. He seemed to have brought as many as he had, as there seemed to be enough for the children, averaging 9 years old as well. Cal grabbed his and Rayon's earplugs before passing the bag to Beacrox. The old man continued to speak with a serious expression. And one time is okay, but don't look at anything red a second time. You must not see it a second time. Do you understand? Just look forward, just look at the back of the person in front of you. Senior, what about you? The hunter smiled at Bud's question. He took a black cloth out of his pocket. He then covered his eyes. He also covered his ears with the earplugs. I am the person who has survived through the fog-covered Nake Mountain the most. The old man then turned around once more. He then started to walk forward with both arms out, touching the ground, boulders, and trees as he walked. Cal realized he picked the right guide after seeing this. Everyone, including the children averaging 9 years old, covered their ears and only looked at the back of the person in front of them as they entered the fog-covered forest. The old man was quick. They had wondered if he would be slow because his eyes and ears were covered. However, there was no hesitation in the old man who had walked through this path for tens of years. Cal quietly followed behind him. I like that he's quick. He didn't know when they would be contacted by the dark elves from the land of death. I'm sure the White Star immediately returned to the land of death. He and Choi Han would be there, but more importantly, he needed the Earth attribute ancient power. That was making Cal concerned and anxious. Of course, the Dark Elves and Merry had set up traps that should last for a few days as they waited for the White Star. But variables always tended to appear. Cal could not help but be anxious. Gulp. His gulping noise sounded extremely loud. He couldn't see properly because of the fog. The only thing he could barely make out was Hunter Bob's back. The trees and weeds on both sides of the narrow path hindered his walking, but he could not look around. It was because he remembered the hunter's warning. Instead, he chose to organize his thoughts as he quietly walked while only looking forward. What kind of power could the final Earth attribute ancient power be? The first thing he thought about was about the power he might soon end up getting. I'm sure it's not a weak power. I am a rock. Cal heard someone's voice in his mind at that moment. He didn't hear it through his ears, and it was a voice Cal was all too familiar with. The scary giant Cobblestone. His low voice echoed in Cal's mind. What did he say? Of course you are a rock, super rock. What else would you be? Cal's expression turned odd. Yes, rock, I am a rock. I was one of the first weapons in human hands. Weapon. Cal, who was looking at the old man's back as he walked, started to frown. Humans do not have sharp claws or legs fast enough to help them escape. That was why they needed something in their hands to fight against their enemies. They needed weapons. They needed it to hunt, to kill their enemies, or even dominate and conquer others. Humans needed weapons for everything. One of the first weapons was the rock. Either super rock in your body was one of those first weapons. The scary giant cobblestone. Cal had thought that scary was an odd term for the super rock. That is why I am the scary giant cobblestone. Numerous living beings have died by being hit by this stone. However, he now felt as if he could understand why he had such a name. And I may be the scary giant cobblestone, but I hoped that they would use the rock to build stone walls instead of throwing it at others. I wanted everyone to live in peace without getting hurt in these stone walls. I wanted to be a sturdy shield for them. I didn't mind being destroyed in the process. I wanted to become the dirt on the ground, to be a field for new life to blossom, or a place for people to rest for a bit. Rocks are the things you can see the most around the world. He chose to fight against the ancient White Star's subordinates and other enemies in places with people who did not have the means to buy expensive and strong weapons. However, the other Earth attribute ancient power seems to have chosen to remain as a weapon. The Earth attribute ancient power that the ancient White Star possessed. The scary giant cobblestone had to face that weapon head-on because he had been at the vanguard during the final battle. Everything is said to die and return to the Earth to turn into dirt. That is why the Earth is a place with a significant amount of death. The super rock considered the Earth to be a place of birth, but the other power did not feel that way. Blood-drenched rock. That is what I call the other Earth attribute ancient power. He didn't know the power's original name, but that was how the super rock had addressed it. It was red. It was a power that was like a rock that was drenched in red blood. What the Cal felt chills on his back after hearing the vicious name. It was at that moment. Cal suddenly felt chills throughout his body. He heard a noise even though he had covered his ears. However, it was not the voice of a lost, loved one. He said once was fine, right? Cal's gaze headed toward the side. He saw a red wall in front of him. No, the red-scaled snake's large body looked like a wall. Shoot! Cal quickly turned his head. It was the snake. That snake had appeared without any noise or sign. Actually, he could still hear the stealthy noise of the snake moving. A snake with a body that was wider than Cal's height was moving next to Cal's group. Shoot! This is a bit scary. Cal cowered a bit at this sight that looked like something that might come out of a scary drama like the Hometown of Legends. 1. This is a scary show that was on when I was a kid. I still remember one episode where this cat ghost has possessed a person, and they ended up with a giant cat head and a human body as they burned to death in the end. Almost 20 years later, that scene is still pretty vivid in my mind. Some scary shoot for a kid to watch. Chapter 463. It's what I want, only look forward. I'll only look forward. Cal's shoulders were curled in as he focused on Hunter Barb's back. I thought it was meant to sound like a lost, loved one to bewitch you, so why is it not doing that to me? Cal did not get scared like this other than because of Ron or Choi Han, but he was extremely scared right now. This is weird. He did not see the snake's head nor its entire body because he turned his head back quickly, but the wiggling body of this large snake was much larger than Cal had expected. Even the luster on the red scales was oddly bright, but that's not the issue. Cal was not scared because of the red scales nor the large body of the snake. He just felt fear as soon as he looked at it. Why is that? Cal started to frown as he had never felt something like this before. The super rock chimed in at that moment. Someone will be bewitched. It will bewitch someone. His voice was full of certainty and stiff, unlike usual. Are you saying I will be bewitched? No, you won't be bewitched. Absolutely not. What? I won't be bewitched. Why? However, the super rock did not answer Cal's question. It just quickly said something else instead. Anybody who is bewitched by that snake will die or try to kill someone. There wasn't even an ounce of hesitation in his voice. You have a lot of people with you right now, and each of them is strong. That shrewd snake who knows that will make the bewitched person kill someone. That is the way for it to cause more deaths. It will make the bewitched person crazy for blood. Is it like a cursed power or item that comes out in fantasy novels? It's more than that. Be careful of the snake. No, be careful of the sword of your bewitched ally. The moment he heard the snake move and the super rock's voice at the same time. Ah, Cal suddenly felt his body being pulled back. Cal felt pain as the hand that pulled his shoulder was tightly grabbing on. What the? What is Cal's eyes opened with, and he shut his mouth. The invisible Rayan, followed by Beecrox with on and hung in his arms, should have been the order behind him. However, he could see that the line had turned into a mess. Hey, mercenary, King Bud was shouting toward Cal. Cal couldn't hear because of the earplugs, but he quickly figured out the situation based on the shape of Bud's lips and the messed up line. Shoot, Beecrox, that bastard. Cal pushed Bud's hand off his shoulder and headed toward Bud. Ah, damn it. Bud frowned at that before quickly rushing toward Hunter Bobe. He needed to grab Bobe, who was disappearing into the fog. Cal, who was approaching Beecrox, was stopped by someone. He turned his head to see Choi Han standing there. He was looking at Cal with a gaze that seemed to be saying, "Be safe." However, Cal just turned back toward Beecrox. Human, Beecrox is acting weird. As Rayan mentioned in his mind, Beecrox had left the group and was entering the forest. Mother! He had a blank expression on his face and only repeated the word mother as he walked. Cal became certain after seeing this. He's bewitched. He was certain Beecrox was bewitched by the snake. Beecrox was not someone who would make such stupid movements with the children in his arms. Cal then saw something else. Human, why is Beecrox heading into that forest when there is nothing there? Both Rayan and Choi Han did not seem to have noticed it, but Cal saw it. He also heard it. Ding ding. He heard a bell. There was a small bell at the end of the large snake's tail that was shaking and ringing slightly away from the direction Beecrox was walking. Ding! Beecrox took a step every time the bell rang. Cal instantly started to frown. Why was this stoic bastard the one to get bewitched? He returned home after 15 years, and it was to the place his mother passed away. He is bound to be more emotional than usual, whether that is with joy, sorrow, or contentment. Damn it. Cal was thinking that the Super Rock's response was accurate. Mom. It was because Beecrox was calling for his mom as he headed over there. Cal realized he missed Beecrox's current mental state before coming here, but could not just stand still. Ding ding. On and Hung were in Beecrox's arms as he continued to follow the sound of the bell. That made Cal even more anxious. The two kittens could not get out of Beecrox's arms to escape. It could not be helped. Dot dot dot, it's red. Once Beecrox had suddenly changed directions and could not snap out of it no matter how many times Hung smacked his arm. Hung saw something red in the direction Beecrox was heading. Red. However, Hung, who was subconsciously shouting, did not see it properly before he had to lower his head. Hung slowly raised his head a little later. His sister Om was holding him with her eyes closed tightly. Hung quickly closed his eyes as well. He said not to look at it twice. They might end up seeing the red scales as the two of them escaped. Furthermore, they couldn't leave Beecrox behind, so they chose to keep their eyes closed while holding onto Beecrox's clothes. What do I do? Choi Han looked at On, Hung, and the blankly walking Beecrox and bit down on his lips. Should I grab Beecrox right now? He was worried that something might happen if he made a rash move. That meant that he needed to assess the situation first, but that was the problem. I can't see it. He didn't see the snake and he didn't hear anything. He could not figure out where the enemy was located. It was at that moment. Swoosh. Choi Han could see Hunter Bobe throwing his blindfold away. He then shouted toward Beecrox with a frown. Shoot. I knew it would be like this. He quickly took an arrow out of his quiver and quickly aimed his bow. He then looked around. He didn't seem afraid of looking at the red snake. Where are you? Where is the damn red snake bastard? I can see it once. Hunter Bobe raised his voice on purpose and acted as if he was going to fight the red snake. He was going to run in the opposite direction as soon as he saw the red scale and take that bewitched person with him. Good. I won't be bewitched because my ears are plugged. There are a lot of strong people, so it shouldn't be difficult grabbing that bewitched person and running away. Old Man Bobe glared as he looked around the fog. The old man subconsciously lowered his bow and started to shout. Hey, are you crazy? Bobe, who had forgotten to use a respectful tone because he was shocked, could see Merchant Bob. Plop, plop. Cal had removed the earplugs and thrown them to the ground with a stoic expression. Human. You'll be bewitched as well. Calnim, hey, he could see the concern on the other people's faces, but Cal was just annoyed. Ding ding. Mom. Beecrox was probably bewitched after hearing his mother's voice right now. He had returned home to the place his mother had passed away after 15 long years. That had created an opening in that stoic person's heart that the red snake bastard used to bewitch him. So annoying. Cal was very angry right now. Human, that's dangerous. He let Rayon's comments in one ear and out the other. He had already removed the earplugs and had seen the scales twice. He had not seen the snake's head yet, but so what? I just need to do what I want to do. Ding. Once the bell rang once more. Aren't you overdoing it? He heard the sky-eating Waters' voice, and Choi Han, who was shocked at his actions, tried to grab his arm. However, Cal was moving quickly. Shar, a thin spear made of water left Cal's hand and flew forward. The spear flew in a straight line toward something until, bang, it slammed onto the bell on the snake's tail. Ha! The rest of the group opened their eyes wide after seeing the exploding water spear and hearing the loud explosion. Cal then quickly ran toward Beecrox through the group of shocked individuals. Mom, ah. He then smacked the back of Beecrox's head refreshingly. It shouldn't hurt that much no matter how hard Cal hit him, but Beecrox groaned as if he had been shocked. Ah, who suddenly? Ah! Then a round water bomb drenched Beecrox. Mio, Mio. On and hung and quickly jumped out of Beecrox's arm before that. Cough, cough. Beecrox coughed as he glared at Cal with a disgruntled gaze. He didn't seem to remember anything that had happened while he was bewitched. That suspicion was correct. I'm relieved. Beecrox looked toward Cal, who was patting his wet hair with a disgustingly gentle expression after smacking his head and blasting him with a water bomb as if he was a crazy bastard. However, Beecrox soon turned pale. Kairara. He heard a terrible shriek. It was so loud that the earplugs were useless. A shocked Bud turned his head to see something that almost made him shriek as well. What is that? The snake's tail that was covered in red scales. He could see the cracked bell at the tip of the tail. That's where Cal just threw his water spear. The mercenary king's gaze quickly turned toward Cal. Cal raised his head and looked up. The shriek had come from above. He saw the fog-covered forest. Cal then found the large snake's head that was looking down at him through the fog. The eyes that were as red as the scales looked ready to gobble Cal up. The snake opened its mouth at that moment. Screech. Bud covered his plugged ears with his hands as well. Ah, he turned pale as well. His body had curled up on its own after hearing that loud screech. What is this? Why am I acting like this? He didn't need to think about it for a long time. I'm scared. He felt fear for some odd reason after hearing that noise. Mercenary King Bud was not the only one who felt this way. Ah, never heard this noise before. Ah, Bob curled up his body while shaking, and the dragon half-blood was barely still standing. On and Hung jumped back into Beecrox's arms as they shook in fear. Cal started to frown as he watched this happen. Human, I am a bit scared too. I'm scared even though I'm a great and mighty dragon. Damn it. After he heard their youngest, Rayon's voice, Cal tried to activate an ancient power in his body again. I'm scared. He was scared as well. Cal felt more fear as the screech continued to get louder without stopping. However, he could not just stand still. It's super scary. He didn't like this unknown sense of fear. It's because it is blood. He heard the super rock's voice at that moment. It is because it is the blood-drenched rock. It is the earth where the dead are buried. It is the weapon that kills humans and other living things. It is normal to be scared. The super rock was saying it was normal to be scared. Do you know why people feared the ancient white star? Part of the reason was because the white star had the sky attribute power and because he was strong, but that earth attribute power used as a weapon makes people feel the instinctual fear of death. The people of ancient times felt fear at the ancient white star who controlled this power and had to submit. Just like how all dead things return to the earth, people instinctually felt fear about this earth attribute power that had turned into a weapon by focusing on the attribute of earth that welcomed the bodies of the dead. Cal finally realized why the white star had been searching so long for this earth attribute ancient power, domination. There was nothing better than this power to rule with fear. Then what should I do? Cal started to frown. Cal, the super rock started to speak again. Do you know why I took the weak Nellan Barrow with me? Do you know why I tried so hard to keep him alive? Nellan Barrow, the first dragon slayer and the Korean person named Choi Gun. Cal's mind quickly started to move after suddenly hearing about him. The super rock would not bring it up for no reason. The super rock continued to speak as Cal started to think. I did protect him because he was young, but That punk had a useless bluffing power. It was a power that was perfect for scamming. But you see, Cal let out a gasp. That power that is called a bluff is also called courage at times. The dominating aura. The power that he thought was perfect for scamming and bluffing. That punk, he was always bluffing, but he had the courage to stand up against fear. And that courage turned into an aura. We were able to fight against this fear when we were with that punk's aura. Cal finally understood why the super rock said that there was no chance of his being bewitched by the snake. Boom, boom, boom. The dominating aura inside Cal's body slowly uncurled his body. Share your aura with the others. Cal started to smile. Everybody turned to look at that moment. They had felt a strong aura. They felt the aura of an overlord, and felt as if they suddenly had a strong pillar of support. The group who had trembled at this unknown fear slowly lowered their hands that were covering their ears and opened up their curled shoulders after feeling this aura. This strong aura was giving off an odd sense of warmth and courage instead of fear. They felt this invisible force that seemed to be telling them to trust and follow it. Human, I'm not scared. But human, you look extremely strong right now. You're so feeble, but you look reliable. Cal listened to Rayan's comments as he surrounded his body with the dominating aura. He then lifted his head. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Cal looked toward the snake that was glaring at him and started to speak. Hey, snake bastard, I'm going to kill you. Another water spear shot toward the snake's tail at that moment. Bang! The water spear slammed into a tree and exploded. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The snake's tail that had dodged the spear shot up into the air before heading down again. Bang! Its large body started to move toward Cal with a large explosion. Good, follow me. You're just a snake bastard who is not even as red as Gochujang. The sound of the wind surrounded Cal's body, and he quickly headed toward a direction. He was heading toward the top of Nake Mountain. The mountain peak was covered in granite. Cal heard Choi Han's voice behind him at that moment. Cal Nim, what is it? Don't bother me. I can only get the ancient power by fighting it alone. He couldn't even look at Choi Han as he ran toward the peak. He needed to take the snake away to a spot with the least amount of people. Cal, who had a lot of things to do, started to think about the plans for the future as his feet quickly moved. Choi Han chased after Cal and ran next to him even after being told not to bother him. Choi Han, I told you I need to do it on my own. Won't the balance in your plate be destroyed? What? You're aware of it too, Cal Nim. Cal was at a loss for words. Cal's plate had become balanced after barely managing to gather all 5 attributes. However, Cal was planning on getting another Earth attribute ancient power right now. Cal looked toward Choi Han, who had a sad smile on his face. Cal Nim, are you planning on sacrificing yourself again? Cal was at a loss for words again. Chapter 464. It's what I want. 5. Choi Han's gaze as he looked at Cal, who was at a loss for words, was firm. He looked determined or almost stubborn to not shake no matter what Cal said. Cal, who barely managed to open his mouth, made eye contact with the large snake's red eyes over Choi Han's shoulder. Damn it. Follow me for now. Cal started to run toward the top of the mountain again. Choi Han followed right next to Cal. Please don't overdo it. He then picked Cal up like a stack of hay and started to run. Hey, what are you doing? Choi Han calmly responded to Cal's shocked voice. Cal Nim, you've been using your ancient powers without even being able to rest properly. Even if you took a short rest during the meal, you will faint again if you keep pushing yourself too hard. He heard Cal's laugh of disbelief behind him, but Choi Han held onto Cal even tighter as he lured the snake chasing them to the peak. He then heard Cal's voice again. Hey, I'm going to get sick and vomit. Just carry me on your back or something. Damn it. I feel like the meal I just ate is going to come back up. Choi Han gasped with an idiotic expression on his face. The terrain that was covered in rocks became rougher as they headed toward the peak. Cal, who was being carried over Choi Han's shoulder, felt like vomiting as his head was almost upside down, looking back and forth between the large snake and the shaking ground. It was to the point that Cal had subconsciously said, hey, to his friend's paternal cousin once removed. One moment, please. Choi Han quickly moved Cal as if he was handling a doll, and Cal was soon on Choi Han's back instead. Choi Han then immediately started to run toward the peak again. This is nice. Cal finally felt relaxed as he glared at the snake chasing them. Scree edge. The snake opened its mouth and screeched, but Cal, who was surrounded by the dominating aura, did not feel scared at all. However, this snake bastard, it's super big. He was just overwhelmed by the snake's size. He was also feeling awkward about Choi Han, who was carrying him so that he could peacefully climb to the top of the mountain. Cal, who could not be rude to his friend's paternal cousin, once removed, cleared his throat and tried to negotiate. Choi Han, you read Senior's story too. Senior. Yes, Senior. You are Choi Young-soo's paternal cousin once removed, so I can't call Choi Young-gun, who is more senior than you, so informally. Choi Han, who had been at a loss of words for a different reason, started to speak again. Please just call him Choi Young-gun. I think that is best to not get it mixed up. Really? Then I will do that. Anyway, you saw Choi Young-gun's memoir. Yes, I did. Choi Han stopped talking and quickly dodged after feeling a strong power coming from behind him and turned around. Bang! The snake's head crashed with a loud explosion where Choi Han had just been standing. Chomp, chomp. Choi Han noticed the stones in the snake's now raised head crumbling into pieces. There was red liquid falling from the snake's mouth as it swallowed the crumbling rocks. It was as red as blood. Choi Han immediately headed toward the peak again without looking back. This is dangerous. He was able to overcome most of the fear because of Cal's aura, but he still felt an unknown source of fear coming from that snake. He heard Cal's voice in his ear at that moment. You remember Choi Young-gun's comments. It is most efficient if I do it. Choi Han closed his eyes and opened them back after hearing the word, efficient. He faintly remembered the information that had been written in Korean inside Choi Young-gun's memoir. The final battle against the White Star who wanted to become a god. That battle would have been impossible without the Guardian. Although the sky looks down at everything from above, the place where everything lives on is the ground. Even the birds in the sky end up sleeping in their homes on the ground. Thunderbolts, rain, and even meteors all fall to the ground. Yet the ground stays firm without breaking. We were able to defeat the White Star after the Guardian of Boulder blocked all of the White Star's sky attribute attacks. The Guardian of Boulder. Kalnim has carried on that power. This battle was extremely difficult because the White Star had both the sky and earth attribute ancient powers. However, if, hypothetically speaking, if the White Star did not have the earth attribute ancient power, if Mr. Super Rock had both of the earth attribute ancient powers in the world, although the earth cannot defeat the sky alone, an easier battle would have been possible with the help of people who possessed the other attributes. Choi Young-gun had emphasized the fact that the earth attribute ancient power was important many times, which made it difficult for Choi Han to forget about it. As a result, I believe that it is most effective for a person with the earth attribute power to fight against the sky. If that person gathers both earth attribute ancient powers and fights against a sky attribute user in the future. Choi Han started to think. He imagined Cal with both earth attribute ancient powers fighting against the White Star. Yes, it might sound cruel, but if we sacrifice the person with all of the earth attribute powers, wouldn't the others be hurt less and the world be more at peace, making it easier on everyone else? Choi Han heard Cal's relaxed voice. We need to move in the most efficient manner. You agreed with me back then too. Pat pat. Choi Han subconsciously started to speak after feeling Cal patting his shoulder as if he was consoling him and letting him know that Cal understood what he was thinking. Yes, Calnim, I did. I did agree with you. However, I agreed when I didn't know it would be this difficult. Choi Han, I realized it after using an ancient power myself. I realized how much pain and suffering you've endured, Calnim. The fog became thinner as they headed to the peak. Choi Han continued to jump across the sturdy boulders as he ran up. He raised his voice as if to let out his frustration as he moved in a zigzag pattern to dodge the snake. I also realized how you've kept all of that pain and suffering to yourself, and then you keep pushing your tired body to do more things for the sake of the future. How heavy your tired mind and body must have felt. I'm saying I understand all of it now. Cal was weaker than Choi Han. His plate was said to be like glass as well. Thinking about that made Choi Han think that he was a terrible person for not thinking about how hard it must be on Cal until recently. It must have been very, very hard. However, he also understood Cal's desire to sacrifice himself. He was someone who had lost his family, watched the world turn to ruin, and lost all his friends as well. How precious must these moments be for someone who had lost everything? Choi Han could now easily notice the friendship and gentleness underneath Cal's stoic expression and blunt tone. That was why he wanted to do it this time. Although he couldn't carry the same weight as Cal, he wanted to carry at least half of it. I can't watch you suffer and be in pain by yourself anymore, Calnim. I know I am being stubborn, but please step back this time. Don't you always say something like this, Calnim? Children need to leave things to the adults. Choi Han had never spoken in such an uncompromising way to Cal before. However, once they earned this Earth attribute ancient power, they would properly start to prepare for the final battle against the White Star. That was why he needed to act like this now. If he didn't do this now, he couldn't imagine how Cal would act during that battle later, nor what Cal would try to sacrifice. I am more of an adult than you in terms of age, so Calnim, children like you should leave it to adults like me. You understand? Cal listened to Choi Han's rambling before sharing his honest sentiments. No, I'm not in much pain, please. Cal slightly curled up in fear. Did he just get angry at me? Cal was a bit scarred, no, shocked. However, he was telling the truth. Cal was not in much pain because of the vitality of the heart. There were a few times he had been in pain, but overall, it had not been very painful. I'm not in much pain right now either. And please don't try to do everything on your own. Please. No, we're all doing it together now. Please, please. Cal shut up after hearing Choi Han's stern voice. It was at that moment. The two of you should not argue. Why is he chiming in now? The super rock suddenly acted all serious as he started to speak to Cal. Did you know about this? Know about what? Us ancient powers figured out an amazing truth. Are you curious as to what it is? Calnim, you're giving up, right? I'll be in pain with you from now on. Why are they both acting like this? It happened as Cal was about to frown. You and the White Star have completely opposite powers. Huh. Calnim, please don't go while feigning ignorance. I won't be fooled. Cal ignored Choi Han for now. He then focused on what the super rock was saying. The White Star's fire of natural disaster and your fire of purification. Although the cheapskate was called the fire of destruction, his attribute was purification. The sky-eating water is a spear. Then there is the White Star's water wall. It is the shield. Your sound of the wind is storm and movement, while the White Star's is a wind wall. I don't know about his wood attribute ancient power yet. As the super rock mentioned, they didn't know about the wood attribute ancient power yet, but for some odd reason, all other attributes were opposites. Finally, the rock that tries to defend and the blood-drenched rock. The super rock calmly continued to speak. You're afraid that your balance will be destroyed by adding another earth attribute ancient power, right? Your friend here seems to be worried about you as well. He's probably afraid that your balance will be destroyed by adding another earth attribute ancient power, right? His calmness had a warmth to it, as if he understood everything. We worry about you as well. Of course, we know that you weren't in as much pain as that guy over there seems to think. However, we want you to not be in any pain at all. Anyway, we came up with a solution for you. A solution. The super rock sternly started to speak as Cal's eyes opened wide. Take them all. Did I hear correctly? Once the White Star is dead, take all of his ancient powers as well. It's up to you whether you take the Sky attribute ancient power or not, but grab the other attribute ancient powers. Wouldn't your body be back in balance then? His body would be balanced, as he would have two of each attribute. You do everything and become the strongest. Then the White Star would be gone, and you will be strong. Nobody would be able to touch you even if you lived your life as trashy as possible. What do you think? What kind of Cal almost blurted his thoughts out loud but held it in? Hem. Of course, we thought about how you will be in pain because your body would not be in balance until you get those powers. But you haven't forgotten, right? The super rock sounded full of pride. You have me and the vitality of the heart. There was a time when the scary giant cobblestone had turned Cal's body sturdy for 3 days in fear that his plate would be broken. The restoration ability of the vitality of the heart had helped Cal survive as well. And I will suppress my strength. You can consider it almost as being sealed. I can do that much for you. Furthermore, if the super rock suppresses his strength to the point of sealing himself, the new earth attribute power coming into Cal's body should not be that much of a burden. Take it all and do as you wish. Ha ha ha. Cal started to think as he listened to the super rock's refreshed laughter. That's a good idea. It was a very good idea. telling him to take everything. It was an extremely large-scale suggestion that made Cal, who didn't care about power nor fame, and only cared about money in order to live his slacker life, start to get excited. These odd punks he had not expected anything from had given him a great idea for the first time. However, what do you think? Cal Nim. The super rock and Choi Han, who were waiting for Cal's response, finally heard him speak. I have a method too. Ha! Excuse me. No, I'm saying there is a way for me to get that power without breaking my balance and not being in pain. Tap. Choi Han, who had arrived at the peak at some point, had a blank expression on his face. He did not understand what Cal was trying to say. Is there really such a method? Cal quietly whispered at that moment. Choi Han, you remember team leader Lee Soo-hyuk, right? Ah, something flashed through Choi Han's mind at that moment. I got one of the team leader's abilities. Which one do you think I got? Ah, Cal continued to speak to Choi Han, who could only make that one noise right now. Put me down. Choi Han immediately put Cal down. Cal stood on the ground and looked around. He could see the fog-covered mountain as well as the distant scenery. Screech. He then turned his head to look at the snake that was chasing him. The large snake's eyes were looking at Cal as if it wanted to rip him into pieces, and Cal calmly started to speak as he looked at it. I'm someone who prefers to not be in pain if possible. He really was that kind of person. Cal was not planning on using any ancient powers from here on. Rustle, rustle. He undid his top button and the buttons on his sleeves. Cal quietly started to mumble to himself while thinking about team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Team leader, you knew I would do this, didn't you? Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk, a strong individual who was known for his multiple abilities. He had a characteristic called slash and another incompatible characteristic. It was something that did not suit someone like him who was always carrying a sword. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk had used a single word to describe that power. Embrace. Whether it was a tangible item or an intangible power. This ability allowed him to store anything in a set location. It was completely different than his slashing ability that cut things. All right, come to me. Cal opened his arms and welcomed the red snake. Kim Rok-soo and Lee Soo-hyuk. The two of their powers that coexisted in Cal's body started to move. Chapter 465. Did you have to take everything? 1. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Cal started to think about him. The company that Kim Rok-soo had worked for would have been worth nothing without team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. That was how influential team leader Lee Soo-hyuk was as one of the legends and heroes of the Korean ability users world. Me, one of the other employees, had once asked team leader Lee Soo-hyuk what kind of person he was before the world flipped over. He had been curious to know what kind of this person with so many achievements had been. I was average. What was your job? Me, I was a slacker with no job. Oh, really? Wow, look at this little punk, Kim Rok-soo. He chimes in because we are talking about being a slacker. Kim Rok-soo, who did not usually participate in these get-togethers and had come for the first time in a long while, was interested about hearing that the team leader had been a slacker. The team leader, who was laughing as he looked at Kim Rok-soo, shrugged his shoulders at the employee who was asking if he really was a slacker. Yes, I really was a slacker. A slacker with many dreams. Boo, too boring. The employee lost interest in team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's response and moved away. The table soon became loud, and there was only one person who paid any attention to the team leader, who was drinking on his own. What are you looking at? Team leader, what is it? A rude youngest punk who speaks to me so informally. I am not the youngest. Once the youngest is always the youngest. Anyway, what's up? What was your dream? Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk picked up a shot of soju instead of responding to Kim Rok-soo's question. He then stared into the soju inside the transparent shot glass as he started to speak. To become an actor. Team leader, you wanted to be an actor. Is it hard to believe? I'll be honest with you. My dream was to be an actor for an action movie. Doesn't that sound cool? Action movie actors are cool, but you aren't cool at all, team leader. Ha! What an honest little punk. Lee Soo-hyuk chuckled before gulping down the shot of soju. Kim Rok-soo had a thought at that time. It suits him well. He was thinking that team leader Lee Soo-hyuk would have been quite successful as an action movie actor. He had a muscular body, and his face was perfect for the main character of a thriller or an action movie with a mysterious past. Of course, Kim Rok-soo didn't say such praise out loud. Well, the subordinate of the evil villain would have been a perfect role for you. Egu, is that so? Lee Soo-hyuk stared at Kim Rok-soo, who was spewing such nonsense, next to him, instead of getting along with the other team members, before continuing to speak. You see, here's the thing with actors. They need to be able to store everything. Sometimes they have to be the judge, sometimes a murderer, and sometimes even the only main character. They have to be able to store the character's story and their life inside them each time. That's the only way to become that person. He started to laugh before looking embarrassed as he continued to speak. It's something I realized while being a slacker. It's all just nonsense, pure nonsense. It's just shoot coming from a bastard who never even made it as an extra hair. Kim Rok-soo had asked while looking at the laughing team leader. Team leader, isn't that your ability? Lee Soo-hyuk turned toward Kim Rok-soo, the power to store anything. Smirk. Lee Soo-hyuk started to smile. That's right. That is my ability. Remember it well. I will teach you how to use it in return for keeping a drunk superior company. He filled Kim Rok-soo's glass. The moment the thing you are trying to store comes at you, that is your chance. Kim Rok-soo, no, Cal, slowly drifted away from the memory of the past and faced reality. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk had not been drunk at all during that time. He had just shared the way to use his ability, something that others would have kept as a secret, with this punk who couldn't get along with others at the get-together. Scree-ah. Boom, boom. The large snake charged toward Cal with its mouth open. However, it was not just charging forward. Crunch, crunch. The snake was gobbling up all of the granite in its way. The snake's scales turned even redder and resembled blood the more he gobbled up. The snake's body started to get larger as well. It looked as if the large snake would cover the entire peak and crush Cal. Drip, drip. The red liquid coming out of the snake's mouth was dyeing the mountain peak red. Cal Nim. He heard Choi Han's voice, but Cal only focused on the snake charging toward him. That made Choi Han bite down on his lips and move back. Cal's reddish-brown eyes were observing the enemy like Kim Rok-soo's reddish-brown eyes had done back on Earth. Cal was recording the snake right now. I need to trust him. Choi Han decided to trust Cal as he stepped back. However, he was ready to jump in to save Cal from the snake at any moment. Cal did not see any of that at all. Boom, boom, boom. His eyes were recording the blood-drenched rock, this red snake every time his heart beat. How it was moving, what it was destroying, what noise it was making. Cal was seeing and listening to everything as he recorded it in his mind. He recalled Lee Soo-hyuk's voice he had heard at the get-together. Kim Rok-soo, the opportunity came knocking on its own right. Yes, sir. The opportunity has come, team leader. The snake is coming to me. In that case, the snake came closer. The snake that was now as large as a large building was destroying the boulders as it moved. Take a good look. You're better than me when it comes to looking. Yes, sir. I'm looking at it. I'm still looking at it now. I am recording it. I am recording everything about this snake. Then you'll be able to see it. You'll be able to see the center of the bastard you are trying to store. Cal waited. He looked at the approaching snake and felt his heart beating as he waited. He waited until he could see the center of this snake. That was because this snake was still an ancient power. The sound of the wind was atop underneath a boulder surrounded by whirlpools. The indestructible shield was a pit under the tree. The scary giant cobblestone was a stone in the super rock villa. The fire of destruction was a sculpture at the center of the magma. The vitality of the heart was a stone pillar at the center of a whirlwind. The sky-eating water was a chained spear. What are you? This red snake was not its true body. Blood-drenched rock, what is your true appearance? The existence that hindered a person from earning an ancient power. Ancient powers always existed at the center of that obstacle. All right, Kim Rok-soo, what do you think? You should be able to see it, right? Cal, no. Kim Rok-soo repeated Lee Soo-hyuk's voice in his mind as he focused on the red snake. Boom, boom. The large snake was getting closer while destroying the mountain peak. The snake continued to gobble up boulders as it approached right in front of Cal. Yes, it gobbled up the boulders. Where would those boulders have gone? Cal started to smile. Can you see it? Team leader, are you drunk? Hey, can you see it? Yes, team leader. I can see it now. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He recorded the snake's appearance every second. That record and the present was being compared in Cal's mind. He could then see it. The snake's body that continued to get larger. The snake's scales that continued to get redder. The red liquid that was slowly starting to drip out in larger amounts from the snake's mouth. Screech. And then, once the snake finally raised its body and lifted its head in front of Cal, once it raised both its head and tail and tried to gobble Cal up, I found it. Cal had finally found it. He looked toward the snake's tail, the cracked bell, the bell that cracked after being hit by Cal's spear. The crack continued to get bigger as the snake moved roughly. Crack. And finally, once that crack went from the top to bottom, he could see the small rock hiding inside the bell. A red rock caught Cal's attention. That must be it. All right, Kim Rock-Soo, you can see the center, right? In that case, Cal's body started to move. Screech. The snake's open mouth moved down toward Cal. Run toward it. Got it. Kim Rock-Soo, run toward the center. Then your embrace power will start to run wild. You mean your embrace power will run wild, not mine. Ah, come on. Listen when I'm telling you about my great ability. Barang. The snake's head slammed down on Cal. Calnim. Choi Han's shocked shout could be heard through the loud noise. Screech. The snake also screeched in anger as well. The snake's mouth was only full of broken rocks. The snake's red eyes started to move. He noticed the running human. Huff, huff, huff. Cal ran. He didn't use the sound of the wind. He felt like he would faint if he used any more of his ancient powers. He didn't get Choi Han's help either. I can't get any help if I want to have full control of this power. Cal's mind started to quickly move as he was running so fast that he was almost out of breath. It was observing. It was recording. It was anticipating. It'll come at me again. The snake charged toward him again as Cal anticipated. He started to imagine the snake's movement. He didn't need much data. There were only a few ways that such a large body could move on this narrow mountain peak. It also needs to aim for me. Ah, the debris from the broken rocks started to leave scratches on Cal's body. However, Cal had already anticipated when the snake's scale would twitch. 3, 2, 1. Cal counted down and kicked off the ground. He jumped up as far as this feeble body could jump. Cal Nim, behind you, he heard Choi Han's voice. Cal felt a warm breath behind him. It was the snake's rough breathing. Drip, drip. Red liquid fell on Cal's head. However, Cal didn't care. Got you. His scratched up two hands were holding onto the snake's bell. One of his fingers then touched the red rock through the crack on the bell. After that, just leave it to the ability. The embrace ability will take care of everything for you as it shoots up from your heart. What do you think? Doesn't my ability sound amazing? It really is, team leader. Cal could feel a strong power shooting up from his heart. The power flowed through his two hands. It then passed through his fingers to touch the red rock. I'll be honest with you. I gave it the name Embrace, but I'm only telling you, okay? That ability is more of a binding than an embrace. No, is there no better word for it? Right, dominance. Lee Soo-hyuk had laughed as he continued. That power is like dominance. It dominates the target and binds them into your hand. Isn't that too violent to call it embrace? Nah, even such a power can be an embrace if I use it for good. Isn't that right? I only use it for good. Cal started to laugh. It was similar to Lee Soo-hyuk's laugh from his memories. Screech. The snake started to screech in pain. Its large body started to twist. The snake started to shake around trying to get Cal off its tail. Cal clenched onto the bell and the red rock tighter as the snake flailed. Screech. That action seemed to make the pain worse for the snake that could not even twist its body properly. The embrace that came out of Cal's hands was surrounding the red rock as time went on. Crack, crack. The bell broke into pieces. Screech. The snake's screeching became worse, and Cal heard an unfamiliar voice in his mind. He was hearing the voice of the ancient power like the others now that the obstacle was gone. Nice to meet you. Cal's lips started to twist up. The owner of the blood-drenched rock. That was the ancient white star. Since you looked for this earth attribute power, are you trying to use it to drive the world into fear? That is a great idea. What F-caking nonsense. What? Cal recalled the end of Lee Soo-hyuk's explanation. To finish it off, just place the power you've embraced into a location of your choice. Then tada, the process is complete. I'm sorry, team leader. I'm not someone who can do something like an embrace. One corner of Cal's lips twisted up into a wicked smile. The red rock that was surrounded by a transparent aura was inside Cal's right hand. Cal put his left hand into his robe and pulled something out from the chest area of his shirt. It was something that was on his commander uniform. It was a golden turtle badge that symbolized that he was part of the Hennitus County. No, the Hennitus Duchy. Cal moved his left hand with the badge toward his right hand. The red rock and the golden turtle badge touched each other. W, what are you trying to do right now? You dare to, I dare. This trash bastard is really saying whatever the hell he wants. Ooh, Cal could feel the power roaring in his hands. Red light burst out of the gaps between his fingers. It was the power of the red rock. However, that power could only send out the light as the embrace ability was holding it back. You, ah, 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 ah. He heard the ancient white stars shout. However, that noise slowly disappeared. And once the red light disappeared, the embrace ability disappeared, and Cal could only feel the badge in his hand. Calnim. He smiled at Choi Han, who approached him and started to speak. I'm done. Ha ha ha, Choi Han laughed at that. It was a laugh of relief. It was at that moment. Human, me-yo, Cal. He could see the others running to the mountain peak. Hunter Bobe, who was in the front, opened his eyes wide as soon as he arrived. The snake is. He couldn't finish his sentence as he watched the red snake start to fall to the ground. Ah, he then gasped. The red scales started to fall off the falling snake. The scales that were falling like flower petals started to spread out because of the wind. The falling snake disappeared without a sound as the scales dispersed. That sight looked extremely beautiful to Hunter Bobe. They had made it to the peak by walking through the fog. The sun was setting, and the red scales fluttered toward the sunset. Cal was standing at the center of those red flower petals. F for that snake to really disappear. The old hunter who had to avoid the snake his whole life started to tear up. He could see the rest of the group heading toward the red-haired man. Human, are you okay? Did you get the power? Are you not going to faint? You look fine. Me-yo, hey, you did it. Cal turned away from the others and looked down at the Hennitus badge in his hand. He then started to smile. Team leader, what do you do after storing the power? After that, well, you just take it out whenever you need it. Shouldn't you be able to use your things as you please? Oh, that sounds good. Yes, it was very good. He gently caressed the badge. He was planning on using it any time he needed it. Should I use Embrace on the White Star's other ancient powers? Cal, who was thinking about using them in a way that did not fit the Embrace name, then heard the Super Rock's cautious voice. Why, you're not going to cage us up, right? Right. Think of all of our lovely memories together. Rayan's voice appeared in Cal's mind at that moment. Human, we got a call from Dark Elf Tasha, the land of death where the White Star should be. They had received a call from there. Chapter 466. Did you have to take everything? 2. Cal motioned to Bud with his eyes before picking up the call. Bud immediately walked toward the old man. Senior, why don't we have a nice chat as we stare at the sunset? What kind of chat? Hunter Bobe, who was enjoying the sunset before the approaching night, started to frown at this naive young man that covered his view. However, Bud just smiled and put his arm around the old man's shoulder and slowly started to pull the old man away. Oh, come on. Please come this way. Cal received the video communication device from Rayan after seeing Bud winking at him and distracting the hunter away from the others. Ha! I can't believe I was bewitched. Beacrox, whose pride was hurt, was blankly mumbling to himself in a corner, but Cal ignored this and focused on the connecting video communication device. Young Master Nim, did you take care of everything you needed? What's with your face? Cal instantly started to frown while looking at Tasha's face. Ah, it's a bit dusty, isn't it? Not a bit dusty. I thought you were a giant piece of dust. I look at you joke like that. I mean it. Is it that bad? Tasha wiped her face after seeing Cal's serious expression. She then started to frown after seeing her dusty palm. That bare bastard. I need to FCK a hum. Cal quickly coughed to prevent Rayan on and hung from hearing, and Tasha awkwardly smiled before shutting up. That's right, human. We need to FCK that bear king up too. Cal started to frown after hearing Rayon's voice that only he could hear. Tasha noticed the frown and quickly started to speak. Young Masternim, as you mentioned, the Bear King and the White Star who were entering the desert with their subordinates teleported away not long after you left. That was probably when they received Lion Kingdorf's call and quickly headed toward the second secret base. He really did return after a few minutes too. Is that so? The White Star had returned to the desert chasing after Cal, who waved his hand while saying bye-bye. Yes, after that. What happened after that? Did something happen? Tasha had an awkward smile on her face. He is running wild as if he has gone crazy. What did you do? He seemed extremely angry. Tasha recalled the white star going crazy in anger. She had watched at a far distance while hiding her presence. Although it might be normal to wonder where she could hide in the desert was a place where multiple hills were created throughout the day. That was enough for the dark elves, who knew the desert better than anybody else, to observe from a distance. He seems to have stopped his cut left arm from bleeding, but anyway, he was flipping things over with a pale expression. It really, the white star had looked like. He just looked like a crazy bastard to me. He had seemed too vicious. That was why Tasha had taken the dark elves who were hiding nearby and Mary, who was by her side, and quickly went into hiding. I thought it wouldn't be good for us to run into him in such a state, so I grabbed Mary and the dark elves and hid in the underground city again. The old and young dark elves, who couldn't fight as well as the humans of the underground city, had evacuated already. Furthermore, they had destroyed all entrances into the underground city, except for one that the Dark Elf warriors and Merry knew about, so that their enemies could not find them. Finally, they had set the one remaining entrance to explode if the enemies tried to force it open. We have sent the wind elementals to observe the white star for us. He still seems to be searching through the desert. He seems to be with the black mages and focusing on the areas where the power of Earth is stronger than normal. Tasha, who had been reporting for a while, flinched after looking at Cal's face. Young Master Nim. He was smiling. Only one corner of Cal's lips was up as he smiled wickedly. You're saying he's acting crazy. He must be very angry. Tasha had never seen such a refreshed look in Cal's eyes before. Unlike his wicked lips, his gaze seemed like a puppy who was excited to feel the spring breeze. Very good. Cal was indeed feeling very refreshed, as Tasha thought. That was why he planned on continuing this feeling. What about Iruhaben Nim? He is still in the Dubori territory. The Karo Kingdom's forces are there as well. All right, I got it. Stay underground as long as possible. I will visit the palace and then head over before midnight. Yes, sir. Hiding is not hard. But what do you mean by the palace? Tasha was not the only one. The others who were confused after hearing the palace were looking at Cal as well. Human, we are not going to the desert right away. Cal shook his head and said one last thing to Tasha before hanging up the call. I will be there by the end of the day, so see you later. Ah, don't forget to eat as you work. Cal handed the video communication device back to Rayan before starting to walk. He was heading toward Hunter Bobe, who was slowly pushing away Bud's arm that was around his shoulder. The two of them looked very friendly with each other. Cal could hear their conversation. No, Senior, I really mean it. I'm an extremely famous and amazing person. Sadly, I'm just an errand boy over here, though. Anyway, I heard you were that merchantman's secretary. Ah, yes, I am his secretary. But I am actually an amazing person. I have many subordinates. Oh, my goodness. Such a young man is so good at telling jokes without turning blue like your hair color. Ah, mister, isn't my hair color cool? Well, it's bearable. Wow, you're so cold. What is he doing? Cal started to frown more as he heard Bud's voice, but he quickly calmed himself down. Ha, you're here. Bud noticed Cal behind him and started to smile. Hunter Bobe used that moment to move away from Bud and approached Cal. You really did defeat the snake. Bobe was looking at Cal with sparkling eyes. The sword master had been at the peak as well, but for some reason he felt as if it was Mr. Merchant Barb who had been at the center of the snake's scales who had defeated it. I've always been avoiding that snake and praying that it would disappear someday. Thank you for resolving that lifelong prayer for me. Mr. Barb, thank you very much. Snake Mountain was still rough and rugged, but able to show off its beauty now that the fog was gone. Bobe was sad that he could not see it any more now that the sun had set. However, he could smile as the fog would not cover the mountain any more tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or any day after that. I think a lot of people will visit this mountain now. The scary legend will disappear as well. Mr. Bobe. The old man, who was sharing his sentiments with a satisfied expression, turned his head after hearing the merchant's voice. Gasp. He then gasped so hard that he almost died. In no way. He looked toward the merchant Cal with his eyes open, and Cal gently smiled while handing the item in his hand over to Bobe. I am thorough with my deals. I need to keep my promise. This such. Bob's hands were shaking. 1, 2, 5. 10. 10 1 million-gallon checks were placed in Bob's hand. Furthermore, the checks had been created by the Flynn Merchant Guild, the famous and most discussed merchant guild in the Roan Kingdom right now. This is the payment for your help. Cal had given him the 10 million gallons he had promised. Bob looked toward Merchant Bob with shaking eyes. Although night was here, it looked as if there was a bright light shining behind Cal. I never expected you to really give this much. That's okay. I don't need the money. Please take it. I am rich. Excuse me, I'm rich. I'm very wealthy. Ah, Bob, who seemed to be unable to think properly, snapped out of it and started to speak. Let's first head down the mountain, as it will be harder once it gets completely dark. I will provide you tea and dinner. We can, talk more about this money over dinner. No, thank you. I must leave now. Excuse me. Bob noticed a bright light suddenly appear in the air. It was a teleportation magic circle. Merchant Bob and the others who had come looking for Bob's help were already gathered together by that light. Bob started to tap his foot with anxiety as Cal took the checks from Bob's palm and coolly stuffed them into the hunter's shirt pocket before stepping onto the teleportation magic circle with a smile. Then we must be off now. No, wait, Parrot. Bob reached his hand toward Cal, but he had disappeared before Bob could touch him. He blankly stared at the sky before taking out the checks from his pocket. Jackpot. Cal appeared in the middle of a beautiful garden filled with fall flowers. He sat down on a bench while looking at the stylish sculpture fountain. Human, the way it sparkles is so pretty. As Rayon mentioned, the sparkling magic fountain brightened the area. It was nighttime, but the magic lights around the garden was giving it a different kind of beauty. Hey, I didn't expect you to really give him all that money. 10 million gallons. Aren't you being too generous? Bud, who was plopped down on the ground, looked up at Cal and asked. Cal caressed On and Hung's heads that were on his knee as he responded to the question. He placed himself in danger of being bewitched and dying for us, so I should give him the money I promised. Oh, also, what is it? Can you deploy some mercenaries around Mr. Bob and Nake Mountain? Is this a commission? Yes, it is a commission. I need someone to make sure the hunter doesn't say anything weird to others and to protect the hunter and that village in case the White Star drops by. How thorough of you. I got it. I was planning on properly building a mercenaries guild on the western continent as well, so I might as well bring some of them over to slowly get that rolling. Cal started to speak, as the way Bud was responding did not make him look trustworthy at all. You better do it, Prop. Hey, you. However, Cal was cut off, and someone else's voice filled the area around the fountain. You, the person huffing and puffing as they headed over to the fountain, was pointing a finger in disbelief at Cal while touching their forehead with the other hand. You, that person heard a voice in their mind at that moment. Hey, Crown Prince, why do you keep going, you, like that? It's only been a few days, but nice to see you again. Do you not have any cookies today? Albrew Crossman. He clenched his eyes closed after hearing the voice of the young but great and mighty dragon. It had happened while he was having a serious conversation with his close confidant a moment ago. Rosalind had come looking for him, telling him that it was something urgent. She had then said the following: Young Master Cal is here. Excuse me. Albrew had subconsciously responded in a stupid manner. Rosalind pretended not to have noticed and gently answered him. He's in the garden behind the palace right now. I kept young Master Cal's visit a secret to everyone else. This is Driv, no, I will head over. Alberu had called the meeting off right away and headed to the garden. Oh, Miss Rosalind, you managed to call His Highness over so quickly. Cal happily greeted Rosalind, who was entering the garden behind Alberu. Alberu had a serious frown on his face as he listened to Calm. The gentle and handsome crown prince was nowhere to be found. Cal made contact with Alberu at that moment. The crown prince could see Cal's relaxed smile. Cal was even waving his hand as he started to speak. Hyung, have you been well? Ow, my head. Alberu felt a headache coming on. Cal Henitus. He briskly walked toward Cal. Alberu had messy hair and wrinkled clothes, unlike his usual appearance. Cal's relaxed smile slowly disappeared while looking at Alberu's heinous face and powerful walk. Why is he like this? Alberu Crossman walked up and lifted the paper in his hand in front of Cal's face as Cal started to frown. Ha! Cal's eyes opened wide while looking at what was written on the paper. What is this? He read the first line of the text. The White Star has started a war with the Caro Kingdom. Hero Cal Henitus has saved the Caro Kingdom and disappeared into the land of death with the White Star. I, Crown Prince Valentino, am seeking help from our allied kingdoms. Crown Prince Valentino had urgently sent this document around. The Caro King's stamp was on the document as well. At the end of the document was Crown Prince Valentino's urgent and eager statement. I, Valentino, and the Caro Kingdom have decided to make sure we defeat the White Star after seeing Cal Henitus and other great heroes sacrificing so much in their battle. It is for the peace of the Western continent. I ask for your help. Let's all fight together. When did Crown Prince Valentino send something like this? However, it was the contents that was complicating things in Cal's mind. The Caro Kingdom's war against the White Star isn't the fact that they are seeking help from the other kingdoms in the White Star mean that he's asking pretty much the entire Western continent to raise their weapons toward the White Star. Did the scale just grow significantly all of a sudden? Cal looked away from the document and slowly peeked toward Alberu. Alberu started to speak with an annoyed expression. Where the hell is the punk who said he was going to go lightly smack the White Star from the back? And why the hell is the Caro Kingdom that said they would sit back and watch declare war on the White Star? Furthermore, why is the hero who is said to have disappeared in front of my eyes? Dancing, talk to me. Alberu had a vicious glare. No, why is the punk who said he was going to light a bonfire causing a fire through the entire continent? The Roan Kingdom is getting calls from all over the Western continent right now. They're asking if the person responsible for the Indomitable Alliance and the Margoru Empire's black magic is aiming for the Caro Kingdom. They're asking if we need to band together to rise up and fight. Cal slowly avoided his gaze and stared to speak. And why did the scale suddenly get so big? You're driving me nuts. Chapter 467. Did you have to take everything? 3. Alberu Crossman stared at Cal, who was avoiding his gaze with a piercing gaze. Hey, Crown Prince, is the Western continent going to war again if this continues? He listened to Rayan ask the question in a cute voice as he organized the mess in his mind. However, the words that actually came out of his mouth were simple. I'm going to go crazy. Cal pretended not to hear the Crown Prince. However, his mind was a complicated mess right now as well. Crown Prince Alberu had given Cal the golden plaque to ask for the Caro Kingdom's understanding, thinking that Cal was going to pull a fast one over the White Star in the land of death. That was what Cal had expected at first as well. Who knew it would be like this? However, things didn't go as Cal expected. Cal and Valentino had felt a giant earthquake and seen a large pillar of fire in the Dubori territory as soon as their conversation ended well. That was the beginning of Cal having to fight against the White Star in the Dubori territory, unlike his original plan, while Valentino had to lead the Knights Brigade to the Dubori territory as well. Furthermore, Crown Prince Valentino had pulled in troops from the nearby territories as well, surrounding the Dubori territory with a large number of troops. Valentino had then faced the White Stars group who were attacking the territory and the residents of the territory once he entered into Dubori. I guess Crown Prince Valentino and the Caro Kingdom saw that as the White Star declaring war on them. It was indeed a declaration of war. The White Star's original plan was to use illusionist Elisne to control the territory lord and blame Cal for everything. However, that had failed, leading the White Star to earn the wrath of the Dubori lord's relative, who was a strong power player in the Caro Kingdom. He had also earned Valentino's wrath. Dancing, why are you not saying anything? Cal faintly smiled toward Alberu, who was standing with his arms crossed while looking at him. As Alberu became even more flabbergasted and was about to scoff, Your Highness. Choi Han interjected into the conversation. Alberu greeted Choi Han. Oh, Instructor Nim, how many days has it been since we saw each other? Your Highness, please speak normally. But I am speaking normally, Instructor Nim. Cal and Choi Han made eye contact. The two of them realized that Alberu was upset because of this complicated mess. Choi Han coughed before starting to speak to Alberu again. It looks like Crown Prince Valentino revealed most of the White Star's evil deeds through this document he sent around the Western continent. Correct. He seemed to have been in a rush or extremely angry. Well, maybe he was filled with a desire for justice, as he wrote about pretty much everything the White Star has done. Only vague rumors about this existence, known as the White Star, had spread to others who were not closely involved with the situation. The information about this evil White Star had been publicly revealed after Valentino's document went around. Choi Han started to speak. That must mean that the other kingdoms are chaotic right now too. That's right. They must be scared. The White Star's actions that were now revealed to be true and not just rumors had caused fear, anger, and anxiety in the other kingdoms. The person who was responsible for the Western continent's indomitable alliance. Add on the black magic that had placed the Margoru Empire into chaos. He was the start of the chaos on the Western continent that had been peaceful without any large wars for a long period of time. That must be why everybody is contacting the Rhone Kingdom. They probably want to gather around our own kingdom at the center again, since we were the vanguard in the war against the indomitable alliance. That was the reason Albaru had been in a meeting until such late hours. These calls symbolized the fact that the Rhone kingdom had become that strong of a kingdom, but it also meant that the Rhone kingdom might get swept up in the atmosphere and place themselves in a disadvantageous position. Anyway, what happened to the White Star? Albaru plopped down on the bench next to Cal as he asked Choi Han the question. He then took something wrapped in a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it on his lap. Wow, thanks, Crown Prince. Mayo, mayo. He had grabbed random cookies on his way to the garden. The noise of the children averaging 9 years old eating the cookies filled the area, and Choi Han watched them for a moment before starting to speak again. The White Star is currently running wild in the land of death. Running wild. Yes, Your Highness. He is running wild as if he has gone crazy. Why? Choi Han looked toward Cal, and Albaru's gaze naturally turned that way as well. Cal started to smile. It was a mischievous smile that made Albaru nod his head right away. Looks like you at least managed to smack him from behind, the back and the front. I hit him from both sides. Is that so? Yes, Your Highness. Albaru, who had never seen Cal speaking in such an excited manner, observed Cal, who was about to keep speaking. Cal continued speaking with joy. First, I cut off one arm from the Bear King, who is his right arm. I also cut off the White Star's left arm. I crushed both of his secret bases too, Keh. Cal definitely saw it. He saw the corners of Crown Prince Albaru, the man with a terrible personality, start to twitch and go up. To be more specific, it twitched and slowly went up more each time Cal described how he had smacked the White Star around. Choi Han asked Albaru a question at that moment. How do you plan on proceeding? Who knows? Albaru had a headache. He and the Perun Kingdom's Clope Seca had been the ones spreading those vague rumors about the White Star. This was so that they could gather as many allies as possible should there be a battle against the White Star in the future. However, that was for the future when they were prepared for war, not right now. All of the other kingdoms are riled up because of what happened in the Kero Kingdom. They can't help it because there's nowhere on the Western continent that has not been stabbed in the back or harmed by the White Star. As he mentioned, the Northern Kingdoms, the Jungle, the Whipper Kingdom, the Brek Kingdom, the Rhone Kingdom, the Margoru Empire, and the Karo Kingdom. All of them had been stabbed in the back or harmed by the White Star. Of course, there were smaller nations, free cities, and principalities that had not been harmed by the Western continent, but they had received indirect harm from the wars such that they were showing strong support for the large kingdom's actions. They're all so riled up that they look ready to fight right away, but there will be a lot of casualties if we fought right now. That was the reason Albaru had a headache. The White Star and his subordinates were not people they could easily defeat. Albaru wanted to keep the damages as low as possible. That was why he wanted to think calmly and slowly prepare to destroy the White Star's forces at once rather than responding to the riled-up emotions right now. However, slowly preparing was no longer possible after what had happened to the Karo Kingdom. Of course, the Rhone Kingdom could take a step back and join the battle after finishing preparations. But the Rhone Kingdom currently had the image as a strong nation and a leader among the Western continent's kingdoms. He could not lose that identity either. It was no wonder his mind was a complicated mess. Hyung Nim. He saw Cal, who was smiling annoyingly at that moment. It made him upset that he started to frown again. Why don't you call me Your Highness? Yes, Your Highness. What is it? Albrew could see Cal start to smile brightly at his question. What you are afraid of right now is not that you'll lose to the White Star, but that you'll receive a lot of damage in the process, correct? Yes. The information he heard about the White Star from Cal helped him understand that the White Star's forces were strong, but there were many strong individuals on the Western continent as well. They should be able to win. He was just fearful of how they would win. Why did the ancient times end after that final battle? The battle between the ancient White Star and the strong individuals had only left destruction for both sides. The world would have needed to greet a new era in order to be able to rebuild. Your Highness, there is a solution. Alberu looked toward Cal's firm gaze that was telling him there was a solution. What is it? Cal was not someone to bluff about something like this. Alberu was waiting for the solution with a small level of hope. Cal calmly started to explain. Grow the playing field even more. Did I hear some nonsense? Alberu thought he had heard something weird. I'm saying we should grow the playing field even more. However, that was not it. What did you say? Grow the playing field even more. The Eastern continent is a mess right now as well. What's going on where? Why was he suddenly talking about the Eastern continent? No way, are you? You mean to pull in the Eastern continent as well when you say to grow the playing field? Cal smiled and pointed to someone. That person quickly walked in front of Alberu and greeted him. We met last time, didn't we? Bud Illy's at your service, your highness. The mercenary king who had been crouched in the corner suddenly got involved. Alberu opened his mouth after seeing Bud, but the mercenary king didn't give him any time to say anything as he continued to speak. We attacked the White Stars faction, arms secret bases on the eastern continent today. In addition, Cal Henitus learned about one important piece of information. Alberu flinched after hearing Bud say that they had attacked the secret bases before turning toward Cal after hearing important piece of information. Cal started to speak. One of the White Star's subordinates is an illusionist. So what? That person cast an illusion on the Dubori Lord and controlled him. The Caro Kingdom's nobles and the royal family will be angry at this illusionist. Nobles who cared so much about face would feel extremely angry at the fact that one of their own was controlled. By the way, that illusionist is from the eastern continent. Alberu's eyes clouded over. Cal was not someone to say useless things. In that case, who from the eastern continent? Elisne the First, the monarch of the Molden Kingdom, one of the strong kingdoms on the eastern continent. Ha! Alberus' eyes sparkled. We might be able to grow the playing field by quite a bit at this rate. One of the White Star's subordinates, or cooperators, was the leader of a kingdom. Alberu could not believe that fact. It was something similar to the Margoru Empire. Cal started to speak at that moment. The eastern continent has many strong kingdoms that have friction with each other. Arm was a source of pain for them. So, how would the other eastern continent's kingdoms and factions react if they find out there is a monarch who is on the same side as Arm and a part of the organization that controls black magic? Cal pointed toward Bud once again. Furthermore, the person who provided the most manpower to attack Arm's secret bases was the mercenary king. The Western Continent's Roan Kingdom's future King Alberu Crossman and the leader of the Eastern Continent's Mercenaries Guild, Mercenary King Bud Illies. The two individuals shook hands with each other. Bud started to speak. On the Eastern Continent, only the Mercenaries Guild knows about the White Star who is behind Arm. However, I plan on letting others know now. Sounds good. I will grow the playing field quite a bit. Alberu quickly started to think. The Eastern Continent and the Western Continent. If both continents started to move at the same time to push the White Star's forces out, even the strong White Star would not be able to last. Cal smirked before starting to speak. Your Highness, let's use the numbers advantage to push the White Star out. Alberu slowly started to smile. Call me Hyang. Yes, Hyang Nim. He would be very busy from here on out. But Alberu was relaxed, knowing he had found a way to reduce the damage as much as possible. He asked Cal a question with a relaxed expression. So, why is my dancing who should be in the land of death over here? Did you need something? Do you need another golden plaque? Cal smiled and responded. I came to tell you something just in case an unexpected situation might happen. What is that? Feel free to tell me anything. Yes, sir. Cal nodded and continued to speak. The White Star may come to the Roan Kingdom later on, specifically to the northeast region. What did you say? I mentioned that the White Star was looking for a power, right? I got that power this time. The White Star shouldn't come to the Roan Kingdom if things go as planned, but the situation at the Caro Kingdom let me realize that things don't necessarily go as I planned. Cal continued to speak with a relaxed heart. It was probably not going to happen, but he was telling Alberu just in case it ended up happening anyway. So, I came to tell you to be prepared just in case, sir. You don't have to worry, though. My friends and I will quickly follow him if he does come and kick the White Star out. Son of A, excuse me. I understand, so just go away. Yes, sir, I am leaving now. Alberu looked toward Cal as if his insides were flipping over. However, he sighed and started to speak as he watched Cal step onto Rayan's teleportation magic circle. Cal Henitus. Yes, your highness. Alberu observed Cal, who looked like a mess, before continuing to speak. Don't overdo it. The Roan kingdom is probably the kingdom that is most prepared on the western continent to fight against the White Star. Alberu had worried about the Roan kingdom's citizens getting hurt by the White Star ever since learning about his existence. That was why he had continued to prepare without letting go of the tension. And although it might be difficult to defeat the White Star, he had prepared enough to fend him off without any damage for at least a short duration of time. Alberu smiled toward Cal, who was looking at him. Stop getting hurt so much. You are my dancing. Cal was also a citizen of the Roan kingdom. Not only Cal, but most of his group were Roan kingdom citizens. You are all Roan kingdom citizens, so come home if things get tough. Alberu was someone with the task of protecting the kingdom's citizens. Don't do anything that puts your life in danger. Alberu could then see the group starting to teleport away. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Well, come back safely. He thought about Rayan's bright voice and the smiling people who teleported away before turning around. He headed back to the meeting room without any hesitation. He had a lot of things to do. Cal opened his eyes in a new spot. He heard Rayan's voice in his mind. Human. Let's make it so that the White Star can't go to the Roan Kingdom. We can't let our house or the Crown Prince's house be destroyed. Of course. Cal had just gone to warn the Crown Prince for a potential situation. He had no plans on letting the White Star step on the Roan Kingdom's soil at all. Tasha, Mary, young Master Nim, you're here, young Master Nim. That was why Cal had returned to the land of death. He then lifted his head. He could see the ceiling of the empty underground city. Young Master Nim, there is 1 hour left. There was now 1 hour left, as Dark Elf Tasha mentioned. The land of death. The desert where dead mana smoke rises for a few days a year. There was 1 hour left until dead mana smoke started to rise on this black desert. Cal grabbed the golden turtle badge in his hand. Ooh-wang. The badge started to vibrate at the sealed, blood-drenched rocks scream. Chapter 468. Did you have to take everything? 4. What is that? The approaching Tasha looked toward the badge in Cal's hand. The Henitus badge. ... It doesn't look like such a normal item, though. She had never seen a badge vibrate like this. An item that did not give off any sense of magic or elemental powers vibrating on its own like this was naturally eye-catching. Tasha could see Cal start to smile at that moment. Smirk. The corners of the lips that leisurely went up seemed full of mischief. Why do you want it? No, I absolutely, definitely do not want it. Tasha had gotten rid of all interest in the badge the moment she saw Cal's smile. Cal looked at her for a moment before turning back to the badge. It was very difficult for others to identify any powers that were sealed with the Embrace ability. In fact, it was close to impossible. Cal shook the badge slightly as if to tell it to stop vibrating before putting it in his inner pocket and speaking to Tasha, Mary, and the dark elves around him. This is a bomb, a time bomb, a time bomb. Yes, it is currently ripening. Mary immediately took a step away from Cal. Cal looked toward her as he had not expected this reaction, and the GPS-like voice started to speak from under the black hood. Young Master Nim, I heard you telling the great and mighty Rayan Nim to either run away from or beat down and destroy dangerous things. That's right. Rayan, who was no longer invisible, clapped his 2 front paws together to agree with him. You must either run away from or beat down and destroy dangerous things, as Good Mary said. That's right. I believe that is correct. I could not beat you down and destroy you, young Master Nim, so I stepped back. Cal could not see Mary's face underneath the hood, but he responded with a blank expression after hearing her oddly satisfied voice. I see. Thank you. It was nothing. Cal, who had temporarily been at a loss for words because of Mary, flinched. La 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 la, he heard a child's voice. He stuck a finger in his ear to clean it out. Why is there such a cute singing in this cold place? La 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 la, the cute child's voice echoed from all directions. Is there something like that snake here too? Meow, meow. It's a weird noise. We must cover our ears. Beacrux quickly covered his ears in shock, while the children, averaging 9 years old, looked around. The underground city was empty after the humans, and the dark elves who could not fight had evacuated. The water was still flowing, and the green plants were visible around them, but it had a cold and odd feeling. Hearing a child singing in such an environment made the group who had been shocked because of the red snake tensely look around. It was at that moment. It's the alarm. Mary answered calmly like a GPS. We made it so that an alarm would go off throughout the underground city 30 minutes before the dead mana smoke starts to rise in the desert. Cal could see Beecrock's face turning as red as gochujang. He wanted to compare it to a better-known comparison like a tomato, but his face, that instantly turned red, reminded him more of gochujang. He quietly walked over to Choi Han and whispered in his ear, Choi Han, doesn't he look like gochujang? PFFFD. Choi Han barely managed to hold himself back from laughing out loud. However, he soon had to face Beecrox's angry gaze. Beecrox's eyebrows twitched on his red face. He had been bewitched by the snake. Beecrox was embarrassed that he was tricked by something even the children would not be tricked by, and sorry that he had almost put the kittens in danger. That was why he had overreacted to the alarm just now. He's laughing. He changed that embarrassment to anger toward Choi Han. Choi Han, who received that gaze, quickly ignored Beecrox. Cal, who felt guilty about the situation, slowly took a step away from Choi Han. He then asked Mary a question. Why is it a child singing? Tasha responded to the question instead. We didn't want the elderly or the children in the city to get scared if we had a loud or scary alarm. That is why we made it a bright and energetic voice. Isn't it great? Forget great, it was even scarier. Hearing a child singing in an empty city in the middle of the night. That was a scene straight out of a horror film. However, Cal could share that sentiment. It was because Tasha continued to speak with an embarrassed expression. They recorded my singing when I was younger and have been using it ever since. Everybody said that I had a great singing voice. Cal, who could not share his sentiments with the embarrassed Tasha, quickly changed the mood. 30 minutes. Dead mana smoke would rise in the land of death for a few days after that time. What's the White Star's current status? No, where is he right now? Ah, you see, Tasha started her report. Cal grabbed the golden top's whip at the same time. He could then hear the wind elemental's voices. Long time no see. Destruction, chaos, love. It hasn't even been a day. How is that a long time? Cal started to listen to Tasha and the three wind elementals' reports. The White Star is currently investigating the center of the desert in two teams with the Bear King leading the other team. That's right, that's right. We didn't see the Lion King, though. The illusionist wasn't there either. Cal started to speak. The White Star and the Bear King. You're saying they're moving separately, right? Yes, sir. There were also some strong individuals we had not seen until now. That's right. We also saw some strong individuals who were not part of the Lion tribe, nor Black Mages. They all seemed to be people with unique abilities. Chaos, destruction, love. Cal had a pretty good idea about who they were. I guess they are the bastards who were at ARM's second secret base. ARM members wore black outfits with one white star and 5 red stars surrounding it. Cal had noticed that many of the people roaming around the second secret base were not wearing ARM uniforms. A portion of them must have come with him. The second secret base was a place that was imitating the Dragon Slayer village. That must mean that the White Star gathered strong individuals from around the continent, similar to what the first Dragon Slayer had done. Cal made sure to remember that the White Star had another source of strength before wetting his lips with his tongue. It was at that moment. Chaos. No, urgent. Urgent news. Young Master Nim. Cal, this is big. He heard the shocked wind elemental's voices and could see a whirlwind surrounding Tasha. Tasha seemed to have heard something urgent from that wind. Young Master Nim. She then started to smile. The White Star supposedly fell into the final trap. It was an urgent but excited voice. Cal turned his head. He looked toward Tasha and the other dark elves who were covered in dust. They were all smiling. You destruction, chaos, back, front, and sides. The wind elemental who had acted solemn was laughing in excitement. Both nervousness and anticipation filled the area. What is it? What is the plan? What is the final trap? Only Bud, who didn't know anything, looked around in confusion. Mary approached him. The residents of the underground city all worked together in order to create a trap before the White Star got here. This was the one thing that the entire underground city had helped to do. What is it? Bud was intrigued and asked with anticipation. Mary's head that was covered by the robe turned toward Cal. Bud quickly looked toward Cal as well. Cal didn't answer Bud's question and gave an order to the others. Everybody move out. The White Star was smart. These past 2 days made him look really stupid, but he was actually quite smart. Such a bastard was unable to find Cal in the desert. In that case, where would the white star and his right arm, the Bear King, start to look? It's the final plan. Cal gave an order to the focus group. We will kill the white star if possible. If not, we destroy. Bud's eyes opened wide. Destroy the white star, or is there something else? Cal continued to speak at that moment. The other underground area, we will destroy that place. Bud's jaws dropped. He finally realized what it was that the residents of the underground city helped to create. His gaze moved around the underground area he was standing inside. They created another place like this. They did all of that to drag one bastard in there. Bud made eye contact with a smiling Tasha. It's not the size of this underground city, but about half the size. Oh, and we did not create it for the White Star. The population inside the underground city had grown exponentially through the years. The Dark Elves naturally increased their numbers in this peaceful environment, but the humans who had escaped from the Dubori territory had grown in numbers while staying in the underground city as well. The population of the underground city grew even more as the Dubori territory became almost inhabitable due to the taxes the past few years. That was why they had decided to build a new underground city 3 years ago. The place they were in right now was large, but the residents who had to live in hiding in this city wanted a wide and pleasant area. That was why they started to build a new city, even though this underground city was not at max capacity yet. However, that plan had ended up failing. Tasha recalled when that happened. It was a major headache for the administrative officials. Of course, that was all before we met young Master Cal. After they met young Master Cal, to be more specific, after they participated in the Roan Kingdom's war, the Dark Elves were able to roam freely above ground. The escaped humans were able to stealthily head up with the Dark Elves to get some fresh air every so often. There is an underground area we didn't finish building. We plan on using that this time. Why did you stop in the middle? Tasha and the other Dark Elves smiled at Bud's question. Tasha gave a short response. We realized it too late that the ground in that area could easily crumble. Bud's eyes clouded over. He could see Cal starting to open his mouth again as he looked over. Let's go. The people in the empty underground city started to move to their respective destinations. I found it. The white star started to smile. He raised his only remaining hand to brush the sand away. Swipe, swipe. The mysterious desert where the sand is red during the day and black during the night. The white star was able to find more of the hidden black entrance door as he brushed the black sand away. The circular plate made of iron was locked shut and showed the depth of time. You finally found it. Bear King Seru, who had been sitting next to the white star, was smiling as well. The two teams had gathered here after finding this spot. Seru looked toward the white star and asked, "Can you feel the power of Earth?" "No." "What?" Seru instantly started to frown, but the white star's smile became even thicker. "I never felt the attribute of the ancient power right away for any of the ancient white star's powers. They were always hiding, and I could only feel it once the obstacles disappeared." The white star lifted the hand that was brushing the sand away and touched his opposing shoulder. Only a wrapped-up stump was there instead of an arm. The fact that I cannot feel the power of Earth means that Cal Henitus has not acquired that power yet. Seru finally nodded his head and brushed the door with his palm. He too was using his one remaining hand. His hand then stopped somewhere. "It's broken." The handle to the circular iron gate was broken. There was also the debris of the broken chain by the iron gate. Anybody would be able to tell that someone had gone inside and broken the handle in order to make it difficult for others to enter. They weren't in the sky nor on the ground. Cal and Choi Han, the Dark Elves, Necromancer, and Cal's other group members as well. They had searched the sky and the desert for them, but did not manage to find them. The only thing left is under the ground. They must be underground. Seru turned toward the white star and asked, "What do you want to do? Open it." Seru gestured toward their subordinates after hearing the white star's response. Some of the lions quickly came over and lifted the heavy iron gate. SCCCCCCCCC, the iron gate was lifted completely while making a chilling noise. Oh, a large circular path appeared. That path was heading deep underground, and they could not see properly because it was so dark. However, it seemed quite wide and sturdy for a path in a land where nobody lived. There must be a reason for it. Seru looked toward the white star with excitement. What should we do? Head right in. It was at that moment. The white star started to frown. What is it? Hold on. The white star suddenly crouched toward the ground and put his hand through the sand. What are you doing? The white star closed his eyes without responding to Seru. He then started to speak with confusion. Why is there dead mana flowing out through the sand? What? Dead mana? I don't feel it. Midnight had passed, and it was a new day. The dead mana smoke was slowly rising from the black sands in the desert. The white star was the first to notice the small amounts that were rising to start. However, he soon realized that the rising dead mana smoke was getting thicker. He thought that it would soon be at a level that others could notice it, and a level that would be dangerous for normal people. The white star's eyes soon clouded over, and he licked his lips before mumbling to himself again. This could end up being very advantageous for me. It was at that moment. On a sand hill far from the white star, clack, clack, a tiny skeleton monster made of black bones, so that it was hard to distinguish from the black sand, was observing the white star. The small skeleton monster that was the size of a rat was buried under the sand and not moving at all. However, the black lights in the spots where the skeleton monster's eyes should have been were transmitting what it was seeing to its master. The white star has arrived. He ripped the entrance door open. I see. Cal smiled at Mary's report. Chapter 469. You made a mistake. 1. It looks like the white star will soon come down the passage to the underground trap. Cal looked around after hearing Mary's calm report. Most of the group was scattered, and only Rayan, the dragon half-blood, Cal, and Mary were together. It was at that moment. Young Master Nim. Mary hesitated for a moment before starting to speak again. The white star is smiling. As Mary mentioned, the white star was smiling. The faint smile slowly became thicker until he started to laugh out loud as well. Ha ha ha, how did I not know about this? His eyes were sparkling. S-H-H-H-H, S-H-H-H-H. He continued to grab the sand with his hand. The black sand fell through the cracks between his fingers as soon as he grabbed them, but the white star did not care. He lowered his body and took a breath. As I expected, the white star started to smile after feeling the dead mana entering his nose. He then lifted his head. The ground and the sky were both dark because it was nighttime, but he started to feel the presence of death throughout the desert. Damn it, Bear King Seru, who saw the white star's actions, quickly covered his nose with his sleeve. The white star and Seru made eye contact. What are you going to do? The white star pointed toward the passage that was as dark as the sky after seeing the question in Seru's gaze. Everybody other than the black mages will go in. The black mages were excited rather than upset that everybody else except them were going in. They weren't as certain about it as the white star, but they too had started to notice the dead mana smoke rising in the desert. Dead mana was the source of power for the black mages. It was more beneficial for them to stay here and gather dead mana, as the earth attribute power wouldn't be theirs even if they went down with the white star. The white star approached a black mage. Thoroughly figure out what is going on in this desert. Yes, my liege. The white star turned away from the black mage and looked around the desert. How interesting yet weird. The white star had lived for 10 years. Naturally, he had lived in the land of death, one of the western continent's 5 forbidden regions during one of his past lives. I've passed through here too. He didn't remember which life it was, but he had crossed through this desert with flight magic to head to the shore when he was a mage. He had not noticed anything odd during that time. He just found it interesting that the color of the sand changed during the day and night. However, dead mana smoke was rising from this place. It felt as if he had found an unexpected treasure. The white star then turned after feeling a foot touching his calf. Tap, tap, it was Sayera's foot. He was standing there with his nose and mouth covered and a frown on his face. He was gesturing to quickly enter the passage. Unlike the white star, dead mana was poisonous for Seru. It was the same for the lion tribe and the other subordinates as well. They all looked as if they wanted to go into the passage as quickly as possible. The faint smoke was slowly increasing, and they wanted to get away from it before they subconsciously breathed it in. The white star looked toward the subordinates and started to give orders as Seru could not speak right now. We will head into the passage in order. Once we get to the bottom. He stopped for a moment before continuing to speak. Don't touch anything. If you touch or move anything, I will kill you on the spot. They all nodded their heads with stiff expressions. They had seen how the White Star had ripped a subordinate to shreds when he was getting the water wall ancient power, because that subordinate had taken a single step without being told he could move. That was why they were planning on listening to whatever the White Star told them to do this time. The White Star had brought the people who had seen that sight with him on purpose. Fear is a useful tool. People who are full of fear listen to the White Star's orders well. That is why I really need this final power. This Earth attribute ancient power was harder to find than even the Sky attribute ancient power. Cal Barrow, the White Star who recalled his forgotten past name, started to think about the human who gave him the last name of Barrow. He was the person who handed the Dragon Slayer's powers, position, and duty to the White Star, the ancient era's White Star. You're curious about him. That person had answered little by little every time the White Star had asked about the ancient White Star. That person's intentions were to inform the White Star that the ancient White Star was evil, but the White Star had become drunk by stories of the ancient White Star's strength. According to the records, the ancient White Star is said to have all 5 major attributes in addition to the Sky attribute. The story that the first Dragon Slayer had told his successor had been repeated and passed down to future generations of Dragon Slayers as well. Defense, offense, protection. There were a lot of different types of powers. He apparently had a power of fear as well. Fear. Yes. According to the second Dragon Slayer's diary, the first Dragon Slayer emphasized over and over that they needed to be cautious of that fear. The first Dragon Slayer, Nellen Barrow. There were many Dragon Slayers who wrote memoirs following his example. The White Star had not been able to get the first Dragon Slayer, Nellen Barrow's memoir, but he had the other Dragon Slayer's memoirs or diaries on him. The information in them had helped him become even greater than the ancient White Star. The dead Dragon Slayers would roll over in their graves, but the White Star did not care. Either way, thanks to those pieces of information, the White Star had tried to get the Water of Judgment in place of the ancient White Star's water attribute ancient power, however. Cal had taken it before he had a chance to do so. However, he was able to realize what the final Earth attribute ancient power was after gathering the other 4 major attributes. Fear. The remaining power was fear. That was the power the White Star needed more than anything else. I will change the world the moment I gain that power. The White Star was desperate for this final button to commence his real plan. That was why he had come here, even though he had just lost his arm yesterday. Enter in order. I will enter last. Black mages, close this entrance once I enter. The White Star ordered the lions who were nearby to enter first. His actions were not done to help his subordinates quickly avoid the dead mana smoke or to be wary of enemies who might suddenly appear. He had sent them down first to figure out if there were any traps or hidden enemies inside. It was because he expected Cal's group had already entered. His actions seemed to not care about his subordinates at all, but the lions who were ordered bit down on their lips before entering the passage. They all started to enter into the passage after the first lion slid down as if he was on a slide. Once even Searu headed down, and only the White Star was left. The dead mana smoke was now thick enough to be easily noticed. The White Star sucked in some of the dead mana smoke. One of the black mages walked over with a kissing up type of smile on his face. The White Star smirked at the black mage who approached him as soon as the Bear King had headed down. The black mages did not have a leader after the alchemist's Bell Tower's tower master had died. That was why all of them were doing everything they could to try to get on the White Star's good graces and become the leader. My liege, I truly hope that you are able to obtain the power you seek. Although we are not able to be with you down there, we will definitely figure out the secrets of this dead mana smoke. I pray that our investigation would be beneficial to you, my liege. The White Star chuckled at the obvious flattery and nodded his head. It's annoying and costly to kill people for the dead mana we will continue to need. It's better to use a place like this if we can. Yes, my liege, we will thoroughly investigate it. We will also guard the gate properly. The White Star nodded his head and headed toward the passage. He then stopped and looked toward the black mages. He stealthily said something to the black mage he had just chatted with. Tell Dorf to thoroughly investigate it as well. Lion King Dorf was currently at the second secret base, fulfilling one of the White Star's orders. The black mage gulped after seeing the vicious look in the White Star's eyes. The White Star looked at him and continued to speak. Whether Cal Henitus approached the gate to the demon world and looked inside. Tell him to investigate that properly. The White Star recalled what Dorf had told him. I purposely said that I would throw Cal Henitus and his friends into the gate to the demon world to see their reaction. I don't think they've even been around the gate to the demon world at all. Still, look into it. Of course. Anyway, you know I'm extremely observant, right? Don't worry. Dorf had brought up the gate to the demon world on purpose during his battle against Cal to see his reaction. However, it still required a thorough investigation as that was an important issue, and the White Star's gaze slowly became colder as he thought about it. The Black Mage quickly bowed and responded, "Of course, my liege. I will immediately deliver that order to him." Good. The White Star finally seemed satisfied and entered the passage. His body disappeared into the underground passage as if he was on a slide. The Black Mages quickly covered the entrance back up tightly with the iron gate once they did not see the White Star anymore. It would be bad if the dead mana smoke followed the passage down to the Bear King and the others. I will contact Lion King Dorf so the rest of you look around and investigate this smoke. Yes, sir. The other Black Mages started to move after receiving the first Black Mage's orders. The Black Mage who gave the order also quickly took out a video communication device to do as the White Star ordered. The area quickly became rowdy. That was why they did not notice something. They didn't notice that wind was blowing on a sand hill near the gate to the underground passage. The sand was swept by the wind, and a bit of the bottom of the hill was revealed. A small video communication and recording device hidden under the sand was revealed. There were some creatures who were shocked by that. Ah, hide it. We need to take this to Cal. That crazy bastard that shouts chaos and destruction will go nuts if we don't do it properly. Shara. The two wind elementals quickly channeled some wind again. That wind moved the sand and covered the combination of the video communication and recording device, leaving only a small gap for it to continue to record. Cal, who had been watching the video communication device in his hand, started to speak. He had seen everything the White Star had done through that hidden video communication device after hearing Mary's report. There was something that made him feel iffy. Is there something in the gate to the demon world? He looked at the dragon half-blood, who blankly stared at Rayan for a moment before flinching and responding. I don't know either. You don't know. The gate to the demon world was one of the eastern continent's 3 restricted areas. The White Star definitely seemed interested in knowing whether Cal had seen or entered the gate to the demon world. That meant that the gate to the demon world was an important location. However, the dragon half-blood did not know about the gate to the demon world, even though the secret base was nearby and the dragon half-blood had stayed in that base. The dragon half-blood who received Cal's gaze quickly continued to speak. I really don't know. The White Star only took Dorf, Seru, and a select few with him and put some devices to make sure that the others could not go there. He killed anybody who went near it. Why didn't you tell me about such a place before we went to the second secret base? Sorry, I did not think about it. The dragon half-blood who was apologizing looked as if he really had not thought about it. Cal, who became at a loss for words at this reaction, just tapped his thigh with his finger. The gate to the demon world. Cal had heard that the gate to the demon world was just a giant sinkhole that was given its name because it looked scary. However, he was starting to feel iffy about it now. The demon world. The demonic race. Cal started to recall the information related to the demon world. He then recalled the information he had read in The Birth of a Hero about the demonic race. The Birth of a Hero had explained about dead mana as well as how to cure mermaid poison. It was the information he had recalled while fighting against the mermaid with the whale tribe at Hy's Island. There were a few records about the demonic race left in ancient text. According to the records, the demonic race died living human hearts with dead mana as they enjoyed creating hearts that continued to beat after death. Why did this record suddenly pop up in Cal's mind? Cal was about to recall what the Black Mage had just said to kiss up to the White Star. It was at that moment. Calnim. He heard Choi Han's voice from the other connected video communication device. That bastard has arrived. Choi Han was reporting that the White Star had arrived at the underground area. Cal stood up from his seat. He needed to go welcome the White Star. Chapter 470. You made a mistake, too. Rayan approached Cal, who was starting to walk to meet the White Star. Human, there's something I'm worried about. What is it? Cal brusquely responded as the dragon half-blood peeked toward the concerned Rayan's puffy cheeks. In my intelligent opinion, we need to fight to FCK the White Star up. Cal flinched before starting to speak. How about we leave words like FCK him up out of it? All right, to chop his neck off, not that, to kill, and then to finish him. I guess that's better. Cal started to think that he needed to consult someone else about the children averaging 9 years old's vocabulary. Ran, Iruheben Nim. No, he needed to avoid those two. Otherwise, the children may end up shoving lemons everywhere or calling someone they just met an arrogant little punk. Cal decided he needed to meet with Countess Violin when he returned home next time. Rayan continued to speak as he had that thought. Fine. Anyway, human, in order to finish the White Star off, we need to fight in the underground area. Right, Rayan looked toward the calmly responding Cal as if he was weird. The young dragon was being serious. Human, listen carefully. Okay. Cal, who had been bored because the walk to meet the White Star had been quiet, happily nodded his head. Both Rayan and the dragon half-blood looked toward Cal, who was so calm in such a pressing situation, as if he was weird. Human. The foundation of this underground area is very weak. The ceiling is even weaker, so the underground area will definitely break while we are fighting against the White Star. Even without Choi Han and Bud, who used swords, Cal, Rayan, and Mary's attacks all covered large areas. That was the same for the White Star's side, so their fight was bound to impact the underground area. And if we can't kill the White Star, the bombs that the gentle Tasha planted will explode and break the underground area. Isn't that our plan? That's right. The original plan was to destroy the underground area if they didn't manage to kill the White Star. That is why it is weird. Rayan could not understand this plan at all. Human, I somewhat understand using bombs to destroy the underground area. But what happens if the underground area breaks while we are fighting? The moment the underground area breaks while they are fighting, the moment the sturdy-looking yet weak foundation and the ceiling breaks, the dead mana smoke on the desert will instantly fill the underground area. Then we might all end up breathing some dead mana smoke. Rayan could teleport the group away as the bombs exploded if they used Tasha's bombs. Then there was almost no chance of the dead mana smoke impacting the group. However, things would be complicated if the area broke in the middle of a fierce battle. The chances of breathing in dead mana became much higher in such a situation. Even the quiet dragon half-blood chimed in. I heard that you guys saw the White Star use his fire attribute, Ancient Power, properly this time. I also heard that the White Star is not in a normal state right now after losing one arm. The White Star had used a lot of ancient powers already, and his body was not in a stable condition either. That is why you guys haven't seen that bastard fight seriously yet. That's right, human. We haven't even experienced the White Star's wood attribute ancient power either. Rayan was pounding his chest with his chubby front paw as if he was getting frustrated at how calm Cal seemed to be. There was a simple reason for it. The human would not do anything to make us get hurt. There was no way Cal had not thought about the things that Rayan had just mentioned. Furthermore, Cal hated whenever his people got hurt. He was the person who said to run away and come back later to aim for their backs if it looked like someone on their side was going to get hurt. That was why Rayan could not accept Cal's current actions right now. Cal chuckled. He looked toward Rayan and the dragon half-blood, who were looking at him with similar expressions, and started to speak. The White Star happily sacrificed his arm to save the Bear King. The White Star had thrown away many subordinates until now, but they had seen him make a move to save a subordinate for the first time. This time, he entered the underground area with that Bear King he tried so hard to save. Cal stopped talking at that point. He then quietly looked forward. The incomplete underground city. The bleak and empty sight filled his eyes. He looked at it for a while before turning back to look at Rayan and the dragon half-blood. Their eyes still looked full of questions. Are you curious about my thoughts? He smiled as he asked that question. Oh, there was such a place underground. My liege, isn't this amazing? Bear King Seru could not hide his admiration at this large underground city. The White Stars group had seen this large city after sliding down the long underground path. Of course, it was not a regular city. First of all, it was located underground. How bleak. It was a completely empty city with some places starting to fall apart. The buildings that they couldn't tell whether they were unfinished or broken filled the city. However, the road seemed to have been built strategically as it was wide and long. There were dry trees around the city as well. It feels like a city that was abandoned a long time ago. It was a bleak underground city where no traces of humans could be felt. He took one step and turned his head. He could see the White Star, everybody other than himself, and the White Star was currently waiting by the passage entrance. Only Seru had received permission to move around. The others were not allowed to take a single step inside. I don't feel anyone in here. There are no traces of people either. Seru looked around the area. There were no traces of anyone living in nor having passed through the abandoned city. So the chances of Cal Henitus having come through here is high. The lack of traces made Seru even more certain that Cal Henitus had been here. There were not many who were skilled enough to erase all of their traces like this. Seru reached out his hand. Crumble. A small part of the building broke and fell to the ground as he touched the wall. It looks very old. The entire city looked quite old. It seemed as if it was an ancient ruin that had been left alone for hundreds or thousands of years. This is the type of place where the ancient power that the White Star is looking for would be. Seru started to smile with anticipation. No, it was at that moment. Seru turned around after hearing the White Star's voice. PSSSSSS. He saw a rock that turned into dust in the White Star's hand. It seemed to be debris from the building. Seru flinched, and his shoulders started to shake after seeing the White Star's gaze. This is dangerous. The White Star looked as he usually did when he was extremely angry. However, his voice was calm. This place was built not too long ago. This place. That's impossible. Seru, who was about to retort the White Star's comment, quickly shut up without finishing his sentence. It was because he saw the White Star caressing a dry tree branch. Smoke coming out of his hand covered the dead branch. This branch died less than a week ago. Seru gasped after hearing the White Star's comment. There was no way the White Star would say something wrong, so that meant that it really had been less than a week since this branch had died. But there's no water here. Trees needed dirt, sunlight, and water to grow. There was a destroyed drainage way, but it showed no signs of water having ever flowed through it. But the fact that a tree grew means that there was water here. But that water completely dried in a week. There was no way that was the case. Then there was only one answer. They brought over a dead tree from somewhere else. Yes. The White Star was calm as he answered Sarah's question. The White Star looked around. Based on the condition of these trees, this place was created in the last few years. However, they created it to look like a city that was abandoned thousands of years ago. Who did? Why are you asking such an obvious question? Seru shut his mouth at the White Star's brusque response. However, he soon started to speak again. This is a trap that Cal Henitus created. This large underground city was Cal Henitus's trap, a trap to kill them. Seru could not accept that. There was a simple reason for it. This is not something that can be created in a short amount of time. You need at least a few hundred people, materials, and at least a couple of years to create such a large underground city. Seru started to frown the more he spoke. They heard some footsteps at that moment. Both Seru and the White Star had noticed the footsteps. Step, step. The person walking without hiding their presence was walking in a relaxed manner. However, there was anger in Seru's eyes as he looked toward the person. You bastard. How's your arm? Cal, who warmly asked that question, had a relaxed smile on his face. Cal, who walked toward them from the center of the underground city and not the entrance, looked peaceful. Seru looked around Cal. He didn't see anybody else. However, Seru believed that the others were hiding nearby. Why are you looking around like that? Cal's question made Seru look back toward him. The two of them made eye contact. Seru suddenly felt his shoulder with the missing arm turn cold. It was not from the pain of losing an arm. There was only one thing that filled his mind right now. Did you create this place and lure us down here? Cal had an awkward expression for the first time. He had already heard the White Star and Seru's conversation as he walked over. Cal was completely flabbergasted. I didn't think he would figure it out right away. He never expected the White Star to realize this place was created not too long ago so quickly. Of course, it was not just because he thought the White Star would be crazed and focused on finding the final Earth attribute ancient power that he would not think properly. Young Masternim, we even used our elementals to create the place. This fake underground city was created extremely well, as Tasha had mentioned that anybody would think that it was a place that was abandoned at least a couple hundred years ago. But the White Star had figured out right away that it was a lie. He used the tree to figure it out. Cal recorded how the White Star had just used the dead tree to figure out the truth about this city. He then started to get a headache. What do I do? Cal was planning on tricking the White Star to believe the final Earth attribute power was located here. Human, what do we do? It looks like the White Star knows this isn't where the Earth attribute ancient power is located. Then won't he aim for the Roan Kingdom? Exactly. As Rayan mentioned, the White Star would aim for the Roan Kingdom once he realized that the Land of Death did not have the Earth attribute ancient power. Cal wanted to prevent the White Star from charging into the Roan Kingdom. Human. What if the White Star immediately teleports over to the Roan Kingdom? Let's destroy this place right now. Choi Han is asking for you to quickly give orders. Cal was thinking the same thing. The White Star, who realized this was a trap, could not head to the final potential spot, the Roan Kingdom. Cal, who was listening to the young dragon's urgent voice, slowly opened his mouth to speak. I guess I have no choice. Let's just be honest. Cal Henitus, why are you not responding? Why did you drag us into a trap? Cal immediately responded as Searu asked the question again. I'm the curious one. How did you realize this place was fake? I never expected you bastards to realize it so quickly. Cal noticed Searu start to frown in response. Human, Tasha and Mary are also asking what they should do. As for the Mercenary King, he's a total mess. The Mercenary King is so loud. He ignored Rayan's comments and focused on Sarah's change of expression with a stoic expression on his face. Of course, he was just putting on a poker face. It was at that moment. Amazing, very amazing. The White Star gasped in admiration. Cal turned his gaze to see the White Star, who was glaring at him viciously. Since when? What are you talking about? Cal subconsciously asked after hearing the White Star's unexpected question. Ha! He's feigning ignorance. Then Cal ended up receiving Sarah's extremely angry response. Why is he like this? This isn't the first time we've smacked each other in the back. Cal found it odd that Searu looked so angry. He was hearing the reports from the others through Rayan at the same time. Searu could not hide his anger as he asked at that moment. He was extremely angry right now. Since when have you been thinking about taking us down? It would take at least a few years to construct an underground city like this. This trap should have taken you years to create. Do you think we don't know that? Nobody could create such a large area in a short amount of time. Of course, creating a place that looked like a city could be done quickly, but creating an underground area like this was something that required a lot of time. That's not it. The exploration and selection of a location. This place required a long period of thorough planning to create. Cal Henitus, the land of death. Why would you create an underground city like this in the useless desert, especially a city that looks as desolate as this? You would not create such a place for no reason unless you were crazy. This was definitely created as a trap or for an underground evacuation center. Seru got the chills as he figured that out. Cal Henitus is a bastard who was known as Trash until just 2 years ago. So, when would such a bastard have created an underground city like this? The things that Cal had done until now quickly passed through his mind. Cal Henitus had appeared exactly as the White Star was about to use arm and black magic. Furthermore, he also coincidentally had many different ancient powers. Finally, he had a bunch of strong individuals around him that made people question how he had gathered such a group. Could it all have just been a coincidence? Was all of this the result of a trash bastard in a time span of just 2 years? Seru wondered if Cal Henitus had been hiding his strength for a much longer time after seeing this underground city. No, even if it was not just his strength, this bastard did not manage to do all of this in just 2 years. He probably had been preparing for a very long time. He had prepared to defend against the White Star. But why? Why did Cal Henitus make such preparations? What did he know? And how did he know? Searu started to question everything. It has been weird, now that I think about it. Cal Henitus had been involved with each and every one of the White Star's plans. At first, he had thought that it was a coincidence, but it was easier to accept that these were not coincidences and that the White Star had failed over and over again because Cal Henitus had planned this long in advance. How could there be a bastard like this? There was a slight trace of fear in Sarah's gaze as he looked toward Cal. That was why he covered that fear with anger. Seru raised his voice. Since when have you been thinking about taking us down? 2 years. We've only been hearing your name for the past 2 years. But how long have you actually been aiming for us? Cal blinked his eyes. This is weird. Things are progressing in an odd direction. He heard the White Star's voice at that moment as well. I knew it was weird, no matter how many times I thought about it. You might be useful for me, but I have been wondering how a bastard like you suddenly appeared to block my every move. He had a look that seemed to say that he finally understood. Ah, it's true that I suddenly appeared. Cal, who had suddenly ended up in the birth of a hero's world, had started all this just to avoid being beaten to a pulp by Choi Han, but ended up here. He wasn't planning on getting in the White Star's way from the beginning. It just happened that this bastard was in his way of living a slacker's life, and that this bastard's way of doing things annoyed him enough for him to somehow end up here. However, Cal quietly listened to the White Star's comments. It looks like it's a positive situation for me, though. Things seem to be going well in an unexpected way. The White Star was looking at Cal with a different gaze than before. He was looking at Cal like he was a good rival. He was also looking at Cal with wariness about someone whose identity he could not fathom. Cal Henitus, someone whose time is warped. You didn't suddenly appear. In fact, you've been planning for this since a long time ago. Since when have you been aiming for me? Cal found this situation quite amazing. He wondered how the White Star, realizing that the underground city was recently created, led to this explanation. Human, what nonsense are the two of them talking about? Human, you are someone without a plan who just looks like you have a plan. I know, right? Cal could see the White Star's stiff face before he heard Sarah's angry but slightly shaking voice. How long have you known about us to prepare all this? Isn't this great? Cal put on a satisfied smile while looking at the two mistaken people. You. Saru was at a loss for words after seeing Cal's twisted smile instead of a response. However, even though Cal didn't say anything, an alarm went off in his head after seeing Cal's gaze that seemed to be saying he had been aiming for them for a very long time. Chapter 471. You made a mistake. 3. The White Star, Bear King Seru, and Cal. Mercenary King Bardiles, who was listening to the three of their conversation while hiding, blinked his eyes a few times before starting to speak. Doesn't it look like they've made a weird mistake? His head quickly turned to look at Choi Han, who was crouching next to him. Doesn't it? It does seem that way. Bud looked toward Choi Han, who was responding calmly but had an odd expression on his face. Oh, he then gasped. So, basically, he started to organize the thoughts on his mind. They think that Cal Henitus has been preparing to stop them in secret for many years. It does seem that way, Mercenary King. Rayan, who was next to Bud, fluttered his wings and agreed. Oh, Bud gasped once more before shaking his head. However, he could understand how they could make such a mistake. Even I would be suspicious about how long someone has been playing if someone suddenly appeared and got in my way every time I tried something. And was Cal just a small obstacle? To be honest, Cal Henitus and his group were like a large disaster. If anybody wondered how Cal gathered such strong individuals together, it was understandable after hearing their stories. He gave me something to eat. He brought us home. He said don't come because it was dangerous, but gave me a lot of food. The human saved my life. I saw the night sky for the first time thanks to the human, starting from the children averaging 9 years old. Well, Count Henitus and his family have been extremely gracious for our father-son duo. I learned how to cook from the Henitus household. The young master Nim used to be trash in the past, but he was still a good boy from time to time. Ran and Beecrux. I had nowhere to go. No, forget nowhere to go, I had nothing at all. He showed me the world, to Choi Han and Mary. Bud had wondered how he had gathered people with such sob stories every time he heard one of their explanations. He found it amazing that Cal managed to put people with such sad pasts within his fence. He's someone who doesn't plan. The more he heard about Cal's progress, the fewer plans there seemed to be. The few places he heard about where Cal found the ancient powers were huge coincidences. Of course, Cal's group might have happened to grow by chance, but he was quite strategic about the ancient powers. Unfortunately, Rayan was the only one who knew about this. Is it because he is a good person? Bud wondered if Cal was so lucky because he was a good person. However, he quickly got rid of that thought. Cal had this unexplainable side to him that was cheeky and annoyed people too much to say he was a good person. He is cold-hearted as well. Bud, who was organizing his thoughts, recalled the cold-hearted Cal he had seen from time to time. He then had a what-if question and asked Choi Han a question. Cal hasn't been planning this for a long time, right? Bud could see Choi Han instantly start to smile. It was an innocent-looking but oddly cold smile. Bud put on an awkward smile and mumbled as if he was talking to himself the moment he saw that smile. Ha ha ha, a person shouldn't have such useless curiosities. He then slowly avoided Choi Han's gaze. Choi Han looked at Bud, who was avoiding his gaze with an odd expression. Good. However, it was good. Choi Han had no answer for Bud's question. He couldn't honestly say, Cal Nim has changed so much in the past 2 years because he is my nephew's friend, Kim Rock-soo, from another world. That person named Kim Rock-soo was quite eccentric and was the same as he is now in his original world as well. But what do we do now? Choi Han heard Bud's mumblings and was about to respond to him. It was at that moment. Ha ha ha! Loud laughter echoed through the empty underground city. Cal was slightly bent forward as he quietly observed the laughing white star. Bear King Seoru, who had been angry at Cal, quietly closed his mouth after seeing the white star's reaction. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Cal started to frown. Did he go crazy? The white star was laughing as if he had suddenly gone crazy. Cal had always called him a crazy bastard, but he really seemed like a crazy bastard now. His eyes are red. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins in his neck were clearly visible as if he was holding back his anger. Ha ha ha, ha, shhh. The white star laughed for a while before wiping his mouth with his hand and looking toward Cal. I found it weird. What is weird? Cal leisurely responded to the white star's statement and moved one hand behind him. Someone who was focused on his back at a distance received Cal's message. However, Cal looked toward the white star as if he had not done anything. The white star started to speak as he looked at Cal. Both Choi Han and you have your time warped as I do. Cal recalled the battle at the Alchemist's Bell Tower in the Margaru Empire's capital. The White Star had said that their time was warped when they first met him. But even though I can tell that your time is warped, I couldn't tell how it was warped. Why is time warped for me? What nonsense are you spewing? No, I did not speak nonsense. Rather, it must be that you are hiding something. What? Cal, who was going to play along with the White Star, flinched after seeing his extremely calm demeanor. This was what the White Star had said to Choi Han in the past. Time is warped for that swordsman. He had said it into Cal's mind so that nobody else could hear. He is not from this world. He then looked toward Cal and had said the following. Furthermore, you, just like that black-haired child as well as like myself. The common factor between the White Star, Choi Han, and Cal. Time is warped for you. Cal pushed aside the memory of the past and looked into the White Star's eyes. The first dragon slayer who suddenly appeared in the world. Furthermore, Choi Han, whose time is warped, and similarly had suddenly appeared in the world. I was able to see the answer once I put the pieces of the puzzle together. The White Star knew that Choi Han was not from this world. Once he had a small clue, he was able to connect the first dragon slayer, Nellan Barrow, and Choi Han. That clue was language. The language that nobody on this continent was able to decipher other than Choi Han and Nellan Barrow. He realized it once he had this clue. Nellan Barrow and Choi Han came from a world that uses that language. That was why I tried to capture Choi Han. Tasha, Bud, Mary, B, On, and Hang, who were hiding and listening, all looked toward where Choi Han was hiding with shocked expressions. They were not shocked about this time being warped business. They did not understand, but at the fact that the White Star had aimed for Choi Han. They had not known about that at all. Not only did Cal and Choi Han not talk about it, but they also did not know the details about the illusions at the Dubori Lord's castle. But you see, Cal, I can't see through you. Your time is warped, but I cannot see how it is warped. The White Star was no longer smiling as he observed Cal. This bastard was not someone who came from another world like Choi Han. This bastard was not someone who reincarnates as he does. Then what could it be? Why couldn't he see this bastard's time? Some information he had forgotten about filled the White Star's mind and made him have another thought. Cal started to speak at that moment. How are you so sure about time? Whether time was warped or not? How did the White Star know about it so well? Even Iruhaben had not noticed anything about Cal. But although the White Star couldn't completely tell Cal's true identity, he could feel that something was different. No, it's not at the level of feel. He's certain. The White Star was certain about it. Cal suddenly recalled how the White Star had caressed the dead tree to realize the truth about this place. Perhaps. Was it possible? Does the White Star have a time-related ability? How? With which power? The only one of the White Star's ancient powers Kel had not seen was the wood attribute ancient power. But that was related to time, even though it is the wood attribute. The chance of that being the case was low. Then, what could it be? Cal started to get an ominous feeling. It was at that moment. Smirk. Cal could see the White Star start to smile. He then heard the White Star's voice in his mind at that moment. Who are you? Cal got chills on his back. There were many people who had asked about his identity, until now. Albrew Crossman had asked about it, the World Tree had asked about it, and the White Star had asked about it the first time they met as well. However, this question felt different than all the others. The White Star continued to speak in Cal's mind. You're a transmigrator, aren't you? Who are you that is inside Cal Henitus's body? Damn it, he found out. Although he was anxiously swearing internally, Cal's face looked calm. The White Star started to speak again. It was out loud again. From body to body, you moved around while preparing. For a very long time. Cal flinched. The White Star's eyes sparkled even more after seeing Cal flinch as he continued to speak. You continued to live while jumping from body to body like that. The White Star was slowly getting more confident about his suspicions. Cal, whose time was warped. He was not someone a dimension traveler like Choi Han, nor a reincarnator like the White Star. That meant that the only remaining options were that he was a transmigrator or a regressor. That was why the White Star first went with transmigration, which would make it possible for Cal to have prepared to stop the White Star for a longer period of time. And Cal had reacted to that. The bastard with a poker face had finally flinched at something he had said. The White Star had experienced many of Cal's fake expressions until now. Even if he couldn't tell through Cal's fake expressions, he could recognize Cal's real expressions. Cal's shocked expression as he flinched, that's real. The White Star was confident that he was right. Cal was indeed shocked as the White Star was thinking, wait, this is a bit weird, isn't it? How does he come to such a conclusion? Cal was shocked at the White Star's train of thought. Transmigration was correct, but he was not someone who moved from body to body while trying to stop the White Star's desire for world domination. He just fell asleep while reading a book and had ended up in this world. Hee. Yes, your thoughts and actions are not things that a mere 18 or 20 years old could do. I guess that's true. He had his life as Kim Rock-soo as well. What do you think? Am I right? Cal honestly answered the White Star's question. No, feigning ignorance again. But why is this bastard acting like this? Cal had been so shocked until now that he wasn't even shocked anymore. However, Cal's expression quickly turned cold. He saw the White Star raising his right arm. He had a bad feeling about it. That bastard. Cal could see the fire rising from the White Star's right palm. It looked ready to shoot out the ceiling at any moment. Human. It looks like the White Star is going to destroy this underground area. He's going to do it even though the Bear King is here. Exactly. The dead mana smoke was poisonous for the Bear King. Cal subconsciously turned toward Searu. He heard the White Star's laughter at that moment. Hee. I guess I made a mistake. Ah. Searu started to scream. The White Star mumbled in response. Shut the hell up. Okay. The wind created a square wall and surrounded Searu. Searu smiled and shut up as Cal noticed the White Star's fire sword shooting up toward the ceiling like an arrow. No, Cal's shout echoed through the area. The White Star turned to face Cal. Why can't I do it? As the White Star said that and started to smile. It's not that you can't do it. It's just that I wanted to do it first. What? Bang. A loud explosion filled the White Star's ears. In this large underground city, the city's dome-shaped ceiling, a part of that large dome had exploded. This is the beginning. Once Cal's comment reached the White Star's ears, crack. Cracks started to appear on the edges of the dome ceiling. Barang. The fire sword then stabbed into the center of the dome ceiling, causing another large explosion. That was the beginning. The explosions continued. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continued on the edges of the ceiling. Cal Henitus. The White Star could see Cal, who was smiling while looking at the exploding ceiling. Then the ceiling of this abandoned underground city crumbled down. Chapter 472. You made a mistake. 4. Ancient dragon Iruhaben was quietly standing on the walls of the Karo Kingdom's Dubori territory while looking forward. The soldiers could only peek at him but could not approach him. It was because he was giving off a presence that made it hard to approach. SHHH. Iruhaben hair fluttered in the wind. The wind that had been blowing from the sea to the land during the day and changed direction from land to sea as soon as midnight passed and a new day began. Nim. Dark elf Tasha had explained to him about this sudden change in the wind when she snuck out in the afternoon to see him. The wind always blows from land to sea when the dead mana smoke is rising in the desert. That was why it was rare for the dead mana smoke that started at the center of the desert to reach the Dubori territory. Furthermore, the Dark Elves also have members who use wind elementals and mages to make the wind stronger in order to be careful about any potential changes. Iruhaben had thought that the Dark Elves were very nice when he heard that. The Dark Elves were living underground as they were hiding from humans and other races who tried to kill them. But according to Tasha, they had worked hard for a long time to make sure the dead mana smoke didn't reach the Dubori territory. That is not the case. Nim, this is not for the Dubori territory nor the humans. It would be bad if the secret of the desert was revealed and the Karo Kingdom ends up finding us while investigating it. We did it because we were afraid we would lose our home. Tasha was saying that it was not for the other living beings, but the fact that there were humans living happily in the underground city showed that the Dark Elves were generous beings. Leadernim. He turned his head after hearing a voice. Shaman Gashan, the chief of the Tiger tribe, smiled while looking at Iruhaben. Gashan could not call Iruhaben by name nor call him Dragon-nim right now, so he was temporarily calling him leader. Iruhaben slightly bowed to the person he saw once Gashan took a step to the side. Crown Prince Valentino was standing behind Gashan. Behind him were some of the nearby territory lords with stronger forces. How dare he in front of his highness? That arrogant. One of the territory lords in the Crown Prince's faction was starting to get angry at the fact that Iruhaben's actions were rude, but Valentino waved his hand to stop him. Enough, your highness, but look at the way that guy greeted you. He dares enough. The noble shut his mouth at Valentino's repeated response. He knew there would be no benefit if he argued about it once more. I wish for all the territory lords to head down. I have something to say to him in private. The territory lords looked confused at Valentino's comment, but they soon bowed and headed down from the city wall. Valentino, whose complexion had gotten significantly worse over a single day, looked toward the nobles with a tired expression before turning toward Iruhaben. I don't know how to address you. Whatever is easiest for you is fine, sir. Sure. Valentino thoroughly observed the only two members of Cal's group that were left at this castle. The shaman, Gashan. He treated Valentino in a very respectful and cheeky way, even though he was quite old. However, Valentino could tell that Gashan was a strong individual through his gentle demeanor. His large stature gave off a natural sense of pressure, but he had also seen how Gashan had controlled the crows in the Dubori territory. Furthermore, he could not treat him like his own subordinates after learning that he was a tiger and expecting that he would have extreme physical strength as well. But that guy is still easier to deal with. As for this mage in front of me, Valentino looked toward Iruhaben with an odd gaze. He had seen how Gashan acted around Cal. That was how he could tell how much Gashan respected Cal. However, that person was even more humble to this mage. He is at minimum a highest grade mage. That was the determination the Karo Kingdom's mages had about this mage in front of him. It was shocking that such a strong individual was by Cal's side, but Valentino was more shocked at himself. Something is weird. I can't easily handle him. Iruhaben had given quite a rude greeting to the crown prince of a kingdom, but Valentino's intuition had told him to let it be. Iruhaben had a thought on his mind as he looked at Valentino. He has a pretty good intuition. Iruhaben had completely suppressed his dragon fear. Even still, this crown prince was being wary of Iruhaben and cautiously treading around him. Valentino was using an informal tone, as he did with the others, however. He was keeping quiet about Iruhaben's actions that could be seen as arrogant. He also enthusiastically approached Iruhaben. This was a human with a strong intuition. I will simply call you Mage then. Please do. Okay. Valentino, who stopped talking for a moment as if he was thinking cautiously, continued to speak. Have you received any communication from Commander Cal? Valentino, who asked the question, felt as if his mind would overflow with complicated issues right now. The Karo Kingdom had sent a declaration to all of the Western Continent's kingdoms, principalities, and free cities. It was actually more of a request for cooperation than a declaration. He had done it because he decided he couldn't just let things be. Valentina recalled what the Dubori lord had said once he came back to his senses. Your Highness, I didn't even know I was bewitched. I swear. Do I look like someone who is crazy enough to drag such a person into my territory? He's someone connected to black magic. The scared Dubori lord begged to Valentino. Valentino, as well as the rest of the Caro kingdom's political world, felt significantly concerned after seeing his reaction. That was fear that the northern kingdoms, then the Margoru Empire, and then the Caro Kingdom, and everywhere else would all be swept away by this White Star bastard in the future. They also felt anger. How dare he? He dares to control the Caro Kingdom as he wishes. What the White Star tried to do was not to attack the Caro Kingdom, but trick it and play with it. That fact made Valentino even angrier. The entire Caro Kingdom was full of anger and fear as well, and they agreed that they should do whatever is necessary to overcome this situation. That was why the kingdom had chosen to display its power openly. Each territory will start to gather troops starting tomorrow, and the mages and knights who were spread out had to return to the capital. The other kingdoms that had received the declaration showed support for the Caro Kingdom's actions. There were many who were still feeling chaotic or that the Caro Kingdom was going overboard, but everybody agreed that they needed to do something, whether that be big or small. He had received a letter from the Roan Kingdom's Crown Prince Alberu Crossman not too long ago. Let's meet in the next 3 days. The influential people of the Western continent would gather to the Roan Palace. It's only right for the Roan Kingdom to take the lead. Valentino knew the strength of the Caro Kingdom. That was why he handed the reins over to the Roan Kingdom, even though they were the first to step up. He had no complaints about it. Instead, Valentino recalled what Crown Prince Alberu had added to the end of that message. Please take care of Cal Henitus, my sworn younger brother. The story about how Alberu Crossman took Choi Han as his instructor and Cal as his sworn brother was famous throughout the Western continent. However, something else had caught Valentino's attention instead of those words. Cal Henitus. Valentino had been swept up in an indescribable emotion when he read that name. That was why he left the strategy tent and headed up the wall. He had then asked this mage in front of him if there was any contact from Cal. However, the mage did not give Valentino the answer he desired. No, Your Highness. We have not received any contact from the young masternym yet. Valentino bit down on his lips. He could not hold back the frustration building up inside him and started to speak. For dead mana smoke to be rising from the desert, he had tried to follow the White Star who had chased after Cal into the desert. He could make that decision because numerous troops had come to the Dubori territory and more were on their way. However, all of the troops could only stay in the Dubori territory after Aruhaben stopped them and informed them about the dead mana smoke. Of course, Cal had discussed with the Dark Elves about this in advance before revealing the information to Valentino. They were originally not going to reveal this information, but they had no choice because the White Star had charged into the Dubori territory and the Caro Kingdom's forces were gathered there. They couldn't just let the Caro Kingdom's troops in the Dubori territory charge forward into the desert. Tasha had laughed about this. Well, that's good. Nobody should come to the desert anymore because they are afraid of the dead mana smoke. She was correct. The nobles who were shouting loudly to kill the White Star were the first to withdraw. Valentino looked toward the desert. He could not see the dead mana smoke properly because of the dark night sky and the black desert, but he thought he could faintly make out something that looked like heat simmer. He would have thought it was a mirage in the past, but knowing what it was made him afraid. That was why Valentino could not help but ask. Commander Cal is going to fight inside that black smoke. Humans will die if they absorb dead mana. Cal should know that as well, but he was willing to place himself into that death trap. Yes, sir. The young masternym is fighting in the desert. Valentino looked toward the calmly responding Eruhaben and asked again. The Dark Elves and Necromancer are one thing, but won't Commander Cal and the Sword Master be in danger if they absorb the dead mana smoke? Of course, even though young Master Cal said he would be safe and that he had a way to fight, humanely speaking. Forget his position as a crown prince. Valentino started to get emotional as he felt thankful and sorry to Cal in a humane way. He was sad, but he was also filled with anticipation. He felt sad thinking about Cal who would suffer, but he was excited at a potential future without the White Star. Iruhaben observed Valentino, whose emotions were completely visible on his face as he caressed his chin. It's true that Cal Henitus is suffering. That unlucky bastard is always wearing himself out. Should I help him out? Iruhaben started to speak for that unlucky bastard. Your Highness, is there something you wish to say? Valentino looked toward Iruhaben with curiosity, as this was the first time Iruhaben called out to him to speak. Iruhaben, who received his gaze, continued to speak in a calm voice. There is a way for a living human to fight effectively in dead mana. Valentino's eyes instantly opened wide. What is it? What is the method? Quickly tell me. He wanted to head out to the desert with his knights, if there was such a method. Iruhaben looked at Valentino's eyes that clearly showed what he was thinking and continued to speak. That is to spray or cover your entire body with life force. Life force? Yes, sir. Life force. Tiger Shaman Gashan flinched and looked toward Iruhaben. The method Iruhaben was describing was a very stupid and very scary and sad method. I guess he really is a dragon. Gashan thought that Iruhaben saying it as if it was nothing made him very dragon-like. However, he kept his mouth shut and did not interrupt their conversation. He knew Iruhaben must have a reason for doing this. Valentino looked toward Iruhaben and started to speak. How does life force help fight against dead mana? Dead mana is, as the name indicates, a dead presence. The opposite and incompatible presence to that is a living presence, life force. That was why dead mana cannot approach someone who is covered in life force. Then what is that life force? If it is the opposite of dead mana, is it regular mana? No, sir. We are talking about the opposite and incompatible force to death. It is not a discussion of mana. Then, Iruhaben said one word without any traces of a smile on his face. Blood. Valentino's whole body instantly stiffened. Chapter 473. You made a mistake. 5. However, Iruhaben didn't stop there. Dead blood will not work. It needs to be the blood of the living. Only that is the opposite of death. Valentino felt his heart beating wildly. He felt as if he had heard a secret he shouldn't have heard. He felt as if something was stabbing at his heart. What is the symbol of human life force? That is the blood pumping out of the beating heart. Ah, it also cannot be a small amount of blood. It needs to be a significant amount of blood. That is why it is mentioned that a person would first die from blood loss when fighting with such a method. That conscience inside Valentino was stabbing at him. Anyway, the most effective way for a human to fend off dead mana is to stab his own heart with a knife or fight with injuries all over their bodies. Valentino started to frown as he looked toward Iruhaben, who was saying this without any emotion. No, that. He couldn't say anything. His mind was a mess of words, but he could not say anything. Valentino noticed the faintly appearing smile on the mage's face. It was a sad smile. Isn't it such a sad method? Sad. Hearing that word made Valentino think about Cal Henitus's face. He finally understood the weight of fighting inside the dead mana smoke. He had no way of knowing whether Commander Cal would fight while being covered in blood or use a different method. However, dead mana was extremely dangerous and poisonous to people, and he could feel that fighting an enemy in such conditions was terrible. Valentino, who was holding onto the railing, let go. His hand was shaking. Step. Valentino took a step away from the railing. He's stepping back. Iruhaben looked at him with a stoic expression. Valentino had subconsciously stepped back after hearing Iruhaben's story, even though he was full of admiration for Cal. It was an instinctual fear. However, he needed to feel the scolding of his conscience the moment he realized what he had done. Iruhaben looked around. The nearby soldiers and the nobles who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. He saw all of them taking a step back. Iruhaben looked toward them and started to think. Now there should be fewer people who try to enter the desert. The chances of the Dark Elves' underground city being discovered should go down. But more than that, they should understand at least a little bit about how hard it is for Cal. There were many who said that Cal was a hero, many who said that he was amazing. However, how many of them knew the details of the path he was walking? It's not just Choi Han. Choi Han, Mary, the children. Many of them were fighting against the White Star in the face of death. Iruhaben thought that people should at least know a bit of that weight. The Karo Kingdom should give that unlucky bastard at least something now. The Karo Kingdom would give something to Cal for his suffering. They would probably give him a lot of material goods, as he hates fame and power. Of course, Iruhaben had not said these things because he wanted them to give Cal a reward or understand his suffering. I don't have much time. He didn't have much time left. The white star should be gone before his time was up, but he had no way of knowing how the world would be after he died. That was why he was letting people know in advance. Do you understand how hard it is to do what Cal is doing? If you feel sorry and thankful, stop making him do things. He, that punk, has earned the right to rest and live a happy life. So don't push the difficult tasks to him in the future because he is a so-called hero. Don't use his kindness to your advantage. This was the reason Iruhaben had spoken loud enough for Valentino, as well as the nearby nobles and soldiers, to hear. Things like this were bound to spread quickly. I guess I am a selfish dragon in the end. Iruhaben sighed internally, thinking that he too was selfish for only thinking about his children. However, his expression quickly stiffened. Boom. The ground started to shake. What is it? The shocked nobles grabbed onto the railing. What is that? A scared Valentino pointed toward the desert as he looked at Iruhaben. Iruhaben, who was already looking in that direction, started to frown. Boom, boom. The ground rumbled a few more times. A loud noise could be heard in the distance. And then, at the center of the desert, there was a black whirlwind roaring there. It was so large and black that everybody could see it. The whirlwind seemed to shoot up to pierce through the sky. Iruhaben started to float. Where are you going? What about us? One of the nobles who noticed Iruhaben floating urgently asked, while Iruhaben ignored him and started to speak to Valentino. I will go up to take a better look, sir. Sure. Iruhaben left Valentino in Gashan's care as he shot into the air. His gaze was focused on the black whirlwind, on the center of the desert. That was where the fake underground city was located. Boom, boom. Boulders started to fall into the underground city as the ceiling crumbled. Ah, dodge them. Stop blanking out and dodge. My liege. The lions and the rest of the White Star's subordinates were dodging or destroying the boulders without knowing what to do. It was not that they were afraid of the crumbling underground city. They were afraid of the dead mana smoke that would soon fill the area. There was already a small amount of dead mana smoke coming in through the crumbling ceiling. However, their liege did not even look toward them. Are you going to run? Cal looked toward the White Star in disbelief. Next to the White Star was Seru, who was surrounded by the wind walls, as well as the black mages who had been up above ground. Isn't that losing too much face? Cal mocked him while the White Star calmly responded. I don't think you have any right to say that as you retreat into a teleportation magic circle. Cal had started to head toward the center of the city as soon as the ceiling started to crumble. Wang, furthermore, Cal's body was already wrapped in a teleportation magic circle. He was not the only one. Teleportation magic circles were activated throughout the city to teleport everyone. Cal shrugged his shoulders. I know, right? Originally, one of us was supposed to die here. Cal would have moved according to the original plan if the White Star had not realized that this place was fake. That was because the White Star would have fought against Cal with bloodshot eyes to find the Earth attribute ancient power. However, the White Star seemed to have no intention of fighting against him right now. He didn't try to stop Cal nor the others who were trying to escape. So, Cal had no reason to fight against the White Star with this dead mana smoke here now that his plan had become completely messed up. Human, let's hurry. I teleported everyone else. The dead mana smoke will reach here soon. The center of the underground city was slightly lower than the entrance. That was why Cal had moved away from the White Star, who was near the entrance. Run away inside. The White Star's subordinates started to run toward where Cal was to avoid the dead mana smoke. Human, let's go. Everybody except Cal and Rayan had teleported on Cal's side. However, Cal had not left yet. Why aren't you leaving? The White Star asked, and Cal shrugged his shoulders. I was planning on leaving right now. Cal said that and gave Rayan the signal. Pad. A bright light surrounded his body. Cal recalled the last thing he had seen as he teleported. The dead mana smoke seeped into his body. The reason that Cal had stayed there until the very last moment. He had seen the dead mana smoke touching the White Star. That black smoke had seeped into the White Star's body as soon as it touched him. The black smoke disappeared into the White Star's skin without a trace, like metal scraps sticking to a magnet. I need to look into it. He really needed to look into the relationship between the White Star and dead mana now. He felt as if he needed to do that to resolve all questions and completely get rid of the White Star name that had continued on since ancient times. Most importantly, the gate to the demon world. He felt iffy about that gate. Bright light covered Cal's eyes. Pad. Nothing was left where he had been standing. A black mage approached the White Star who was staring at the empty spot. My liege, we will teleport now. The White Star raised his hand at the black mage's comment. Hold on. The White Star stretched his hand. The dead mana smoke gathered toward him and created a large black whirlwind. That smoke slowly disappeared into the White Star. The black mage looked on as if this was marvelous. He didn't even look at the lions and the few armed members who had absorbed dead mana and died. He also clicked his tongue as if he was disappointed. I didn't even get a small amount of the dead mana smoke. The dead mana smoke that had been around the White Star was completely absorbed by him. The black mage was disappointed that there was no more black mana smoke for him to absorb, while Seru finally breathed out in relief and leaned on the wind wall. Seru, what is it? It looks like I need to visit the gate to the demon world. Seru's face stiffened up, and he started to speak toward the White Star who was absorbing the dead mana smoke. Why, Cal Henitus? I think I need to ask about that bastard's identity. The White Star responded calmly, but Sarah's eyes were shaking. There were not many questions they needed to go to the gate to the demon world to ask. Do you think Cal Henitus he? No way, right? Seru asked with concern while the White Star didn't respond to him and said something else. I need to confirm whether he is a bastard the other side prepared. Nah, no way. Furthermore, I might not be the only one who has received a power from another world. Seru, who was shaking his head, shut up after hearing the last thing the White Star mumbled. The ancient White Star, the existence that suddenly appeared and almost ruled the entire world. Only the White Star, Seru, and Dorf knew about his secret. Seru bit down on his lips. If the White Star's suspicions were correct, then Cal Henitus was someone extremely dangerous to them and an enemy they must get rid of. The White Star stopped absorbing the dead mana and ordered the subordinates. Let's go. You're not going to absorb all of it. The White Star raised his head. He could feel the dead mana smoke that his whirlwind had not reached yet being pushed out toward the sea. It was because of the wind. Mana was causing a strong wind to prevent the White Star from absorbing the dead mana smoke. The ancient dragon has made his move. It's more urgent to look into Cal Henitus than to absorb this tiny amount of dead mana smoke. The amount in the desert was minuscule for him anyway. The White Star needed to look into this more important thing first. The White Star, Seru, the Black Mages, and the remaining subordinates who were still alive soon left, and the underground city became silent. CHHHHHHHHHH. A couple of video communication devices rolled around the bodies of tiny skeleton monsters. Those tiny skeleton monsters then headed toward ancient dragon Iruhaben as their master, the necromancer, ordered. Goldie Gramps. The human says to grab the video communication devices and come with the white tiger. Iruhaben nodded his head at the little kid's message. Chapter 474. No, I told you it was a mistake. One, Your Highness. There was a large explosion in the desert. What? Albaru subconsciously jumped up from his seat. He was not the only one. Everyone in the meeting room could not hide their shock. The captain of the kingdom's Knight Brigade walked up toward Albaru and asked for permission before raising his voice toward the video communication device. What do you mean? An explosion in the desert? No, how did something like that suddenly happen? The person being questioned was the diplomat who had gone to deliver Albarus' letter to Crown Prince Valentino and was currently at the Caro Kingdom's Dubori territory. That. One moment, please. The area around the diplomat holding the video communication device was completely chaotic. Move. Everybody quickly gather in the meeting room. Hurry up. Gather at the castle wall. Get the mages in formation as well. They could hear people shouting and running around as the diplomat moved to a quieter location. It's an urgent situation. The chief executives of the Rhone Kingdom who were watching could tell that things were extremely serious at the Dubori territory right now. The knight captain could not handle it anymore and started to speak. Just report in first. The people here had heard from Crown Prince Albaru that the White Star might strike the Rhone Kingdom after hitting the Caro Kingdom. That was why they were extremely anxious right now. Yes, sir, I understand. The diplomat stopped in place and started to report in. The ground suddenly started to shake a moment ago before there was a loud noise that came from the large explosion in the desert. The night captain peeked toward Alberu at that moment. He finally recalled something he had forgotten about because of this unexpected news. Cal Henitus. He was thinking about the crown prince's sworn brother, Alberu, who didn't show much care for his own family and shown such love and pride for this sworn brother of his. That person was also the Roan kingdom's treasure that should shine even brighter in the future. Wasn't that person fighting in the desert just now? Furthermore, that desert was covered in dead mana smoke. The night captain and the other chief executives stiffened up as they observed Alberu. The diplomat continued to report as they did that. The dead mana smoke had turned into a large whirlwind, but that whirlwind is slowly disappearing. However, according to the mage who was with young Master Kalnim, Alberu twitched and started to listen carefully. The mage the diplomat was talking about right now should be Aruhaben. The ancient dragon's words would be more accurate than anything else. Alberu waited for what the diplomat would say next as calmly as possible. The diplomat continued at that moment. Apparently the foundation near the center of the desert has crumbled. The size was about the size of a mid-sized city, and the diplomat hesitated without being able to continue. Why are you stopping in the middle? Hurry up and tell us. The person in charge of the Roan kingdom's diplomacy started to raise his voice. The diplomat finally continued in a shaking voice. He said that he could not feel any living presence in the desert, including the enemy White Stars group. Silence filled the room for a moment. However, he said he found some corpses that he couldn't tell whether they were crushed by the crumbling foundation or the dead mana smoke. No, the person who had just raised his voice could not say anything. Some people were dead, but they could not confirm who these people were. That fact alone put a terrible thought on his mind. What if someone from our side has died? What if young Master Cal or one of his group members was injured? Nobody could dare to open their mouths. They could only look toward the diplomat, who was biting down on his dry lips with concern and anxiety. It was at that moment. Hoo-woo, they heard a light sigh. Everybody calmed down and sit back down. Alberu Crossman calmly started to speak and sat back down in his seat. He looked very calm and collected that they wondered if he had even been shocked just now. Your Highness, sit. The knight captain who was about to speak sat down after hearing Alberu sternly give the order again. He then looked toward Alberu's face. The diplomat who watched all this carefully started to speak again. Ahem. That, Your Highness. Speak. The diplomat gulped after seeing Alberu smile majestically. Yes, His Highness has always been like this. He's able to quickly overcome anything and act as he normally does. The diplomat, who found that to be both scary but reliable, continued in a slightly calmer voice. He said that the dead mana smoke will continue for at least 2 to 3 more days. He believes we can only enter the desert after all of the smoke is gone, and they are expected to investigate the destroyed area at that time. There are people willing to do that. The comments Alberu made extremely stoically shocked the diplomat and made him look around. Thankfully, nobody was there. Of course, Alberu had checked to make sure nobody else was there before saying that. The diplomat continued in a less confident voice. I want the Caro Kingdom pick the search team. However, he had no confidence in his words. Fear. The soldiers had fallen into a state of panic as soon as they saw the black mana smoke whirlwind. It was obvious why this was the case. Dead mana smoke was something that would make you die a painful death if you even breathed it in. However, even if this dead mana smoke disappears, the people who saw this, as well as the explosion, will not easily volunteer for the investigation. The nobles had already escaped, saying they were scared. If you think about it cold-heartedly, the people inside the desert are not the Caro Kingdom citizens. They were still foreigners, even if they had come to save the Caro Kingdom. The chances that they would not investigate thoroughly, even though they were thankful, were high because the potentially dead people were the Roan Kingdom citizens. Tap, tap, tap. Alberu tapped on the armrest instead of responding. Your Highness. The knight captain called out to Alberu and had to make eye contact with him. Alberu looked like a gentle crown prince when he smiled, but he was extremely hard to approach in front of the chief executives around whom he never smiled. Knight captain. Yes, sir. Send the captain of the 1st Knights Brigade and a few knights to the Caro Kingdom's Dubori territory. The diplomat who had been listening flinched and quickly started to speak. Your Highness, this is a very dangerous place. Of course, I know that the Roan Kingdom's citizens, that the Roan Kingdom's heroes are in the desert, but still, many emotions clashed in the diplomat's mind as he said that. One was admiration toward the Crown Prince. The sight of the Crown Prince dispatching the knights for the safety of the Roan Kingdom citizens was something that made him teary as a fellow citizen. The other emotion was concern. He had to share his thoughts with the Crown Prince, even if that was stepping out of the line. The investigation is dangerous. I believe we should pressure the Caro Kingdom to take responsibility to pay us back for our good graces. He was worried about the Roan Kingdom's heroes as well. However, he feared more people being sacrificed. To be more specific, he wanted the Roan Kingdom to take the less dangerous road in this dangerous situation. I will pressure the Caro Kingdom and investigate with them. I don't think sending the knights is the right thing to do when we might be heading into a war. Many different emotions made the diplomat start to frown. He noticed a smile appear on Alberus' face at that moment. It was his gentle smile that he was famous for. By the way, is it okay for you to say something like that out loud over there? Ah, the diplomat looked around and tried to hide his head like a turtle. Thankfully, nobody seemed to have heard him. He sighed in relief before looking back at the video communication device after hearing Alberus' gentle voice. Don't worry. We need to go since they are the Roan Kingdom citizens. Just sit back and wait for the palace to contact you. Your Highness. The diplomat could only keep his mouth shut after hearing the Crown Prince's decision to move to save the Roan Kingdom citizens. The Crown Prince continued to gently speak to him. I'm going to hang up now as we need to discuss this situation. Contact me right away if there are any new urgent information. Yes, Your Highness. I will stay alert and keep myself informed of the situation. Okay. The diplomat watched as the gently smiling Crown Prince disappeared from the video communication device screen. And then, once the video communication device completely turned off, the meeting room Alberu was in became silent. The chief executives looked toward Alberus' gentle smile that was slowly disappearing with anxious hearts. There's definitely something. They did not trust everything Alberu had said toward the diplomat. Most people were used to the majestic Crown Prince, but the chief executives here, the Crown Prince's trusted subordinates, were used to his cold expressions. Your Highness, the capital's lead administrator, who had been quiet, started to speak. I know you are the type of person who would dispatch the knights for the Roan Kingdom's citizens, however. I also know that you are not someone who would send the knights, who are also Roan Kingdom citizens, to such a dangerous place. That made the other administrators, knights, and generals agree in silence. Smirk. The Crown Prince started to smirk at that moment. The land of death is something that is not very important to the Caro Kingdom. In fact, it will probably become something they want to completely avoid from now on. The chief executives nodded their heads in agreement. The Caro Kingdom had always avoided the land of death. However, this incident would make people stay away from it even more. How could they not after hearing that dead mana smoke started to rise at random intervals throughout the year? They would avoid it because they don't want to die. The Crown Prince had an image on his mind as he thought about this fact. It will turn into a land they want to get rid of from a land that is useless to them. Land they want to get rid of. An administrator from the finance side raised his head and looked toward Alberu. Your Highness, are you thinking about? He stopped for a moment before cautiously continuing to speak. He couldn't help but whisper, even though the meeting room was protected with soundproof barrier magic and nobody could hear from outside. Your Highness, are you trying to acquire the land of death? They had worked with Alberu for a long time already. They could predict his thoughts. It was at that moment. The Dark Elves and the Necromancer will find the land of death to be a great place. Alberus' voice seeped into the chief executive's ears. And the Dark Elves and Necromancer are Roan Kingdom citizens and are strong allies. They are part of the Roan Kingdom's strength. The chief executives were aware of this after the last war as well. Shouldn't our Roan Kingdom provide land for them to live on? Silence, instead of affirmation, filled the room with silence again. The Crown Prince Nim truly is thinking about taking another step forward at all times. They trusted Alberu a lot, because he always thought about a brighter future for the kingdom while protecting the citizens. The knight captain started to speak. I will immediately gather the team to dispatch to the Dubori territory. Captain Nim, the administrator in charge of diplomacy, started to speak. Please don't start the investigation right away. First stay at the Dubori territory and tell them that the Roan kingdom will do what the Karo kingdom is wary of doing. We will make them feel indebted to us. Ah, we will send some people from our side to do that. That should be better, right, Your Highness? Albaru smiled instead of responding, and the other administrators started to chime in as well. Anyway, these things related to former commander Cal have become much larger than what we have originally discussed with the Karo kingdom. In the end, young Master Cal had to work hard and suffer. That's right. Young Master Cal should receive a reward as well, but we must peck at them that the Roan kingdom should receive a reward as well. We need to rake in everything we can. The capital's administrator stealthily added on. And then we will slowly control it to make the land of death ours. The other administrators blinked as if they all knew that was the plan without needing to be told. Albaru Crossman. One of the things his trusted subordinates did the best was controlling public opinion. The administrators didn't feel bad for taking this land away because the Karo Kingdom's citizens hated the desert and nobody lived there. Furthermore, the Karo Kingdom might welcome that they wanted to take this useless land instead of asking for a different reward. The Karo Kingdom was the first to declare war. As such, they will need to spend a lot of money. They would probably prefer to hand the land of death over than to give us money. The commander nodded his head. It's better for us who need it to take it and offer it to the Dark Elves and the Necromancer. He then cautiously asked Albaru a question. Your Highness, then the investigation. We will dispatch some Dark Elves soon while the knights buy us time. Who? You must be planning on having them use the investigation as justification to keep staying there. That's right. The most important thing is that the Roan Kingdom citizens can freely cross that land that has no Karo Kingdom citizens. The commander showed an exaggerated response before smiling at the fact that Albaru was not putting any knights in danger. If the Karo Kingdom is not willing to give us the land, we must at least ask to use that land for a long period of time. No. If they don't want to give that land to us, we can ask the Karo Kingdom to pay the price for the Dark Elf Nyms protecting them from the dead mana smoke. That way we can let the Dark Elf Nyms live peacefully on that land. That sounds good too. The administrators exchanged ideas as they quickly came up with a plan. Albaru, who watched all of this from a step away, closed his eyes for a moment. His fists under the table were clenched. He had a dream. He dreamt of a world where the Dark Elves could live freely. He dreamt of finding land for them to live on. Coincidentally, there happened to be an opportunity. It was an opportunity for the Roan Kingdom citizens to openly step on the Karo Kingdom's land of death. Of course, those Roan Kingdom citizens were the Dark Elves. It was much better in the Roan Kingdom, but the Dark Elves were still despised and scorned by most of the Western continent. For Albaru, who had to live his whole life, hiding the fact that the Dark Elf blood flowed through him, he dreamt of a world where people like him did not need to hide a part of their identity anymore. The underground city will remain a secret forever. The Karo Kingdom might provoke them or be greedy for it if they knew. Albaru was disappointed that they could not openly show off the underground city. In return, the land above the underground city, the desert. I will give that to the Dark Elves and the Necromancer. Shouldn't they receive rewards for working harder than anybody else for the Roan Kingdom? Albarus' eyes that were open once again were sparkling. The chances of the underground city remaining a secret from the world become higher once the land of death becomes the Roan Kingdom's territory. Of course, earning that territory will be difficult. The Karo Kingdom in the west and the Roan Kingdom in the east were quite far from each other. However, it was worth trying. It would be great if it could be accomplished. The Dark Elves will be able to walk freely above ground, and the people of the underground city can be accepted as the Roan Kingdom's citizens as well. The people who ran away from the Dubori territory and continued their lives in the underground city. The people who could never leave the underground may get a chance to roam the Roan Kingdom's territory above ground as well. Of course, Albaru was thinking about taking them in as citizens partially because he felt sorry for them. But there was another reason as well. It was something that came up when he was chatting with Cal about how to smack the White Star from behind at the land of the Whale tribe. Cal had said something to Albaru, who had brought Tasha up. Your Highness, the education style of the people in the underground city was really good. Is that so? Anybody who wants to learn can learn, and anybody can freely test for a government position. There are many topic-specific experts as well. Each of them is talented in their field. Chances to learn are open for everyone. Alberu had looked into his mother's hometown a little more thoroughly after that. He got the chills the more he learned. It felt as if he had found something he had been looking for. The image was drawn in his head. The free city that would soon be created for alchemy and magic. The underground city with their own way of life, created from the cohabitation of humans and dark elves. Alberu drew the future of the Roan kingdom through these two places. New opportunities known as the Alchemy Tower and the Magic Tower would soon appear, and there were a lot of things to learn from the underground city as well. He would dedicate his life to mold all of those things together into a wonderful picture. The White Star. The Roan kingdom will be busy even after their war with that bastard. Each day might be more difficult than fighting against him. He himself might be in pain. Troubles were bound to come with changes. However, he needed to move for a more developed and shining Roan kingdom. Your Highness. He turned his head toward the administrator who was calling for him. The administrator cautiously started to speak. All of the administrators were looking at him. Is it okay not to start the investigation right away? Young Master Cal and his group should be okay, right? They finally addressed the elephant in the room. If it's fine. The administrator could not say anything even though he was cut off and looked toward Alberu. Smirk. The corners of Alberus' lips twisted up. He had jumped up in shock after hearing the news. He had quickly calmed down after that. Iruhe Benim is staying at the castle. The diplomat did not say that Cal's mage had left. Iruheben would have left or flipped the desert over if something had happened to Cal. The fact that he didn't do that it was at that moment. Knock, 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 someone urgently knocked on the door, and Alberu had to stop his thought. Your Highness, Your Highness. He heard an urgent voice from the other side of the door, and a few shocked administrators got up and tried to head to the door. It's fine. I'll go. Alberu had them sit down and headed to the door himself. Click. He opened the door and saw a shocked and urgent look on the servant's face. Your Highness, right now. Alberu cut the servant off and gave him an order. Lead the way. Alberu leisurely started to walk. He checked his appearance and had the servant bring a basket of cookies as well. He then opened the door into his bedroom. Slam. The door slammed open, and Alberu started to speak with a majestic smile on his face. People might think this is your house, and not my bedroom. Cal Henitus, who was lying on the couch, sat up and kind of bowed. Sorry, Crown Prince, this is your house and not our house. I had to set the coordinates quickly, so I accidentally set it for here, instead of the royal garden. Alberus' smile became even brighter after hearing the great and mighty, but cute dragon's words in his mind. He put the cookie basket on the table and leisurely looked toward Cal. You look more relaxed than last time, Your Highness. Of course. My dear Dancing, Your Hyang is not someone who is easily shocked. Alberu, who was gently responding to Cal, could hear Cal's response. That, it looks like the White Star will soon invade the Roan kingdom. Damn it. Alberu instantly started to frown. You're driving me nuts. Cal, who heard Alberus mumbling, smiled awkwardly. Chapter 475. No, I told you it was a mistake. 2. Alberu immediately sat down across from Cal and started to speak. Didn't you say that there was almost no chance that the White Star would come to the Roan kingdom? Of course, Alberu had prepared for the worst and was planning extra defensive measures in case the White Star showed up. However, the question he wanted to ask right now was not whether or not the White Star was coming. Cal Henitus. What the hell happened in there? The large explosion in the desert. And Cal's group, who looked dirty but looked fine while sitting in his bedroom. And finally, the disappeared White Star. He was curious about the story behind all of this. You see, Cal debated how to explain this. However, Cal scratched his head and started to speak, as this was something he needed to explain to Alberu. First of all, I will explain it exactly as it is, Your Highness. Alberu nodded his head while looking at Cal's slightly awkward but stern demeanor. He then looked around at the others. His Aunt Tasha and the Dark Elves must have gone somewhere, as they were not there. Based on how calm Cal was, they must just be elsewhere and not injured. Choi Han is fine, the person called Beacrux is fine, the children and the necromancer seem fine too. All of them look to be okay. But why do they all have such expressions on their faces? Everybody around Cal had weird expressions. It was a hard-to-explain expression that showed neither the sorrows of defeat nor the joy of victory. Only the red kitten was eating a cookie while wagging his tail. Hey, Crown Prince, this is delicious. He couldn't see him, but the great, mighty, and cute dragon seemed fine as well. Alberu felt the odd vibe in the room and looked toward Cal. Your Highness. Yes. Alberu became nervous after seeing the grim expression on Cal's face. Speak freely. My original plan was similar to the plan I mentioned to you earlier. We were going to make the White Star mistake the fake underground city that the Dark Elves created to be where the Earth Attribute ancient power was located. Cal was planning on dragging the White Star to the fake underground city and act out a scene where he took the Earth Attribute power in front of the White Star's eyes. Cal had already taken the Earth Attribute ancient power from the Roan Kingdom, but he was going to act this out so that the White Star would have no reason to invade the Roan Kingdom's northwest region to find it. Of course, that was not the only thing they had planned. At the same time, we were planning on harming the White Star and a portion of his forces even if we had to destroy that underground area. Alberu already knew about this as well. And he asked Cal and soon received a response. I failed. Alberu was silent for a few seconds after seeing the sad look on Cal's face before quickly responding. It's fine. You can't always be successful. Alberu frowned a bit after seeing Cal not saying anything in response. Cal brushed his face with both hands. Alberu had never seen Cal like this before. He did not like seeing the usually pompous and calm bastard acting like this. Everything you have done until now has been amazing already. And it's fine as long as all of you made it back alive. You remember what I said, right? I told you to come back to the Roan Kingdom if it doesn't look like it will work out. I remember it. Cal responded that he remembered with a serious look on his face before shutting his mouth again. That made Alberu remember that this punk had just become an adult. A punk who has always succeeded probably feels frustrated and angry after failing like this. He finally realized that the odd vibe in the room was because the others were wary of Cal's current emotions. Alberu then remembered something and started to speak. But by the reports I received, I heard there were dead bodies found in the desert. They are from the White Star's side. Really? It doesn't look like you failed completely. Alberu exaggerated a little bit more, trying to console the serious Cal. If some people from the White Star's side died, doesn't that mean you damaged the White Star's forces as you intended? That's enough. That is not the problem. Alberu stopped consoling Cal after seeing him sternly shake his head. There's a different issue, Your Highness. Yes, speak freely without worrying about formalities. Call me Hyung too. He continued to treat him gently. However, Cal quickly started to say what he needed to say as if he didn't hear that gentle tone at all. Alberu had no choice but to realize that the odd vibe in the room was not because of what he had thought earlier. I couldn't trick the White Star at all. What do you mean? Didn't I mention that there was something I had originally planned? Yes. Cal could not understand what just happened with the White Star no matter how many times he thought about it. But you see, the White Star realized almost immediately that the underground city was fake. Alberus' expression stiffened. Does that mean your entire plan became useless? Yes, sir. That is why the White Star will come to the Roan Kingdom's northwest region, since he knows that the Land of Death does not have the power he was looking for. Ah, Alberu finally understood the situation. That was why you said the White Star would soon invade the Roan Kingdom. Yes, sir, that's right. But you see, yes, he has more to say. Alberu wanted to quickly plan more things to prepare for the White Star's invasion, but he needed to hear what Cal had to say first. He waited for Cal's next words with a serious mindset. Cal soon continued to speak. I did manage to trick him. What do you mean? Alberu was so confused he might have had question marks written all over his face. No, Your Highness. To be more accurate, I didn't trick him. Cal still could not believe it. That White Star bastard tricked himself. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about? Alberu slowly started to frown at this hard-to-understand situation. So, basically, Cal, you are saying that you had no intention of tricking him and didn't do anything to trick him, but the White Star somehow tricked himself. That's right. That's absolutely correct, Your Highness. You truly are the wise star of the Roan Kingdom. Stop talking nonsense. Alberu was slowly starting to get annoyed. What is it? How did the White Star trick himself? He felt the atmosphere in the room turn odd again as he asked that. Cal, Choi Han, Beacrox, On, and even the bright Hung all looked iffy. Hey, Crown Prince, I think the White Star has gone crazy. Even the cute dragon was saying such things. But Crown Prince, why do the corners of your lips twitch every time I talk to you? Ahem. Alberu quickly fixed his expression after the cute, but also great, and mighty dragon asked that question. However, that expression quickly crumbled. Your Highness, the White Star. He thinks that I am a transmigrator who has possessed multiple bodies for hundreds of years to chase behind him. He thinks I am only appearing in front of him now to stop him after preparing for hundreds of years. Blink, blink. Alberus' long eyelashes fluttered twice. He then opened his mouth to speak. What kind of nonsense is that? He could not understand what Cal had just said. He then slowly repeated the things he had heard. So, the White Star thinks you are someone who has possessed body after body for hundreds of years. He thinks you are trying to kill him or something. Yes, sir. He played the drums and clapped on his own before coming to that conclusion. Ho, Alberu gasped. What kind of stupid idiot? He stopped the words he was about to subconsciously say about the White Star and closed his mouth. Alberu finally realized the reason for the iffy expressions on Choi Han, Beecrock's on, and Hung's faces. Alberus' expression became like theirs as well. He looked at Cal up and down before starting to speak again. He still sounded full of disbelief. You. That don't look like you have. Transmigrated through different bodies for hundreds of years, though. You. Did the White Star really have such stupid thoughts after looking at you? That was what Alberu's expression was saying. Cal oddly felt bad while looking at that expression. What's wrong with me? He couldn't understand how the White Star could make such a mistake, but seeing this kind of reaction upset him as well. However, he needed to accept the things he needed to accept. He needed to know how to calmly assess himself in order to not have such mistaken thoughts as the White Star. Cal coolly started to speak. Right, sir. I just come off as a slacker who has nothing to do. That's not it either. Alberu held back the retort that he was about to blurt out. Anybody could tell that he was not a slacker with nothing to do, and he pitied this busy bastard who talked about being a slacker whenever he had a moment to spare. I'll definitely let him be a slacker in the future. He felt like he needed to show Cal a taste of the slacker life because he felt sorry for him. Alberu confirmed his thoughts about his pitiful sworn brother's dreams and started to speak. You're not right, he asked just in case. Honestly speaking, it kind of makes sense why the White Star would make such a mistake. Cal had accomplished too many large accomplishments for them to be coincidences. However, Alberu knew aside to Cal that the White Star did not know. If he is someone who has possessed different bodies to stop the White Star, would he keep people he cherishes by his side? The number of people around Cal was slowing growing. Cal Henitus was someone who would not hesitate to put his life on the line to protect them. Cal was too affectionate and trying too hard to make this life as peaceful as possible for someone who has possessed different bodies for hundreds of years with the singular goal of defeating the White Star. He was someone who gathered as much money as possible for his future goal of being a slacker. And who cares if he is a transmigrator? Honestly speaking, Albrew Crossman cherished the current Cal Henitus, and not the Cal Henitus from 2 years ago who was famous for being trash. If the body possession part was true, then it would be very sad for Duke Henitus's household, but not for Alberu. It might seem cold, but those were Alberus' honest thoughts. Alberu quietly waited for Cal's response. Your Highness. Yes. Cal started to speak toward Alberu, who had asked, You're not right. You're not perhaps believing the White Star's bizarre misunderstanding, are you? Your Highness, are you believing that unbelievable nonsense? That was what Cal's gaze was saying, and Alberu started to frown at that disrespectful and cheeky gaze. No, not at all. Right. Cal started to smile. However, he really wanted to calmly look around. There's no reason for everyone to know the truth. The only thing the White Star had gotten right was the transmigrator part, but Cal had no plan to share that information with anyone other than Rayan and Choi Han. The truth isn't necessarily the best response. Cal looked toward the dragon half-blood who was sitting away in a corner. However, he soon had to turn his gaze. So, what do you plan to do from here? Alberu watched Cal take out multiple video communication devices instead of responding to his question. These are the video communication devices that Iruhaben sent over a moment ago. Iruhaben said he would stay in the Dubori territory just in case, as he delivered the video communication and recording devices via magic to Cal. Based on the contents on the devices, it looks like the White Star has returned to the Eastern continent for the time being. I'm relieved. He's not headed for the Rhone Kingdom right away. Yes, sir. But you see, there's another but. Cal confirmed that the bedroom door was closed and asked Rayan to turn on one of the recording devices as Albaru started to frown. Please take a look. Ooh, a screen appeared above the recording device with a quiet noise, and the White Star's conversation with Seru appeared in front of Albaru. It looks like I need to visit the gate to the demon world. Someone the other side has prepared. Furthermore, I might not be the only one who has received a power from another world. The White Star and Seru's conversation continued through the loud noises of the crumbling underground city, stiffening Albarus' face the more he heard. It's more urgent to investigate Cal Henitus than to absorb this tiny amount of dead mana smoke. Albaru looked toward Cal with a stiff expression once the White Star finished speaking and the screen became quiet. Cal Henitus. Why are they bringing up the gate to the demon world, and what is the other side they are talking about? Cal started to smile. He knew the smart Albaru would figure out the important parts right away. Your Highness, I need information on the gate to the demon world, especially ancient documents. Oh, and a few dark elves are heading north right now. North? Yes, sir. The oldest living sage is there. The sage who has lived the longest amount of time. That was the World Tree. Cal had needed to go meet with the World Tree anyway. He had asked Tasha to go to the elf village with the World Tree and deliver his message to the World Tree before he could go there. Although dark elves and elves did not get along, they should treat the dark elves well because Cal had sent them. Albaru made sure he remembered Cal's words as he gulped. The other side. The other side that the White Star had mentioned as he brought up the gate to the demon world. Those words made him think about something he didn't want to imagine. There's no way, right? He heard Cal's voice at that moment. Your Highness, what is it? Does the Crossman royal family have ancient records, either that or records on the original Crossman royal family? Why are you looking for that, Your Highness? There were only 3 places in the Roan Kingdom where a boulder was on their symbol. The Henitus household and the Stan household were the only ones within the noble families, and the last place was the Roan. It was the kingdom itself, marble and granite, the radiant sun that rises between 2 cliffs, the crest that is still fluttering on the flag that sits at the highest spot in the kingdom. That was the symbol of the Crossman royal family and the symbol of the Roan kingdom. The Crossman royal family was known to have the blessing of the sun god. Would that be just a legend as well? Cal looked toward Albaru and nonchalantly continued to speak. I think that I will need it. Tap, tap, tap. Albaru tapped on the armrest for a while. Tap. His index finger finally stopped, and he started to speak. I will prepare all the files I think you might need. Thank you very much. Cal got up after hearing that response. I don't know where the White Star is right now, but he said that he needed to ask the other side something, so he shouldn't come to the Roan Kingdom right away. Okay. Albaru also got up from his seat. Cal looked at him and continued his report. The mercenary king, who has returned to the eastern continent, will send some people to the area around the White Star's second secret base. They will do their best to observe the White Star's movements or any changes to the secret base, so I will let you know if anything changes. Okay. And please let me know right away if the White Star invades the Roan Kingdom. I will immediately head back. Albrew quietly observed Cal, who said that before opening his mouth. I got it. It looks like you have a lot of places to go to. Cal started to smile. Yes, sir. There are a lot of places. Okay. Get going. I will quickly prepare the documents, so come back soon. Yes, sir. The group who finished their preparations gathered around Cal. Rayan approached him and asked, Human, where are we going? Are you going to where Aunt Tasha is? Are you going to meet the sage? Albaru asked as well, and Cal shook his head. Cal made eye contact with the dragon half-blood. There's another sage in addition to the sage up north, the person who had experienced the end of the ancient times and the start of the era after that. Dragon Lord Sherrit. I'm going to go meet with that person. The dragon half-blood looked toward Cal with shaking pupils. Cal nonchalantly continued to speak. Rayan, let's go to your Black Castle. Oh, you mean our house, the Black Castle located in the Forest of Darkness. Good, let's go right away. Cal closed his eyes while looking at the dragon half-blood who could die at any moment. A bright light soon flashed, and his body headed for the Forest of Darkness. Welcome back. He opened his eyes to see Lord Sherrit smiling brightly at them from inside the Black Castle's hall. Chapter 476. No, I told you it was a mistake. 3. The Castle of Light, one of the eastern continent's 3 restricted areas. The White Castle on the White Desert. The castle that Lord Sherrit had left for her children was now covered in Rayan's black mana and stationed in the Forest of Darkness. Before Cal could greet Lord Sherrit, who was welcoming them, he saw the black dragon that slammed into his shoulder and flew out like an arrow. Human, sorry, the black dragon that gave a short apology and flew away. Rayan instantly stopped as Sherrit gently smiled and called his name. 1 meter. Rayan, who stopped exactly 1 meter from her, stared at the hall's ceiling as he could not look at her. I'm back, he shouted while still looking at the ceiling, and slowly flew back and landed on Cal's back. Me-yo, we're back. Instead, On and Hung walked over to Sherritt's side. On peeked back and smiled toward Rayan, who was looking at them from Cal's back, and motioned for him to come here with her paw. Hem, I'm going because she called me over. Rayan slowly started to move after seeing On's gesture and squeezed himself in between On and Hung. Lord Sherrit was watching them with an indescribably warm expression. Cal turned away from that touching sight and looked toward the dragon half-blood. He could not help but sigh. The dragon half-blood, who had been peeking at Rayan, was now staring at Lord Sherrit. He seemed to be out of it. The dragon half-blood and Cal made eye contact at that moment. The dragon half-blood quickly turned his gaze away. He then started to take in the inside of the black castle with shaking pupils. You're driving me nuts. Calnim, what's wrong? Cal shook his head at Choi Han's question. He had a lot to say, but he could not say them out loud. Instead, he walked over to Lord Sherrit. Sherrit-nim, where is Lark? The blue wolf boy Lark. He was currently learning shield arts and many other things from Lord Sherrit. Lord Sherrit had a faint smile on her face. The smile on her freckled face made her look mischievous. Her gentle voice flowed out from underneath the smile. He's training, the shield arts. Lord Sherrit debated for a moment before answering brightly, as if she found the right word for it. He's currently doing a training regime from hell. What the? Cal almost subconsciously took a step back. Sherrit noticed the slight frown on Cal's face and quickly started to speak as if she knew what he was feeling. It's not really from hell. It's just a very difficult training, so I called it that. Her saying difficult training made it sound like an extremely difficult and strict training. Lark and the children seemed excited to do it. They seemed happy. They said that they felt like they were getting stronger every day. The other day, the children were laughing while looking at the sunset. It made me so proud. Cal could not take Lord Sherritt's words the same way. It sounded more like Lark, and the wolf children laughed despondently while looking at the sunset after a tiring day of training. It looks like ill need to ask Lark about it. Of course, he knew Sherrit would not give Lark, and the children training they could not handle. This dragon cherished little children based on how she treated On and Hung. I'm glad that all of you returned together, but can I ask what brings you back? Lord Sherrit looked around at Cal and the others as she asked. She then noticed Cal's gaze heading toward someone. Sherrit saw the person Cal was looking at take a step forward. This person's face was not visible as they had the hood of their robe down as far as possible. Ha! Sherrit, who was looking at the man who had his face covered, felt an odd sensation at that moment. She then subconsciously turned to look at Cal. Cal hid his sigh as he started to speak. Sherrit-nim, may I chat with you for a moment? He then motioned toward Rayan. Rayan, Cal stopped as he was about to say come. Was it right for him to listen to it as well? He was so young. Cal's mind was getting complicated, and he was about to stop himself from calling Rayan over. I'll tell them together. It was at that moment. The dragon half-blood took another step forward and started to speak to Cal. I want to tell the both of them together. He then bit down on his lips after seeing Cal's gaze that seemed to be asking, what if it hurts Rayan? I will take full responsibility. Cal let out a sigh. I don't know if there's anything you can take responsibility for. The dragon half-blood flinched at his cold response, but Cal finished motioning toward Rayan. Cal could not say no when the responsible party wanted to tell him. Human, what are we talking about? He was just debating how to least hurt Rayan in the process. Cal's mind became complicated again. This was more complicated than the White Star or the Demon World issue. The rest of the group looked toward Cal, who gave them orders. On, Hang and Choi Han, go find Lark. Choi Han, bring Lark over. Bring Mies and the other children as well. We should see them at least once while we are here. Beakrux, you prepare dinner. Stop by Harris Village and call the Lord's Castle to let them know I am here. Cal Nim, are the four of you having a separate conversation? Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's question and walked toward the castle's reception room with the two dragons and the dragon half-blood. Human, why are the four of us chatting? All four individuals were sitting down in the reception room. Cal patted Rayan, who was sitting next to him, and started to speak. Rayan, remove the dragon half-blood's dye magic. Dragon half-blood, take off your hood. Lord Sherritt's eyes turned wide. Dragon half-blood. She wondered if that odd feeling she had earlier was because he was a dragon half-blood, which was rare to see in the world. I got it, human. Hey, dragon half-blood, I'm removing the dye magic. Rayan's black mana touched the dragon half-blood. SHH, the dragon half-blood's hair turned from red to its original black as he removed his hood. Lord Sherritt instantly started to frown. He's not a dragon half-blood. He was not someone who was born between a dragon and another life form. The almost dead man with a pale complexion was looking at Lord Sherritt. Sherritt found this man's shaking pupils to be odd. Why is he looking at me like this? And what is this odd feeling I have? Lord Sherritt was an illusion without a physical body now, but she felt as if the back of her hand was getting goosebumps. What could the reason be? She then turned toward Cal, who brought this man over. Cal received her gaze and started to speak to the dragon half-blood. I will quietly listen from here on, so you speak first. Tell them everything with your own mouth. Cal could see the dragon half-blood's shaking hands. Damn it. I'll do it if you don't think you can do it. No. The dragon half-blood shook his head. He then took a deep breath. The unbearable pain continued to stab at him, as if his whole body would be ripped to shreds, but the breath he took felt like an even stronger poison right now. He looked toward Rayan and Lord Sherritt. One was black while the other was white. They were polar opposites. However, the two were peeking at each other and subconsciously smiling. He said she was the Lord. Cal had called the woman in front of him Lord. She must be the Dragon Lord. The dragon half-blood felt an indescribable emotion that made his body start to shake. He was a chimera created from that Dragon Lord's dead child's heart. Fear and guilt filled his heart. However, there was also a sense of anticipation and longing. The dragon half-blood almost scoffed at his own emotions. Longing. He did not have the emotions or memories of the dragon in his heart. That was why longing did not make any sense. He still had his memories of his parents who sold him off. However, it was indeed longing. Family. He had a longing for family that he never really had the chance to have. And that longing became anticipation. The dragon half-blood sneered at himself for having such thoughts. I'll be lucky if she doesn't kill me. He would be lucky if Lord Sherritt and Rayan didn't kill him after hearing the whole story. He emptied his mind. Emotions were useless to someone like him who was just waiting for the day he died. He avoided the Lord's gaze while talking to her. Why? Why was his voice shaking so much? Why was it like this even though he had emptied his mind? The dragon half-blood had no answer as he started to speak. Ma'am, I used to be human. Cal closed his eyes and leaned back on the couch. He should not interject from here onward. He debated if he should leave as well, but he decided to stay here just in case something bad happened. My parents sold me off to the White Star. The story that Cal had heard flowed out of the dragon half-blood's mouth again. This is my first time hearing him be respectful to anyone. Cal patted Rayan's back without stopping after realizing that this was the first time he heard the dragon half-blood being respectful to anyone. The dragon half-blood's shaking voice continued to reach his ear, being sold to the White Star, following him around, and being locked up in a cave. Then the story about how he became a chimera. And then what turned him into a chimera. The White Star told me something the day I became a full chimera. Cal started to pat Rayan's back more carefully without stopping. I shoved a red dragon's heart into your heart. It was for a short moment, but Cal, who had his eyes closed, felt someone gasp. The dragon half-blood's shaking voice was still talking. Your heart has the blood of the last dragon lord, so you will definitely become a great dragon. Become a dragon and succeed me. I believe you will be able to do both. Cal opened his eyes at that moment. Boom. The reception room started to rumble. He then quickly hugged Rayan, who was shoving his face into his chest, and looked forward. It was not just the reception room, but the entire black castle that was rumbling. It was shaking. What is that? Cal could see Lord Sherritt, who was holding the dragon half-blood's collar. She was still an illusion. However, Lord Sherritt, who had her memories and conscience intact, had bloodshot eyes. Her hands were shaking as she grabbed the dragon half-blood's collar. The red egg. Those words stabbed into her heart. She could not think about anything from that moment. You know, my child's heart, my child. She could not speak properly as she looked toward the dragon half-blood. Her pupils were frantically shaking. Human, yes, yes. Cal continued to pat Rayon's back as he hugged him. Rayon had both of his eyes tightly shut. His body was slightly shaking as well. It was different than when he was getting revenge on Venny and Stan. Cal tightly hugged the 6-year-old child. Should we leave if you don't want to listen? Rayon's closed eyes opened. He looked ready to cry. Do whatever you want to do. I will make sure you can do whatever you want to do. Cal's whisper moved past Rayon's ears and into his heart. Cal's tone was slightly cold as usual, but it was gentle. Rayan closed his eyes once more before opening them back and responding. I will listen. However, human, you must be next to me. Rayan turned his head. Lord Sherritt was looking toward Rayan while still holding the dragon half-blood's collar. Rayan hesitated after seeing her gaze before starting to speak. Mom has to be with me too. Lord Sherritt's expression crumbled when she heard that. She held back her tears that looked ready to flood out as well as her anger. She then released her grip. She released the dragon half-blood. Cough, cough. The dragon half-blood coughed and caught his breath. The rumbling black castle calmed back down following Lord Sherritt's state of mind. However, it was not that her mind had calmed down. Her hands that were clenching her sleeves were still shaking, and a slightly lower voice headed out toward the dragon half-blood. Continue, continue. Tell me everything. The dragon half-blood sat up straight and opened his mouth again. Cough. Cough. However, he could not speak because of his coughing. His collar that Lord Sherritt had grabbed had not hurt at all. He was not coughing because of that. He was just shocked that the strength from those shaking hands had been so weak. That was why he could feel the shock that the Lord had received. The dragon half-blood had been able to control the condition of his body that had become extremely weak. But he had lost that control the moment Lord Sherritt grabbed his collar. He saw the teary eyes that were full of anger. However, she did not cry in the end. It was impossible to focus on controlling the mess in his body the moment he saw those eyes. She had heard the story of how her child had died, as well as the fact that someone had dug out that child's heart after death and used it as an ingredient for a chimera. The dragon half-blood understood why Sherritt had grabbed his collar, but for some reason he just wanted to cry. He was a bad person, but he wanted to cry. However, he held back his tears as well. He was not qualified to cry. He barely managed to suppress his coughing and opened his mouth again. Lord Sherritt, whose emotions had shaken so much that she had lost her rationality, for a moment had calmed down and was looking at the dragon half-blood with a complicated gaze. The man in front of her was someone who had made her child's heart his own. But this child didn't end up like this because he wanted to, either. The dragon half-blood had been sold off by his parents and spent his childhood locked up in a cave, turning into a chimera. Many different emotions shot up and back down in Sherritt's mind. It was hard to think rationally. The dragon half-blood continued his story as she did that. After becoming a chimera like that, I grew by eating some more dragon hearts. I made it through the first growth phase, and then the story about how he made it through the second growth phase, but was unable to complete the third growth phase. Then the stories about all of the evil deeds he had committed during that time, and then the things that happened with Cal. I told Radhika to throw the black egg away in a cave on the western continent. He even talked about how he told Radhika to throw the black egg away and then sent the temperature management device and made sure Radhika checked up on it often. Ha! Lord Sherritt scoffed in disbelief. Her gaze became even more complicated as she looked at the dragon half-blood. Cal could not understand all of her emotions, but he could sort of understand what she was thinking right now. The dragon half-blood kept saying he threw the egg away, but he had actually tried to hide and protect the egg. But according to Cal Henitus, Radhika had sold that black egg to the Stan March. Cal looked toward Rayan. The dark blue eyes were looking at the dragon half-blood with an unexplainable gaze. Rayan had been stuck in that dark cave and tortured by Venny and Stan. This black dragon was now hearing how he had ended up like that. Cal could not understand what Rayan was feeling. That was why he hugged Rayan even tighter. It was all he could do right now. And currently, I am a human and pretty much have none of the dragon's strength anymore. Soon as the long story was about to end, the dragon half-blood hesitated without being able to finish his sentence. He heard Lord Sherritt's cold voice at that moment. "You'll die soon." The dragon half-blood's eyes looked toward Sherritt. Sherritt and the dragon half-blood, the two of them made eye contact. The dragon half-blood opened his mouth that had been opening and closing without being able to say anything. "Yes, Mom, I will die soon." The dragon half-blood then saw Lord Sherritt start to frown with an emotion that could not be described with words. She closed her eyes. She was sitting up straight and looked like a sturdy tree that would not shake. However, he could feel that this tree was quietly crying without shedding any tears. The dragon half-blood, who looked at her for a moment, started to speak again. His shaky voice broke the silence in the room. "I'm sorry." The dragon half-blood bowed his head and body as much as possible. Cal closed his eyes again. Chapter 477. "No, I told you it was a mistake." However, Cal opened his eyes again and looked toward the dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood, who was sitting on the couch with his head and body bowing down as far as possible, was shaking. That shaking was visible even though his body was covered by a large robe. It was at that moment. "What are you sorry for?" Lord Sherritt opened her eyes and asked the dragon half-blood in a cold voice. The dragon half-blood raised his shaking body upright. He still could not make eye contact with Sherritt. He barely managed to speak. "I got the heart." "Why is that your fault?" "Flinch." The dragon half-blood's body flinched, and his eyes headed toward Lord Sherritt. The face that had been filled with mischievousness before was observing the dragon half-blood with a cold gaze. The dragon half-blood could feel a fire developing inside Lord Sherritt's eyes. He felt like he could also see the sorrow that was roaring like a large wave. That the dragon half-blood opened his mouth to speak again, but Lord Sherritt cut him off. "It is not your fault that my child's heart was placed inside your body. It is not your fault that you became a chimera with my child's heart either." She wanted to rip the white star into shreds and felt both anger and sorrow as she looked at the dragon half-blood. However, what was not true was not true. You did not end up like that because you wanted it. The dragon half-blood didn't know what to say. As the Lord mentioned, he did not want to become a chimera. If he could ever go back to the past, he would want to avoid the moment he became a chimera. It was terribly painful and extremely lonely. The only thing he got for enduring that pain and loneliness was becoming a monster that did not fit in anywhere. He recalled Lord Sherritt's statement again. "It is not your fault that you became a chimera with my child's heart either." The dragon half-blood opened and closed his mouth a few times. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express the emotions he was feeling inside. He heard Lord Sherritt's cold voice at that moment. "However, you do have a lot of things to be sorry for." The dragon half-blood closed his mouth tightly. That was the case. He had a lot of things to be sorry for. He had a lot of sins. All of the terrible things you have done. In addition, Lord Sherritt's eyes moved elsewhere. The dragon half-blood's gaze followed as well, and he could see clear dark blue eyes looking at him. Rayan Muru. The black dragon was quietly observing the dragon half-blood while inside Cal's arms. The dragon half-blood felt as if he was suffocating once he looked into those eyes. He had tried to kill him. He had wanted to kill this black dragon. He wanted to kill him because Rayan was a real dragon that a chimera like him could never become. Because he was a dragon who was protected and loved by others around him. That was why he had tried to kill him. The dragon half-blood's fingertips started to shake again. He recalled one of the days when he had been washing dishes at the Eastern Continent's Inn. The two kittens, On and Hang, and this child had approached him. "You're very good at washing dishes. Hey, dragon half-blood, do you like this inn?" "I think he likes it. I can tell." "Right, Nuna. You're not supposed to ask things like that. You're supposed to pretend like you don't know." He couldn't believe the children that were chatting like this next to him. Had they forgotten what he had done? They were chatting so much around him that he couldn't help but have such thoughts. He knew that they were acting like that because they knew the condition of his body and felt sorry for him. The dragon half-blood suddenly regretted that moment. He should have chatted with them at least a little bit when they tried to talk to him. He should have responded every so often to spend time with them. He kept having regrets about the time that had passed. However, there was no way to turn back time or absolve his regret. The dragon half-blood lowered his head toward Rayan, who was looking at him. "I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry." Honestly speaking, sorry was not strong enough to express his emotions. Guilt for having tried to kill someone was not the end of his emotions. Who did I try to kill? The dragon half-blood gave up all desire to live after realizing what he had almost done with his own hands. The black egg. The only thing that had spent time with him inside that dark cave. And the thing that made the dragon half-blood go against the White Star's orders for the first time and trick him. I tried to get rid of that black egg. He felt an emotion that could not be expressed with guilt nor regret after realizing that fact. The black egg. What did that thing mean to him? A sense of similarity that they were both thrown away. Sympathy that he got to live, but the egg had to be destroyed. Or he was the only one. That unhatched black egg was the only thing that had spent time with him for his 900 years of life. He could not turn back time to undo what he had tried to do. The dragon half-blood understood the weight of those words. I'm done now. The dragon half-blood had waited for Lord Sherrit and Rayan Muro. The day he would see these two dragons to tell them his story. That was why he, who had no desire to live, forced some desire inside him to prevent his body from crumbling down. And now he was able to get rid of that last thing keeping him alive. It was at that moment he could hear Rayan's voice. Hey, dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood raised his head to look at Rayan, 6 years old. The punk who was about that age was looking at him with very pure and clear eyes. He was relieved that he could be this way even though he grew up tortured and chained. He was relieved that he grew up like this. Rayan hesitated for a moment before turning his gaze and looking at Cal. You said he could not live much longer. Cal wanted to sigh at the things Rayan was saying while looking at him with those clear, dark blue eyes. Cal could understand what was on Rayan's mind as he could not look at the dragon half-blood and looked up at him instead. Human. Rayan then cautiously asked in his mind with magic. Cal, who was listening to Rayan, who sounded both chaotic and anxious, looked toward the dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood was looking at Rayan with shaking eyes, and Cal looked at him as he opened his mouth to speak. However, there was someone who started to speak first. Your body is completely destroyed. It was Lord Sherrit. She observed the dragon half-blood with a cold gaze. Now that I take a closer look, it looks like all of the dragon's powers have left your body. As Sherrit mentioned, there were barely any dragon powers left inside the dragon half-blood's body. It was because Cal's white crown had sucked up all of his dragon's powers, his blood. He still faintly had his light attribute dragon power, but there really was nothing left now, as he had used that remaining power to attack Arm's second secret base not too long ago. And Lord Sheritnim was not done just yet. Your original human body cannot keep up because you lost your dragon power. The imbalance caused by being a chimera is causing your death. There's also a power inside you that is the opposite attribute of your light attribute that should be causing you a significant amount of pain. That was what Choi Han had left in there during their battle at the Gorge of Death. This dark power known as despair was endlessly clashing with the dragon half-blood's light attribute in order to cause him pain. The dragon half-blood was listening to Sherritt's blunt observation with an empty mind. However, Cal could feel Rayan holding onto his clothes even tighter. Ha! Cal was looking at Rayan, who was looking at the dragon half-blood with a significantly complicated gaze. Cal started to get a headache. It was at that moment. ... In your current condition, you're going to die an extremely painful death. The dragon half-blood responded to Lord Sherritt's comment. It is not enough to pay for my sins. Egu. Cal was at a loss for words after hearing the dragon half-blood's response. Lord Sherritt quietly observed the dragon half-blood who gave such a response. This is an extremely complicated situation. Cal found this situation quite complicated. The dragon half-blood had a lot of sins. However, in some ways, he had traces of Lord Sherritt's child and Rayan's sibling. On the other hand, he was also proof of their family member's death. He had also tried to kill Rayan, but they had now learned that he was actually also the person who had saved Rayan. The dragon half-blood caused quite the complication for Lord Sherritt, and Rayan the more he thought about it. Do they want to kill him, or do they want to save him? Cal looked at Rayan and Sherritt to try to figure out what they were thinking. He could not tell what Sherritt was thinking. However, based on how Rayan acted in the eastern continent, it seemed as if he had almost forgotten about how the dragon half-blood had tried to kill him and felt sorry for the dragon half-blood instead. That was why Rayan had approached him to play with On and Hung. For now, I need some time to think. Sherritt started to speak. I also need time to talk to Rayan. She looked toward the person who had lived on with her child's heart. I also need time to chat with you. The dragon half-blood's eyes opened wide as he looked toward Sherrit. He had never expected Sherrit to say she wanted to talk to him. There are a lot of things to still discuss. She could see the dragon half-blood's eyes that had opened wide lose strength and look down after hearing her cold voice. Seeing that made her mind complicated as she felt both hatred and another emotion. However, she calmed herself down and looked toward the last person in the room. Is it possible? She was asking Cal if all of this was possible. The dragon half-blood had caused a lot of sins, not just toward Rayan, but also toward Cal's group and the people of the western and eastern continents. It is possible, Sherrit. Sherrit reached her hand out toward Rayan after hearing Cal's short response. Rayan slowly came out of Cal's arms and put his head on Sherritt's chest. Sherritt gently patted her child as she started to speak again. I must speak to Rayan first. She was telling them to give them so privacy. Cal got up without any hesitation. The two dragons needed some time alone. Let's go. The dragon half-blood started to get up before staggering. Ha! Cal sighed and somewhat supported him. What a troublesome bastard. The dragon half-blood who saw his eyes lowered his gaze and started to speak. Do not worry. I have no desire to live. He continued to speak in a quiet voice that only Cal could hear. I know you've already gone easy on me to let me live like this before dying. Egu. Cal shook his head from side to side. The dragon half-blood heard Cal's quiet whisper at that moment. It was a cold and judgmental voice. If you regret your past actions, shouldn't you do whatever you can to fix your mistakes? I know I cannot turn back time, but I want to do so if I can. Cal stopped supporting him once the dragon half-blood stood up straight and pointed to the door. The dragon half-blood looked toward Sherrit and Rayan for a moment before starting to walk toward the door. Cal looked at the dragon half-blood's back before starting to walk toward the door as well. There is a way to save the dragon half-blood. It was not a way to completely save him, but a way for him to extend his life. It was the jar he got from Wind Island. The jar was full of life force and could heal or extend someone's life. However, that jar had limited uses. That's for a Ruhabenim. The owner of the jar was clear, and Cal had no intention of changing the owner. That did not change. In that case, click. Cal closed the door once he exited the reception room. He could see the two dragons putting their heads together for a moment as he closed it. Rayan had asked the following questions in Cal's mind when he had asked about when the dragon half-blood was going to die. Human, what is the dragon half-blood going to do from here? Did the dragon half-blood protect and take care of me? Human, was I able to live and meet with you because of the dragon half-blood? Lord Sherrit had cautiously asked a question in his mind before he closed the door. If Rayan allows it, would that child be able to stay in this castle? No, I will imprison him here until he dies. I will make it so that he cannot return to the White Star nor harm the rest of you. Do you think it is possible? Cal turned around and looked toward the dragon half-blood who was waiting for him. Hey, what is it? I ask for your understanding if you are angry that I shocked Rayan Muro. The dragon half-blood avoided Cal's gaze and rambled on. I've never had people around me, so I am bad at conversations. I think that was why I was so bad at it this TU. The dragon half-blood looked toward Cal, who cut him off and started to speak. What would you do if there was an opportunity for you to start over? The dragon half-blood thought he had heard wrong. What? He realized he was not dreaming after seeing Cal's cold gaze and hearing his cold voice. You're going to die. You cannot continue your life. However, if you had the opportunity to live a new life, the dragon half-blood's heart started to beat wildly. He had thrown away all desire to live. He had accepted death and knew that being able to die was a small price to pay in comparison to all of his sins. He had also had another thought. He did not want to continue this life, but the opportunity to start over. Those words made his heart beat wildly. Of course, you will be confined to a certain space and be unable to see the world as you please. It's not really living, to be more accurate. However, you will have the opportunity to make up for your sins. The White Star had imprisoned the dragon half-blood in a dark cave and did not allow him to see the world. Furthermore, the White Star had treated him not like a living being, but like a machine he could control and order around. Cal was talking about a similar situation. However, the dragon half-blood's heart was beating wildly. What do you want to do? Unlike the White Star, this was the second choice that Cal was giving the dragon half-blood. Chapter 478. Follow me, 1. The dragon half-blood looked toward Cal with shaking pupils. You're giving me an opportunity. Cal shook his head. No, it is not something I can choose on my own to give you. Cal walked away from the reception room and down the hallway. The dragon half-blood followed behind him like a person who was bewitched by a ghost. Cal stopped walking once he got to one of the windows in the hallway. He stared at the forest of darkness through the window as he started to speak. First of all, the opportunity I am speaking about might fail. We won't know until we try. Opportunity. The dragon half-blood repeated that word in his head over and over. The opportunity to start over. However, it could fail, and they would not know until they tried. He heard Cal's calm voice. I have no way to know whether it will succeed or if it will fail. Furthermore, this is not something I can do. Cal's gaze turned toward the closed reception room door. The two dragons on the other side of the door. Lord Sherritt, who is tied to this castle, and Rayan Muru, the owner of this black castle. This relied on the two dragons' decisions. Cal did not say anything else. However, the dragon half-blood realized what he meant after seeing Cal's gaze that was directed at the reception room door. The people to give him a new opportunity were those two dragons. The dragon half-blood emptied his mind again after realizing that fact. He started to speak toward Cal. Thank you. Cal started to frown. I told you it is not an opportunity I can give you. He then approached the dragon half-blood. In addition, I believe I've mentioned multiple times that I don't like you. The things you have done are too clearly recorded in my mind. Thank you for even saying a word like opportunity, even if he would not be given that opportunity. The dragon half-blood was thankful to Cal Henitus, who had even used those words. At that moment, if Cal had not given the dragon half-blood the opportunity to choose to live longer or die when he fell to the ground at the Battle of the Gorge of Death, he would not have been able to experience something like this. The dragon half-blood recalled the moments he spent working at the Eastern Continent's Inn. It was painful working while experiencing serious pain throughout his body. There were not many people who approached him either. However, that was the place he was able to learn about how other people lived and what a vibrant city felt like. The dragon half-blood forgot about everything else and looked toward Cal with gratitude. Cal started to frown even more. He felt like he saw something he shouldn't have seen. How odd. He had said that the dragon half-blood would definitely die and be imprisoned in a restricted area and unable to leave as he pleased. Of course, unlike what Cal had told the dragon half-blood, the conditions should be better than that for the dragon half-blood if things progressed as Cal was thinking. It was because someone in a similar situation seemed to be very happy. But in some ways, what Cal had said was similar to what the White Star had done. What's up with his gaze? However, the dragon half-blood was looking at Cal with a gentle and sparkling gaze. It seemed like a mix of Vice Captain Hilsman's gaze as he shouted, Young Master Nim, and the jungle's Latana's gaze as she shouted, Young Master Cal. I can't get used to this change. It was unbearable seeing someone whom he had seen as twisted and wicked until now looking at him with such a gaze. Cal subconsciously shared his honest thoughts. Someone looking at us might think I would let you live an easy life. Don't get the wrong idea. You resting peacefully and not paying for your sins. I can't bear to see that. Got it. Cal was blunt as he felt annoyed and angry for some reason, and the dragon half-blood nodded his head. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity. I don't want to live peacefully and have no plans to forget about the weight of my sins. Ah, Cal felt like he couldn't get through to the dragon half-blood. It's not just a feeling. He does not understand anything I am trying to say. Cal started to frown as he stared at the dragon half-blood. The dragon half-blood erased his gentle smile and slightly bowed his head. This is driving me nuts. Cal was planning on making the dragon half-blood work his ass off if the dragon half-blood chose to live on using the plan Cal described, and it succeeded. He was also planning on making the dragon half-blood work with him to restore the damages he had caused. Cal Nim, it was at that moment. Cal could see Choi Han walking over with a concerned expression. Choi Han hesitated for a moment after seeing the dragon half-blood, but soon started to speak again. I came over because I was shocked to see the castle shaking. Choi Han had returned alone in shock after seeing the castle shaking on his way to find Locke and the children. It's fine. It was awkward to explain what had happened, so Cal just awkwardly smiled. Click. The closed reception room door opened at that moment. Sherritt motioned to Cal, who was outside the door. Will you come in alone for a moment? Of course. Cal told Choi Han and the dragon half-blood to go elsewhere before walking into the reception room. His expression then turned hard. You, human, my mom made it. She said she made it in order to give it to me. Rayan was saying mom as if he had not found it awkward until just a few moments ago. Cal watched Rayan flutter his wings while putting strawberry jam on another slice of bread. The child who had seemed sad and unenergetic until just a moment ago seemed very lively now. He was relieved. He was very relieved, but human. I will give you special permission to make this jam my mom made. Try it. Cal looked at the slice of bread that he couldn't tell whether Rayan had put jam on it or was using the bread to support a giant pile of jam before turning toward Sherrit. Sherrit smiled gently at him. What is going on? He had only left the reception room for a short moment, but the two dragons now seemed fine. However, Cal quickly realized that Sherritt's fingertips were still white, and that Rayan was trying to act excited, but his fluttering wings did not have their usual energy. He also noticed how Rayan observed Sherritt's expression every time he called her mom. Sherritt was observing Rayan's expression every time Rayan said something to Cal as well. Sigh. Cal held back his sigh and received the slice of bread with a pile of jam from Rayan. He then decided to be honest. That's too much jam. Ah, that's right. Rayan's eyes opened wide as he finally noticed the amount of jam. Cal felt pity for the young dragon who was that out of it, as well as annoyance toward the dragon half-blood as he put back a good amount of jam and spread the rest. He then took a bite. It's good. He then gave Sherrit thumbs up. He then nonchalantly asked, Sherritnim, did you hear what I said outside? Sherrit and Rayan flinched and started to smile awkwardly. I guess you did hear. Cal's brows furrowed together as if it put him in an awkward situation. He had talked quietly on purpose, but they seemed to have heard his conversation with the dragon half-blood. The dragon's hearing shouldn't be good enough to hear voices through a closed door. I can hear everything that is said inside this castle. Cal nodded his head at the answer Lord Sherrit gave with an awkward expression on her face. Sherrit was someone who existed inside this castle. The fact that she could hear everything that is said inside the castle made sense. I asked him, Mom, to tell me because I saw her expression suddenly turn serious. I begged her to tell me. Rayan quickly added on as if he was confessing for something he did wrong. Cal nodded his head at the two dragons and started to speak. Sherritnim, you must be curious about what I told the dragon half-blood. Yes, I am curious. The two of you have finished your conversation. Rayan and Sherrit looked at each other and started to smile after hearing Cal's question. They were sad smiles, but the way they were only looking at each other seemed affectionate. There are more things to discuss with Rayan, but we decided to listen to what you had to say first before chatting together. I see. Cal easily accepted the two dragons' decision. He then immediately started to speak. I was thinking about leaving the dragon half-blood in this black castle. As I expected. Sherrit nodded her head and continued to speak. The opportunity you mentioned that was talking about having that child exist in this castle like me, right. It is similar. However, the dragon half-blood cannot have as much power in here as you do, Sherritnim. There were other exceptions as well, such as the castle walls surrounding the Black Castle. Unlike Sherrit, who could leave the castle up until the castle walls, the dragon half-blood would be tied to the castle building alone. It was because he was someone the world could not find out about. Furthermore, the dragon half-blood was knowledgeable in magic and talented enough to create the White Star's faction's teleportation scrolls, so he was planning on using that knowledge and those skills for their benefit. Cal explained all of that to Sherrit as well. Sherrit started to speak after hearing everything Cal had to say. It is difficult to restore a body that has been broken. He only has his human body left now. His body is too damaged to restore his life. It is impossible, but that body has my child's heart in it. Sherrit did not say that out loud. Wouldn't it be possible if we had an item that could give him some life force? She chuckled at Cal's response. You would go that far? Excuse me. She shook her head at Cal, who asked in confusion. This is my responsibility. The start of all this might have been Sherritt's oath of death with the dragon slayer. That child will not be able to live much longer, even with more life force. Is that so? Cal, who did not know that, started to frown. He then recalled how the dominating aura had said that the dragon half-blood would die right away or in 6 months after suffering in pain that entire time period. I guess the jar was something we couldn't use anyway. According to Sherrit, the jar that they were saving for Aruhaben was something that the dragon half-blood couldn't use. That child's body is not at the level of healing an illness or extending his life. He's a chimera with an imbalanced body because the dragon powers are gone. He was also in pain because of the darkness attribute inside his body. All that the dragon half-blood had left was an imbalanced human body that was 900 years old. His light attribute and the darkness attribute inside his body had clashed endlessly to put him at a point where his body could not be restored. In order to overcome all of that, they needed to remove the darkness attribute from his body and fix the warped balance in his body. They would need to debate whether to use life force or not after that. We need another dragon's blood and heart to restore that balance. They could not let such a terrible thing happen again. Furthermore, the dragon half-blood hated himself for being a chimera. Sherrit held the detailed explanation to herself as she opened her mouth to speak again. First of all, I now understand why you said your method might end up failing. This castle that turned black after Rayan became the owner was originally white. Sherrit had given her remaining lifespan to create many things for her children in this castle. One of them was her present existence. She was an illusion, but had her conscience and her memories. That was why Cal had said he wasn't sure whether the dragon half-blood could end up in a similar state. It is something that requires time. Sherrit could tell that she needed time to ponder and research this issue. She looked toward Rayan and wondered what he was thinking after seeing her smart child's eyes grow deep. Human, what is it? Get out. Cal flinched and looked toward Rayan. I'm going to chat with my mom. Human, get out. Cal felt odd hearing Rayan telling him to get out for the first time, but left without saying anything for the time being. Rayan asked him a question as he exited the door. By the way, human, when will we be leaving and where will we be going? Cal answered as he closed the reception room door. I want to go see the world tree as quickly as possible. He debated asking Rosalind to go with him because Rayan was in quite the emotional state. Human, why did you just say I'm going too? We are going together. Cal shrugged his shoulders instead of responding. Sherrit asked a question at that moment. Why the world tree? Sherrit flinched after looking into Cal's reddish-brown eyes. Cal's special power. That power was visible in his eyes. Cal made eye contact with her and started to speak. What kind of existence was the ancient white star? And then, do you know anything about the gate to the demon world? Cal noticed Sherritt's expression change. Bang! She jumped out of the chair as she started to speak. Is the demonic race invading? Excuse me. Then the gate to the divine world should open as well. Excuse me. Did you see the divine race? Excuse me. Is it time for the battle of good and evil again? Then the white star isn't the problem. Why did I not feel anything? Something is weird. Her eyes seem to be burning up. She looked ready to run out at any moment. The battle of good and evil. Why didn't you mention this important issue? No, excuse me, Sherrit Nim, my goodness, the divine race and the demonic race. Then this world. Is that why you are going to meet the world tree? Is that it? Just how much baggage is placed on your shoulders? No, excuse me. Cal became anxious. No, Sheretnim, I don't think it is as big of an issue as you are thinking. Where is Iruhaben? The guards should have sent a signal if that is happening. He should have felt it. That Cal recalled Iruhaben's conversation with elf healer Pendrick in Iruhaben's lair in the past. Iruhaben Nim. Then, maybe. Is it perhaps the demonic race? Pendrick, you've always had a vivid imagination. Then, is it not? Of course not. If the demonic race starts to move, the guards will give us a revelation. Cal still clearly remembered how Iruhaben had looked at Pendrick, who brought up the demonic race as if he was stupid. Sherrit looked anxious. Rayan, no. I will contact Iruhaben. All dragons should have felt it. It's just weird that you and I didn't feel it. No, it's not weird. It's normal for you to not have felt it. Iruhaben Nim said last time that the guards haven't said anything. There has been no revelation. My goodness, the battle of good and evil. I don't think it is the battle of good and evil. Cal could not stop being anxious while looking at the riled-up Sherrit. Rayan's jaws were dropped as he blankly stared at the two of them. Chapter 479. Follow me, too. This world may become dyed in blood. Sherrit pulled at her hair with both hands. The white star. He was a problem, but all living beings in this world would live terrible lives for tens, no, maybe even hundreds of years, if the battle of good and evil was going on. The children, including Rayan and Cal, would be part of those pained living beings. Absolutely not. That must absolutely not happen. She looked toward Rayan with a burning gaze. The small child seemed to be extremely shocked as he was frozen stiff with his jaw dropped. No, excuse me, Sheretnim. Cal was anxious, unlike his usual self as well. Sheret firmed her resolve after looking at the two shocked children. Yes, I need to be at the core. The demonic race, or whatever may come our way, as long as I chop their heads off. Her vicious gaze turned toward Cal. Where did the gate to the demon world open? We need to FCK them all up in the beg, it's not that. We need to kill them, that's not it. Sheretnim. Cal shook his head while Rayan pulled on Sheret's sleeve and started to speak. Mommy, I don't think it is that. I think you are making a mistake. That's right. Sheretnim, I think Rayan is right. Sheret froze in place after hearing Cal and Rayan's comments. Sheret covered her face with both hands. Her face felt like it was on fire. So, you are saying there have been no revelation from the guards. That's right. Rayan responded and Sheret sighed before continuing to speak. The gate to the demon world Cal mentioned is one of the eastern continent's 3 restricted areas. That's right, Rayan vigorously nodded his head. Ha! Sheret sighed and looked at the ceiling. She recalled how she had caused such a scene while shouting about the battle of good and evil just now. Both of you must have been shocked because of me. That's right, I was shocked. Yes, Mom, I was very anxious. Sheret's face felt even more heated after hearing the young dragon and human respond without any hesitation. I thought you were talking about the real gate to the demon world, because that sinkhole didn't exist when I was alive. The large black hole at the starting point of the eastern continent's northern glacier region. In the past, people said that anyone who falls into that sinkhole would end up in the world of the dead, or the demon world. That was because they could not see the end of this sinkhole that was the size of a large city. This was the reason no cities nor villages existed around it. Arm's second secret base existed between that sinkhole and the mountain range that blocked the cold air from the glacier region, a place similar to the Dragon Slayer village. Sheret quietly mumbled after hearing Cal's explanation until this point. There was a sense of longing in her voice. Cal observed her expression as he continued to speak. I heard the sinkhole had been there from the past, so I thought it had existed since ancient times, or since when you were alive, Sheretnim. Now that he thought about it, Cal thought the super rock, or the other ancient powers, would have said something about it if that had been the case. The thief of the sound of the wind had explained about Wind Island, one of the other 3 restricted areas. No, it wasn't there when I was alive. There were 3 restricted areas at that time as well, but the location was different, and the name was different as well. I guess that the old restricted area has disappeared. I guess it makes sense that it would disappear. Is that so? She nodded at Cal's question and continued to speak. So, there is a sinkhole the size of a city, and you think White Star must be doing something there? Yes, Mom. It feels extremely iffy because that place is called the gate to the demon world. Sheret crossed her arms and shook her head. The guards would definitely send a revelation to the dragons if the demon world was trying to cause a negative influence on this world. To all dragons. Yes. Cal recalled how Eruhaben had been certain that Pendrick was wrong and that the demonic race was not invading. Cal explained that to Sheret. Eruhaben is right. The White Star has been reincarnating for at least 10 years in this world while preparing to rule the world. If he was tied to the demonic race somehow, it would have been for a long time. But the guards not knowing about that, there's no way that can happen. Sheret was as certain as Eruhaben. What does it feel like to get a revelation from the guards? They send a prophecy through a dream, or make us feel something odd that leads us to the location of the gate to the demon world, or the gate to the divine world. Cal recorded her words before asking another question. What exactly is the gate to the demon world? Sheret gave a simple response. The gate that the demonic race crosses through. Really? Yes, it's a passage for the demonic race and other creatures from the demon world to cross through. A strong power from the demon world would influence this world if that is created. There would be no way for the dragons and the guards to not know if it was a strong power. That's right. Even if they acted stealthily in order to trick the dragons, the guards would notice it. That's easy for them. Sheret made eye contact with Rayan, whose eyes were sparkling as he heard something new. This is my first time hearing about this. I learn every well. That is why I am listening carefully. Sherrit gently caressed Rayan's head after feeling her love for Rayan filling up inside her. I am great and mighty. Both Rayan's wings and his tail were fluttering. Sherrit looked at him with a proud gaze for a moment before turning back toward Cal and starting to speak with a serious expression. The gate to the demon world does not open right away. The strong power quietly investigates the nearby area before slowly infiltrating that region and creating a large passage. Sherrit explained the responsibilities of the dragon who finds the gate. Once the dragons find the passage through the revelation, they work together to seal or destroy the gate before it is fully manifested. They destroyed it if a large amount of power had not come over from the demon world and sealed it to get help from the gods or the divine race if it was difficult for them to destroy it. That is why the demonic race hates the dragons. They think that we get in their way. Sherrit let out a chuckle. But from our perspective, this world is perfectly fine with its own living beings. How can we not get angry when the demon world or some other place tries to invade and take over? That is why we work with the guards and the divine race to protect this place. Cal, who had been quietly listening, started to speak. But why is it the dragons that need to close the gate to the demon world? Sherrit tilted her head to one side. Then who would do it? Excuse me, human, who would do it as Mom mentioned? The dragons are the strongest, so they need to do it. Who else could do it? Cal was at a loss for words after hearing the two dragons speak like this. So he asked a different question instead. Why do the gods send a revelation? What about the divine race? Can't they come here and take care of it themselves? Cal felt odd even as he said that. He felt that the demonic race, divine race, and the gods all felt so unrealistic. However, his life was quite unrealistic as well for him to have such feelings. Of course, it was extremely realistic to him. Ah, you see, it is even harder for the gate to the divine world to open, and it's kind of iffy for the gods to interfere. They said something about the balance not being right or something. Furthermore, whether it is the divine race or the demonic race, either of them appearing in this world would be an excuse for the two races to fight in this world. There were a lot of complicated relationships within it. Even the selfish and egotistic dragons work together for this. Of course, even I have only heard about it and never experienced it. And Cal rubbed his chin with his hand as he started to think. Sherrit looked at him with an odd expression. He had said it was not the real gate to the demon world, but a place with the same name. He said it was a sinkhole at the entrance of the northern glacier region. Of course, the White Star was doing something there, but he had not pulled the real demon world into it. Sherrit was certain that was the case. However, Cal seemed to have a lot on his mind. Sherrit, yes, wouldn't it be much easier for the demonic race to come to this world if the dragons were not there? What? Sherrit was suddenly at a loss for words. However, she soon nodded her head. Yes, Cal crossed his arms. Something is weird. He started to speak again. Sherrit, you were close friends with the first Dragon Slayer. Yes. Then why did the first Dragon Slayer choose the name Dragon Slayer when his close friend was a dragon? Choi Yun-gun's memoir had said that he was extremely close with Sherrit to the point they shared their secrets with each other. Sherrit recalled the past and started to speak with a nostalgic expression. Dragon slayers are simply foreigners. Cal instantly thought about Choi Han. Foreigner. Choi Han in the birth of a hero novel had endlessly debated about his own existence. I heard the term treacher being used to describe dragon slayers. Ah, that's right. That word was used too. Sherrit nodded her head and debated for a moment before continuing to speak. In simple terms, there is a total amount of power given to each living being in nature. The whale tribe gets a set amount of power. The dragons get a set amount of power, something like that. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Then, is a dragon slayer a human who has more power than the set amount for humans? There were many strong humans who were strong enough to be called superhuman. No, that's not enough. However, not all of them became dragon slayers. Their plate needs to be big. Their plate. You should know about it as well. You need a large plate in order to be able to possess multiple ancient powers. Dragon slayers describe humans whose plates have surpassed the human limits in size and durability. People with large plates usually become strong. Cal thought about Choi Han again. Choi Han's plate was extremely large and sturdy. Sherrit continued to speak at that moment. Honestly, we came up with the slayer part because it sounded cool. Excuse me, what did I just hear? They came up with it because it sounded cool. It was the moment Cal's expression turned extremely hard. Sherritt flinched after seeing this abnormal expression and quickly continued to speak. Ahem. Nellan Barrow was a smart human. That person. Cal's expression turned even more hard. Sherritt pretended not to see it as she continued to speak. Nellan Barrow was planning on making humans with large plates become the Dragon Slayer. He was going to make them continue the Slayer position. That was how he was going to tie them down. Tie them down. Cal suddenly thought about something as soon as he heard that statement. Perhaps, when you say tie them down. Cal thought about the village under the castle of light that was covered by cliffs on all sides. The strong people who lived in that village could not reveal themselves to the world to become the king of a kingdom, even though they were extremely strong. Tie them down. The dragon slayer, whose plate was the largest and strongest, would tie them to that village. Why? Cal thought about that question but came up with an answer right away. He heard Sherritt's voice at that moment, to prevent another white star. Ho! Cal let out a gasp. This was not written in the memoir. He had not heard about it from ancient dragon Eruhaben either. This was something he could not hear from anyone else. Only Dragon Lord Sherritt. She was the only one who could tell him about this. The ancient white star's plate was so large and sturdy that he was fine having the sky attribute and the 5 natural attributes as well. Nellan Barrow passed on the Dragon Slayer position so that someone who met those same conditions in the future could not become the White Star. Yes, he created a village and gathered only the strongest people with the largest plates. They were very nice people. They had all gathered together to protect the continent and for the pure desire to become stronger. It's probably better to call it a preventative measure rather than tying them down. He wanted to have them only focus on getting stronger and prevent them from having odd thoughts like wanting to become like the ancient white star. The strong individuals had gathered together just in case a new white star appeared as well. Sherritt had a bitter smile on her face. Once someone became the dragon slayer, they received the attention of the dragons. The strongest beings in the world kept their eye the slayer. That would naturally restrict the dragon slayer's movements. And as the Lord, I thought that the dragons needed an existence that was at their level. Even if they did, they were wary of each other and kept an eye out to watch each other. Furthermore, the dragon slayer was necessary to prevent some dragons who thought they were the only strong beings in the world from causing harm. That was why until about 10 years ago, the dragon slayer of the era and the dragons fought against each other and were like friends and rivals. They lived in harmony. It was true. They were the only ones who could understand each other. Sherritt recalled those peaceful times. She heard Cal's cold voice at that moment. Then there should have been no reason for them to kill each other. Rayan shouted at the same time, "This is weird." Goldie Gramps said dragon slayers were people who grew stronger by eating dragons. Rayan recalled what Eruhaben told him in the past. Those bastards are humans who grow by eating dragons. Young dragons like you have to be especially careful. Your body has not grown up and you can't use dragon's breath. Well, you have the unlucky bastard by your side, so you'll probably be fine growing up slowly. Sherritt started to frown as she explained. Of course, there were some dragons and dragon slayers who fought until they killed each other, but most of them maintained the balance well. She had to face Cal's cold gaze at that moment. Sherrittnim. Based on what I know, the White Star has killed 6 dragons. Sherritt's eyes turned wide. Cal, who was looking at her, started to think about the White Star. He hated the dragons a lot, but would he have killed the dragons for just that reason? He was also trying to turn Cal into the dragon slayer. Was that it? There were also the fake dragon slayer, Siram, and the dragon half-blood who were his failed creations. Why? Cal quietly mumbled. Why do you think he killed the dragons? To create the fake dragon, the chimera dragon half-blood. Was that the only reason? The White Star definitely said he needed to ask the other side at the gate to the demon world. Was the gate to the demon world just a simple sinkhole? He looked at Sherritt and Rayan as he started to speak. Something is weird. Cal started to say everything he had thought was weird until now. First, why does the sky attribute need dead mana? The White Star was a living human, but how could he absorb dead mana without issue? Second, why does the White Star hate the Dragon Slayer position but try to create a different Dragon Slayer? The White Star seemed to need the Dragon Slayer position, especially as a subordinate he could control. He had also killed dragons. Sherritt's expression slowly stiffened. New thoughts filled her mind the more she heard what Cal had to say. Cal continued to speak. Third, why would the White Star keep the gate to the demon world, which is known as a simple sinkhole to the continent, so tightly guarded and speak as if he is receiving powers from a different place? The atmosphere in the reception room was slowly turning cold, even though Cal was speaking calmly. Rayan, who had been quiet, started to speak. The dragon slayers can fight against dragons. Cal then added on. He bluntly spoke the truth, as if he was speaking to himself. The demonic race hates dragons. It would become easier for the demonic race to invade this world if all dragons disappeared. Sherrit felt like a large shadow filling her mind after hearing those statements. Perhaps her pupils started to shake. The ancient times, the White Star who had destroyed an era, and a different White Star in the present world who has taken on that name. Sherrit felt like her heart was shaking as she looked toward Cal. The demonic race is good at handling dead mana and enjoys doing things like putting dead mana into a living human's heart. Cal asked the last question after mentioning all of the keywords on his mind. Sheritnim. Do you think that is really a sky attribute ancient power? Sherit stated what was on her mind. Do you think the White Star is connected to the demonic race? Cal had no way of knowing whether the demonic race had stepped into this world. Sherrit had said that the gate to the demon world would not be able to trick the guards or the dragons. Furthermore, he had no way of knowing whether the White Star made a contract or a deal with the demonic race. Cal just said what was on his mind. A power that fights by absorbing dead mana. The sky attribute ancient power. That power, if there was a power from the demon world, doesn't that sound exactly like how it would be? Sherritt's closed mouth opened. Looks like you need to go meet the world tree right away. I was planning on doing that. The roots of the situation had changed. Chapter 480, Follow Me, 3, click. Cal closed the reception room door as he recalled what Sherrit and Rayan had said. Cal, we will finish our conversation as quickly as possible, so go visit the world tree. That's right. Oh, human, I'm coming with you. They would go meet with the world tree as quickly as possible. Cal walked down the hallway and looked around to see where the others were located. The chances of Choi Han and the dragon half-blood being together were high because he told them to go elsewhere. Cal was looking for the two of them and soon managed to find them. What are you doing? Cal looked toward Choi Han and the dragon half-blood as if he saw something odd. Ahem. Cal Nim, you see. Choi Han had a rare anxious expression and tried to scratch his cheek before stopping. Choi Han's hand was covered in white flour dough. Cal could see the flour dough. The dough looked like a weird slime, as if they had made a mistake with the ratio of flour to water. Anything they make with that would end up as a failure. Ahem. And then there was the dragon half-blood who quietly let out a fake cough. And what the hell are you doing? The dragon half-blood was using his sleeve to wipe away his teary eyes. He was peeling onions. I'm really sorry. Seeing the dragon half-blood saying he was sorry in a depressed tone put Cal at a loss for words again. This bastard was difficult to deal with in a different way than Guardian Knight Clope. This bastard's talent for making people be at a loss for words was amazing. Cal found it more difficult to deal with the dragon half-blood than that crazy bastard, Clope. Ha! Cal could only scoff in response. The dragon half-blood peeked at him and cautiously continued to speak. I came to the kitchen to do anything I might be able to do. I was going to ask Beacrox for something to do, but he wasn't here. That was why I thought I might as well prepare some ingredients. Cal's gaze headed toward Choi Han. I was just trying to cook something. What were you trying to make? Sujibai. What? I thought it was one of the rare dishes that all of the ingredients could be found here. Cal started to frown. Sujibai. That's sujibai from Korea. He wanted to make sujibai with that kind of dough. It looks more like he's going to make flour porridge than sujibai. I thought that it would take a while for Beacrox to get a response from the Lord's castle once he got to Harris village. But On and Hung said that they were hungry when I went to look for Lark earlier. It would take long for Beacrox to come back, but On and Hung had told Choi Han they were hungry. Lark and the children who had been training would be hungry as well. Choi Han was going to ask others for help, but Cal, Sherrit, and Rayan all looked to be part of a serious conversation. There was definitely something going on involving the dragon half-blood, but the tense atmosphere made it difficult to ask. In the end, Choi Han had been keeping an eye on the dragon half-blood, who was prepping ingredients before touching the flour that he noticed. I guess I have no talent in cooking. I'm sorry. I was trying to help Choi Han and prep the ingredients as he told me to do, but I am not used to this. Egu, my head. Cal grabbed his head with both hands. He got annoyed for a different reason looking at them like this after worrying about the demon world and the white star. Seriously, why the hell did he use so much flour? He didn't know where Choi Han got such a large basin, but it was almost overflowing with flour water. Choi Han's head lowered after seeing Cal's expression. Did they make onion soup instead of sujibai? Why did he prepare so many onions? He had ended up chatting for a while with Sherit and Rayan, but the fact that he could prepare so many onions in such a short amount of time showed that the dragon half-blood had become a talented worker now. I guess they really put him to work at the inn. Cal's silence continued. Of course, there were all sorts of noises inside of him, but Choi Han and the dragon half-blood could not hear that. That was why both of them continued to look down at the ground and did not move. Cal stared at the two of them. How amazing. He found the two of them to be amazing. Why was the dragon half-blood in so much pain? This was because of Choi Han's despair darkness attribute inside his body. Furthermore, didn't Choi Han have a lot of hatred toward the dragon half-blood? Of course, the two of them were still not close. It was obvious that Choi Han was wary of the dragon half-blood. That was why the fact that they had cooked together was amazing. It was at that moment. Plop, plop. They heard something falling at the door to the kitchen. Ruwal. Cal saw a round potato that touched his foot. He slowly turned his gaze toward the direction the potato had rolled from. He could see potatoes, as well as other vegetables, fruits, and meat. He then saw the bag and basket that had fallen to the ground. Beecrocs. He also saw Beecrocs with an extremely scary expression on his face. Cal flinched. Unlike Choi Han, who has an innocent face while having a vicious expression, someone like Beecrocs, who normally had a cold expression, frowning like this made it look even more vicious. Hey you, Choi Han. He was talking viciously to Choi Han as if he was openly challenging Choi Han to a fight. Cal slowly walked over and stood next to Beecrocs. In a situation like this, it was best to take the side of the person who would feed him. Cal could then see Choi Han looking toward Beecrocs with a grumbling gaze. What? He then shamelessly asked. That bastard. Forget the White Star and the demon world. Cal was thinking that this kitchen would explode first. Sorry. However, Choi Han gave Beecrocs a short apology and bowed his head. Cal had never seen such a forced apology coming out of Choi Han like this. Cal was thinking that that punk, no, that senior had this side to him as well. Cal soon started to frown. I'm sorry. He heard the dragon half-blood shaking as he sincerely apologized. Cal could see Beecrocs started to frown as well. Beecrocs looked away from the dragon half-blood as if he didn't want to see him. He then snarled in a cold tone. Everybody out. That made Choi Han and the dragon half-blood start to clean up their mess, however. Get out. The two people quietly left the kitchen right away after hearing Beecrocs' stern tone. Cal, who somehow ended up alone in the kitchen with Beecrocs, made eye contact with Beecrocs. Should I go out too? Cal could see Beecrocs almost glaring at him. Young Masternim, are you not going to listen to my report? Ah, right. Cal smiled awkwardly before sitting down on a chair. He debated helping to clean up the onions or the flour, but he quietly sat there after seeing Beecrocs' gaze that seemed to be saying that he was dead if he touched anything. I'm actually a good cook. How long had he lived on his own? Cal didn't know about the food from this world, but he was good at cooking Korean food. He wasn't as good as a professional chef, but unlike Choi Han's cooking skills, he could make something edible for others. Your trip to Harris Village had no issues. Cal slowly asked Beecrocs, who was cleaning the kitchen at a fast pace. Beecrocs continued to clean as he started his report. I contacted the Lord's castle through the mage who is in Harris Village. Is that so? Yes, sir. My original intentions were to chat with the mage at the Lord's castle to give a short report that you have arrived, but I was immediately connected to the territory Lordnim and directly gave the report. My father, yes, sir. Cal thought about the people of the Henitus household for the first time in a long while. Actually, it wasn't that long. He had been with them at the Roan Kingdom's celebration not too long ago. It had not even been a month. It just felt like it had been forever because he had immediately gone to the Caro Kingdom and ended up in the middle of numerous incidents. How's the county doing? Cal asked, and Beecrocs looked toward him before responding. It is a duchy now, young Masternim. Ah, right, the duchy. Yes, sir, everything is going well. They are quite worried about you, young Master Nim. Don't they know that you went to the Caro Kingdom? They do. Cal's expression turned odd after hearing that they were quite worried. Duke Deruth and Duchess Violin knew that Cal's planned to enjoy the celebration before immediately heading to the Caro Kingdom. Becrux peeked at Cal's changed expression before continuing his report. Young Master Nim, I informed the Duke Nim that you were planning on staying for a bit in the Forest of Darkness before quickly leaving again. I also said that you would return to the Henitus territory as quickly as possible. Good job. He was planning on coming back to the Henitus territory after meeting with the World Tree. He needed to see Crown Prince Albaru as well. He would need to leave every so often after that to take care of things, but he was planning on visiting the territory quite frequently. I don't know when the White Star might come to the Roan Kingdom. Cal was thinking about staying in the Henitus territory or the Roan Kingdom more frequently now that there was a possibility that the demon world was behind the White Star. Of course, there are times I will need to go away to take care of things. The Cat Tribe and the gate to the demon world, the last of the three restricted areas. Cal needed to leave in order to take care of those two things, but he was planning on taking care of everything else while being in the Roan Kingdom. Becrux looked at Cal's stiff expression before calmly continuing to speak. Apparently, the Henitus territory is quite loud these days. Is that so? Yes, sir. The residents are very happy that the first Duke or Marquis household in the northeast region is the Henitus household. The Duke Nim also personally funded a short festival to celebrate. The festival is over, but the mood still feels very festive. Tap, 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 tap. The onions that the dragon half-blood had peeled were quickly being cut into pieces. There are also many tourists coming in from outside. It is difficult to get to the Henitus territory because of its remote location. But I guess everybody was curious about the territory of the new Duke, who played a pivotal role in the war. Is that so? Cal smiled at the fact that the territory was vibrant and loud. However, that smile quickly disappeared. Young Master Silver Shield, the youngest sword master, and the final necromancer whom the world thought was gone from the world. People must be curious about the hometown of these three people, as the number of tourists still continues to rise. Young Master Silver Shield. Those words made Cal start to frown. When the hell is that nickname going to disappear? That might be the reason, but the residents are full of pride and happiness about being in the strongest territory. They all seem to miss you as well, young Master Nim. Cal touched the armrest of the chair with a stoic expression. The strongest territory. Those words felt weird. Tap, 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 tap. Becrux, who was chopping vegetables, heard Cal's voice behind him after a long time. It was a brusque and grumbling tone. I need to take care of things properly this time as well. It didn't matter if it was the demonic race or whatever that was involved. Cal was thinking that he needed to take care of things properly once again. The territory should develop even more with this rowdy mood and the increased number of tourists. The territory needed to become even more affluent and peaceful in order for him to pass the administration of the territory over to Basin and run away to live his slacker life. That would increase the chances of him being able to live a relaxed slacker life. I'll go somewhere quiet to farm after everything is resolved. Young Master Silver Shield. He would quietly live a life as a slacker and a farmer until that nickname disappeared. Becrux shook his head at the mumblings coming from behind him and chuckled. But Cal, who was thinking about how to do less of the difficult farming, did not manage to hear it. They heard a different voice at that moment. Actually, it was not just one voice. Young Master Nim, Mio, Mio. Cal turned his head toward the kitchen entrance. Lark Mies and the other blue wolf children were walking toward him. On and Hung were in front of them. Cal could see the dirty Lark and the blue wolf children coming in with Choi Han and the dragon half-blood behind them. How long will you be here for? Long time no see, young Master Nim. Have you been well? Cal started to frown as the wolf children loudly asked their questions all at once. They didn't care and surrounded him. It was because Cal patted all of them on the head once even though he was frowning. Cal then made eye contact with Lark, who was one step behind the rest of the blue wolf children. Smile. The smiling Lark still looked slightly timid, but he looked more confident than before. Cal smiled toward Lark. It was at that moment. Everybody. Cal flinched. He heard Becrux's vicious voice and saw the dirty wolf children, everybody out. Cal quickly followed on, Hang, and the wolf children, who rapidly moved away and ran out of the kitchen. He then looked toward Lark, who walked up next to him and started to speak. I guess your skills have improved a lot. Lark scratched his disheveled gray hair with an awkward expression. Cal, who quietly looked at him for a moment, casually commented, Sorry I'm late. Lark flinched. Cal had said that he would finish his conversation with Lark after returning from destroying the 4 alchemists' towers in Margoru. However, multiple things had delayed his return. That's okay, young Master Nim. I was able to train hard during that time. Cal quietly looked at the responding Lark before almost whispering in a quiet voice. Do you remember what I told you? Lark tightened up. He recalled what Cal had said. I plan on attacking the cat tribe. Lark started to speak. Yes, sir, I remember it. He recalled their past conversation as he responded. Lark, yes, sir. What do you think? Is the Fog Cat tribe the one On and Hung ran away from? I think I heard about it from them before. That's right. Them. Then I need to help. Lark had said that he would partake in the battle against the cats as well. He thought about the past as he asked Cal a question. Is it time for me to fight? Cal quietly looked at Lark, and his firm gaze was enough of a response for Lark. Lark calmly responded, I will be waiting for it. Good, thank you. Cal was speaking in his usual nonchalant tone, but hearing, thank you, made Lark clench his fists. He had said that he would learn shield arts to help in the fight against the cats. Lark recalled what he had said at that time. I want to become a shield like the greatest shield I've seen. The greatest shield Lark had ever seen was Cal's back. Lark, who had worked hard to be like Cal, quietly looked forward to the approaching future. Cal did not notice this as he walked away and saw Sherrit, who came outside. She was looking at the dragon half-blood. It looks like we need to chat. The dragon half-bloods flinched and walked toward Sherrit. Cal watched them for a moment before turning his gaze to the clock at the center of the hall. Tick-tock. Time was flowing by. It was moving at the same speed as the time in the letter from the Guard of Death in Cal's inner pocket. The Guard of Death had said the following to Cal through the letter. Do you wish to return to your original world, or will you die in this world? You will need to decide when this countdown reaches 0. Decide whether to live here or to go back to his world. The time that the Guard of Death had given Cal was slowly approaching. Human, we are done talking. Rayan approached him with a bright expression, and Cal immediately stood up and started to speak. Rayan, Choi Han, and I are going to visit the World Tree. Contact me if anything urgent comes up. 1. Korean-style pasta soup.